because you can speak or you can dance, but that doesn't mean you specifically do one thing. And I think that takes away from your value, which we talked about yesterday, adding value, right? So you all are valuable because you know so much on your specific area. Like the stuff you talked about yesterday is crazy as it seems. Like it would be stuff you think you should know, but a lot of people don't know it.
Right.
Right. And you know so much about it. You know the ins and outs. You know the details. Storytelling. Locked in. I'm still thinking about the peanut butter. You know what I'm saying? Gotta put it in the peanut butter, right?
Yes,
So it's all about, you know, finding that area that you can specialize and own and be so unique that when I tell people, do something and do it so well that when people think of you or they think of that thing, they think of you, right? So when people think of bow tie, they think, a lot of people don't think of a piece of fabric around your neck. They think of the person who goes by the name bow tie because it's an acronym I created, being bold, optimistic, wise, tangible, impactful, effective. Bow tie. It's not just about wearing a bow tie. It's the whole thing that goes with it. Same with you and your story. Same with you and your corporate sponsors. So I think that people can't tell you what you should do if you're doing something that has never been done, or that is something so unique to you. It's not a specific way to say how you should do it if you're the first to do it.
Absolutely. You know, and I know it's Saturday, so some people might, you know, you're still trying to wake up and so forth. But, you know, Shana, you dropped a little nugget. I don't know if they heard it, but you said that you were a 10-year overnight success.
Yeah.
Did I hear that correctly?
She did. Exactly what she said.
And so the thing is, I think one of the things, and that's a wonderful thing for us to touch up on, is the fact that there are so many people who don't realize that, you know, when you look at success and so forth, that it's going to be a process. And it's not something that is going to happen overnight. And you know, I remember seeing a quote one time. It was by an actor, and they said that somebody said, "Wow, you're an overnight success." They said, "Well, let me tell you, it must have been a long night because it's been 15 years." You know, and so we have to be willing. We have to be willing, whatever it is that you're looking to do. I would tell you right now, if you can't see yourself in that lane, if you can't see yourself doing it 10 years from now, then I'll say you don't even bother. Because most of the time, in order for you to make any kind of significant impact, in order for you to sort of scale and get to the level that you want to be, you're going to have to invest a good amount of time. And it's not going to happen in a matter of a couple of weeks and a couple of months. And if you do happen to have something that happens, if you don't find a way to sustain it, you won't be there very long. So nobody wants to be a flash pan success and just have the business or the idea and it happen for a year or 7 months or whatever. The thing is, can you build a sustainable brand, a sustainable business so that people are still talking about you and saying, hey, you know what? I saw Shana 5 years ago, but you got to see her now.
Yeah.
You know, you got to see where she's at right now. You got to see how the brand has expanded, how her message has expanded, and her level of impact. So for all of us, and whatever it is that you're doing, I think we have to be very intentional because we live in a microwave society where everybody sort of wants immediate results, right? And so if someone asks you, when do you want, when would you want to get your next six figures? You'd probably say right now, this moment. You know, someone would ask you, well, when do you want happiness in your life and fulfillment, a fulfilling relationship? You'd probably say like right now, right? And so we live in a microwave society where everybody wants something right now.
Yeah.
But you got to pay the price, and there's a process involved with that. And so I just didn't know if people caught that, and so I wanted to make sure that they caught that.
Absolutely, and I'd love to add to it. You know, my pastor used to say, "You see my glory, but you don't know my story." So if you want to be where I am, you also better be ready to do what I had to do to get here.
Yes.
You know, I started college when my son started kindergarten. You know, so there's a lot of things. You know, I had to go through bankruptcy to be able to bounce back. I had to get rid of dead business partners. So there's a lot, of lean times that I've had to go through. So if you don't want to keep going, even when you don't feel like it, you better not start or you better quit.
I think that's real powerful. And then the other thing is, Shana, dive back a little deeper because, we're in the green room talking, and that's the beautiful part about being in an event like this is you get a chance to have some I call them backroom conversations. Yeah. And you learn so much. But no, you talked about how you move when you're in the corporate world. You move from the diversity side. Yeah. Over to what you do now from a sponsorship standpoint. Yeah. Talk about recognizing when it's time to make a shift.
Yeah. you, I say you've got to keep going even when you don't feel like it. But there has to be a point, whether it's personally or professionally, when you have to realize you're not able to affect change. And I was in a very old and antiquated industry of supplier diversity. And, anytime you're trying to have a change in a corporation, it's a lot harder to have a change than it is for entrepreneurs. We can turn on a dime. Trying to get a corporation to do something differently than what they've already done is like turning a ship. If you know how long it takes to turn a ship.
18-wheeler versus the Lamborghini.
Right. Right. So I was on my soapbox for years, and I was willing to put on pants and get on airplanes and fly across the world and say, if you want more small business owners, you have to be willing to do something differently. Stop looking at the benchmark. Stop looking at this. But after 6 years of feeling like I'm still on my soapbox and nobody's doing it or anything differently, I had to shift. I moved from a city that I felt like was living in the 60s. When I lived in Memphis, I'll put y'all on blast. I don't care. Tell Mayor Warden. Oh, he ain't the mayor no more. Tell whoever that guy that just won last. In Memphis, it was systemic. That we wanted to talk about what the problem was, and nobody wanted to invest in the solution. Shayna, why are you always in Chattanooga? Because Chattanooga cuts checks because they want to see a change. So at some point, you have to ask yourself in your personal relationships and what you're doing in your business, when have I done all I can do? And it may not be that I'm doing the wrong things. I might be doing the wrong things for the wrong people. Might even be laying next to them at night. Ouch.
And the pen drops.
Right.
And to talk about that same thing, man, because, you were in corporate America doing well, CPA.
Yeah. And and perhaps some people could relate. I mean, just sort of listening to Shayna right now, I'm realizing that, we have a little similarity in our stories, right? And so just sort of, growing up in a Caribbean household, just the emphasis, and I don't think you just have to be in a Caribbean household, but there's such a desire for those who come to this country, specifically just wanting to live out the American dream. And the thought process is the way you get there is you got to go to school, you get a good education, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? So I went to school at Florida State University. I got my undergraduate degree in accounting. I got my master's in corporate accounting. I became a certified public accountant, worked for the largest professional service firm in the world, PricewaterhouseCoopers. And what just happened is I followed the track. And then I had gotten to the point where I realized, wait a second, this is a great company, right? Great individuals I work with, but why aren't I feeling fulfillment here? Why aren't I happy? And I did everything that I was told to do. And so I went through a process for about 1.5 years where I wanted to sort of just move forward. Or, in today's world, there's so many people, like Steve Harvey refers to it as jumping. For me personally, I had just gotten to the point where I knew that I wanted to move forward. I wanted to just sort of take a chance on myself, become an entrepreneur, pave a path that I thought was going to be for me. And then for 1.5 years, though, I was afraid. And the reason why I was afraid was because I had put in all this time getting my undergraduate degree, my master's degree, CPA license, and all these things. And so me walking away from that was very scary and intimidating. Then the other thing is I was working for a great company. I was well paid for a young guy right out of college, And so there's another part of me afraid to walk away from that check I was getting every 2 weeks,
check.
right? That consistent check, right? And then the other thing is up until that point in my life, I felt very good because I felt like I represented success, right? So I graduated summa cum laude. I got my master's degree. I got my CPA. And so if you look at my life, the guy looks successful, right?
People patting on the back. Way to go, Andy.
Right?
I mean,
This guy's a sharp kid, right?
Yeah.
And then but then it was like, whoa, but if I step out there, what if I fail? So then it was like the fear of failure. And I'm telling you, man.
I mean, how did you overcome that?
I had this internal.
When I'm looking across the table at you, you've gone back there.
Yeah.
And so in that moment, how did you overcome? Because someone is listening that is at that same point. They're quote successful by society, but inside their heart, in their soul, there's something that's saying, "This ain't right."
Yeah, and I tell you this. I'm not the first to say it, but I tell you, I had gotten to the point, and I want you to write this down. Those of you who are listening, you got to do what you know and not what you feel.
Now I got a
Yes.
wristband. I got a wristband that
Yeah.
says that.
Yeah.
And I should have bought them with me, and that's key.
And I can bring that,
know
and I
Yes.
can bring that home because you hearing a part of my story. I want you to think about this. You see, what I was feeling was fear, the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of walking away from the things that I was doing. But what I knew was that it was time for a change. I knew that I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. I knew that there was a higher calling on my life. And so I want you to contrast the two. What I was feeling was keep me from moving forward, right? The fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of not moving forward. But there's some things that I knew. And so what happens is a lot of times we know, right now, if you're working a job and and you're sick and tired of being sick and tired and you know it's time for you to leave, you know this. Now, whether or not you act on that is something else, but you absolutely know. If you've been playing it small and it's time for you to step up your game, you know this, you're 100%. So at some point, it is a discipline that you have to develop and you have to do what you know and not what you feel. So for me, what happened is I had actually took the time to write out an email, and the head of HR at the time, her name was Tammy Klein, and I sent the email to Tammy, and I had prayed about it, and I made the decision I was going to leave. This was December of 2004, in which I sent the email in, and one of the amazing things that happens is even when you do what you know, right, and not what you feel, the other thing I was going to say is that you've got to expect to be tested. Right. So the
Yes.
moment that you make that decision, you've got to expect to be tested. Know that something is going to show up to question how bad you really want or how much you believe in this decision that you just made. So here I am. I finally built the courage, right? I'm going to leave corporate America. I send a letter out and boom. And the next day, the promotion email comes out, right? And I got promoted. Right, and so I had been waiting on.
Get everybody else in the room.
Can't leave now.
Right. So I got the promotion, which is a title promotion, and then also an income promotion, right? And then of course, them knowing that I just said I was going to leave, I got called in the office, and the income amount actually got boosted up if I was willing to stay. And so now I'm sort of questioning like,
Really struggling.
well, maybe I should stick around for another 2 years, get a little more experience. But get a little more experience in what? Because if you're going to leave the accounting profession, why do you need more experience? So now that internal turmoil goes. So the crazy thing is, even when you do what you know, as opposed to what you feel, guess what? You're still going to be tested.
That's good.
You're still going to be tested.
good.
And so you got to stick to whatever your why is or whatever the reason. And for me, I just knew that I had observed people who are senior managers. You don't get to interact as much with the partners. So I won't say it was a conversation with partners, but with managers that late night on a client site, because I was an auditor, they would have conversations, and what I would find out is that they had goals and dreams and aspirations beyond the accounting profession. And then those same conversations would happen in year 1, year 2, and year 3, and I realized that they never acted on them. And so I realized that if I didn't make a radical decision, that I was basically going to be just like them, right?
Wow.
Always talking about, what I could have done or what I should have done or what I wanted to do
Going
and
back
so
to those
forth.
shouldas.
And so I just literally,
shoulda.
I just drew the line. And I remember when I was sitting across from Tammy Klein, boy, I said something that sounded so good. She said, Andy, what are you going to do? I said something that sounded so good and
Give
so
me that speech,
eloquent,
give me that
and let me
speech,
just
give
tell
me
you,
that speech.
I don't know because it was all made up. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew that I had to get out of there. And that's what I knew. And so right now there's somebody listening,
Yes.
and you don't know what the next step is, but you at least know what you need to do. You know you need to leave that job. Like, you know that you need to get the coaching. You know that there's something you have to do. You may not know all the steps, but there's one thing that you do know is whatever it is that you got going on right now, it's not fulfilling you. It's not you living out the highest calling of who you are. And so you got to at least act on that one thing that you do know. And the one thing that I did know was that I need to get out of there. And then things begin to show up. And I think Shayna would be able to test to that. And even
I was going to put in a
Bowtie,
plug for
right?
Nicole Roberts-Jones. If you're in that position and you know you need to leave and you want to start your business, but you don't know what kind of business you should start or how you start it, you need to follow my girl, Nicole Roberts-Jones. She was here speaking yesterday. So not only does she teach entrepreneurs how to make more money from what they know, she teaches people who want an exit strategy from their 9 to 5 how to build a business from what they know. So plug for my best friend, Nicole Roberts-Jones. Jones. If you're sitting at home right now and you want to jump, but you recognize that you need to jump with a parachute, Nicole Roberts Jones is your parachute.
Awesome.
Yeah, at least develop a parachute when you jump. Don't do like Howard White did and just jump.
And Steve will even tell you, I jump, but I ain't telling you to jump like I jump. Jump with a plan. So we talked
Yeah.
about this yesterday when I was in the broadcast room. When you identify that you want to do something that you don't know how to do, you can go on Google and figure out what the steps are, but then find the people that are 10 steps ahead of you
Well, we call
in
it
that step.
the GU implementation
Yeah,
plan. So you can
GU
go back and listen
yeah.
to the feed,
Yeah.
and it was actually a plan that
Yeah.
that Shayna put together, and she talked it through, and I wrote it down here, and I had to type it up and send it
Right,
to
so
you.
go back and listen. But the crux of it is if you know what you want to do, but you don't know how to do it, you can go to Google and figure out what to do. Then you can figure out, hey, if there's 10 steps, I know how to do 3 of them. Let me go find people that can teach me how to do the other 7.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, one of the key things, and we pointed that out yesterday, and Andy just said it, finding the right coach, right trainer. The key thing to that is it will accelerate your growth. Because, see, you can stumble through it by yourself, or you can use a coach and a trainer and a mentor, but really a coach who's going to be dedicated to you to help you accelerate that growth. I mean, that is the component. So on that note, I want to talk about is, over the last couple of years, the things that you faced in your life, how have you put a growth plan together for yourself?
Well, I'll take that because I guess the younger of the group, so my growth is a little different. But just going back to what Andy was saying, right? So a lot of people have fear, and one of the first acronyms that I learned about fear was that it's false evidence appearing real.
Exactly.
Right. So what I tell people is that you have to understand that most of the things you're afraid of don't exist. Right. So you're afraid of failing, but if you took the step, you've already been successful in taking that step. So it's about reconditioning your mind to understand what you're doing, how you're doing it, where you're going with it. And then even when people talk about jumping, right? So for me, jumping was completely different. I never looked at it as just like, woo, going out and doing it. But for me, jumping was just understanding my personality, right? So understanding that my personality didn't always fit into the corporate ladder structure. It didn't fit with everything. So I had to understand who I was, right? And so like you understood that you are phenomenal at storytelling, right? And you understood that you were phenomenal at understanding how to get corporate sponsorship, understanding the things that need to be said, who you need to talk to, how you need to move, how long it takes, and all those things. You understood your personality, or you understood the position that you were in or the place that you were in. So for my growth plan, it always goes back to, I tell people that the O is optimistic, right? I'm always happy and bubbly because people who are extremely successful, I've noticed, tend to be that same way. And so for me, if I want to be where they are, I have to be able to get around them. So I keep that optimism so that I can get around people like you all that have done some of the things I aspire to do and more, and go from there. And then once you're around them, you can learn with them. And David Shands, I don't know if you all are familiar with him or not, but he's the owner of Sleepers for Suckers. He said something beautiful. He talks about free lunch. He said, if you want to learn anything, have free lunch. And it sounds crazy, but what he meant was really find that person that's doing it. Like you said, you know how to do the first 3 steps. Find somebody that knows how to do the other 7. And when you find them, take them out to lunch. On you. It doesn't have to be like, you don't have to go to Benihana's. You don't have to go to Houston's, but somewhere, don't take them to McDonald's.
Don't take them to McDonald's.
Like I said, don't take them to McDonald's, but take them somewhere nice and have lunch with them, right? Because people that have extreme amounts of success and people that are really knowledgeable are just like anybody else. Everybody likes to eat. So you take them out, you have a lunch with them, and you can learn so much.
There's a good book you
them.
can pick up called Never Eat Alone.
Yes, that is a good book.
That'll drive
Great
that point
networking
home.
book, yep.
Yeah.
See, like stuff like that. You got the books ready. You on point with it.
Yeah.
So I think the question was, so what is your growth plan? So I guess you all can speak to kind of how you intend on increasing that success or going further than what you have gone.
Sure. For me, mine is a little different. I have my business model down pretty tight. There's only one way that you can ascend through my company. There's only one thing that you can buy, and that ascends you through my entire company. So I have that pretty tight. So for me, I'm always looking at what else do I want in my life other than my business. I was once a real estate investor. I want to get back to that. So I'm really looking at what are those other things that are not only going to make me money, but also make me happy. And so I'm kind of at a phase in my life where it's like, what else?
Excellent.
And I always want more business, don't get me wrong, but I'm not looking to, and here's what I want you to hear, I'm not looking to create more things in my business.
Gotcha.
I don't need anything else in my business because I already have something in my business that's working.
Excellent.
I think we think, oh, every year we need to add new products and we need to add new services and we need to add this and we need to add that. Only time you really need to do that is if your revenue stream is hinging off of one thing. But I'm not looking to add anything else in my business because then you have to add more marketing strategies. You have to do more selling. So the business model that I have is working. I'm not looking to add anything to my business, but I am looking to add other components to my life, other revenue streams, other travel components, planning to go to Africa this year for my 40th birthday. So my growth strategy is not necessarily business related. It's what else do I want in my life that's going to make me feel more whole than just my business.
I think you make a great point there. First, I want to just take a moment to pause for everyone watching. She don't look like she's about to turn 40. Let's just point that out. Let's just point out that black does not crack. I think we can point that out for a second. Little pat or pat for that anyway.
I know what the fountain of youth is. I just want to tell
Come
you.
on now, you better talk.
Thank you for that.
So we're going to point that out. And then secondly, she said something beautiful. And I realized that. So I'm going into my third year of business with my bow tie company. And in my second year, I almost went out of business because I was trying to do exactly what you said, right? So people will say, oh, well, you got great bow ties, but, I'm a necktie kind of guy. Why don't you sell those? And so then I tried to start selling neckties.
Why don't you sell hats?
And then, right. Why don't you sell hats and shoes and socks and watches? And why don't you just open up a full clothing store? And it's like you can't bring on so many things. Like there's a reason that you have a business that you do something specific, right? And some people take on the Walmart concept to their business when they don't have a Walmart type of business, right? Walmart has a little bit of everything, right? And sometimes we try to take on that concept when that's really not the concept that we need, right? Sometimes you need to be that specialty store that only, like you were saying, your store, you only sell collegiate
Apparel.
jerseys, right? Collegiate apparel, right? So you don't sell NFL, you don't sell NBA, you don't sell NBA, you don't sell none of that.
Nope.
Just collegiate. Right?
I is who I is.
Right. And I think that's a great point that you made is that sometimes when you're growing, growth isn't about adding 1,000 other products. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's about what makes you happy, and sticking to your business model because your business model, if it worked, it'll continue to work. Right. So.
Well, one of the things I challenge my clients and from a growth standpoint, and here's what I want to say is that when you take what you're currently doing, how do you grow daily? I use this quote all the time. Rome was not built in a day. However, it was built daily. We always hear the first part. The second part is some Howardisms. But you think about it is each day, what are you doing to grow yourself and to grow your business? Because if you're out there and you're thinking about growing a business, I want you to write this down. Your business can never outgrow you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you got to work on yourself first.
Yeah.
So if you would just share a couple of those rituals that you guys do to grow yourself, because I think sometimes people don't realize, the push-ups, reading every day, the push-ups are the sit-ups, actually getting in front of a mirror and practicing new lines every day. Mm-hmm. Those are some of the rituals that you may have, whatever it is. So if you could share some of those daily rituals.
You just sort of hearing you say that, you said your business can't outgrow you.
Yes.
John C. Maxwell, best-selling author, has written so many books, primarily on the area of leadership. Mm-hmm. In one of his leadership books, he talks about the law of the lid.
21 irrefutable laws of leadership.
Exactly.
Rule number 1.
Exactly.
The law of the lid.
The law of the lid.
So if you're going to cook a big pot of gumbo, you got to have a big pot. Think about that. And that's the same way. So if you would continue down that road.
And so for the person listening in right now, if I could maybe just simplify what the law of the lid is saying. What it's basically saying is, if you're a leader, whether you're a leader of an organization or, guess what, if you're the leader of your own life, that you are essentially the lid. So if you are performing or you are showing up at a level 7, all the things or all the people that you're responsible for cannot show up any higher than a level 6 because of the fact that you are, in fact, the lid. And so if you want your people that you're managing or in the case of your life, the areas of your life that you're managing to expand, then you need to raise the lid. And so how do you raise the lid? And that's where we get into this whole personal growth and things that we do on a daily basis. And I believe for each person that's different because, for all of us, we have to make decisions as to what part of our lives are most important to you. We are several part beings, right? So you got your spirituality, you're going to have your health, you're going to have your business. For those of you out there who are actually in business. And I believe that you've got to make sure that in every area of your life that's important to you, that there is, in fact, some type of a growth plan, and then you're going to enter new seasons in your life where you're going to take on new roles. And then you got to figure out if you want to expand your capacity in that role. For me and my wife, we have our first child. She's 3 months old, right? And I'm in a new season, right? So I have to figure out that in addition to sort of business and everything, how do I want to show up as a dad? And so making sure that that's a priority and making sure I'm growing in that area, which means that I've got to, making being a dad a priority. And we hear all the time, children don't spell love Love, they spell it Time, right? And so making sure that I could actually put in the time from a spiritual standpoint. For me, it's about, I personally, I happen to be a Christian, so it's not just about me reading my Bible and going to church or whatever. If I want to expand my capacity, one of the things that was important to me was that also service, right? So I began to serve at church in addition to other stuff that I'm doing. So I'm running the greeters ministry. My wife and I recently became deacon and deaconess. And all that simply means is that we're servants of the church. It doesn't mean we do anything special. We're just there to basically serve the people who are in attendance, right? And then from a physical standpoint, right, making sure a couple of years back, I went pescatarian, not because I didn't love a great burger or whatever, but like you, I'm hitting 40 this year, right? And so I just wanted to sort of change my diet, and because what I do, I need energy, right? And so there are certain things that I was eating that was sort of slowing down my energy, and so I just needed to sort of change my diet around so that I could have a lot of energy, because it's not like back in the college days where I'm hitting the gym like I'm insane, And so regardless of what where I think what's essential is, number one, you got to identify with the important segments of your life. And in each one of those segments, you got to make the decision personally to sort of raise the lid and map out what that looks like in those particular segments, right? There's not no one catch-all for everybody, right? So, for me, I do believe you should develop a ritual. You wake up in the morning, and before you start responding to emails, because if you do that, you're allowing all the people who are sending you emails to sort of direct your life and direct your day, and you're responding to other people's requests and lives as opposed to you sort of determining which direction you want your life to go. So for me, before I get into emails and all that stuff, I get up and then I do things that are going to fulfill me. Part of that for me is, getting in my word, reading the Bible, and then afterwards doing something else, like maybe mapping out my game plan for the day, maybe, listening to a couple of things that just to get my mind in the right place, especially for those of us who are always sort of pouring out. You can't pour from a well, that's empty, and you got to make sure that you're making deposits in you on a daily basis so that you don't run dry, and also so that your well goes deep, right? And so that there's actually something that can come out when it's time for you to have a discussion like this or actually share with people. So I think for everybody, you got to figure out those areas in your life that are important, and then you got to map out what your growth plan is in each one of those areas. And I believe when you get to different stages, those maps begin to look a little differently.
Yeah, I had to learn the slow way when it came to that. If anybody is familiar with the DISC assessment, I'm almost all D, which means I'm almost all D. I've got a little bit of I in me, but not enough to even plot. And for those of you that aren't familiar with that, that means I'm very direct. I don't like a lot of details. I don't like a lot of extra. My team knows that when we get on the phone, I don't care how we got here. I don't need the backstory. I just want you to tell me what the point is, and let's talk about how we move forward. I will cut a telemarketer off real quick. I just need to know the features and the price. And so for me, I was that person that when I was building my business, I only wanted the business strategy. Like, just get to it. Like, I would be that person that would leave the room if the business conference started started off with all the mindset and drawing stuff out and touching the floor and drawing pictures and turning to the person. And if you really knew me, you'd know that I'm scared. I don't want that. I want you to get to what's on the sales page. So this is my 7th year in business, and for the first 6.5 years, I only grew my stuff from a business, myself from a business development standpoint. And then I realized, even though my faith is important and I was always working on my spirituality, I had neglected personal development, not because I didn't need it. I didn't want it. I'm growing my business. Like, get to the point on the sales page that has these 3 bullet points. And so I recognize that the more my business expands, the more that I have to expand. And the area that I knew that I needed to work on was controlling my energy and how other people misuse it and the energy that they bring to me, and controlling my words and thoughts. And so I'm in a program now that is helping me to do that. I'm working with a personal development coach one-on-one that is really making sure that I'm keeping my energy high, that I'm protecting my energy, that every business decision I make is aligned with my energy. Like, I ain't trying to go too woo-woo because I'm not that girl, but there's a lot of decisions that we can make, and like something don't feel right or whatever, it needs to be energetically aligned with who you are and where you know you're going. So the more that you're expanding business-wise, like I'm at the level now, like I'm playing with the Steve Harveys of the world. Like, he's my client. I've got an opportunity right now that they need $2 million in sponsorships, and it's just going to continue to grow. And so the more my business expands, the more I've recognized that I have to expand and I have to control my energy. I tell people all the time, don't take it personal if I tell you we need to talk about something else, because I ain't got time for giggles and games. I just don't. But I had to learn that the slow way. It took me to my 6.5 year business before I decided to work on the personal development piece.
So let me dive right there. You said you had to grow. So that ties into leadership. What Andy said is how important it is to understand your leadership style.
It's so important for 2 reasons. I tell my team, like, I need to understand your leadership style and your communication style, because I need to know how to deliver information to you, and you need to know how to give it to me. Now, if you need a lot of that extra detail, I'll make sure you have it. But no, I don't want it. I'm not even going to listen to it.
Can I put a button there? I want audience, what she's talking about is, you heard her talk about DISC. One of the key things is a lot of times we take DISC to understand our style, but it's real important to understand how to communicate to people. You've heard of the golden rule. Most of you have. Do unto others as you want to be done unto. Always try to challenge people. Think about the platinum rule. And they say, what? No, you do unto others as they want to be done unto.
Exactly.
They receive it a lot differently when it's spoken in their language.
Yeah.
I think that's what is that what you're?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And everyone that's on my team, we work together. They don't work for me.
Yeah.
Every single person is the CEO of their line of business. My executive assistant, she's the CEO of the admin. My online administrator, she is the CEO of all the things that happen in the back end. My accountant, I want them to run their departments like they are the CEO of that business. I want them to recognize that they're leaders. I want to recognize that they're empowered. I just happen to be the CEO of the Zone of Genius. But y'all don't work for me, you work with me. And I want to make sure that I recognize what their leadership styles are, what their communication styles are. And I can tell you that we have very little problems internally, and it gives them so much more freedom and autonomy. I don't care how you do it. We're all going to make sure that we're on the same page with what the outcome is, and I'm not attached to how you do it. You don't have to come to me to ask me for permission for anything other than to spend my money. Do what it is that you came here to do. When I hire people, I say, hey, here's the position. Tell me what you would do in the first 90 days. That's a hiring tip. If they can't tell you what they would do in the first 90 days, they don't really know how to do their job. And then I'm going to say, okay, go do that. And I'm not going to bother you. So I had to understand my own leadership style so that they know how to best work with me. And I know it's equally important for me to understand their leadership style so that I can best work with them. If not, we're going to be trying to turn that big corporate ship, and I want to be able to turn on a dime and get results.
Yeah, she's looking for that Lamborghini.
I want to be on that Lamborghini.
And I think that's very key, and I just want to dive into that a little bit deeper, is how powerful that was. And in case you missed that, asking a potential employee, and and when we say employee, we're not talking about a person that comes in, have to be sitting in your office,
Right.
a virtual employee. But hey, here's my vision. Here's my business vision. And in the next 90 days, what are you going to do to help enhance that in this area? What would be your plan? I mean, how powerful is that? I mean, just think about it. I'm just thinking about the potential of that, Andy. I'm getting excited about, okay, I wrote that down. That's,
How many stars? So you guys have to know I'm going to put Howard on Front Street. So
That's a 3-star.
Howard's
That's
taking notes, and he puts 1 star, 2 star, or 3. Tell us what the legend is for that.
So going back to John Maxwell. John Maxwell
this.
teaches something, and he teaches this. He said, hey, when you're at a conference or you're at a training, you get all these notes, but then, Andy has a page already. Oh man,
I got my stars, man. I got my stars, so I know exactly what to look at when I get back home.
So here's
Tell
what
us
John
about
says.
these stars.
So here's what John does. John says ACT. He has an acronym for ACT. ACT stands for what am I going to apply, what am I going to change, and what am I going to teach. And so with me is a star is something that, hey, I'm interested in, I need to change it, so I'm interested in it. The 2-star, teach. But that 3-star, I got to apply this. So that's kind of how I do it myself, but that's where I got it from. And so as you're listening to this, and because we're at Black CEO Live, and all these great trainers are coming in, you're going to be getting a ton of information, a ton of knowledge. If you don't do anything with it, it did you no good to waste all. I mean, you wasted your time.
Yeah.
You didn't invest the time. But now, what we just showed you was a method in which you can highlight what it is that will help change where you are. And then when you do that, then you'll be able to implement this a lot easier. Because, I'm going to do this because I'm working on building a virtual team. And part of it is outline a 90-day game plan on how you will take us closer to our vision.
Because anybody can give you a good resume.
Yes.
I can Google a sample of a kick-tail resume, right? But what I really want to know is if this is what we're trying to accomplish and this is what you're going to be responsible for, if I hire you, what are you going to do in the first 90 days? Their answer to that really tells you, can they do what's on their resume?
Yeah.
Or did it
teaches you a
just
lot.
look good? Or
You
does
know-
it just look good?
I mean, what can they do it? What's their thought process?
Yeah. Do they know how to think or do they just know how to do? Love my mama to death, and she was my full-time office manager for years. She was a great doer if you told her what to do or you told her how to do it. She could execute the hell out of something, but that just wasn't her strength. And so when you're hiring and you ask that, you want to know that whoever is on your team, that all you have to do is tell them the outcome and then they can get you there. Because if I have to tell you how to do it, then I
might as well do it.
I might as well do it.
Here's something that one of my mentors has, and I'm trying to work to put that in my business and haven't fully done it. And then I got to go back to that, so I need to put those 3 stars by that. It's it's PRD. It stands for Performance Result Description. Instead of developing a job description, you develop a performance result description. And what that does is it really allows, and Andy, I'll send you a copy of it. I see you writing that down. Is it allows the person to work in their strength zone if it's the right person.
Right.
Because then not only so if they're in their strength zone, that means they're probably in their passion zone and they're excited about adding value to the team in that area.
And I'll even say, and not to just get back on my little thing, but that goes back to like the tie part of bow tie, right? So what can you tangibly show, right? What can you tangibly show that if we put you in this role, these are the things you're going to do? How impactful can you be in this role? If you say you're a sales leader, then I expect you to come in and make an impact on the sales team. I don't, that's all I really expect to see from you. And then how effective are you going to be? So like you said with your mom, right? Great doer. But if you told her what to do.
If you told her what
and so that's only effective if you have somebody that's got the time to sit there and
Tell her
tell her
what
what
to
to do. Right? And so it goes back to and I love the fact that you all brought that up. You have to know yourself and you have to know who you're employing and how they work with you and what you do.
Let me pull that out because as you're hiring something, you got to have doers too. Because
Yeah, you need doers.
So,
Oh, yeah.
So like Shayna with her mom, she give her that list, she know it's gonna get done, but she knows she has to create the list.
Right.
saying here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I
9,
might even
10.
have to record a video. This is how you do it.
Little snippet, little video
you know,
snippet.
You know, it's interesting because I was listening to Shayna too, and I could tell you some of the things that I've done in the past, because sometimes you just don't know what you don't know. Sometimes you come across great talent, right? But you have to also be able to articulate what the bigger vision is and what the outcome that you want. Because you may have somebody that's you may have someone that's extremely talented, but because of the fact that you didn't know how to position them on your team and you didn't have a strategy for them to execute, what ended up happening is that you had the person there, available and accessible, and unfortunately, you didn't put them in a role where they could help grow your business, and then eventually that relationship severs. It's actually very interesting. Darnielle happens to be here, and Darnielle and I have somebody who at one point was pretty much a part of my team. She is an amazing speaker, attorney in her own right, and she had been part of my team. And not formally part of my team, but someone who believed in my vision and co-hosted and was the host for my motivational call that I do every Thursdays. That's, by the way, for those listening, you go to showupforyourlife.com to get the conference call number. That's every Thursday, 8:00 p.m. Eastern time. And so what's crazy is that here this lady was, this amazing talent, amazing person, right? Bought the vision, has done tons of personal development herself as a speaker, a trainer herself. And then she connected with Darnielle, and then she was able to become one of the trainers on Darnielle's team and part of the sales process on Darnielle's team. And they're like killing it, right? And so here was this person that was working hand in hand with me, but I never really had the conversation or really, I never had the conversation or had the vision per se to say, oh, let's work this way together. Let's use some of your gifts here together. Let's collaborate together. You know what I mean? So, and there's been other times where maybe perhaps I got a virtual assistant. And, you know, I was maybe bogged down in sort of the task that I didn't give them the freedom to maybe figure out how they could add more value to my business too, right? So just sort of listening to you on that, you know, it's very important that you know what the outcome is, right? And that maybe perhaps you even have a system in place, and know, so that way you could tell them, hey, these are the outcomes that I want. This is the system. And so how can you fit in this system to help me to produce these outcomes? And when you don't do that, you can come across some good talent and lose them.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have,
You didn't fully utilize them.
you didn't fully utilize them,
Right.
you know?
Right. And create an operations manual. I have everybody on my team create an operations manual that basically shows what they do and how they do it. You never know when you might need somebody to step in on a temporary basis.
Yeah.
I did this, I learned this because I was on a job, and my boss didn't ask me to do this, but I knew that I was going out on an 8-week leave after a surgery, and they were going to hire someone from a temporary agency to do my job while I was gone. Well, I wanted to make sure that that person that came in did it the way that I did it, so that I didn't have to either undo, redo, or learn how to do a different way every my job when I came back. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to create something. And if they're going to train her and she knows she's temporary, she's going to just do what they told her to do. She's not going to be in here trying to create systems. I want her to operate inside of my system. And so now that I'm the CEO of my own organization, I ask that each of the people that work for me or that work with me, I said we don't talk like that in my camp, that they do that they make a manual of what they do and how they do it. That way, if I ever have to have someone step into their role temporarily, someone can easily take that over. Or should they decide to go somewhere else and I bring someone else on, I'm going to say, look, you can create whatever you want to create, but I just want to show you what we've done in the past that has worked. And you may say there's a better way to do it, or you may realize that this is a better way than maybe what you would have done.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, you know, as I said before, and I set the rules here, we got to have fun, and we definitely enjoying ourselves. I believe. I know I am. And so as we get ready to wrap up here, because we've got a whole nother set coming in. We got George Frazier and a group coming in, and we're gonna, you know, the George Frazier. That's right.
The George Frazier.
The George Frazier.
Mr. Frazier.
You know, Mr. George Frazier. as you think
Mr.
about
Frazier.
networking, the George Frazier is this person. So as we close out, I just want everyone to go around and say, introduce, let everyone know how they can get in touch with you and who best connects with you. So we'll start back with ladies first.
Ladies first. So it's Shayna Rattler, your corporate attraction coach. So if you're out there and you are self-funding everything in your business, meaning you're paying for your own events, you are paying for your own programs, everything you're doing in your business, or worse, you're not having the things that you would like to have in your business because you don't have the cash flow to fund it, I'm your girl to teach you how to get corporate sponsors to pay for that stuff for you. So get in my Facebook group. That's the easiest way to find me. You can go to landcorporatesponsors.com and request to get in my Facebook group. I do trainings there. I answer all your questions. Let 2017 be the year that you either stop self-funding everything or you start having the business of your dreams. Thank you, guys.
All right, Shayna, girl, we're going to see you later probably.
I have to fly out at 1.
Oh, so she's on a plane.
Dallas needs me.
Headed out to DFW, girl.
Dallas can't go too long without me.
Hey,
I got to
all right.
hold it down. Thank you, guys. Have a great
Dallas
day.
wasn't the same, but he'll be back to his normal self.
Back to itself.
Hey, great meeting you, Shayna. Thanks a lot, and
Thank
we
you,
will be in
Howard.
touch.
Awesome.
God bless.
Thank you.
Excellent. And so I'll go next. This is Andy Henriquez, your storytelling coach. And let me just tell you something. If you are a person out there that you are either a speaker or aspiring speaker, you've had an opportunity to get in front of audiences, or you're looking to get in front of audiences, and you want to be able to elevate your game and just simply have the kind of results that you want, one of the things I believe is really important is just the importance of you establishing your signature story. That's going to be the thing that people are going to remember you by. That's going to be the thing that gets you invited back to speak. That's going to be the thing that people will be able to share long after you have been in their presence. And so whether you're an aspiring speaker, an existing speaker, a coach, or if you're just somebody who is in a leadership capacity and you're just trying to find out how you can leverage your story and begin to use stories so that you can bring in more high-paying customers and clients, I'm the guy that you want to connect with. And so I just want to just give you a free resource. And so if you would just write this down, and I actually want you to do this right away. Don't just write it down. But you want to pull out your cell phone and you want to go ahead and text the word story, just spelled out correctly, STORY, to the number 954-278-3701. Once again, you're going to text the word story to 954-278-3701. And what that's going to provide you is a free training video that I have, as well as a workbook, which is my gift personally from me to you, allowed me to create a little value for you and start the introduction between you and I. So this is just a tremendous resource. I wish we had more time to sort of chit-chat. But if you
Well, they
at least
can
start
they
there,
can chit chat with you.
yeah,
'cause they
absolutely,
Connect with you, so
absolutely. Okay, so excellent. So I'm going to get out of here, and it was an absolute pleasure hanging out with you all.
All right, Andy, take care, man, and kiss that little girl for us.
I sure will.
I know you will. All right. All right, bow tie.
It's your favorite bow tie wearing entrepreneur, Jeremiah Woods, owner of Brothers Tire for Life, and Single Grace acronym based motivational speaker you ever meet in your life. If you want to keep in touch with me, you can follow me on Facebook, Jeremiah Woods. Just type it in, it'll come up. You can follow me on Instagram at I Make Bow Ties, and I'm excited to be here. And so definitely I want to get out the way. We've got some heavy hitters coming in. And the George Frazier just walked in, so I don't even deserve to be on the mic anymore. I'm just going look. I'm gonna knock it over and walk out.
No, you definitely deserve to be there. Hey, welcome to the Black CEO Conversation Room. We are, as you can see, we're in transition here. As bow tie Jeremiah said, the George Frazier is in the room, and we're actually transitioning over. I'm going to be transitioning over the lead to Shay Brown as he introduced Dr. Frazier, as well as one of the things that Dr. Frazier is going to do is actually do some live coaching here. You know, yesterday we had a Millennium Mashup. We called it in the room. Had a great time, I believe, and you're about to see similar type things happen, but as only the Dr. George Frazier can do.
So, Dr. Frazier, you can put the headset on. You've done help the headset, gentlemen, as we get ready to go in. We put the young lady there. And we got D. Howard White, who's been holding it down, man. Howard White has been in here holding it down. Howard, I couldn't wait to get in here because they have air conditioning, man.
I know, man. It's
I
cool in here.
I couldn't wait to get in here, man. I felt like they took me from the outhouse.
Hey, Shay, I
I
asked
was
Glenn.
happy to come in.
You know, you come into Glenn's office. I said, Glenn, why is the rest of the building so hot? Glenn said, hey, I know what I need, and I make sure I have what I have.
Look at him looking like Big Papa over there.
Somebody get me some water.
Yes.
Here you go. I got you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah.
There you go, bro. I got one right here. Thank you.
Okay. I'll just pass out. Okay.
Tiana?
I was messing with you.
And we'll just step
I'm
right
messing
over.
with you. Huh? Yeah.
We'll just step
Shay?
right over.
I'm messing with you. Yes. What will happen is when we start, we're going to put
Oh, thank you.
put this microphone right here in the middle. So you're gonna slide that. That one right there. You can slide that one over to her, and then you and George can put that one there.
And then we'll use this one.
Yeah. There we go.
Now, do we need headphones? Because I can hear you.
Well, you need. You don't have to have a headphone on because you can hear me. So if you don't want to have a
Actually,
headphone,
you can take it off.
you can take it off. Yeah, he said I don't want to have
Because the
it.
control,
So, there.
the control room is not talking to us. That's
Yeah.
the main reason. So this is
No,
Sometimes
Trevor,
you
no,
need it
Trevor's not
for,
coming in. Come on around. Come on around.
Sometimes you need it for if you have guests asking questions. That kind of.
everybody's in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So then.
Oh, we don't need it. Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get a headset on. I felt like I was important or
Feel
something.
official, right?
I felt official. I mean, now I feel like.
Keep it on,
You're not as official.
Keep it
Well,
on.
Yeah.
I'll get a picture with you.
Oh,
with
thank
your
you, thank you,
headphones.
thank you,
Snap,
thank you,
snap.
thank you. Can I get a
Ready?
picture with my
Yeah.
headset on? Thank
There
you.
you go. There you
A
go.
flash? You must have an Android. You know,
Oh.
on these, they don't need no flash on these things. They'll be getting photos and pictures, and you'll hit the door when he comes. We have one more coming back in, right? Brian's coming back. He has the camera. All right. Well, here we are in Black. There you go. Thanks a lot. In Black Conversations with none other than Dee Howard, Tiana, and the entire crew here, and we have Dr. George C. Frazier that's in the house. What's going on, George?
You, this, Marilyn, these brothers up in here,
And sister.
and the sister,
Sister.
right?
She said, sister. She said, come on now.
Stop.
Stop.
And all the power in the room. That's what's up. That's what's up. All this power, this young power, this young energy. That's
Shay,
really what's up. Should I get closer to this mic?
Yes, there you go.
You're recording this. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's up.
Yeah.
And it's an honor to be here and to serve in this way, to coach and to mentor and to provide some advice and counsel and contribute what I can in the time that we have. That's what's up, right? And I prior to coming in the room, I gave the crew a little mini lecture on our responsibility as black men, as black people. And that responsibility is to learn, to earn, and return.
To what now? Say that one more time.
Our responsibility as black people, as conscious black people, is to learn, to earn, and return. There are plenty of us learning, there's plenty of us earning, but not enough of us are returning. And that's why we are where we are. Because white folks ain't saving black people. White folks ain't even thinking about black people. Right? You know who white folks are thinking about? White folks, right? They're thinking about their children, their schools, their husbands, their wives, their neighborhoods, and their businesses. That's what they're thinking about first, right? And you can't hate on them for that, because that's what we should be thinking about first. I wrote this in a book 22 years ago called Success Runs in Our Race, The Complete Guide to Effective Networking in the African American Community. And one of the foremost values and principles in that book is that we must think race and culture first, but not only, right? But not only. And so we have to coalesce our resources, our intellectual capital, connect the dots, collaborate, not just cooperate, so because cooperation, 1 and 1 makes 2. Collaboration, 1 and 1 makes 11.
Yes.
And that's really where we need to be going. And we got it like that. We're creative and innovative and powerful people. We just don't really understand who we are. And and so the minute we wake up to that, we will be an awesome and powerful people. Because God has given us every single thing we need to succeed. We have everything we need to succeed except each other. Jews have each other. East Indians have each other. Asians have each other. Arabs have each other. We don't have each other. So the minute, because we got $1.3 trillion in an annual economy. We got money. We got brain power. We got young brothers and sisters who are down with it and who are conscious and who are looking to be coached and modeled, and so we got to do this because no one's going to do this for us but us. So that's what's up.
I like that. That's what's up. So if we can, George, the folks that are here, the marketing millennials, and of course Tiana, the rock star herself, she said, I can hold it up in here. I can make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
So what I like to do, George, if I can, is give them an opportunity to go around the room and take 1 minute,
Sure.
say their name and their level of expertise. So we'll start here on my right, and we'll just work our way around to the left, and then after that, I'll start with the young lady.
Let me get the headphones.
You really need
Who
it.
wants to be official?
I like to hear my,
Oh, yeah.
my voice.
You like the sound of his voice.
Yes. He want to hear his own voice, don't he? And that's what it looks like when we're out live now, so you can see it.
That's fine. That's phenomenal.
Okay. First off, my name is Mark Anderson. I'm 21 years old. I started doing camera work 6 months ago in August. Well, it's probably 7 months now. The date changed. But yeah, I lost my mother in June to cancer, lung cancer. And I was down. I lost myself. And with her life insurance, I actually used some of the money I got from her life insurance and invested in what I love to do. I used to work for the government, corporate America, and I was draining myself at 18. Had a top secret clearance, good paying job, but like you said, it was racial profile. They was mad I was young, making the same money as they were, and been working for the government almost 10 years. But so I resigned, and I just fell in love with the camera. Fell in love doing technical stuff, just real hands-on, artistic, just creative, and I just like to do fun things. So I was like, I'd rather invest in something that I love to do, that I have a vision for, a clear vision for. So basically my vision, if I make it, well, I know I'm going to make it, work with these fellas and with Trevor and Shay and with my brother Will, who put this all together for us to be in this situation. I'm very thankful for. And just want to give back to the community, want to get teach kids how to use cameras, drones. I know how to fly a drone, got my drone license. And just want to give back to the kids.
Did you get some training on how to use
Yes.
the camera and all the
I
technical?
mean,
You went to a
I
school?
learned. No, I didn't go to the school. I learned myself, self-taught. Like, I used to do my little brother backstory videos off an iPad and was editing it. And then my mother was like, "You good, you good." So with me remembering her saying I'm good at that, I just drove with it with the passion and just put 100% into this camera work. And it's going real far. Working with a lot of people. Sitting here with you is amazing. So I know it's going down the right path.
That's
and
right.
being around with Shay and
God
Trevor
bless you.
is just amazing. An amazing opportunity to be here at Black CEO 2017 and to be here all the time. So my thing, I want to give back to the community, the young kids who got the creative mind, because some kids might be shy. I was that shy kid at first, and I didn't want to show people my talents. I thought they would be like, that's whack, that's not cool. But now they saying, oh, that's cool. Can you do that for me? Can you take my picture for me? Can you do my music video? And now I'm like laughing. But my big picture is like how Universal Studios got their big warehouse where movie companies come and shoot their productions. I want to bring something to the DMV, and so kids, movie productions, they could come here, generate revenue, give kids, inner city kids, a chance to show their talents. And it don't even have to be camera. It could be music, singing, poetry, writing, everything that has art, dancing, dance company, anything, modeling, anything.
So if I can, let me jump in. Great job. One, just give just a word of advice, if you would, to him, George, and then as we go around, because we are going to come back around. Great
Okay.
job. No, you did
Oh,
a
my
great job,
bad.
man.
All right.
You did a great job. You did a great job. But we're going everyone else, we go around about a minute or two, and then we are going to open up some questions. But if you can, just based on what you heard, we just share one piece of advice, George, that you would have for Mark, the Cannon Man. He calls him the Cannon Man because I don't see his Canon camera, but it's somewhere around.
It's set up.
It's
for
set
the
up?
commercials.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's remarkable that you're self-taught. You know,
Thank you.
Malcolm X was self-taught. He dropped out of high school and became a ferocious reader in jail, basically, and self-educated himself. So that's possible, and that's wonderful, and that's the base. But we have to chase excellence and not chase money.
Right.
We have to be twice as good to get half as much. My mama told me that 50 years ago. She was right then, and she's still right, because if you're black and mediocre in America, you better leave, okay? So lifelong learning and constant never-ending improvement is what is going to be able for you to stay ahead of the curve and
Right.
to think innovatively. So my advice to you simply is I know that there's some advanced technology training that you can get.
Right.
Right. And it will come, I mean, it will flow. It'll be very easy because you have a propensity for it. You have a knack for it. You have a passion for it.
Right.
So it's just going to be, easy for you. And someday someone's going to ask you, have you done X, Y, Z? I mean, Spike Lee went to the NYU film school.
I want to be like Spike Lee.
Right?
I want to be better than Spike
Yeah,
Lee.
absolutely.
the first-
But he got some he got grounded in his craft
Yep.
with the best training you could get. Right. At that time, it was the New York NYU Film School.
Yep.
Right. So look around. There's stuff out here that's
Right.
advanced. You don't want to take anything basic. You're
Right.
beyond that.
Right.
Continue to educate your mind and build on your skills because you're in a STEM field.
Yep.
Science, technology, engineering, and math. I don't have to tell you how fast your field changes.
Right.
Right? Right? About as fast as a new cell phone comes out.
Right.
Right? So you got to stay on top of that. That's my advice.
Thank you so much, George.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. All right. Tell me your name, where you're from, and a little bit about your area of expertise.
Hello, everybody. My name is Teru Thompson, and I'm currently a digital brand specialist. My expertise is in design and visuals, also somewhat a little graphics, and also photography. I started about maybe this is probably my third year. I mostly taught myself. I did ask other photographers and videographers and just people in that expertise, a lot of questions. And I learned a lot through trial and error. I'm still learning. I'm always going to be learning. I definitely want to get into also teaching, the youth, how to do what I could do, because I feel like that's important. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. I came to Baltimore to study electrical engineering at Morgan State.
All right, Morgan. All right. Shout out to Morgan State.
Did you graduate?
No, I didn't finish school. Almost did. I kind of realized that even though I kind of realized that engineering, I don't know, I liked it, but I didn't really have a passion for it. And then I switched my major to broadcast because I wanted to get into film. And then I realized as I was taking the class, I just knew a little more than the average student. So the professors kind of let me do what I wanted to. They let me do what I wanted to do. They actually had me teach the class, and then from there I realized I might have been wasting a little too much money, and maybe I could use that towards building a business or even just teaching myself. So here I am now with the millennials. I met Brian first before everybody else. Everybody else came after, and I'm grateful to be here
All right.
with you guys. It was a good opportunity to meet George Frazier and soak some knowledge, because this is actually a wonderful thing, and I'm just glad to be here and be a part of it. So,
Where in Brooklyn did you grow up?
I grew up in East Flatbush, Brooklyn, so it's predominantly a West Indian neighborhood. Gentrification changed it a lot now, but that's where I'm originally from. My mom is still there. I go to New York as much chance as I get.
Where's your family from?
My mom, she originated from Trinidad and Tobago. My dad, he's American.
Okay. Now, do you know where I'm from?
No, I'm not sure where you're from.
Brooklyn.
Okay. Brooklyn in the house.
Bed-Stuy.
Oh, that's where my dad's from. Bed-Stuy.
Bed-Stuy. You know where my parents are from? Guyana.
Guyana, okay.
They're from Trinidad.
Yeah.
So we grew up in a Caribbean neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, they say basically Caribbeans, and especially Jamaicans, are the black Jews. They really, really emphasize education and business ownership, right? Again, you're in the STEM world. That world demands innovation. If you're not innovating, if you're not taking the skills that you know, improving on those skills, and innovating, right, constantly innovating in that world, you will quickly fall behind. Right? So, yes, continue your education. Practical experience is wonderful. Get all of that you can. Learn to master the tools of your craft, and then think outside of the box. Now, let me tell you, this is what black people do best. We are some of the most creative people on the planet.
Agreed.
Make no mistake about it. We are about innovation. I mean, we created the only original American music. You do know that. Jazz.
Yep.
Do you know what jazz is really all about? The essence of jazz is improvisation. It's innovation on the spot. Miles Davis reinvented jazz 5 times because of innovation in his music. He mastered the trumpet.
Yes.
He went to Juilliard. Miles, I don't know if you know, Miles went to Juilliard, the Harvard of music schools.
Yeah.
Right? He got his basics down, and then he innovated all of his life, right? And then now he's an icon. Dizzy, and we can name a whole bunch who are just like that. So we have it like that, right? So just don't be happy being good at your craft.
Right.
There's a whole lot of people that's good at that craft. It's a select few that innovate, change the whole game. I don't have to tell you how many times we've changed music, right? Hip hop, we change music. So we have it like that. And so think outside of the box. Think innovation. Think of new ways to do old things. And you'll never have to worry about opportunities. This goes back to what I said there. Chase excellence, never chase money. Money has a very strange way of finding excellence. In fact, when you're excellent at whatever it is that you do, you will never, ever, ever have to worry about competition, right? You won't have to wait in any lines. People will wait in line for you. It's when you're mediocre, when you're average, you're now competing with most of America, because most of America is mediocre to average. That's where all the competition is, right? So don't be afraid to think differently. In fact, I think that was Apple's theme for many years, wasn't it?
It was.
Think differently. And they had big pictures of people that thought differently. You know who one of the big pictures was? Miles Davis.
Wow. Yeah.
In fact, he was the only, they had a whole campaign on Think Differently. Einstein was one. It was all white folks. The only black person in that campaign was Miles Davis because he thought differently. Think differently.
Think differently.
You can do it.
Definitely.
Hashtag think different.
Hashtag think differently. So if I can, let me change up a little bit. We've got probably about 25 minutes just to give you guys a time clock. There's always a time clock in my head. So what I like to do is jump over, and we're going to try to get to everybody, but I'd like to get a woman's perspective. It's not often that Tiana's probably the only woman in the room with a bunch of men, right? She's like normally it's like she's like all women and maybe one man in the room. But Tiana, if you can tell George a little bit about your business, and then ask him a question if you would like. She's a business owner out there like everyone sitting at this table. So you have your 2 minutes, if you will.
Oh, he made sure he let me know it was 2 minutes.
Well, I'm not being biased. It's just I have to at some point. I got to frame the conversation. I was taught frame the conversation. Okay,
right?
you got 2 minutes.
So let's
Excellent.
he makes a very, very important
Yes.
point.
Framing the conversation.
When the frame is right, the picture is beautiful.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
I love that. So I'm so honored to be amongst all of you, and especially you, George. Thank you for taking this time out with all of us lovely millennials here in the room. My name is Tiana
thanks.
Patrice. I'm a best-selling author, speaker, and coach. Founder of the Fearless Movement. I run a movement called A Million Fearless Strong, where our goal is in the next 3 years to help 1 million women live their best life on the other side of fear. And that life may be, in their career, it may be entrepreneurship, whatever that life looks like for them. I personally believe that women, especially our Black women, could absolutely rule this world if only we would stop standing in our own way and allowing fear to keep us in this dark room where it continues to manifest itself.
Amen.
I am also the founder of Women's CEO Alliance, where we turn entrepreneurs into CEOs. And so what that means is stepping away from that mindset, because right now entrepreneurship is trendy, and so everyone wants to start a business. And so we really help women tap into the core of who they are and build a business that's in alignment with that core, in alignment with their gifts and carrying their gifts boldly, and also positioning them for not just income, but making sure that they're making an impact. My philosophy and belief is that my success is based off of my impact. If I am effective, then my success will come. If I'm effective, then my income will be right behind it. And so that's what we teach the women that join Women's CEO Alliance. It's a full service consulting company. So when they come into our home, they don't have to leave. They can get coaching, sales, marketing, branding, graphics, you name it. And so this was definitely something that was a vision that was laid on me and my heart to be able to provide this resource for female entrepreneurs who are really ready to take it to the next level and create generational wealth for themselves and their families. So that's a little bit about it.
So your question to George would be, if you had to ask one question, what would your question be?
Oh, goodness, I have many.
Okay,
Let's
pick
see.
one.
You're like, pick one, Tiana, because you are a talker.
Yes, you are.
George,
We all are.
Not just for myself, but for the thousands of people who are listening and women that are listening right now, what's some advice that you would give to myself and women who are entering this industry of speaking and mentoring, consulting, and coaching? What type of advice would you give us to make sure that we keep our framework intact and things of that nature?
Public speaking is the greatest fear the human has. It's greater than the fear of dying. So the number one fear is the fear of speaking. The number two fear is the fear of dying. And the number three fear is the fear of speaking and dying in front of an audience. I did that many, many, many years ago. In the book that Les Brown and I wrote, Mission Unstoppable, Extraordinary Stories of Failures, Blessings, I talked about having almost passed out at a big event about 40 years ago when I first started down the path to speaking. And they basically had to carry me off the stage. Let's just put it this. And this is in front of a VIP group of Procter & Gamble, shishi poo-poo white men. Okay. Ultimate embarrassment, right? Now, I had a couple of choices. I could have said, no, speaking ain't for me. I'm out of it, right? Don't ask me to do that again. Or I could say, no, I'm going to try that again.
Absolutely.
Right? I'm going to try that again, and I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it one step at a time, and I'm going to start small, and then I'm going to get in where I can fit in, right? And so I boldly announced to the world that I was a public speaker, and that basically I would work for nothing, right? Now, I boldly announced that and put that in my subconscious mind. Whenever you put something in your subconscious mind, the subconscious mind automatically begins to resolve or provide you the resources on what you say, right?
Absolutely.
Negative or positive, by
Right.
the way, all right? So, for those who are seeking the career of public speaking, start small. Start wherever you can. I don't care if it's 2 people in a church basement. Volunteer. and basically they're your practice session. That's really
Yeah.
all they are. See, the way you overcome public speaking or any kind of speaking is you simply have to do it.
Yeah.
You have to do it. Now, there's certainly skills and a palette of tools that you learn how to use as you begin down this path of public speaking. And by the way, every very successful entrepreneur is going to have to learn how to speak publicly because you're going to have to make presentations. That's really what a good PowerPoint presentation is. It's a form of public speaking. Now, you have a tool there to help you, but you're really going to have to stand up and with passion and be counted. So you're going to have to learn that skill, and you can learn it. And what I did is I went to a Toastmasters. This
I
is
was in
40 years ago,
Toastmasters.
right? Toastmasters, and I began down that path. And so we need more brothers and sisters who can stand and be counted, who can eloquently articulate and inspire and educate and empower our people. That requires the skills that you so beautifully have. We need more. There's never enough. So begin anywhere that you can, proclaim it in your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind will find the resources and find the opportunities to allow you to grow in that in that business. So let me just give you a quick example. If you went out today and bought a Volvo, you know what would happen tomorrow? You would start noticing all the other Volvos. Right? That's what will happen. But if you didn't have a Volvo, you wouldn't notice them.
Right.
You have one, so it's now in your mind, and now your mind picks up and notices all these things. And you'd be waving to all the people that had a Volvo, like yours. So it's the same thing. Place it in your mind. If that's what you want to do, if that's what God and that has told you that's what you need to do, then do that. Now, let me give you all, you brothers and sisters, a very serious piece of advice. I've been married to the same sister for 45 years.
All right now.
45
Come on,
years.
somebody.
clapping
Y'all better
worthy.
catch that.
That's
Catch it now.
5.
Okay.
Black.
And I cannot even begin to tell you how important that has been in my own personal development. Because I married the right sister, right? I married the right sister. Now, I didn't know it 45 years ago, but I began down the path to solve one of the biggest problem in Black America that no one ever talks about. It's the biggest problem we have. The absence of Black men in the home. The absence of Black men in the home. Yep. So my advice to you, my dear, is find a brother with brains, because they all have penises. And my brothers, my advice to you is to find a sister with brains, because they all got vaginas.
This is real talk. Let's get real.
Right?
Got mine.
So that's straight, no chaser. You do that right. You make that. That's the biggest decision you will make in your life. Now, the other side of that is divorce. Now, you can try that 2 or 3 times if you'd like, because the first time you do it, you're going to have to split your assets in half. That's just the nature of marriage.
Yep.
Then you try that again. Now, remember, you're operating with half your assets. Then you marry again and get a divorce a second time. So now you got to split your half of assets in half again. Do that a couple of times and see how life works out for
Right.
you. Right? So picking the right partner is huge in your trajectory towards success. So you got to find a sister who's, in a sense, in her own way, is going to say what I said to you. Stay the course. Is there anything else we can learn? Is the books? So they got to be on that same pushing you as you're pushing her. My wife was director of corporate contributions for a big corporation, and I went out and began down the entrepreneurial path. Right. So, but we kept pushing each other, and she had my back, I had her back. Right. So that's Huge. Now, maybe you're not there at making that decision right now and deciding who your partner is going to be, but you're going to be faced with that sooner rather than later. Because that's what God intended.
Right.
You ain't going to get there on your own by yourself.
somebody.
I promise you that. It ain't going to happen that way. Right? Generally speaking, it's just you're going to have a partner. Right? There's a passage in the Bible, John 5:30. It's a direct quote from Jesus Christ. And there are not that many direct quotes from Jesus Christ in the Bible. And it's John 5:30. And Jesus said, I of my own self can do nothing. This was Jesus. Jesus couldn't get it done on his own by himself in a vacuum. Right? So you're going to need a partner that will push you, take care of you. That goes both ways. And it would be impossible to fail.
And with that being said, can you take a moment and share with the business owners one of the areas that you talked about with Trevor and I in the very beginning, and it was one analogy you used to share how to go from being what being average means. The story in terms of where you start, then you can be average, then you work your way up to excellence. Can you give them that framework? So what I'm asking them, gentlemen, as you're listening, is that George has this thought process on what you need to do as a business owner, as an individual, in order to be successful. You mind taking a moment and sharing that with them and listen very carefully, because this is one of the turning points for Trevor and I, because we were able to get going and we kind of left a few pieces. Sometimes when you move fast, you don't burn the bridge completely, but you certainly rattle that sucker and knock some things loose. So talking about that talk that we had and those points you talk about, good, average, excellent. I believe it is.
Well, the world is changing. I touched on that earlier. The world is changing. There's just no question about that. And the world in which our parents grew up in is a different world today. It used to be that if you were average, you could make a living in America, right? That we witnessed that in the great Southern migration, where racism was so intrepid in the South. There was a huge migration to the North because there was greater opportunity. People could have a living wage, and they can work in factories, right? They didn't have to have a college degree, and they could be middle class, right? They could be average, and they could be middle class. All that's over. So, if you had a piece of paper, you would write on the piece of paper, average, good, excellent, and amazing. Those would be the 4 categories. And then under average today, if you're average today, you're barely going to be able to live. So you're going to live poorly. So you would write poor under average. If you're good today, in today's world, you could live about average. If you're excellent today, you can live good. But if you're amazing, only if you're amazing, right, will you be able to live excellent. The world has changed. So you're going to pick, depending on your skill set, you're going to pick exactly how you will live. So if you're average, count on living a poor life. You're going to have poor friends. You're going to be in a poor environment. You're not going to have the whistles and bells of life, because what we've also learned is that 8 hours is not enough. I'm sorry. 8 hours is not enough. That provides subsistence, food, clothing, shelter. It fulfills Maslow's hierarchy of need. It's what you do after 8 hours. Right? After. So if you got to work 12 to 14 hours a day, and that's what you're going to have to get where I want you guys to be, amazing. That's what you're going to have to do. If you're going to do that, then you better love what you're doing. I work. There is no day, including today. I started at 5 this morning.
You texted me. I was like, hey,
Yeah.
he's up rolling this morning.
right. Now I got it 4 this morning.
Yeah, I got the
I will get
text.
home. I have a plane at 9:45. I get home at midnight. Count those hours. So by the time I get in bed, I would have put in almost 20 hours. But I'm energized. I'm excited. I wouldn't have it any other way because I love what I do. And so other people may say, well, you working 20 hours? Well, you can call it work if you want to. I don't call it work. There's nothing I'd rather be doing than what I'm doing. And so the time you blink your eyes and the time goes by quickly because I love what I'm doing, and therefore I'm passionate about it, and therefore I evangelize it. And anybody that, in fact, if you could watch me on an airplane and there was somebody sitting next to me that was willing to talk, right? Now I'm 18 hours into the day, right? I'd be having a conversation with them if they were willing to talk just like this. As I'm driven because I am doing God's work.
Yes.
I am on purpose.
Amen.
Yes.
Amen. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah. No,
No,
let me
no,
just
no,
complete
keep
this
going.
thought. I have never met anyone in life who didn't like what they were doing and was good at it. You cannot be amazing or excellent at something you hate. It's not
Right.
possible. Not possible. Only can you reach the excellence and amazing stage if, in fact, you're just like geeked about it. Right? And so I love your stories because that's what really, in the essence of your story, was that. This is just something you gravitated and, it evolved and you were drawn to. It's a beautiful thing, man. Beautiful thing. Now, here's when you will know that you're wasting your time at whatever it is that you're doing. Very simple test. If you could leave your business or job tomorrow and be happy, you're in the wrong damn job. You see, I couldn't leave what I'm doing tomorrow and be happy. I would be miserable. You'd be miserable. This is what I'm born to do.
Yeah.
You right? So check it. Make sure you're loving it, man. And if you ain't loving it, bless it and release it. Get out of it. It's not too late. And go try something else. It's okay. Failure in this case is good.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the whole book is about. Mission Unstoppable, extraordinary stories of failures, blessings. So it's okay you try something. I can't even begin to tell you how many things I tried until I finally found that thing. I mean, I got the hell out of Procter & Gamble, and people were scrapping to get in it. I said, no, I'm not going to sell toothpaste the rest of my life. It's wonderful. I need to learn branding and marketing from the best on the planet, but I don't think God wants me to do this the rest of my life. But there's some skills and some things here that I can learn. And you know when I knew it was time to leave? When I didn't like it and I was bored. Time to leave. You were going to ask a question.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead and ask a question. We got about. Well, they'll let me know when they're ready. It's 12:50. It's supposed to come in now, but go ahead and ask your question. Just trying to get you got a short amount of time.
Yeah, literally
They
60
may be-
seconds.
no.
It
I'm
matters.
not going to stop here because there's another. We're going to do a women's set, but I'm going to give you a moment when after he asks his question, you answer it. Talk a little bit about the Power Networking Conference for those folks that are watching and listening. Not live, but tell them a little bit about
Yeah,
it.
that's what's more important than what I'm about to ask anyway.
Now, go ahead.
It's not in regards to what you just
It's all
said.
important.
So important.
No.
Go ahead.
It's okay.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Your wife of 45 years. This was one. Does she know you don't have your ring on right now?
Oh, this is a long story. Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to know.
I don't. And let me tell you what happened. We were living in a very nice apartment building in the hood in Cleveland 2 years after we got married. I had a beautiful ring. And I pulled into my garage. Two brothers came up behind me when I got out of my corporate car, put a shotgun to my head.
Wow.
Threw me in the back of their car, drove off, took my ring and all whatever I had on me, which I thought they were going to kill me, actually, to be honest with you. Because they said that. It was basically a form of terrorizing. That's what happened to my wedding ring. So Nora Jean and I talked about it, and I
I'll be
said,
back.
listen, you
Y'all
want me to
keep
get
going.
another
Keep
ring?
going.
She said, no. don't, hold that as a remembrance to be good and to be better and to do more and not to hate. Right? Because when something traumatic like that happens to you from your own, if you don't manage your mind, you will fall out of love with your own people.
Yep.
That is not good.
Amen. So you guys can thank me for asking that question.
Right? So thank you for I've told that story to very few people because very few people have asked that question.
Exactly.
But that's the story
Powerful
behind the
people
question.
That's
ask
powerful questions,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
George, if you would, talk about the PNC and why people should attend.
Yeah. Well, the Power Networking Conference is coming up. This is our Sweet 16, it's our 16th year. We brought it to Prince George's County last year for the first time. We'll be in Prince George's County for at least 4 years. So we're back at the Gaylord, the fabulous Gaylord Hotel. And it's a conference like no other conference, certainly in Black America. It was rated by Forbes magazine, the capitalist tool, that's what they call themselves, as one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed. Not one of the top 5 black conferences. One of the top 5 conferences of all the conferences. I don't have to tell you how many conferences there are in America, right? Why? Because they understood that we talked about at the conference the only 2 or 3 things that matter in America: money, business, and wellness. And they're all connected, by the way. Deeper thought, and I'll unpack that at another time. Money, business, and wellness. That's all we talk about. Because that's the second biggest problem in our culture. I already told you what the first problem is. The second is financial illiteracy, business illiteracy. And so I have invested my time, talent, and treasure, 40 years, 30 years as a formal business, 10 years before that, in bringing information, knowledge, opportunity, tools, creating a network of 71,000 top black professionals, business owners, and community leaders together to focus on that, because nobody else is focusing on it. Okay? So it is a place that you come if you want to access powerful people. It's a place you come if you're looking for a strategic alliance, a joint venture, or a partnership. It's a place you come if you're starting or seeding a business. It's a place you come if you're trying to grow your business, because if you want to be around important people, you have to be where important people are. They ain't coming to you. You got to go to them.
Absolutely.
So we have billionaires and millionaires. So it's a chance for you to network at a high level and sit at the feet of masters and learn and grow and prosper.
So with that said, George, I'm young. I may feel out of place when I attend this. Could you share 1 or 2 strategies on how to network at a conference such as the PNC?
Great question.
And the benefit, if you don't mind me throwing that in, the benefit of millennials going to the Power of Networking conference as well. Because I believe for millennials, some feel as if they aren't welcome at events, or they're not for them, which they are.
Right, totally wrong.
So-
That's exactly
Right.
right. For millennials, the huge advantage for millennials is that you are with the elders. You are with the brothers and sisters that have been there, done that, got that T-shirt, and who are massively successful at what they do. So on our stages are millionaires and billionaires that look like you. And they stay for the whole 4 days. They don't hide behind a curtain, make their speech, and leave. Right? They're there to connect. So if you really, you see, if we knew better, we would do better.
Amen.
Right? And one of the things I hear millennials complain about is the lack of mentoring and modeling that they're getting from the older, more successful black entrepreneurs and entrepreneuses. That's the female version of entrepreneur.
Oh, I gotta get that.
Entrepreneuse. French is entrepreneur is a French derivative, and that means a male taking risks. That's right. Entrepreneuse is a female.
You know, I'm going to be saying that today all day, right, guys? I am an entrepreneur.
You're an entrepreneur. That's right. And you're entrepreneurs. Okay. But that's a subtlety. It's nuance, and most people don't get that. Doesn't matter. But so that's a huge advantage for millennials, and we need more young people because I'm 72. I know I look 35 or 40, but black don't crack.
Say it again.
So, but what I'm saying is, there are many like me that are looking to pass the baton.
Absolutely.
Right? And we've got to pass the baton to righteous, conscious, skilled, passionate brothers and sisters.
Amen.
Right? And so we need to see them, and they need to see us and cultivate the relationship. It's July the 5th through the 8th at the Gaylord.
I'll be there,
Let's get it.
fellas. I'm
Let's
just
get
letting
it.
you know right now that
I
Tiana
can't speak
will
for
be in the
nobody else,
building.
but
So make sure that you're there. I'll be there.
Darren
George,
Smith
if you
will be
would,
there.
though, give one or two tangibles because when you read
you wanted
George's
to
books,
talk about, yes.
Yeah, I mean because I want someone's listening out there online right now and saying, okay, yes, that's all great, I hear that, but I'm afraid. So give one or two tangibles that they can put in their tool chest to help relieve some of those fears and help them march forward.
Mm-hmm. We have networking roundtables. This is where just like we're doing right now. Actually, it's a round table, but
not funny.
There's 10 of us,
Yes.
right? That we have 60 or 70 tables.
Yeah.
They're round. We put a subject matter expert that looks like you at that table, just like you guys are doing with me, right? And you spend time talking to that brother or sister, asking these kinds of questions, and I promise you, because it's controlled and organized and managed, structured networking. It's not just freelancing.
Okay.
And maybe you can and maybe you can't. No, it's very structured.
That's huge.
Right. So it's important that we have some structure. This is structured networking. That's what you're doing right now. Right? This is really the best way to begin cultivating, nurturing, and building relationship. So let me say that about that. Business is about relationships. Without relationships, you have no business. Without relationships, you have no business being in business. In fact, the business we're all really in is in the business of building relationships. So the Power Networking Conference is a place where you can build relationships with people that have knowledge and assets, which is what you need.
Yep.
Knowledge and assets. So you need access to them. One of the huge problems in our culture is that we don't have the kind of access to that kind of knowledge and assets that we should have and that we need to have.
So you talked about that, George. I know the roundtabling. Also, there's group coaching. Let's talk about some of the features of PNC that people may benefit from.
Yeah.
And I'm ashamed to say, I haven't been, but this year I'm going to be a coach.
Yeah.
I apologize, but I hate to say it. But now, with that said,
So that's
the free coaching
that's another
you have.
benefit.
Yeah.
So we have free coaching sessions from some of the best and brightest, most experienced coaches in America. And so it's a place that you can go sign up for a coaching session, and it's one-on-one. It's not a round table. So you can get some one-on-one. We have 14 coaches. And so our conference starts on a Wednesday, ends Saturday night. In fact, the only party we have is Saturday night. We don't bring in big name entertainment. Y'all can do that at any time, right? We have night classes. We have night coaching. We start at 7 in the morning and we end at 11 o'clock at night, right? And everything is packed. That's how hungry we are for connection and for knowledge.
Let's go.
Corporate America potential sponsors, are they there?
Oh, yeah. Google is there. HP, Hewlett-Packard is there. Infusionsoft is there. Wow. This year, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and BMW will be big sponsors. And so it's all high-end stuff. It's a high. I mean, if you've been to the Gaylord,
Yeah.
it's high-end.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a fabulous environment, very conducive to the kind of work that we're talking about.
So, guys,
Absolutely.
high-end real touch.
Thank you.
So I think they're about to bring the others in, but anything else you want to share with the Millennium Group before the women come in, George?
One of the biggest mistakes that people make, there's a talk that I give called The 7 Biggest Mistakes We Make When Networking that kills your business and ruins your reputation. One of those things, let me back up. I've been at this for 40 years. I've given out over 31,000 business cards. And people used to come up to me and say, Dr. Fraser, aren't you sort of afraid to give out that many business cards that you will be overwhelmed by people calling you? I said, no, not at all. Because here's what I've learned after 40 years. 99.9999% of everybody I've ever given a business card will never follow up. I will never hear from you. And you got a card from America's networking guru. I will never hear from you. So it doesn't matter. I can take the cards and throw them up in the air. I won't hear from no one. Lots of reasons for that. So what I'm saying to you is don't make that mistake. I cannot even begin to tell you what has happened to my life because I simply followed up. Right? Probably 50% of all the great things that has ever happened to me happened because I followed up. Now, by the way, there's a caveat to that. Don't follow up and ask for anything. That's the first biggest mistake that people make when networking. They network to get something. Wrong. You network to give. And as you give, you get.
Absolutely.
If you have nothing, it's because you've given nothing.
Hashtag.
Right? So you cannot take out of life that which you have not put into life, just as you cannot take out of the bank that which you have not put into the bank, right? So networking is about giving, investing, cultivating, nurturing, giving unconditionally, and knowing. Now, this is biblical. I wish I had invented that concept, but God invented that concept. And everything in nature you can observe the giving process, right? Everything, right? So remember that. And I'll probably tell some stories when I give my talk later.
Absolutely.
They're gonna be front row. Everyone's gonna be front
And
row.
they'll be fighting for a
Right.
front row. So here's what we have. We have about maybe 12 minutes left in here. 1:15 sharp. We'll end in here. We're going to bring in another panel for those folks that are watching and listening here. And then I think about 2:15, you'll be going on into the rise of the Black CEO, which is room 1 for folks that are watching and listening right now. I know y'all were talking about Power Networking. I missed that. That's my favorite topic to talk about because I didn't get to tell the story of how we got into Power Networking Conference. But I will say this, that George and the Power Networking Conference opened up the Power Network Conference in order to have a virtual conference. So everything that you are doing now, dedicating your time, dedicating your energy, your talents, and your resources. 4 or 5 years ago, we had opportunity to do it with something called social casting, which did not exist at the time. Trevor kind of invented that concept or that idea. Here's
That's what I was talking about, innovation.
Yes.
Right.
Came up with it, and we went to serve. We went down there. We told them stories so they know. With 5 folks in the room, and we went down there and served, and now have opportunity to serve in a different capacity because you will be live streaming this time, and you have a huge sponsor for just the live stream. So I won't mention that here, but
Google is the sponsor.
Google is the sponsor. I missed all that. And then you may not know. I don't know. I wasn't around here. I don't know if Tiana mentioned it. She's going to be one of the coaches
at the Power Networking Conference.
She's trying to be humble.
I'm trying to make sure that you guys are in the room.
That's yeah.
I will be there. You didn't ask me how
In
I
case
would
you
be
didn't
there.
know, George, she had the opportunity of
funny.
going through the interview
You're funny for
process
that.
and was selected to be one of the coaches. So she'll be there coaching other folks who are there as well. Now, I wasn't here earlier, did I? Yeah, that is just incredible. So you make sure you see him. Y'all be there working too now. Y'all be working now. We're gonna be live streaming. It's gonna be a beast. And Howard was one of the digital facilitators last year as well, and he will be there again this year. And Jeremiah, did you? I don't know if y'all made it around the room. So when I left, but we only got about 10 minutes. We didn't. Of course, we didn't. Okay, so I'm gonna go here and then here. So we're gonna go. You got 1 minute. Where's my watch at? Okay, I'm not putting you on the spot, but I am. You got 1 minute to ask your question and make a comment, and then George, I'm gonna have you make a comment. You said something. You say anything? No. See, you already been quiet.
I'm more of a listener at the end of the day anyway.
All right. So, yeah, you hear that?
You're
I'm
in the
just
room
listening.
with greatness. You better sit up and ask.
He said, "Listen, okay."
Well, first
Jeremiah?
I want to say thank you for your time and being here. And then my question would be, you talked about being excellent, right? And so could you share maybe some of your thoughts and process of how to be a thought leader or how to be excellent in the space? So I consider myself, I don't consider, I do acronym-based speaking, right? So anytime I speak, I have an acronym. So people call me Bowtie, but that actually stands for being bold, optimistic, wise, tangible, impactful, effective.
Come on now.
So with that, do I just thank you. So with being excellent in that space, do I just continue to create thought-provoking acronyms, or how do you get from the speaking with the 5 people in the church basement to being, you're considered one of the world's leaders in the things that you do. So I guess, is it just time, or is it time plus the things that you're doing, or if you could share on that?
Yeah. Well, you hit the nail on the head. It's time. It is nurturing, and it's nature. It's DNA. It's the people around you. Introduce me to your 5 closest friends, and that will tell me who you are. As they know, as they go, you go. That's huge. It's huge. The impact of your friends, your associates, is probably going to have at least a 50% effect on where you're going in life. So, a simple example. If your desire is to, let's say, earn $200,000 a year, or if your desire is to be a movie director, then you have to hang out with people who are making that or doing that. You got to find a way to meet them, which means you have to be where they are and serve them. Right? So if Spike Lee called you tomorrow and say, listen, I'm working on this project in Prince George's County, and I need some volunteers. It's going to be 5 or 6 hours a day. Would you jump out of your skin for that opportunity? You damn right. Absolutely. Right? You would jump out of your skin just to be in his presence. And then whatever assignment he gave you, whatever, I don't care how minuscule or how menial you may think it is, right? Blow it out of the water. He said, listen, I've got a whole bunch of elephants I'm using on this shot, and I want you to go behind the elephants. I'll tell you what that is, right? Smile. Right? I will say, I will pick, right. You will not see any elephant mess ever in your shots. I promise you, Mr. Lee. Right? And then that will lead to the next opportunity. Because that's an attitude. You understand? So what really successful people are looking for are, what's your attitude about this? Right? Instead of you saying he gave you that assignment and you said to him, hey, Negro, please, man, I ain't picking up no elephant, right? Well, that's the end of your career in association with Spike Lee. right? He just go find some brother or sister that will, that wants to break into the film industry. So you get in where you fit in, and wherever you are, you blow it out of the water. That's an attitude in life, right? I remember the first job I ever got was in the basement of the Key Food grocery store, right around the corner on Putnam Avenue in Nostrand. Okay, my father was good friends with the manager, Leon. It was his name. He got me the job. It was through a relationship. Everybody wanted to work. I was 14, 15 years old, and I actually technically couldn't work. I wasn't really. I couldn't. I wasn't old enough, but they hired me off of the books, and so he took me down to this dark, dank basement. I said, "Listen, this is back in the day when you would buy a pop or a soda and you bring the bottles back, and you got 2 cents or 3 cents or 4 cents depending on the bottle. Well, all those bottles went into the basement, and then they had to be sorted out so that when the Coca-Cola truck came, the Coca-Cola truck would get the Coca-Cola bottles, not the Pepsi bottles. Somebody had to do that job. I was the guy to do that job. It was down in the basement. Leon took me down the basement and said, "This is your job." It was a mess. So I looked at it. I said, "Wow." I said, "Wait, give me 24 hours. Give me a couple of days. This is going to be the best looking basement you have ever seen." And so he said, "Oh, okay, all right." So that's attitude. And then as he started going back up the stairs, because he wanted me to start right then and there, he said, "George, you didn't even ask how much you're going to make." I said, well, whatever it pays. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I got this. And 2 days later, he came and I said, "But damn, that is like, no one has ever done a job like this." He said, "You know what, George?" And by the way, it was $1.50 an hour. He said, I like your style, I like your attitude. He said, "Why don't," he said, "I want to take you. I want you to promote you. I want to take you upstairs, put you on the main floor, and I want you to stock the shelves with, and make sure that the green beans are with the green beans, and the collard greens are with the collard greens, and the black eyed peas. I want you to do that. Do you think you can do that?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "I'll put you in charge of it." So immediately, within 2 days, I got a promotion. He said, "You go from $1.50 an hour to $2 an hour." I didn't even ask for a raise. He just liked my attitude, right? I did it with excellence. Within 3 weeks, I was the best canned stocker in Key Foods. He said, "Man," he said, "would you like to be a head stock clerk?" Wow. I said, "Sure." He said, I want you to teach other people how to do what you do." He said, "Then you're going to go to $3 an hour." So now in 6 weeks, I doubled my salary, because all of those jobs were menial, right? But I never looked at them as that. I looked at it as an opportunity that needed to be done with excellence. Now, where did that come from? Partly from my father, who was Caribbean. He was about that. He taught us excellence is in the details. It's all in the details, right? And then it's your attitude, smile, right? And do it. So wherever you can get in, do not minimize what it means. Blow it out of the water, and I promise you somebody's going to notice that. It's impossible not to notice that. And then the next opportunity will present itself.
Absolutely.
So, right? So that's how you get to excellence. It evolves. It begins with attitude.
That's great.
Great answer. And so as we wrap it up, coming down the home stretch, we've only got about 2 minutes left, George. A couple of things. We'll give you closing comments because folks are here, and we have opportunity to mingle a little later on. Let you know that George didn't know this was taking place, by the way. So it's not like he planned for this, prepared for this. He thought he actually had been speaking by now and on his way to get something to eat, probably. So I will remind them when you get out there, if you see Regina, and make sure we'll get you something to eat if you haven't eaten already. And Peggy and them are out there. So we'll get that taken care of for you.
I'll take him to lunch.
Yeah, you want to go lunch. He's not. He's definitely not going away. He'll be right here because we have another one coming up, another panel coming up. But I would like for you, if you can, for folks that are listening, that are out there right now, and those folks that are in the room right here, to share your closing comments for the millennials, for those folks that are listening right now and tuning in. You've said a lot what they should do in business, but if you had to give them the directions, the 1, 2, and 3, just to take away from this conversation, it was so much. What would you say now to that person that's sitting there, 20, 25, and saying, is this possible? Can this be done during this time?
We are man's first people.
Amen.
75,000 years ago, the first human remains were found in the Olduvai Gorge in Ethiopia. Now, I've been to Ethiopia. If you're hanging out in Ethiopia, you're blue-black. So when our Almighty made us first, and everyone comes from us.
Plot twist.
Ever forget that. Right? He had something in mind. My good Jewish friends tell me all the time that we are God's chosen people. That's what my Jewish friends tell me. I said, yeah, Bob, you may be God's chosen people, but we're God's first people. And you are of us. Don't ever forget that. All right? So once you plant that seed of power in your mind, it inspires you and helps you to understand that you are capable of doing anything you want to do.
Amen.
If you can say it, if you can dream it, you actually can do it. We have it like that. And that is not to minimize the excellence or the potential excellence of all others, yes. But there's something very special about us. And we must never, ever forget that. And so there's a little mantra that I have audience say at times, and I want you to say this with me. I want you to say, success runs in our race. Say that.
Success runs in our race.
Because success lives where I live.
Because success lives where I live.
We must be willing to share our success.
We must be willing to share our success.
And to help others succeed.
And to help others succeed.
Each one must reach one.
Must reach one.
And teach one.
And teach one.
Ashe.
Ashe.
All right.
All right, let's give him a hand. Thank you so much. All right, gentlemen, we will be heading out, and I think the next folks will be coming in.
Okay.
George, you need a break? You're okay?
No, I'm just going to get something to, maybe some coffee.
Okay. So there's a coffee machine. Well, we can get you some coffee. You want black coffee? What do you want?
Cream and sugar.
All right, so gentlemen, if you guys out there at the machine, get him some coffee, cream and sugar, and he'll stand and stretch for a moment, and then he lays it right out front. So if you open the door up as you're leaving out, and coffee with cream and sugar.
Like light brown? You need all these chairs.
Leave the chairs in here for now, because I'm not sure how many folks up there.
One cream, one sugar?
One cream, one sugar, yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate you, man.
Come through bow tie. Say come through bow tie.
If there's no coffee out here, there's a deli right across.
Right? Now you
No, it's walking distance. Right
That's
there.
what I'm saying, right? You in debt, right? Keep that in your mind, and you'll never fail. Right?
I'm sorry.
My pleasure, man.
Apologize that you had to go through that traumatic.
Drag somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A positive story came out.
Yeah. What? Extraordinary stories of failures, blessings.
Will, can you put it back in my bag,
I
please?
hear that.
All right.
You put this in my bag.
Appreciate you.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Of course, man. We need you to learn that.
So George, you're gonna stay here after you
Oh,
come
yeah,
out?
Ladies?
Yes.
Okay, so I can leave him good?
Yes, you could.
My question would be to him when he goes there to the next phase.
I'm in here.
Is us basically, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, my parents lived in that freedom, civil rights era.
Are you staying in with us?
If I have to leave, I will. If I don't,
If you feel like one of the ladies, you're more than welcome to stay here with us.
Hey, girl, how you doing? And be a part of the crew with the ladies.
Yes.
I've been from
Yeah.
yesterday. I had a mashup with all the millenniums. I had 5 women in the room yesterday.
All of my
So it got real after dark last night with the ladies.
Really?
Sure.
Hi, Howard.
Cheryl Kilby was.
Is George sitting here?
He must be sitting
Yeah,
here.
George's right here.
Here, okay, all right.
Okay. So this is
who's
yours.
sitting here?
George is here. Come on
Okay.
around here, Adeline. George is right there. Let's get this out of here.
Okay.
And Cheryl got real to the point of Cheryl said.
Ken is up. He's
were
probably
talking,
about 20
person
minutes
came
in, and he
up.
got an hour. Not sure who's next because he's moving
Oh, that's
Tiana.
Jerry.
Okay.
I bought 2 books from Jerry for my son. My other son's going to college this year. So these books. You met him. He's here, Jerry. So Cheryl was like, because I was saying give advice to up-and-coming speakers, and she was talking about, finding that harmony because it's never in balance. And so Cheryl was like, yeah, I got a husband wanting some, and my kids wanting to be fed. And then I'm out talking about speaking and networking.
You know, I just did my book too, Edeline. Winning the Game of College Admissions. I just did my book. I just published it. I didn't make it public yet.
I needed that book.
I'm gonna need it for my son.
My son's gonna be a freshman this year.
At college, right?
Yes. So he's going. He wants to go to Prairie View. So
Oh, good.
that's where we're gonna make it happen.
That's right. Always.
Spent 2 days out there on Tuesday and Wednesday. I mean, the campus out there is so gorgeous. Prairie View A&M. It's outside of Houston. All right, which one of you ladies moderating?
George's. No,
No, George is not.
he's just gonna be. He says she just pretty much wanted to be a conversation around. He didn't call for moderation. He just simply said he wanted the conversation to be around George talking about women in entrepreneurship. But let me just be clear on maybe you are the moderator.
No, I'm not the moderator, but I was just saying because if it goes, you want to need time and.
Well, time is 2:15.
2:15.
And it'll help him because he'll go along with stories if you don't.
Oh, so you mean somebody to just pull him in? Okay, well.
And I can do that, but.
Yeah, you can. If you're going to stay in here with us, you might as well work.
Take a nap, snore a little bit, and.
Tony, Tiana.
And we're all live, ladies, so the cameras are on and the mics are on. Just letting you know we're hot. Yes, we were hot.
As of right now.
Look, he's in here. He might as well work.
We're hot, y'all.
Yeah, if you want to join the ladies, you got to
You
show
gotta
up.
join the ladies. You gotta show up. This is guaranteed.
You don't have to, but you can. So
You
you're
can.
live.
So listen.
That's streaming across YouTube.
Listen.
And,
Listen.
Black CEO right now.
Okay.
Well,
the
I'm
ladies are ready.
So it just showed you that. Hey, this is Adeline, y'all. from down in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. One of the guy that came over with Uncle Frank, he does need some help with taxes. I got to introduce you guys. Potential client for you.
Okay, thank you.
He was saying he may have some issues, but he needed some help and didn't know anyone that could help him possibly. And I said, well, there is someone I know.
The guy with the
No, not bow tie. It was an older gentleman that came up. He didn't meet him, Joe. So I'll make sure I introduce you. A lot. So tell me about college admissions and how did you get into that?
So, I was a former high school teacher for 9 years.
No, I didn't know that, girl.
Yes. So I taught high school students for 9 years on how to start, operate their own small business. I'm a certified entrepreneurship teacher. And teacher of the year at that, too.
Where were you teaching at?
Duke Ellington School of the Arts. And that's where I stopped when I was done teaching. I was at Duke Ellington. Prior to that, I was at Dr. Henry A. Wise High School in Frederick Douglass High School in Prince George's County.
Okay.
And so I've been working with kids since 2002, and started off with it being just kids in my classroom. And then I realized so slowly but surely there were just too many students who just did not have the answers, and parents did not know how to give them the answers. And
That is powerful because
parents believed they were getting the answers.
Yeah.
But when you have 450 kids plus to every one counselor, they're getting answers, but they're general answers. And what about the kid who needs that unique individual?
they're getting the top 3 answers, the top 5 answers. They're
And
getting,
that is
they're getting the
fill out an
FAQ. They're getting the
application,
FAQ.
Take the testing, apply to scholarships, and don't forget your financial aid. Well, that sounds great, but it's foreign to most families.
So, yeah, well, while we're listening, someone may be listening online that has a kid, and how important it is for kids to interview their top, go and visit their top schools.
Oh, that's so important. And not only that, some schools rank that. So they have these cards you fill out when you come.
Yeah.
And so that's their way of tracking who's really interested in their actual college. So if you're banging against one other person and they visited and you've not, and you kind of neck and neck when it comes to academics, what could be their deciding factor? The fact that you stepped on their campus and you got an opportunity to interact. So you saying you want to be there, that's kind of almost solidifying. You really do want to be there because you took time to travel to that destination so that you could possibly be there.
And you know what? Not only that, it actually gives them that chance to experience, because a lot of things is that when we go and we don't go from what we see online, but actually being in that space.
A virtual experience
Yeah.
never replaces a real live, up close and personal experience.
I'm going to share an experience here, and
Yeah.
this is really just to show the impact of that. My son was decided on a school, and it was in Houston, Texas, so we were going to take him over to visit. And I said, son, we're going to go visit Prairie View. Well, Dad, I don't even want to go there. I'm not interested in that school. So my wife was smart enough to say, hey, why don't you invite some of his classmates? So he won't be talking about it by himself when he comes back. And so, as fate would have it, weekend, then we went over that Monday. All 3 loved the school. And then so he narrowed it down. So then I said, well, let's go back now so we can really meet people and talk about it. And I said, I need to talk about finances with him.
That's right.
And I said, and at first he was like, well, Dad, I said, son, you got to learn. If it's important, you got to show up. It make a difference.
That's right. And the way you show up.
Yes.
Because don't show up with the basic elementary school questions.
Right.
Do you have parties? Can you bring a car to freshman year? You don't have a car. So why are you worried about if you can bring a car?
You ain't getting a car. Ain't
Like,
no car that
they don't
freshman
have a
year.
car.
You got to earn that car. You got to re-earn that car. You got to see some grade point averages.
But that's the top questions that kids ask. They're worried about all the wrong things besides what your academic
Well,
program.
it goes back to a lot of what you heard here is the depth and the power of your questions determine the power of your answers.
That's right.
Absolutely. But you have to know what questions to ask.
Yes.
And that's one of the things is you're talking about being taught. So even as a kid, that's what's important to them right now, not seeing their future beyond that.
I'm going to say this, and I was blessed enough, and parents, please realize this. I didn't realize it until Monday or Tuesday. I get chills because I can remember 1983, my dad sitting at Southern University with George R. Sims saying, my son has a full ride at Jackson State, but I'm willing to pay something, not a lot now, for him to come to Southern. Can you do better than the standard?
What they do. That's right.
And when I got to Southern, my academic credentials was not as good as some of the students that had less money than me. But it was because he showed up.
He showed up
and
put
asked
it
the right
out there.
questions.
And ask the right questions, because
And
that's
so
key.
That's key. That is key.
So you help provide some of that information in your book?
Yeah, so in the book, we give you sample questions that you should actually be asking when you go on college campuses. And then we give them sample essays that kids have written that have gone through my College Bound program.
Okay.
We also give them scholarships, different listing of scholarships that are out, as well as the 5. So
Can I buy a draft for that now? I need some of those late scholarships. They'll say it'll be worth me.
So the book is called Winning the Game of College Admissions because it is a game. And you just have to have the right answers and the right strategies to get it. So it's 5 strategic moves to stand out in the crowd.
Okay.
The problem is everybody is trying to do it the same way, but what's going to set you apart? And that is knowing the categories of the college process. And so there really are 5 key areas, and that's your actual financing your education, testing, crafting your unique story, college visits, and college research.
So if
you
someone
can get all those together, you have it all down.
So if someone is listening, the book is not out yet, but how can they reach out to you? Say it clearly and slowly so they can reach out and actually get on the list to get the book.
So the book will go public live this upcoming week, and you can visit our website at Suited, SUITED, 4, success, SUCCESS.org. So that's Suited for Success. suitedforsuccess.org. And you can even shoot us an email by just adding info@suitedforsuccess.org. We don't want you to have to try and figure it out. We have all the answers for you right in winning the game of college admissions.
No, ladies and gentlemen, your name again?
Regina Robinson.
Regina Robinson.
And it's Suited for Success. College Planning Services is the organization.
The organization. So as you see here, actually you're live in the Black CEO Conversation Room. You just saw Dr. George Frazier with the Millenniums. We're about to have a women's mashup coming up. So you kind of got some things from behind the scene while we were waiting on George to kind of transition and get him a little coffee, because as he was sharing with the group before, you got to show up. And George got started about 4:00 this morning,
right?
And his return flight puts him back into New York around
Cleveland around midnight.
Right. So, but that's the kind of energy you got to have as an entrepreneur. Right. But as we get set, do we have anybody else coming? Well, if they do, they'll show up when they show up, because we're going to get started right now. If you're okay, George?
That's right. I'm ready. Let's roll.
Hey, that's it.
Got his coffee. Got his coffee. He ready.
You work with the people that's there. The rest get in when they finish.
What we got, we work with this.
That's right.
All right. So this is going to be a conversation about women in entrepreneurship. Or no. What was the word, George? Because I did not get it.
Entrepreneurs.
Everybody say that. Entrepreneurs.
That's French. And entrepreneurship came, or entrepreneur came, it's a French derivative, and it basically means a male who takes risks, right? And then entrepreneurs is a female who takes risks. That's a French thing.
Wow.
All right, but it has sort of a nice sound to it.
Yes, it does. It sure does. Say it again. Let me hear you say it. Entrepreneurs.
Go to the
You got to say it to go.
Entrepreneurs.com.
There you go.
Watch
out. Girlfriend don't be playing up there.
Yeah, listen. Got the lawyer over here like, I'm going to see if that's available right now.
Right now. You got to be ready to take quick action.
That's it. That's what it's all about. Just quickly taking action.
So to get the most out of this, we're going to allow, you ladies go around. I'm going to shut up, but we're going to try to keep it to a minute, kind of just say your name maybe as quick as possible, what you do in one good question for George, and Dr. Frazier will take it from there, I know. Mm-hmm. Start with Regina.
Okay.
You're in the big seat.
I'm Regina Robinson, international speaker, author, and coach, and I work with high school students on successfully navigating the college admissions process, and I work with women entrepreneurs who are ready to show up in their power and soar in their greatness.
Yes. Question for George.
And so for me, I've had an opportunity to be in your presence before and just know that you have a lot of knowledge and wisdom to just share with those of us who are just trying to start out. And trying to figure it out from that beginning stages. And a lot of times people miss being able to get wisdom from people who have already paved the way. And so for me, my question for you would be, what is some wisdom that you can partake and share that would allow me to go from where I am and possibility of getting to where I should be as an early starting entrepreneur?
Whenever I sign a book, and I've signed thousands and thousands of them over the years, I only sign 3 words. Stay the course. That's what I sign. And what that means is chart a good and righteous course. Stay that course. Because everything, by the way, that is good is not right for you. Just remember that. Everything that is good is not right for you. So chart a good and righteous course. Stay that course. And then all that is due you will come to you. All right? So that's huge. Now, I'm going to get a little fancy on you. I'm going to quote my favorite author, one that I was raised on, James Baldwin. James Baldwin actually said it better than anybody because he only used 3 words. James Baldwin said, we are born, we suffer, and then we die. That's what James Baldwin said. Now, what James Baldwin meant by that is that we will all suffer. We will all make mistakes. We will all fail. Our life will be circuitous, full of hills and valleys. Jesus, the Son of God, was crucified. So there will be no exceptions, right? There will be no exceptions. And what he was saying is how we manage our mistakes, our failures, our suffering, the circuitous path of life How we manage that will ultimately determine the meaning of the dash between the year you were born and the year you die.
Wow, Steve.
Oop, there it is.
Whoop, there it is.
All right? Do you feel me on that? So I'm saying for all of those who are starting out on their path, and it may be a new path, and you may find as you go down this path, for some odd reason, some strange reason, that it is not the path for you. It looked good, it had some bling, right? You was feeling it for a minute, and you started down the path, and then as you got into it, as you peeled back the onion, for one reason or another, you turned off by it, right? It's okay, right? Les Brown and I wrote a book, Mission Unstoppable: Extraordinary Stories of Failures, Blessings. You're going to fail. In fact, if you're not failing, you ain't doing anything.
Hey, come on. Come on.
So this is part of it.
Yes.
You ain't failing, you ain't doing it.
Especially as you begin down new paths. Right? And it's okay at some passage in your life to stop and restart. It's okay. Don't worry about that. You see, we have 8 passages in life, generally speaking. Each passage is about 10 years. Let me say that differently. You're a different person at 10 years old than you were at 1.
Yes.
You're a different person at 20 than you were at 10. You're a different person at 30 than you were at 20. You're a different person at 40 than you were at 30. You're a different person at 50 than you were at 40. You're a different person at 60 than you were at 50. I'm 72. I'm a different person at 72 than I was even at 60.
Really?
Yeah, in terms of knowledge, growth, wisdom,
Yes.
experience,
Yes.
how I process things.
Yes.
Right? So this is organic. This is okay. This is natural. And so don't get caught up on thinking, I started down this path and I have to succeed at this.
That's good.
No. Right. Right?
Sorry, I can't talk. So, ladies, y'all roll it out. Hey, this is your conversation, ladies.
We don't even want to interview because we're like sitting at his feet, like taking this all in. But all the things he said, and I had the opportunity. I'm Candace Camille, a willologist, and I had the opportunity to spend some time with George at my bed and breakfast a few years ago. And this is one of the things he told me because I was in that long suffering space, going through some crap, going through some mess. And, you know, by the grace of God and going through, you know, from horrific to terrific right now, from his words. And he simply said to me as we were doing it, listen, stay the course. If you are passionate and you are convicted about this thing that you're doing, stay the course. And those words stuck with me, you know, as I moved past, as I rebranded, and the things that you had to do. So when you're talking about climbing and getting to a place where you didn't think that's where you wanted to be. It's like, okay, you climb this mountain and I'm at the top of it now. But oh, hell, I don't want to be here. This is not what I had envisioned.
And you don't have to stay
and
there.
I didn't have to stay there. So I did a whole reorganization on that. That this is not what I really want. This thing is not what I really want. And I have to change it to get to me. So I literally took that long suffering to me, all those lessons, all those failures, they were such lessons that now as I move through this wellness journey and teaching others, I know what not to do again.
There you go. That's beautifully said. Now remember, I'm 72. I've been in business for 30 years. So the question is, what was I doing the other 42 years? Right? I was failing. I was trying stuff, right? I fundamentally failed my way to success, and all of it was wonderful, and all of it was good, and all of it. And now that I look back, I wouldn't. People ask me all the time, "What would you do differently?" I wouldn't do a damn thing differently.
Okay.
I needed to do those things. I needed to stumble. I needed to try that. I needed to learn that, and now it has all come together.
So is that's your strength, basically, as you go through it and you're building in what you're doing? Like, it's the sum of you. I always say the sum of our lives is pretty much who we are, especially as we gain strength moving forward into what we're doing.
That's
so,
right.
yeah, I wouldn't change a thing as well.
Right.
What about you ladies? Would you change?
No. It's been a growth process, but it's been a great process to just keep growing and keep growing. And you learn so much. I believe that in your failures where you learn you the most. And
Absolutely.
So that's been huge for
Without
me.
a doubt.
That's been huge
As I
for
said,
me,
Les
'cause
Brown and I wrote a whole book on that called Mission Unstoppable, Extraordinary Stories of Failures, Blessings.
So
but some people tell us that, somewhere when we were growing up, we learned that you really wasn't supposed to fail. Like, people made failure feel like it was such a
yeah, like it was like, yeah.
So people are afraid now. As adults, we're afraid to actually fail.
And even with that, George, just our culture and the black culture, the things that we're taught when we were growing up, not to be scared, not to cry, you better not fail, or it's necessarily a bad thing, it's taboo, and the things, so we never talked about it. So a lot of the times, all this stuff we're holding in. So we become sometimes these disconnected, dysfunctional adults as we go along from some of the stuff that we were taught, not seeing that it's okay to fail. It's okay to cry. We were taught we better not cry, or fail or not do because you're not going to succeed.
Yeah. The thing is, my name is Tony Moore. I'm an attorney, legal strategist.
Tony, if you would speak into the microphone so people
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Moore, legal strategist to Dreampreneurs. I was a history major, and I was an Afghans major when I went to University of Penn. And all my life, I've been trying to figure out how people get from the potential to the possibility. And we're talking about how we're all cultivated. And in my mid-40s, I'm thinking, conformity is the root of all evil. But if we've been conformed to think the way we think, then how do we break out of it? And even like you've been in business for over 30 years, and you've seen it. My thing is, if I could change it all, if I could go back in time, where could I stop it so that we would stop continually doing the same thing over and over again, so that we can experience life as opposed to feeling like we're experimenting. Like, you probably could have had the same conversation a year ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, the same freaking thing. And my thinking is, we're having this conversation, but where can we learn, Because I think there's formulas, there's strategies, there's solutions.
It's a wonderful question. It's a deep question.
I'm deep.
we diving deep today. Come on, George. We going deep.
We are shaped by our experiences, and we are deeply shaped by the people around us. And I say it all the time when I talk about networking. Introduce me to your 5 closest friends, and that will tell me who you are. As they know, and as they go, you go. Right? So some of this, now this is going to get into the controversy, the two things. It's going to get into the controversy that is ages long. Is it nature or nurture? Is it nature or nurture? And it's some of both. Some of both. It really is.
It is.
Some of both. That's what I've learned. Right? I know people that were nurtured by the best.
Yes.
Yes.
Had superstar parents. Right? And they ended up not being shit in life.
Let's be real.
Right? That was partly DNA, partly.
But George, is it their shit or was it their best shit? When you talk about they didn't, but was it their level?
Well, yeah. But they didn't
best-
maximize their full human potential.
Okay.
Right, that's really all I'm
okay.
saying. They just absolutely did not want to do the work.
It's hard.
Of course it's hard.
It's freaking hard.
Well, let me say that differently.
Yeah.
If it was easy, why would God need you?
Yes, come on, say it again. Because that's going to help some folks, right? Because everybody wants a destination, but they don't want to go through the
But when people talk
Right.
about this, I'm like, it's not easy. Like, I come from food stamps, welfare, abuse, and everything else, and just breaking out and rebirthing my rebirth of the rebirth
Yes,
is not easy.
it's not easy.
So
But it's
part
worth
of it is your circle.
but you gotta
Yes.
want it.
Yeah,
You
no
gotta
question.
want it.
Some of it is, I'm telling you, some of it's DNA. Now, I grew up in a family of 11 children, 8 boys and 3 girls. And I grew up in an orphanage at 3 and foster care. I aged out of toxic foster homes, okay? So I did not grow up with my biological parents. My mother was insane, so she was institutionalized in Kings County Hospital in Brooklyn until she died. And my father was a cab driver. He was West Indian. So I didn't have biological nurturing for this. But I don't know how this came to me. I was always extraordinarily selective, even as a little kid, about my friends who I wanted to hang out with, right? And not everybody appealed to me. That made a huge difference in my life, because the social pressure put on you by your friends, this is science, the social pressure put on you by your friends is far greater than any pressure your parents will ever put on you. Right? So that was huge. The second big thing, and this is a huge challenge with sisters, is the partner that I chose for life. I don't even want to tell you how huge that decision is, and how it will either make you or break you. I'm telling you.
It's true.
Right? This is huge. Now, I happen to pick the right sister. I've been with her for 45 years. All right? Right?
Right.
4, 5.
4, 5.
Right? 4, 5.
Right.
Whole
Right.
score.
Right?
That's gonna be
old
me.
school.
That's gonna be me.
Right.
Hashtag 4, 5.
And I preach this gospel to my 2 sons. Do it one time.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Do it
That's
one
right.
time.
Make it right.
Pick and make it right. Pick it carefully. This is huge. Very, very, very important, because you've got to. And this is again easy to say, extraordinarily difficult to do. We know that divorce is now more common than marriage, right? This is hard, right? And I don't want to do the work. And people ask me, Dr. Fraser, what's the key to staying married to the same sister for 45 years? I said, well, it's a one-word answer: amnesia. Right? Amnesia. That's the key, right?
So Howard, are you listening to this?
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes here.
Amnesia. That's the key. Because Nora Jean,
Please elaborate, because it's hard as an entrepreneur
That's
trying
right.
to even find love.
that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, and you
So
got
elaborate
it.
on that.
So
Yes.
No, Nora, in 45 years, Nora
Yes.
Jean's going to do some dumb stuff.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
so is Dr. George
George
Fraser.
That's right.
Yes.
I promise
Just
you.
be clear.
Right? I promise you. So when we do our dumb stuff, we talk about it.
Yes.
Yes.
We find
Communication.
some middle ground.
Yes. Yes.
Come
We
on
bless it and release it
Yes.
and move on
That's
with
it,
our
right
lives.
Bless it and release it.
Stop
Right
right
there.
When
Somebody
you
just
talk
got
about-
a great
you know,
group.
wait,
You
wait.
just saved the marriage.
See how simple I made that?
Yes.
See how simple?
Amnesia. That was so
Good.
smart.
I needed that.
I needed that. I
Bless
needed
it
that.
and release it.
Yes.
And
Bless
move
it.
on.
And release it and move on.
Hang on, I gotta pull out
Raise-
my notes on that
And
one.
raise your-
carry it on, right? And not
Huge
carry it
evidence,
on.
especially from a woman's standpoint,
Yes.
because we tend to hold
On. We
guys-
hold
y'all
on. We
going
hold
and
on.
have some beers in the barbershop playing
And y'all
basketball.
good.
Ain't thought about nothing, and we brewing all
On
day,
niggas, yes.
all day, and want to.
Some women.
And when you get home, you still want to talk
That's right,
about
that's
it.
right,
Like
right.
instead of just moved on, you
That
know.
was good.
Bless
Bless
it.
it.
Right.
Keep it moving.
And don't
Bless
keep
it.
bringing
And
it
don't
up.
bring it
Well,
up.
10 years
Yes.
ago, you know, you did so and so.
Oh, that was
no,
good.
no, it ain't gonna work.
Right.
Yes.
So that's
Amnesia.
one piece of advice.
Yes.
Because men
Here's
definitely
the-
think
so-
differently.
so to get to that,
Yes.
here's the deeper piece of advice.
I hope y'all getting this.
So this is for the ladies.
Okay, yes, we need it. Come on,
I'm
George.
gonna post
Bless
this
us.
for the. I'm gonna post this for the guys tomorrow on Monday on my Facebook page. So here's a piece of advice: find a man with a brain, because they all got penises.
Ladies, did you get that on Facebook? Did you get that from Dr. George
Hey,
Facebook?
if you're listening online,
My Facebook
I gotta get it quiet here.
that.
I gotta get it
Come on
quiet
now.
because there's a part 2 to that statement.
Yes.
That's right.
So we got it before.
Now, he
Now
just
George,
said
finish
come
it.
on, millennials too. I just want y'all to know this.
That's right. So here's what I said. Well, for the ladies, find a man with a brain because they all got penises.
That's
All
right.
right. So I know there's something
Right?
else that's
And
going
for
to go with that.
and for the brothers, find a woman with the brain because they all got vaginas.
Come on,
Yes.
George. And he
Come
stepped
on.
into the ring. Straight no
Right?
what, George?
No
right.
chase.
That's
Straight
right.
up, no
You can flip
chaser.
it. You can flip it either way.
Yes.
Right? In other words, don't focus on that.
Yes.
Focus on the mind.
Come on.
Yes.
Their soul, their passion, their spirit, their values.
Yes.
Right? What they're doing, not what they're saying.
Right.
Yes.
Two different things. Mama taught me what you do. Speak so loudly I can't hear what you say.
Yes.
What they doing, not what they saying.
Yes.
The action behind it.
But that still goes back to that nature nurture thing.
Yes.
I did divorce law for 10 years. And I was
Well, you know. I know you were going hallelujah. If you done divorce law. Oh my God.
Oh, George, you're bringing it.
Oh.
Tony.
yeah, 10 years divorce law. I even drafted my own divorce complaint 3 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then it's kind of like after a while you have to ask yourself, actually, is the truth will set you free? So that conversation that you have. Because I had to have the conversation. Because I was expecting Prince Charming. I was expecting a bill player. I was expecting a father that I never had. And I was putting it all on my husband.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of us do.
Well, but why were you expecting? Like, what garnered your expectation?
Cultivation. I'm a grown woman now, but you know, ultimately, I'm fairy tales, Prince Charming.
Sure.
You know, I had the abuse and the
That's
trauma
right.
and the
Yes,
drama.
yes,
So I
sure.
was always not thinking that the power housed in me could set me free and restore me. So the way we're cultivated, it's like a man is going to pick us up and turn us around. A man is going to make us better. You know, until eventually you get to that point of that place of reality. And you have to figure out, do I want to be a statistic? When I got married, I was calling my husband my first husband because my mom was married 3 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
But eventually I had to ask myself when I'm on the verge and I slide over to my husband and said, this is the number that you'll be paying me. Because remember, I was a divorce attorney.
So you set up the ending before the beginning.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
My
But
first husband.
Yes.
Right.
Because that was my reality.
Right, of course.
And that's
No,
a
I
lot
get
of
that.
people's reality.
Of course it is.
I hear people talking
Of course
about
it
all
is.
this divorce rates, and I'm like, but you know what? If you don't focus on the good, you're always going to get the bad.
That's right. So the point here is, and I think we all get this, we are intended, the trajectory of our life, this is biblical, is done in partnership. The female energy, the male energy, intertwined like a twisted fica. If you make the wrong choice, and I'm saying this is a lot easier said than done. I'm blessed. I made the right decision. I don't know why. But you start out, and maybe one grows this way for whatever reason. One grows this way, or one stays here, and the other one is growing. Something happens, and we now know that divorce is now more common than marriage. So this is not easy. Right? This is not easy. That's why you have to be so intentional and so learned and patient, right? Because without that, it's just too difficult to work. Now, I say all that to say that this is critical that we get this over time as black people, because the number one problem in black America, the number one problem, is the absence of black men in the home. Think of the domino effect of that
Yep.
over 2 or 3 generations.
Yes.
Think of the economic impact. Think of the children. Right? Think of the children. So we are going to have to get that right.
Yes.
I'm going to talk about this later in my speech when I talk about the economic state of black America. There was an interesting study that came out August of 2016 by the Institute of Policy Studies. And I quote the end of the study. It was on the wealth gap between black folk and white folk in America. And here's the end of here's the final quote of the study. If nothing changes among African Americans, it will take African Americans 228 years, if ever, to close the income and wealth gap. It will take Hispanics 89 years, less than half the time. Why? Very simple. They are, number one, about family.
Yes.
Number two, they're tribal, and they have a savings hoarding culture. And number three, they're entrepreneurial. But the big thing is family. That's huge. Two acting as one. Now, when two are acting as one, you're going to beat one any day of the week. I don't care how good you are. Right? So we must ultimately resolve that problem. But again, that's a lot easier said than done. There's a lot of baggage. There's a lot of woundedness. We are still deeply psychologically wounded people. No question about that. But there's a fundamental philosophical and spiritual flaw there, and that is, as incredible as black women have been historically for us, I don't know what we would do without them, to be quite frank with you. As credible as they are, it is not the responsibility of black women to raise black boys, black men. That is the responsibility of black men. We cannot have our women raising our men.
Because we don't know how to be men. We don't. I can't teach you.
No, you can't do that. You're not designed spiritually by. You're not designed that. It's not. That's why you need two. The male influence, the female influence, right? Especially when, and even with young girls, they need a father.
Yes.
So that they will understand how a man must act, treat them, right? That's the model.
Absolutely. That's what's missing.
Without that model, you get any old damn thing. And we see this over and over and over and over in our culture. So at some point in time, that's one of the main parts of the algorithm, the equation, that we're going to have to fix over time if we're ever going to close that gap. Because our sisters can't do it by themselves.
That's right.
It's not fair, it's not right. Right? And it doesn't work. Right? After 400 years, we're still the poorest people in America, and we came over here before the Mayflower. Right? So there's got to, it's not a DNA issue. Right? We ain't stupid. There's something else going on.
So we have all that. So what's some of the solutions? Like, what can we do, even as these women entrepreneurs and moving up? What can we do to start bridging that gap, to bring us back to that?
Now,
don't choke when you call me, George. Was it the call me or the question? That's it, the question.
No, we'll resuscitate you.
Now that is beyond my pay grade. I don't specialize in that. All right? Now, from my own little simplistic point of view, because I raised two fabulous sons. So I could give you a simplistic answer, because this is what worked for me. We must model the behavior that we expect from our children.
Yes.
So
Hashtag.
my sons
Model the behavior
that we expect from our children. So what did my two sons see for their entire life? A father who was there, who was productive, right? Who loved his wife. A mother that was there. So they saw how a father should act and engage with a woman. They saw how a woman should engage with a man, what makes things bond and stay together. So my simplistic answer is be the model.
Be the model.
Now, did you let them see the
Work
good
for me.
days?
Did
you let them see the good days and the bad days?
Of course.
Okay, because sometimes
Absolutely.
we kind of like
Now,
fantasize.
I never cursed Jean out in front of my sons.
Not in front of them.
Keyword.
We never did that. That was a rule. You know, we're not
argue
going
in
to get.
front of the children.
We're not going to have no knockdown drag out in front of the boys. But we will have a knockdown drag out, and then we'll figure this out.
That's right.
Right?
Like you said,
That's just
and
human.
release it. Pray about it,
Right.
get through it,
Right.
and release it.
Release it
Yes.
and move on.
Right.
Release it.
That's
See,
right.
we do differently. I don't mind arguing in front of the kids
Well,
because
to
they
each his
need.
own.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like I don't know if my husband's parents argued in
Well,
front
arguing
of him.
is different. I'm talking about
Right.
knockdown drag.
No.
I-
The
no, we
knives
no,
come
we
out
have
in the-
we
in
have
the
differed.
bedroom.
With different
Of course.
Everybody has different views.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Agree to disagree.
Yeah. Because
Right.
sometimes we just romanticize it. Like people romanticize church. And so when we fall into problems at church, then we want to get out because this isn't real church. They romanticize about what this marriage is supposed to look like. And then if it doesn't look like the romanticized fairy tale, then they want to get out. They romanticize with school. School is not easy. And you know, so if I only see the good side and I don't see the yin and the yang come together and see that at
Yes.
the end of the day,
I agree with
what
that.
can be at the end of the burden,
That's right.
it's a little different.
That's right.
And that's what we're not really seeing. We're either seeing nothing or some fabricated version of what life could look like.
Yeah.
So as we have about 10 more minutes here with George. He's going to have to leave out at 2:15 to get ready for the big stage.
Yes.
The reason he came down. But I tell you what, it's been some good stuff sitting here listening at the Millenniums. I was out of place. And listening here at the women, I was out of place. But hey, in my life, I've been out of place. But George, if you would, talk about the PNC conference a little bit and why not only, you know, just anyone should attend, but let's talk about the impact that it's had on women entrepreneurs over the years.
Well, there's several people in this room that have been to many of the conferences, and I can attest.
I see them smiling. That's a good thing.
And now, I want to say this and still be love to our listening audience and brothers out there. When you come to this conference, what you will see, and I say unfortunately, is that the majority of the participants are women.
Wow.
Right? So, you know, we do all of our statistics and stuff at the end of the year because the sponsors want to know how many women, what's the percentage of women, what's the percentage of men, how many are entrepreneurs, how many are corporate professionals, how many are leaders. So we gather all that data, and it's always 65% women.
Wow.
All right? So it says to me there's something about our women that is in them. And they probably got it coming up. I mean, you know, they probably heard, you know, listen, you may have to go at this on your own, and you should be prepared in case something should happen. In case you don't find the right guy, you should have the tools and you should have the knowledge, and you know you should be self-sufficient. And sisters take that seriously, and they know that personal growth and development, lifelong learning, and constant never-ending improvement is the key to that. Okay, so we get a lot of sisters, but so it's very powerful for sisters. Lots of our coaches are sisters, lots of our workshop presenters, so we are very female-centric, you know, at the conference, and so and plus sisters interact in a different kind of way, and the largest growth in black-owned businesses today, I don't know if you've seen the statistics, is women.
Yes.
The majority of new business development comes from our sisters, right? And so we're thinking more entrepreneurial. So for those sisters out there that are thinking about starting a business or building a business or connecting and collaborating with other, both males and females, and by the way, last year, I don't know if you remember now, we had our first marriage at the Power Network. We actually married a bishop and his wife.
Bishop Wright.
Right?
Right? And so I said, Bishop, why would you want to get married at your church? Because there will be a whole lot of people. You know, we'd like to, you know, because there's a big church somewhere in the South. I'm trying to remember where it was, but. Right. So also for the sisters, you're going to be in an environment where there are progressive thinking, doing men. That's the kind of environment you want to be in, right? I always advise sisters.
Men with brain.
Men with brain. Hey, they wouldn't be there, right? That's right, men with brains.
Had to toss that back out there.
The other stuff is bonus, right? So you get brains and a bonus. Right? That's right. Brains first, bonus second. Right? Remember that. Right? Right?
Hey, I got down with it.
Benefits.
Yes.
Yes. B, B, and B.
That's
Yes.
right. That's right.
Brains, bones, and
Benefits.
That's right. But brains first. No brains, no benefits. Please, right? And no, but the reason that's important, we were laughing about it.
Yes,
it's
it's
funny.
true. It's true.
But it will put pressure on our brothers.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? It will put pressure on our brothers to get their stuff together.
Yeah.
Right? Because our women are out achieving our men. There are more women in law school and medical school and dental school than black men, black women, right? So we have to man up. And the best pressure a brother is going to receive is from a fine sister who's got some brains that he's attracted to, and she says, listen, here are the basic qualifications for our connectivity.
Basic qualifications for our connectivity.
Right? And you set the pace, you lay the foundation, right? And if a brother is right thinking, right, he's going to do what he needs to do, right? And I give Nora Jean, my wife, credit. My wife was always about upward mobility, always about improvement, always about how I know we're doing good, but how can we do better? What can I do? What can you do? What can we do? It was always about that. Always kept me right on the leading and bleeding edge of where I needed to be for the next step. And that's that woman, driving, right? And listen, and I say this and I say this with a little bit of humor, and I want to still be loved if Jean is listening. She used that thing.
Her Jean. But you know what, George? We're basically taught that from way back.
Yeah.
Even when we're talking about as growing up from our grandparents and, our parents that taught us the power in that thing.
That's right. Huge. Huge.
But even as we move through, and even for women, and I'm speaking just because I'm a woman, that we've lost that power in knowing what that power is in order to keep that infrastructure, what we're trying to build together so we can move up. And that's a lot of the things, because a lot of the things is coming back around for what we already know. I always ask the question is, what are you pretending not to know? Because we know this stuff. We've been taught this a long time ago. Where did we drop the ball? And we lost it. And then, like you said, we start out achieving the heads of our household, our providers, and the things that we have to do. So we have to pull that back and go back to what we know.
That's right.
Yeah.
It works. It really does work. It's effective. Maybe it's old school, right? Maybe if the millennials were sitting around here with us, because I said the same thing to them.
Yeah, he did.
They might not appreciate it or understand it, because they're living in a much more progressive and liberal world, and they're seeing much more, they're experiencing much more. Stuff is much easier, right? And I'm not sure all of that is good.
George, I want the new online listeners as well as the ladies in here to hear this conversation, and from average to amazing.
Okay. I say all the time when I speak, every chance I get, any audience that will listen, chase excellence, never chase money. Chase excellence, never chase money. That money has a very interesting way of finding excellence, I promise you. That if you're excellent in America, you will never have to worry about competition. You will never have to get in anybody's line. People will get in line for you. It is when you are mediocre or average that you really have to worry, because most of America is mediocre to average. That means you're now competing with most of America. That's what all the competition is, right? So there's a little scale, and I talked about this earlier, because the world has changed. Almost anybody can do, what most people do, right? And the world in which our parents grew up, when we were fleeing racism in the Great Southern Migration, moving north, so we can get jobs, work in factories, have a living wage, and create a middle class, you could be average. And you could still make a living wage and be middle class. You could be average, right? You didn't have to have a college education. You could work in the Ford factory. You can work in the steel mills, right? You become union. You get health care, right? And barely high school education. You could be average. That's changed today. That's all different. So the little scale that I ask people to write when I'm telling this story with an audience is, I want you to write 4 words. I want you to write average is the first word, and next to average put good. And then next to good put excellent. And then next to excellent put amazing. Okay? Today, if you are average, you're going to live a poor life. You're going to have poor friends, poor circumstances. You're not going to have the best education for your children, right on down the line. If you're average, you're going to live a poor life. So you put poor under average. If you're good today, you will live an average life. You'll have average friends, live under average economic circumstances. If you're excellent today, you will live a good life. A decent car, decent neighborhood, decent schools, decent friends, and you're excellent. And if you're amazing, you're going to have an excellent life. Just as I said earlier, you have an excellent life. Excellent friends, excellent opportunities, circumstances. So my point is, you pick how you want to live.
You get to decide.
You decide.
You get to decide.
You decide. Right? So if you don't want to do the work, constant never-ending improvement, lifelong learning, right? If you don't want to do that, you don't want to put in the elbow grease, as Mama used to tell me, right? You're going to be average. Living average, that ain't going to happen for you. You're going to live a very poor life in this country, right? So we have to pick. But that's the cold, hard reality of it. So average is not good enough. We cannot allow our children to just get over. That just is not going to play out in life. They may get over for a minute, right? They may trick you and even trick themselves. They really don't know they're tricking themselves, right? But in the continuum of life, in the long haul, oh no.
Yeah. Second time through this, I see something. The service you provide provides you a level of return that's lower. With that said, entrepreneurs that want to have an excellent life or an amazing life, what are 1 or 2 things they can do today to make a difference tomorrow?
That's a great question, man. I wish you had asked that when those young brothers were around. I didn't think to say it.
Well, I just saw it. I mean, I literally wrote the chart out again, and I saw something that flowed on it.
Good question.
When you decide to take on the awesome responsibility of entrepreneurship, you are, in effect, a leader. In effect, you are a visionary, really. The best ones are. And the richest people on the planet have been entrepreneurs, right? And so let's define leadership for an entrepreneur. And this will give you the
I'm
key.
sorry, this will be the wrap up. Regina just reminded me she got to take you out. So this will be your wrap up.
Okay.
So this will be your wrap up.
Between, so
We'll give you a
you're
break in
going from
between.
here straight on. It's your turn. Okay.
Amen.
We just getting all this.
Good stuff. They're going to get the afterflow.
Each one.
They get the leftovers. It'll be more. It'll be all seasoned up.
Why is George's tongue hanging?
The women wore him out. The women wore him out.
He came in the door and we was like, okay, George, you're on. We need this.
So an entrepreneurial vision is this. It is the ability to know where people need to be but are not there yet. And then you have the capacity to take them there.
Oh, that's good.
Listen, you got it. Yes, that was.
That's real
That's
entrepreneurship.
Real.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Not same old, same old. And that's one of the emphases I made with the millennials. You've got to think outside of the box.
Yes.
You've got to be, innovative.
Remove the box. There is no box.
There's
Right?
no box.
There is
You
no
and you
box.
got it like that. We're some of the
Yes.
most creative people on the planet.
Yes.
Right? We're certainly the most morally grounded and spiritually rooted people on the planet. We are God's first people. Right? So we have it like that.
Yes.
Right? My Jewish friends say to me all the time, Dr. Fraser, we're God's chosen people. I said, that's nice, Bob, but we're God's first people.
That's right.
Right? And you are of us. Right? And so we have it like that. We just don't know that we do. We have forgotten that we do. No one ever tells us that.
That's deep.
Right? So anything we put our minds to doing. We were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures are living in huts eating each other. We are an awesome and powerful people. And don't for 1 minute not think they understand that. Right? And everything that could be done to beat that out of us was done.
Divide and conquer.
And we still
Because it's
survive.
powerful.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Black CEO Live, the version with George C. Fraser,
Yes.
Dr. George C. Fraser with the women. See, the women bring it out of you, though.
That's right,
As I
that's
said,
right.
the women are bringing it out of you. As Dr. Fraser is going to have to leave, but you're going to be able to catch him on the main stage a little bit later on this afternoon. So please stay tuned live on. Ladies, you can stay in. We can continue the conversation around entrepreneurship and growth and just kind of rehash and kind of recook some of this stuff George has laid out there on the table for us. Dr. Fraser, thanks a lot for coming into the conversation room. We look forward to hearing you on the main stage. I know you got some prepared stuff that you're going to really give to us and share with us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is the website for PNC? I want to make sure I got it correct.
Great. PowerNetworkingConference.com. PowerNetworkingConference.com. And go there and you find out all about the conference. And I'm going to make a special offer when I do a live presentation. And then go to FraserNet.com.
Okay.
But,
So, hey,
there's a wonderful video about, from last year's conference.
So if you want to make sure you heard that, that's PowerNetworking.com. Power Networking Conference. PowerNetworkingConference.com. Go over there, but before you purchase, you're going to listen to Dr. George C. Fraser on the main stage in a couple hours. Just stay tuned. Don't even leave. It's about an hour. Right now, I think they're giving you a short break.
But they're giving you a break.
They're giving you a chance to chillax and chill, okay? So you're going to have a chance to tune in and listen. And he said he's going to make a special offer because he really wants you there. So get a chance to do that. So I have a couple ladies in that stuck around. Regina had to carry her out. If you could close the door. And so let's just talk a little bit about some of the things that George shared with us for the listening audience as he go and relax a little bit and get ready to light up the main stage. I mean, light it up. Ladies, y'all share. When I say you share, please just let's just talk about some of the things that he shared. And one of the things that really hit me was moving from average to amazing. I had a chance to listen to the Millenniums, and with the Millenniums, he shared the exact same thing. And that's why I brought that question up, because I wanted to put it back out there in front of us. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of the things, I'm Edeline Francois Dryden from Atlanta, Georgia,
And one of the things that really
Well, tell us what you do, because someone in Atlanta may have a need, and they want to, say, hey, I heard that Elaine, she sounds very intelligent, and I would like to connect with her, but do I really need her? So let her know what you do.
Yes, you need me if you're an entrepreneur. I am the proud owner of Dryden Tax and Accounting Services in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm also the founder of Women Entrepreneurs Rock, which is a women's organization where we help empower, educate, and inspire women entrepreneurs. And one of the things that definitely stuck by me by what Mr. Frazier said is raising boys. And as women, we just can't do that. And I have 2 boys, and I knew from the start that when my husband and I separated, that I could not teach them what I don't know anything about.
Yeah.
And that is so true. I see so many women, friends, trying to raise boys and trying to raise them as men, and we just simply can't do that. We end up raising them and molding them as men that we would like to date or we would like in our lives. And so despite the situation, I still encourage their dad to be in their life, and he's a great dad.
Yeah.
And I'm thankful for that. And so that's what stuck out.
One of the things that I didn't realize a blessing I had was my late mother-in-law. My wife told me this about 2 or 3 years ago. She said, I remember when my son was young, it was something he did, and I snatched his butt. And she was about to correct me, or try to correct me. I was right, because he needed correcting. And her mom told us, you better not move. Let him teach him to be a man.
Yes. Yeah, that's deep.
And that, I didn't know it until after she had passed, which was about 3 years ago. But we need more of that. We need more men willing to correct and more ladies willing to allow the correction and the raising.
Now, the to allow. I'm Candace Camille, novelologist. I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland, CEO of Candace Camille Enterprises.
And if they need to stay somewhere when they come up in the area?
Absolutely.
You got a bed and breakfast, I
founder
think?
of Pure Euphoria Bed and Breakfast that's there. And it's all about just being well and just some place to go to just feel safe, in the neighborhood, and it's us, So I call it my de-stress zone.
Yeah.
So, and I call it your de-stress zone if you're just looking for that place. So we're in Fort Washington, and you can find more information about that at CandaceCamille.com. So, but just to piggyback on what Edeline and Howard was saying, I think one of the biggest things that you just said about what Joy says is allow. That we need to allow you to do, because as nurturers and we're trying to protect our kids and to keep them from getting hurt, we automatically think that, their dads is going to hurt them, but they're not. Mm-hmm. So we really need to let them do what they know.
Yes.
And what they know for sure. Because again, just like we talked about, we don't know how to be men, so we can't raise men. So, and that boy, you can't raise boys to men.
Right.
I was a single parent, trying to raise a son as well, and realized some of the injustice that I've done until I got married. And I was married for 23 years. My son was 2 at the time. So to even let my husband come in as a stepfather, because again, that's another level of guarding. But you're not his dad. But with the dad not being in his life, you think you're it as the mom. Mm-hmm. But to have another man do this, you have to feel safe and secure in him and his love for him, to let him be that man to raise, your son.
And then the other side of that, being raised in a home, I was blessed a lot. The home my parents, 53 years, I've never seen them argue. The blessing I have, and they're both still living, so I'm truly blessed. But I say that to say is also men have to allow women to teach their sons how to care.
Yes.
Because my mom taught me that.
So there's a balance.
Yes. That's the key thing. And you heard Dr. Frazier say that.
Both sides.
How to nurture sons. It's not babying. It may seem like it, but it's also teaching them how to care. Mm-hmm. To me, that was real key.
But that brings us up to even where we are as adults, because all that stuff that we've learned, that we've taught back then, we bring it into adulthood, good or bad. So when you're taught the right way, you know, you bring it the right way.
Yeah. You know, as we talk about from George, one of the things that I had a chance to hear it twice, and you know, I actually put this little chart together, and I got to go back and build this chart out. Moving from average to amazing. What are your thoughts on that, ladies?
Oh, you know, I got my own notes.
I recorded. I got my notes, and then I'm gonna have to go back and look at the replay.
And one of the biggest thing, and I say this from being in the health and wellness business, when I'm talking to my clients or anybody, I'm out speaking, the biggest thing he said to me was, you get to decide. At the end of the day, the power really is in our hands as to which way you want it to go. And you'll hear a lot of people say it's a process. No, I say it's just like that. Because once you make the decision to go from average to amazing, the process hasn't started yet. You have to jump in order to work the process. So that means is once a decision, that's what has to be made first. You have to make the decision. And then once you make it, listen, I am not average. I am amazing. And then you got to create and cultivate the plan.
You know,
then the process starts.
You know, we were talking earlier, and Andy Henrica said something, and it's a phrase I use. I actually have wristbands made that says, "Do what you know and not what you feel." And he said it, and it just reminded me. It was a slogan I had. But one of the things I was reading, and it was saying, is that most successful people take action, make a decision, and then they enjoy the feeling. Unsuccessful people tend to wait till they feel right, then make a decision, and then don't take action.
I think that's because of fear.
Yeah.
A lot of times we allow fear to play a bigger role than it needs to in our lives, and fear of failure, and waiting for that right moment, thinking, okay, let me wait.
Is there a right moment, though?
No, there's never a right moment.
Is there? And
is there a wrong moment?
But it's just a moment, and that's what it is. It's just a mere moment. See, and that's it, because a lot of the times we make ourselves miserable. There are like 8 mental habits that we do daily, and that we don't even realize that we're making ourselves miserable.
You want to share those?
Procrastination. That's one of them. Comparing yourself to others. That's another one. Waiting for things to be perfect. It is, and I wrote an article about it, because one day I think I.
Well, how can people get the article? I mean, please share.
Yeah, the article is actually on my website. It was CandiceCamille.com on my blog. So it's there, and it's 8 mental habits that we do daily that makes us miserable. And failure, perfection, and comparing ourselves to others. They're better than me, or whatever, or seeking approval of others as we go through it. That's a huge one. But for me, mine was the perfection. Like, you cannot put this out here.
Yeah. I got a slogan saying, done beats perfect every day of the week, twice on Sundays.
Twice on Sunday.
That Sunday meal ain't got to be perfect, but hey, it better be done.
But see, and even when we hear all those cliches, and we hear it, but when it actually
comes to us,
when we talk about it. And one of the biggest things, so even when Shayna got on the stage talking about the sponsorships for, your events and stuff, I was waiting for perfection. I had to get this proposal together and the whole 9 yards. And after I heard her, I left here and got on the phone and called somebody. And I got a major sponsor on the way home.
Give me some. Ow!
Right here. Action right here. And that's when you said, just take actions when even you talked about the feeling, when you feel it. Because right then and there, by hearing what she said and everything that we were going through, it was like, you know what? I got Howard's number. I'm going to call him up. And it was just like that. The decision was made. The power was in my hand. I went from average, leaving here, as to the woe is me, I'll have no sponsors for this big event that I got coming up in 5 weeks. And now today, after leaving here, from a quick dialing of 7 digits and asking and telling, how can we partner? This will benefit both of us.
Yeah.
And it happened.
No, I mean, that's amazing. Adeline, you want to add anything to that?
Well, one of the things that I enjoyed about this entire weekend is, of course, the great speakers, but they're giving you tools, nuggets, and strategies where you can actually implement right on the spot. And that's what Shayna did for you, and you were able to just take action. And as entrepreneurs, I always tell my clients and the coaching clients that I have, fear and faith cannot coexist in the same space. And you just have to just do it. You have to do it afraid. You have to do it broke. You have to do it sick. You just have to just do it
anyway.
And stop finding excuses for every little thing. There's just never a perfect moment, never a perfect time. And there, like you, I've gone after sponsors just driving by a location. I said, you know
Just
what?
a little pop in, huh?
Let me just pop in. And usually that's when I end up getting the sponsorship. But when I sit down and I plan and I put the package together and I mail it out, and I never hear from them, but I still keep following up with them. But it's just the spur of the moment. And I have a good friend of mine. His name is Vic Irving. And he always tells me, like, after I call him up and I've landed a sponsor or I've landed a client, he was like, okay, go get the next one. Keep going. And I'll spend the whole day making calls and just keep going. And then by the end of the day, I'll land 3-4 sponsors or 2-3 clients that I was just waiting to follow up with.
And you know, George said that. He said, stay the course.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, just keep going, follow through, follow up, just keep going. And that's one of the things is that, you know, we all know the story about the diamond mine and it stopped 3 feet before, you know, they hit the goal or whatever. Yeah, so it's just keep going.
You know, I want to say something. You said something, Adeline, about fear and faith, and it was just something I recently heard, and just for me, it just made a change in my life, a shift in my life. Number one, fear and faith are both about the unknown. They're about the unknown. So either way, you're sitting there not knowing.
Right.
The other thing that really hit me was when faith, you know, I'm a Christian, but he said, well, if you truly have faith, you will develop a plan and begin to move.
See, movement. So you're talking to the willologist.
So when you develop a plan, and then you begin to move, and that's when God rewards your faith.
He shows up.
He shows up, but he's waiting for you.
But you got to move.
Right.
You know, and even our ancestors, and my grandmother used to say this all the time, and she would say, you know, Red, baby, you know, God helps those who helps themselves. And I was annoyed that I couldn't find that scripture in the Bible because she said this is what God said, but that was their way of saying, you know, faith without works is dead. But you have to do the work. Yeah. You know, you have to be willing to get this done. You know, I tell folks all the time, especially and down in the DMV area, and the Lord knows I love it down here. But, you know, I hear a lot of my clients like, I'm just going to pray on it. I was like, okay, so what's next? So,
you know, I use the phrase, you know, you hear push, pray until something to happen.
Yeah.
You know, I said pray until someone hears, because once he hears, it's time for you to get up and go to work.
But there you have it. But see, that next thing is the work, because we pray, you know, we hope, you know, so we have faith, we believe, and we stop right there. But see, there's that fifth, and that's the work that's involved that you have to be willing to do. Like, what are you going to do? So even I'm in the health and wellness business. So even getting healthy and understanding that this body, this business, your bank, it all goes together. One could not work individually without the other. So if all of those, if one thing is out of order, they're all going to be out of order. So if you drop back to your body being out of order and you keep wondering, why are you up and down in your business? Go back.
You know, I was reading a book coming up, and one of the things he said, hey, when I look at your goals, not only does your bank account show that you're in alignment with your goals, does your waistline show the same?
Because statistics state that the size of your bottom line has a lot to do with your behind and your waistline.
The size of your bottom. The size of your bottom line has a...
a direct correlation to your
bottom.
That's not me. That's a statistic, and it say that, and that's simply because when you look at it, and I've been challenged on that, but when you look at it and say that when we hear your first line of your wealth is your health, we hear it, we say it, but do you really believe it? And are you actually doing the work to make sure that's happening? So what are you doing to build your health so you can build your wealth? You know, so at the end of the day, when I look at McDonald's, when I look at Starbucks and all the other fast foods that we go to, we frequent daily, you are paying them for bad health, and you are building their wealth. Why can't we switch this thing around? You know, we need to switch this, you know, and pay ourselves good health and build our wealth.
Right.
So for all the money, I have one client that visits Popeyes 2 or 3 times a week, spending $25 a week. That's $100 a month, right? She's paying for bad health and building their wealth to the tune of $1,400 a year. So why not take that $1,400 and build your own wealth? You know, so it's talking about building your body equity first.
You know, as you think about that, ladies, you know, want to talk about that is we're talking about building a business, and I have 2 ladies here that actually work and build a business. Talk about that, and most people call it work-life balance, but how do you create that harmony? See, because it's never in balance.
Never.
So how do you create that balance? You know, single mom, you know, still a single mother, not really. You still married, Camille?
My husband is dead.
Okay,
He's
so
passed
she's
on.
a widower,
Yes.
but she's gone through that experience.
Yes.
But talk about, you know, ladies, if you would, talk about that harmony there, because you have some young ladies out there that are looking to be entrepreneurs, and just 1 or 2 things you may share with them may give them a different perspective. And when you see things differently, you have a different perspective. The things you see does change.
For me, it has to be important to you. You know, I mean, we do the things that's important to us. So even as a single parent, I mean, I was a single parent when my kids were smaller, and it wasn't important to me. Health wasn't important to me until it has to be. You know, so then you get sick. I'm a cancer conqueror, so I got sick. So, in understanding that the things that we work on is what's important to us. You know, so I go back to you making that decision that your health is just as important as you getting up going to your job. You know, we give 10 hours, 14 hours a day working for someone, but we're not willing to give 60 minutes to ourselves or to eat better, to fuel our bodies. We put better gas in our cars than we put food in our bodies because we're saying that the food is too expensive. We can't buy what's really, really good. But here you have this car over here that you got such value in that only take premium gas, and I don't care if it goes up to $10 a gallon. We're going to make sure that we put it in our car. So we have to change. We have to do the shift of what's valuable to us, because even when we grew up, one of the things I'm learning in this business is that we were never taught the value of our bodies. We were taught to go to school, go to work, get a good job, get a pension so you can retire and be okay in your money.
Let me dive right there, you know, because this is your space. This is your space. What are some things in my busy schedule? I like to give some things that you can do now.
Okay.
So today, when we're recording this, is Saturday.
Okay.
And so next week, going into Monday, what are some things that listeners can do to begin to truly work on their health? Give me 5 things that they can do that's very tangible.
Okay. Tangible. You can drink more water.
Okay.
Right. You can do the Plank Talk Challenge.
All right, hold on. What's that?
I
got a minute?
I don't know if I can tell.
You got a minute?
I don't know if I can tell.
So because again, if I was to say to you
Where can I go get the Plank Talk Challenge?
At CandiceCamille.com. It's
Okay.
all there.
All right.
And you got a minute. It only takes a minute.
Okay.
So you can drink more water.
Mm-hmm.
You can do a movement 1 minute at a time, right? There's 3 exercises that you can do right now in this room that don't require space. That you go into a gym. That's the plank, number 1. You can do some squats, and then you can do some push-ups off the wall or off the floor. Those three exercises touches every muscle in your body. And you can make sure that you eat breakfast, because that's going to determine your whole day as it relates to your focus in your business, as it relates to your creativity, as it relates to how you think, how you move, how you react to what I'm going to say to you.
All right, I got 4, so I'm missing one
What
here.
you got?
I got more water,
Mhm.
Plank Talk Challenge. Then I can do plank push-ups and squats, breakfast.
And then you can get more sleep. Make sure you take your behind the bed.
Go your butt to bed.
Go to sleep, because what happens is when we don't rejuvenate. We're banking on old stuff, so there's no new stuff. So when we go to sleep, what happens to us during the course of our day, and this is very important, when we go through the course of our day, is that we develop all of these cells that's supposed to shed when we go to sleep. So when we don't get the required 7 to 9 hours of sleep as adults, we have all these billions of bad cells in us, and what happens is they split. So when you wake up in the morning after 3 or 4 hours of sleep, now you got 4 billion bad cells. So you're starting off on a deficit. So you want to make sure you get the sleep that's required.
You want to add anything to that, Adeline, about the harmony side versus balance? You have 2 boys that are active. Every time I see Adeline, I'm at a basketball game.
And I saw her planking. I saw her planking at the basketball game.
Oh, man.
That's actually a question I had for Mr. Frazier, but we didn't have enough time to ask him. But that is something that I have challenge with. There is no such thing as balance in my life, in my house. It's you just got to do what you got to do to make it happen. So if today is the day that I have to work all day, my kids know they have to figure it out. And if that means they got to can it, they got to can it. And then there are days, I mean, I'm a workaholic. I have to admit that. But I work the way that I work because I have 2 young kids that are asthmatic. And you just never know. Asthma is it's an invisible disease, and no matter how you plan out for it, you just never know when something might trigger them to have asthma, and we have to end up in the hospital through the night for a couple of days. And so at that point, then that's what's important. That's what matters. I mean, I remember one time my son was in the hospital, and I had to push payroll out, and payroll had to be out that day, and I need a computer that day. And guess what? I got on the hospital's computer and I pushed my payroll out because I had to make it, I had to make it happen. So there's no balance. You just gotta, if you want to succeed in your business, and you just gotta make it happen and do what you have to do.
But that's part of the harmony part of it. So even in creating, making it happen, but is it chaotic happening or is it harmonized?
I mean, sometimes it's chaotic. Sometimes, it's chaotic, and sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this?
One of the things, and that's okay, because sometimes you think about some of the best symphonic and orchestra productions, there's this loud crescendo that's boom, and then you come down. But at the end of the day, it makes sweet music.
And
most you got to be okay with that.
Yeah. Most of my close friends that know me, they'll tell you that that's how I can operate in chaos. In college, I took 21 classes, 21 credits. I got all A's. If I took 12, I could barely buy a B, But that's just, and so when I figured that out, guess what I was doing? I was taking more than 12 credits because that's just I can multitask and I just operate that way. It's not, I don't recommend it, but I'm constantly in
For
that.
you need to be committed to a lot.
But that's okay because that's what your formula is. And that's what I think that we're missing. Everybody has a different formula.
What is your formula?
What's your formula? See, because all of our 1+1s don't equal that 2. So you have to find your thing. You have to find what's good for you because all of our lives, and that's why a lot of discombobulation and chaos that don't make sweet music is going on because we're trying to be the cookie cutter and follow a formula that's set for everybody, and you really have to find your own formula. So that for you, being you, that's you. That's your 1+1. That will never, ever, ever work for me or work for you. You got to find what's your thing.
So, I mean, you just made me think about something. What is your unique productivity formula? What is your unique productivity formula? Your UFP.
And then there are times, where everything that I plan out for the week on Sunday, it just plans out the way that I planned it out. But you just never know with kids. And, I have my youngest son, he'll call me the day of and say, Mom, I got a game today, or Mom, I have practice until 7. And meanwhile, I had an appointment scheduled at 7. And so it's like, okay, Noah, so I got to figure out, okay, what am I going to do? And sometimes I have to just tell him, you're going to have to wait till I get there because I have a client.
And you know what? And again, that's life. But a lot of the times when life intervenes, most of us, what we do is we let life take us out of our life. And
Let me explain on that. We let life take us out of our life. How does that happen?
Because you hear a lot when something happens, traumatic, harsh, whatever. And I talk to a lot of my clients, Howard, and I say, what happened? And they said, life. So whatever happens on the outside of your life that comes in that takes you away from your formula. But I say don't let life take you out of your life because it's your life. Because if you're operating just like you said, you have to adjust. But in order for your life to keep going, you have to stay in your formula. What I'm talking about, Howard, is a lot of the times we let our life take us out of our formula. That you're no longer operating for what you just call that, your UPF.
UPF.
And your UPF.
The unique productivity
your unique
formula.
productivity formula is no longer unique because you've taken yourself out. You let what's going on over here and you stopped you over here. So you took it out so it doesn't equal up. And that's where we get the unbalance at.
And I've had situations where my daughter, when she has her asthma attack, she goes straight to ICU. She's there 2-3 days. But once I know she's stable, she's okay, I'm in the hospital somewhere working because my clients, they sympathize that, her daughter's in the hospital, but at the end of the day, they want their books balanced, they want their tax returns done, and I can't.
Just like that. Adelie, why can't I get that?
And so I can't, that can't be, that's not an excuse for me, and I don't use it as an excuse. And a lot of times people don't even, it's after she comes through, then I may just post and say, thank you for the prayers and the text, and people be like, well, I just saw you. I didn't know your daughter was in the hospital because I can't.
I just got this email from you.
Yeah.
But that's you not letting life take you out.
I can't.
And that's what that is meaning that because this happened over here, now we must deal with acute situations. So like you just said, once your daughter was out of the acute phase, you went back to do what you had to do. And that's how life works.
Yeah.
That's the harmony, I guess.
That's the harmony.
See, that's it.
That's it. That's the harmony in it. So then you get to levitate. That's what I call it. I call it just straight up levitation because you're no longer have it weighing you down. And believe it or not, Howard, that's why the Plank Talk Challenge was created, to get you to levitate. Because, when you're planking, you have to hold your body weight up.
Right.
Right, so you're in levitation mode. So again, that's what you letting stuff go, letting a lot of dead stuff go so you can elevate. So, and that's where the harmony starts.
And then I also have to teach my kids that you can't just freak out and just panic and just stop when life happens.
Life
you
happens.
know, you have to figure it out. We have a saying in the house: you got to take a licking and keep on ticking, because you do. You just do.
Timing.
The watch.
Timing.
But that slogan goes on, doesn't it?
Goes on.
The elephant stepping on the watch, or the truck running over the watch. You know, the old commercials. Yeah, remember those?
Listen, see, and it goes on. It has. You talk about creating a legacy, right?
Yeah.
So licking and keep on ticking, and to teach that to your sons is amazing.
Well, son and daughter. I'm sorry.
Son and
Yes,
daughter,
I have
son
two
and daughter.
boys. Yeah, I have two boys and a daughter.
So-
And that's how, you know, I have two children as well. And they are, you know, I lie about my age so much, I don't know if I even want to say this, but
Just say they're mature.
they're mature on in their lives, and I'm so proud of them because they were taught that same thing.
Yeah.
And they are just productive in doing what they have to do. Entrepreneurs, you know, inside of themselves and doing it. So you're absolutely right. You have to teach them that.
So I want to bounce back in here. We talked about life, and it's an acronym that one of my coaches utilized a lot in his teaching, and it stands for Live in Freedom Every Day. What do you do to achieve that in what you call freedom?
You know, and I'm going to talk about this when I get to this stage, and that's one of the things that I do for me, because freedom.
What time are you going on the stage?
Because we're short for time.
Okay, let's see who you going after. You know? That's the question. Yeah, that's the real question.
And that's one of the things I'm going to talk about, because that's when you talk about.
You'll be going up shortly if they don't change it.
Yeah.
So.
What freedom is. And see, freedom for me is being well, because I know the power in it, and it allows you to do anything. It allows you to do anything, so, even when you don't want to do it.
So wellness gives you options.
Wellness gives you options.
Without health, you can't have the options.
You can't have the options. You cannot. Repeat that.
Wellness gives you options.
Yes, you cannot have it, and that's what I teach, because it's so very important that everything starts with you. Everything. You know, so if you don't have good health, like the young man that was up, you know, on the stage yesterday, and he talked about, you know, what's going to move you to your next level. You know, and I waited till I heard all the answers, and I'm like, it's just your health. Because when you have good health, you have everything. Mm-hmm. You know what, Steve Jobs, when he died, when he was going through his cancer treatments, one of the things he said is one of the most expensive beds is a sick bed.
Wow.
It's a sick bed. You know, so when you talk about being free, when you have the power to get up on your own steam every day, you know, and don't have anything going on with you, when you have the power to not have to take any medication, you know, and that you're doing what you need to do as it relates to food, movement, you know, so you can stay well, that's a huge power inside of itself, and it's something that money can't buy. Because if it was, look at him. At the end of the day, he had money. Right. But if you don't do the things that you need to do over here, so that's why it's so very, very important when you talk to the millennials right now, how important it is that we really, really instill into them about taking care of themselves, because they may be 30 right now, but if they want to see 80, they need to do something now to ensure when you see 80, she gonna be okay, or he's gonna be okay, that you're not dealing with Alzheimer's, that you're not dealing with diabetes, that you're not dealing with dementia, that you're not dealing with osteoporosis, and I can go on and on and on and on. So I could say to you right now, one thing you talk about what you can do, so for all of you can hear this, get out a mirror and look in the mirror and let your 80-year-old self look back at you and see what they tell you for what you're doing right now as it relates to your body retirement.
So y'all heard that. Camille said, look at your 80-year-old body, your 80-year-old self, and say, hey, self, do I look as good at 80 as I did when I was whatever?
Right now,
And you
because what
start
it is, you want to know if you're doing what you're supposed to do. You know, people ask me all the time, why are you planking every day? Like, what's that about? You know, like, what are you trying to do?
Can I ask you a question? Why do you think people don't take better care of their health?
Wow, that's such a loaded question. But I think
Unpack it. Hey, that was a great question, Adeline.
It is.
Unpack it.
Yeah, well, go ahead, because I mean, I have my ideas.
No, I want you to unpack.
Because first of all,
because that's something I'm challenged with, and and I know for myself personally, I allow the excuse of time, and
time, money, and for Black women, hair.
I'm gonna sweat it out. I paid too much for this.
You know, time, money, and hair. But what it is that
time, money, and hair. That sounds like a good blog.
Yes.
You need to write that article, okay? Time, money, and hair.
And that's basically what it is. Those are the three biggest excuses that I hear all the time. But at the end of the day, when I sum it up, and this will say, yeah, but you're not in love with yourself enough. We're in love with other people. We love our husband. We love our kids. We love our wives. We're in love with our wives, so in love with our husbands. And it's nothing that we wouldn't do for that love. But there's no love of self. Like, I am totally in love with me. You know, I date me. I do all the things that you need to do in a relationship.
What are some of those things you do to date yourself then? Let's talk about that, Camille. I mean, I want to dive this deeper. Because, see, people hear that. They said, okay, it sounded, and they're sitting there. Okay, I mean,
what's she talking about?
You know, what is this lady doing? She lying about her age, but she's looking good. I'm looking at her. You know, she won't tell us how old her kids are, but she's looking good. She's planking. But what is she doing? I mean, come on. Tell them.
I can
how you date
guarantee you
yourself,
I'm
girl.
not taking a pill. Here's the deal. First of all, when you think about a date, right? When you go out on a date, you know, your hands get sweaty, palmy, you know, and you nurture yourself. So what are the things that you have to do to nurture yourself? So again, and I'm talking about, I have 8 doctors that I visit every day, 8 of them. So you're going to hear me tell you that these are the things that you have to do every day for yourself. You know, you have to, you know, love on yourself. You have to caress yourself. You know, the same thing that you're doing for any man or any woman, you need to do that for yourself. You need to walk it down. You need to walk it through in terms of what do you have to do every day? You have to pray every day. So I'm going to give y'all these 8 right here because he just called me out. And by the way, I have a 42-year-old daughter. But what?
Do the math, y'all.
Listen, disclaimer, I had her when I was 2.
Your 45-year-old self.
Oh, yeah. But at the end of the day, I do. You have to fall in love with yourself. And you have to make yourself very, very important. I tell folks there's God, right? And then there's me. And I do it unapologetically. So nothing stops me from taking care of me. You know, even
so that's God, you, and the rest of the day.
And the rest of the day. That's it. Even
in that order.
In that order. It never deviates. That's my formula. Because when you deviate away from that formula and you start putting yourself on the back burner, you will lose your health. And that's what you have to do. You really, really, really have to put yourself first. And that's what we don't do because we were taught to feel guilty about putting ourselves first, about doing. You know, my daughter...
And women, I noticed that a lot of women, my wife all the time, I said, baby, you just got to slow down. You got to stop, okay? I'm okay with it not being done. Well, but I said, baby, you got to stop.
It's our DNA. We got to change
it's part of that nurturing process.
It's part of that. We lose it somewhere about 40 because it's the smackdown at that age.
So hey, get to the smackdown before your age, okay? Young ladies, it's okay not to. Eventually, your body will shut down if you don't go ahead and take care of yourself and love yourself.
And that's it in a nutshell.
And this goes for men and women because, and I want to be transparent, like I said, I decided to make a difference for a couple reasons. I was listening to Zig Ziglar. And he said something that was real powerful. He said, here I am on stage telling people they can do this and do that. And he said, I'm out of shape. That's what he said. He said that. And so he lost about 30 or 40 pounds. And he laid that out, in his country, Yazoo, Mississippi voice. I just started walking a block, and the block became a little bit more, and became a little bit more. And next thing I know, I started trotting. He didn't jog. He said I started trotting. Then I started running, and that was it.
But you just talked about a process. And see, in that process of him losing that, I say releasing that 40 pounds, because losing weight is just like losing your keys.
Oh.
Eventually you're going to find it back. So you have to release this thing.
Release it, not lose it.
You got to release this thing. So he started falling in love with the process of the benefit. So it's the same thing about the plank talk challenge. When I first started planking, I couldn't plank for more than 30 seconds.
I don't feel bad then.
That's what I'm saying. No, when you start, you got to start just like
Start
he
where
did.
you are.
Start where you are. He started with one block.
Yeah.
But you must start. You can't come where I am. I've been doing this thing for 420 days.
420
days.
And you're at an hour now?
And I'm at an hour that I can plank. But again, it's that same process of what we heard and hear throughout this conference all weekend. It's consistency.
Mm-hmm.
You have to make a decision. First of all, you got to have the courage to make the decision to be consistent and commit to your change.
Wow.
See, because...
Give us that again. Give us that again. You got to slow that down. You got to slow that down. Whoa, just got to close my eyes and visualize that one, y'all. Just got to slow it down, okay?
You got to have some courage.
Yeah.
Right? And you have to be committed so you can be consistent, so you can control your change. And that's what it's all about. Because at the end of the day, you are in control of your change. And right now, you better control your change before somebody else controls it for you. And that means by if we get sick. And and I'm asthmatic as well as an adult, so I know all too well what she goes through. I'm asthmatic, but I can run a marathon simply because I was consistent.
And that's the key, and that's transferable to, when you begin to think about it. We talk about it in business. It was interesting. I was talking to, a friend of mine, and we're accountability partners, and he was like, my business is not where it is. And I said, but Mike, you get up and run 6 miles most days. Almost every other day, he and his wife, he and his girlfriend. And I said, he said, you don't even need to say it, Howard. Somebody else said it. Said, man, you developed that habit. Why don't you develop habits in other areas?
That is so huge for me, simply because that's what I say. Like, we all have our best systems. We all have our best systems, and you have to figure out what your system is and then take it across the board. So when you're talking about
figure out your best systems and cross-pollinate it across your life.
Pollinate it across your life. And your life is what? Your body, your business, and your bank. So that's the anatomy of your balanced, harmonizing life. See, because even in talking about...
I'm going to add one more. Your body, your business, and your bank, and your boo.
And your boo. But see, the boo is right caught up there in the family, but I like that B on the end.
Them 4 B's. See, I like when people don't want to resonate.
I have to say, listen, Howard gave me a new B.
Your boo.
Your boo. And you're absolutely right, because it's very, very important. But I say that, too, in the body part of it, is the fact that even when you are getting yourself right, you pull them in simply because we lead by example. So even when I started in this journey, my husband was a pork chop eating like gravy, mashed potatoes. Like, what do you mean we ain't eating this stuff anymore? We're not eating it anymore. Because as women, we control that part of the house. So we control our family's health. So what you do, he fought me tooth and nail. So he'd go to his mama's house and eat.
I did the other way.
I use what George said. That thing.
Hey, if you wonder what that thing is, that thing. But you could go back and listen to the replay. Go back about an hour from now. George will tell you George Frazier, that is. And if you're just joining us on Black CEO Live here, he'll tell you that, it is that thing.
And that's what it is. But all jokes aside is that eventually, if you just keep going and stay the course, keep pushing past every quit that you could have imagined, for those that love you and you love, they will follow you. So my children, my grandchildren, everybody's well now. So because I stayed this course for 30 years. So if you're in my space, you have no choice. It's not even optional.
It's funny, this is a commitment to a journey I started, it was probably in August, late August, when I really truly decided to do differently in my life. And this past Monday, we were out eating, and my dad was in town, and so he left his glasses in the truck, and so he couldn't read the menu. He said, what? I said, you mean just order what I'm ordering? No. You probably gonna have some kind of salad and something light. He said it just like that. But it made me think about it is people noticing the changes that you make. They don't disagree with you. They may not agree with it for them, but they don't fight you on it anymore. And they respect it.
And eventually he gonna get that salad. Watch. Eventually he'll get the salad, but it's up to you to stay your course and not give in for whatever that change. For me, and I always say this to my clients and anybody that'll listen to me, that you have to be the change you want to see in the world.
Yeah.
I want the world well, so I have to be that change. So
well, what George say, what you do speak so loudly, you remind us of that. We've all heard that, but what you do speak so loudly, I can't see you.
That's
I
it.
can't hear you.
Can't hear me. So when I walk into a room and they don't know me, but they just know me as the plank lady. So I don't have to say anything, meaning that this wellness thing has, and it started off as a fluke. I wanted to give my clients simply because of those three things that we talked about, time, money, and hair. I wanted to take all of those excuses off the table by giving you something to do in 1 minute that will change the course of your well-being, and you didn't have to dip into your excuse bag.
That's how our first conversation went.
Yeah.
What? Talk about that.
I don't remember if I was just getting out of bed or something, and she called me, and I was feeling really tired, and she started telling me about her vision and her dream and what she does, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. And I said, okay, I'm gonna start for the new year. And she's like, why do you have to wait for the new year? I was like, okay, I'll start tomorrow. She's like, why do you have to wait till tomorrow? And she got me out of bed, and I was planking. I don't do it every day, but I have been doing it more. I have been doing it. Just know that I've been doing it.
And that's just you making a decision to change. It has nothing to do with the actual plank itself, even though the benefit of it outweighs anything. I'm an infinite creature in the plank. I'm never going to stop because the benefit of it outweighs any of that. So it's like you've made the decision to do something different. That's going to change you. So like she said, she may not do it every day, but the seed is already planted that, you know what, in those 30 seconds, I felt better.
Right.
And that's why I continue to do it, because I did feel better.
Yeah, you're going to continually do that.
Right.
Because as you...
It'll bring you back.
And then it becomes a habit where, I always tell folks is when it gets harder not to do than to do, whatever that old habit was, if it was a habit, if you're eliminating something, if it's harder not to do it, but if you're adding something and it's easier to do than not to do, then that it's truly becoming a part of your life and part of your rituals.
And that's what it is. It becomes, we hear, 21 days to create the habit. I was doing some deep research on it, and what I found out, it was
21 days to shift it.
That shift, and that was the shift, but 66 days.
Have you, speaking of that, there's a book called The One Thing, and that's where they really dive in about that, is doing the 60-day consistently.
Yes.
One thing.
One thing. And that's what it was. It's like the 60 days is when you actually have replaced, because that's what I learned. You can't keep adding stuff on. You replace a habit.
And that was kind of where I was going with that chart. I got to And I got to play with this here because this is going to be a great teaching tool, what George laid out.
Yes.
And, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm talking about is Dr. George C. Frazier, who's going to be on the main stage shortly, an hour or so. But he talked about going from average to good, excellence to amazing. And so as you look at that, and one of the things I started thinking about and analyzing, this is my engineering mind thinking here. So under average, what does an average business in your industry look like? What does a good business look like? What does an excellent business look like? And then what does an amazing business look like? And then you pull out the mirror and say, what do I look like?
That's a wrap.
For hearing this twice today, I was fortunate enough to sit in here with the millenniums and then sit in here with the ladies. They didn't kick me out. That's why I sat all the way back here with my back to the wall in the corner. I said I was going to be quiet. I lied. But, you think about doing that as a self-autopsy for yourself. And, I'm going to flush this through. That's my commitment to you ladies that are here, sitting here with me. And I want you guys to judge the chart that I put together, because I think it'll be a great tool for people to self-reflect and ask, how can I grow from one A to the other A? I'm already thinking about this as, shifting my A's, moving from average to amazing.
And the process, because that's the process in your decision.
Yeah.
And what does that look like? Because that's what you're talking about. And adding that last one on is, what do I look like? What was that? Say that again. I got just
hey, looking in the mirror and then say, what do I look like?
And that's what it is. So that's bridging everything together.
Yeah.
Because most of the time, like you said, with the balance, we got balance balls. If you turn your head, one is going to drop.
Yep.
But when you're talking about doing this, and doing it like the bridge, it's bridging everything that we do and keeping you into the equation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Keeping you in it and being well in it. See, because there lies the difference, because we think we're in it. We're not well in it.
So, but it goes back in. He talked about those areas, your life, your friends, your circumstances, your bank. You start adding all those things up, and you ask yourself, in order to have amazing friends, I must be an amazing friend. So am I?
And that's, again, when you point the finger right back at you and ask yourself
that same question.
1, 2, 3 up. When you do that, they coming back at you. They coming back at you.
Yeah.
So that was one of my biggest takeaways on that chart there. And that's why I had to ask him to bring it up again when you ladies were here, because, Shay actually contributed that to their business, he and Trevor's business, skyrocketing.
I can believe that.
When George explained that to him. And he brought it up for him, and, he wasn't in for this session with the ladies. And so I had to have that back in here, and that was, to me, so powerful. And then the other thing that he kind of told me, I'm just going over my notes here, is Adeline saw me writing, and these are just my notes from the day.
Can we get that book?
Okay, so we'll wrap it up here. So, we'll turn that into a book.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah, that's when I say two, that's me 2 minutes.
Hey, I need to know.
Peace sign.
Deuces.
Right.
That's D. Trevor coming in, giving us the deuces sign that we're going to have to wrap it up. But, as we talked about the vision, you got to have, let's see, make sure I got that right. The entrepreneur vision, the ability to know what people need, and then realize you have the capacity to get them there. That was powerful.
Yes, that was.
So, ladies, if you would use that to wrap up, I won't say reintroduce yourself, but make sure you leave the connectivity point.
Okay. Candace Camille, you can connect with me. I'm at The Wellologist, of course, social media, and of course my website. You can contact me at CandaceCamille.com.
And what is your vision? Let's talk. I want to wrap it up with the vision.
To get the world well, to just go global with it and be simplistic. And that's basically my vision, but along with have a wellness island where you can come to.
Wellness island.
Where you can, wellness destination. It has always been my plan.
Come into the Camille zone.
And come into the Camille zone. I love the way he thinks.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to answer that your question earlier about freedom, but freedom for me is entrepreneurship, not having someone dictate my life. And so my vision and my passion, I am Edeline Francois Dryden, owner of Dryden Tax and Accounting Services, is to help entrepreneurs start, grow, sustain profitable business. You can reach me at Dryden Tax and Accounting Services. I'm on Facebook, and I'm from Atlanta, and it's just my passion.
That's what she loves to do. She does it from all angles. Hey, this is Howard as it's going to take a short break as we get ready to reset and see what's next. You know, this is a fluid environment because sometimes we don't know who's over on the other side of the wall. But in the meantime, we always know that we're here to provide you with our best. Our best is being just information and sharing conversation to help you be the best you possible, because guess what? Everybody else is taken. Take care. God bless, and I shall see you in a little bit. And you can go over to one of the other stages and continue to learn and grow, because remember, if you're not growing, you're not moving forward. Take care.
Thank you. Awesome.
What's that? You want this?
I'll see that. Yeah, I better leave at least one.
Yeah. I was in the green room, but it sounded like y'all was having fun in there, man.
We call this we call it edutainment.
Yeah, yeah.
We gotta find a way to
educate while entertaining.
Because like George Fraser brought up a good point. He said we gotta keep it really in sound bites for our people. Because we not really readers.
Yeah.
See, like I never thought about that. He said we are the thought leaders. We were reading and we disseminate, digest it to them. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
At all.
It's so true.
That when you think about it, that's the truth. So what we still should have that expectation though.
Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
These was available.
Yeah.
So my father was an avid reader. He had a lot written out.
You guys are alive, by the way.
And so I saw the effects of it, how he transformed his life.
Yeah.
By reading. So as a child, you're like, if that can happen for him, then he forced us to read, man. St. Augustine, Plato.
Yeah.
He would make us read. Or out loud, getting mad, but he would force us to. But what did, like the law of elasticity says, once you stretch a form,
Never
it
goes back to its original shape. Yeah.
The mind is the same way.
Yeah.
And that's what we try to do, right?
Yeah.
Is stretch the mind, so it won't go back
So
to
it
that
won't go
same
back to
thing.
the same thing.
You know, that's why that tells
Somebody
me.
sit right there.
No.
You good.
Hey family, what's going on? It's Andy Henriquez. Look, we know we're live. We're just having a little bit of side chat. We're going to go ahead and get started. So for those of you who are joining us in the conversation room, listen, go ahead and grab a cup of coffee, grab yourself something nice, cold to drink, and just be a part of this conversation. We believe we're going to share some things with you that's going to allow you to take your life to the next level, that are going to be thought-provoking, and definitely something you'll be able to implement in your life. So just stick around. We're going to get started in just a few seconds. And yes, we are live right now. We do realize that we're having a little side conversation, but we will be talking directly and including you in that conversation in probably just another 2 minutes. So grab a notepad, grab a pen, grab something to drink, and please join us. Yeah, we're live. We're live right now.
Yeah, he's got the mic right there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're live.
We watched, y'all could kind of tune it out yesterday, and this really, you couldn't really see this room a lot. It was one picture, one still.
Oh, one still image.
But
Okay.
it wasn't like
You didn't see anybody talking?
No, it was one still.
Okay.
The whole time.
I'm sorry.
So you might want to sit over. Look at some of these chairs out.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. You probably got to click.
I don't know
on
which
it for it to
which
go live. Yeah, you got to
which
click it
side
to go
on
live.
Oh, when I saw right there.
Because I saw the picture, but I didn't see that.
Yeah, you got to click it for it to go live.
You know, if somebody bounce in.
So we live.
Yeah, we live. We've been live the whole time. They don't shut it down. That's why I was saying, hot mics. You never, anytime around a mic, you always got to suggest that it's hot.
Assume it's hot.
Assume it's hot.
I want to do like Donald Trump did, right?
Well, you don't care if it's hot or not.
You got to drop it like it's hot. Right? That's bad.
Man.
I'm a bad boy.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do, huh?
I got mine already.
Okay. All right.
Working on your base 2 inch, right?
Well, just want to be able to stay connected, man. That's one of the things that just that realizes, yeah, I mean, I can go and, get it back from the guys, but at the same time, so much easier if everyone's in here. Plus, I can realize who all came in. And
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just get you to do that. All right, so, hey, the rules of the conversation room, Andy's been in here, is number one is to have fun. Number
Yes,
two is
yes.
to be authentic. And then the third thing is to educate. Wow. And I guess all of them could be one, because not necessarily in that order. All right, let me welcome our viewers back. Oh, hey, we're back. I won't say we're back live, because we were live the whole time, but we were back with you. This is Howard White, and we're here with three dynamic gentlemen here. It's been a great day. I mean, just think about, we've had, if you go back into the Black CEO conversations, you had about an hour of George Frazier with A Room for the Millenniums. It got real and raw. Then it was George Frazier with A Room Full of Women. And Howard. I sat in both, and I fit in neither category, but I enjoyed both conversations. Yeah, gentlemen, if you would, as we get started here, go around the room and just introduce yourself briefly, and what do you do to impact this world?
Ken? Oh, I'm Ken Brown, and I am I'm an entrepreneur. I create jobs for people. I just think, like we said in the presentation today, I just think we had a time in our community that we have to get off the sidelines, quit waiting for the government, other people to create jobs in our community. And so I've taken it upon myself to develop, build, scale, and eventually sell brick and mortar businesses with the intent of creating jobs and opportunities for our people.
For Andy to say anything, hey, we got the legend, the truth, the owner, the you see if you look in here, you'll see some things here, and Nolan, if you don't zoom in on this, you're gonna be in trouble because your allowance from your dad is gonna be taken. It's the Village Connector TV. Actually, where we have the Black CEO Live, and I'm gonna jump ship a little bit, and then I'll come back to you, Andy. Is that Black CEO Live really started out of just some joint visionary thinking and collaboration. Glenn here started this. Not practicing attorney, but what's the word you use?
I'm retired.
Retired. Yeah. But he still keeps his license for pro bono cases. So when there's the time he feels that he needs to truly help and bless someone.
Now, let me be clear. Pro bono means you don't have money. That doesn't mean you just prefer not to pay it over to me. There is a difference.
So if you're enjoying Black CEO Live, Glenn is a big part of that because, the studios in which all of this is happening, this was his vision. Wow. This was his vision. This is what has grown out of. You've been over to the training room, which is over here to my left, as you see me reach over here. That's because he wanted to create a studio in which entrepreneurs could come in and create great content to deliver to the people that they serve. Podcast room, as technology evolved, here we are, the big conference room where people could have conferences here locally in the Maryland area and actually get content. So, Glenn, we were introducing ourselves. I'm going to get back on track. I'll let Andy go since we're going around the table, and then you take as much time to introduce real quick. I said, take as much time real quick. You noticed that, didn't you?
I only heard the real quick part, right? Hey, let me tell you,
an attorney, right?
I see it frequency and recency.
I have been enjoying this conversation room. For those of you who are tuning in and just sort of checking us out, my name is Andy Enriquez. I am a storytelling coach as well as an author and a speaker, but I primarily work with aspiring speakers and coaches and even established speakers and coaches and entrepreneurs specifically to help them to come up with what their signature story is so that they can make a greater impact. And so if they're getting in front of audiences, I help them to be able to elevate that experience by being able to share a memorable signature story. And if they just simply have products and services, I show them how to leverage stories so that they can be able to sell and move more of their products and services. And so, I'm just a big advocate on people, owning their stories and sharing their stories so that they can have a greater connection. I'm just happy to be here, man, be part of this conversation.
All right.
Wow. I've had the privilege of hearing everyone speak at some time during the course of this event, and I am just amazed at the brain trust, the talent, and the wisdom that has been shared just during this last 24 hours, and it'll be 48 by the time we're done today. And I want you to know that this was my vision of what I wanted Village Connector Community to be, is an internet, television, and radio network that focuses on personal development. We spend so much time watching cable television and network television and, traditional media, I'll call it. And we're not really learning anything from any of that. It's all just something to occupy the time. Our goal here with Village Connector Community and our internet, television, radio network was to occupy your mind and to actually invest yourself, get you to invest in yourself through personal development. And that's why we focus on bringing public speakers, trainers, coaches, authors, and educators, wellness professionals, anyone that educates, even if you're a real estate agent, that educates by hosting home buying workshops where you're teaching people how to be an educated consumer. You're an educator. And you need to have a platform that gives you a connection to people who need to hear your message, and that was what Village Connector was all about. We didn't want to wait until network television blessed you with a spot on one of their TV shows. We want you to have your own show, and maybe you can be a blessing to others without having been blessed by the media. So I'm very happy to be part of the Black CEO project. Trevor and Che and I are like brothers from other mothers, and we have a very similar vision. Mine is a little bit broader because we're looking to be more than just the speaking network, so to speak. We have a speakers bureau, and that's like the foundation of what we do. But we also serve the locally owned business community. In other words, we have a mobile app, a browser-based app that allows local businesses to advertise their businesses through our network to the people who are congregating around the educational content. Because, I mean, let's face it, if you're sitting here listening to any of you guys speak, it doesn't hurt if you had a meal or you know whatever. Right. And we buy stuff, you know. So we might as well buy it from the people who are supporting our effort to get that information. Because remember, all this is free.
Yeah.
You know, our TV shows, our radio shows, the content on our website, it's all educational content that's available at no cost to the community. Wow. And even though you can go and hire one of the coaches, like they'll find you and your subject matter expert profile when you're, you know, if you're part of the network, they can buy, you know, your premium programming. They will also see the free things that you did, you know, and that content is free largely because of locally owned businesses that's supported by advertising their businesses through our network as opposed to going to Comcast or one of the other big cable networks or whatever. So as I see it, this is truly the way a community should work. We're all getting more for our dollars because the people who are advertising their businesses through our network are making it possible for you to get fries, i.e. education, with that, you know, whatever you bought from them, you know. So that's how I see it, you know. When you go in, you buy a suit, you want fries with that? Yeah, kind of. You know, give me some education, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Ojinga?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Glenn. I mean, that's amazing just to have the vision to do that. But my name is Ojinga Carr. I'm a certified high performance coach. And so I work with individuals and businesses on how it is for them to be able to achieve more in their business or in their life. And so we help people do more of what they want to do instead of what they have to do. And so that's by getting people to understand the difference between I get to and I have to. And that really is a shaping and a difference between perception and the reality of what things are. And
Nice.
so I've gotten the opportunity to travel across the United States and work with businesses and individuals in 49 states. And so I love what I do, and I love the opportunity to do that as well too.
All right, so I'm going to take the first question is really going to be what you just said, Ojinga. You know, people want to be in business. I got a table full of entrepreneurs here. So, you know, people say they want to be in business. I want to, but how do they move from I want to I get my business started? Jump in.
I always suggest before you take that proverbial leap of faith is to go find out someone who's doing what you want to do and go and work with them. Kind of say case them out. You know, like if I wanted to get into radio or television, or come here and take an opportunity, be it internship, because then you learn in the systems, the infrastructure, and then what that really affords you the opportunity to find out, it really makes it from a dream to reality. Because once you get engrossed in it, you might wind up and say, I don't really want to do that.
That's right.
But I'd rather you do that than you go out and spend your capital and quit your job and then find out that this is not really what I want to do. So my suggestion is before you do it, go find out one or two businesses that's doing what you want to do and go out and support them and help them become successful. And then what you do, you're able to flush it out and figure it out at no cost. And you might even get paid for it.
You know, and that's probably the single most important piece of advice that you can give someone that's thinking about doing something new. I mean, think about this. When we were in school, we were penalized for copying. Wow. You know, you were penalized if you looked over on somebody else's paper to see if they had the answer. Wow. You know, and when you get out in the real world, you find out you're penalized for not copying. You know, you see, there's a disconnect in our education system. So the key, as you just described it, the key, as I see it, is learning how to be a copycat. But you got to make sure you copy the right cat, and that's the bottom line.
That's
you know,
huge.
I like that one.
So
I love that one there.
That's huge.
Hold on.
It's modeling knowledge. Yeah, be a copycat, but make sure you copy the right cat.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we got modeling 101 as you get started. Is learn to be a copycat, but make sure you copy the right cat.
There you go.
And what I like to say is never take lessons from a coach who never played the game.
There you go.
Think about it. I'm from Chicago. Phil Jackson took Horace Grant, John Paxton, you know, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Bill Cartwright to a 6-ring circus. Now, when you really do the DNA, find out Phil Jackson was a coach, but when you think about it, he won a championship with the New York Knickerbockers.
That's right.
That's why he was able to get them mentally, physically ready to win championships. So that I agree with that. You have to find someone and a coach or someone who's been there, because John Maxwell says it's called the law of the lead.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful. The law of the lead. The game goes to the speed of the leader. And so we got to really make sure we're very careful, because to your point, we often copy people who are not successful, and failure is great to me. But I think it's very, very crucial that you identify someone who mirror or match where you want to go, because once again, you can't be what you can't see. And oftentimes people are honored to have you a part. You can't go in and tell them, one thing I get insulted and say, I want to pick your brain. That's kind of, that's
I know,
kind of
it's
insulting.
insulting.
You want, hey, how can I serve you?
Yes, that's right.
That's a whole different proposition, is it not?
And that's one of the things I started thinking about is when I get that a lot in the environment, and Mr. White, can I pick your brain? I'm going to take that right there and say, yes, you can. And here's the program in which how that operates.
Yeah, exactly.
So have an intern program already laid out if you want to pick my brain.
And I think one of the things that people have to realize is, first of all, once you make the decision that you want to become an entrepreneur or that you want to enter the marketplace, you have to have a mindset in which you're looking to serve. And so for those who are taking notes at home, one of the things that I want you to write down is that here's one of the things that you want to do. First of all, you want to learn to serve, right? And so it's your responsibility, right, as an entrepreneur, that you're pretty much either providing a service or a product, but ultimately you get compensated because you're serving your customers and your clients. You're fulfilling a need. You're solving a problem. And so here's the other thing. You want to learn to serve, but here's the other thing. You also want to serve to learn. Right.
Amen.
And so this is where the disconnect happens, right? So what happens is the reason why that statement is somewhat offensive when somebody says, "How I want to pick your brain," and then they read a couple books about talking about how you buy somebody lunch and take them out, and that's all good and dandy. I understand. I've read the book Never Eat Alone. But what we have to understand is that you can, regardless of what level you're at and the person that you're seeking to learn from, you can always find a way to serve and support them in what it is that they do. And so you can have someone who has a multi-million-dollar business, and you're still working a regular job and you have a desire to become an entrepreneur. Don't ever put in your mind that, there's nothing I could do to serve this person. And so the conversation will go so much further if you tell the person, right? Because typically people who are in business, they are sort of obsessed with what it is that they do, and they a lot of times sometimes have egos. You'll go so much further in the conversation if you compliment them on what you've observed and what you really love about them, and then ask them if there's any way that you could serve that, and maybe whatever capacity that is. And then from that conversation, then you try to figure out in the process of serving, you try to see what you can learn, right? And so there's tons of things that you can glean from that. And so it's interesting because we talked about this a little earlier, how when I made the transition from corporate America back in December of 2004, and before I went the speaker route, it was really somebody, and we talked about this, my best friend, Eric Rett, who taught me the real estate game. But here's the crazy thing is, once I found out Eric was in real estate, all I asked him to do is, hey, what can I help you with? And every day I was showing up to Eric's house about 8 o'clock in the morning, and I would just get in the car with him, and I would literally just help him out. Wow. And we always look back and we laugh because he says, man, because when we look now and, with the real estate properties that I own and so forth, and now he's like, man, look at your properties. And he always jokes around, man, it all started with that little razor blade. And what he's talking about is there was a house that he had just finished up. And, normally when you're done rehabbing, there's something called punch out, right? For a little technical stuff. Right. And then, so there's places where the guys would put a little more paint on the tile floors. And I used to take a little razor blade. This is the guy who's a former CPA, right? Working with PricewaterhouseCoopers, established company and so forth. And I would have a little razor blade be on the floor and tile and just scraping paint off of the tile.
right? I wasn't getting compensated for that, but through my act of serving and just saying, hey, man, what can I help you with? I got to learn the real estate game, and the knowledge that I got from him allowed me to create multiple six figures from that. And how did that all started from a place of service. I didn't say, hey, man, can I pick your brain? Could you tell me? I said, man, I love what you're doing. Hey, can I roll with you and help you out? I'll help you out with whatever you need help with. And so I had to serve in order to learn. And so the two things is, first you want to learn to serve, and then afterwards you want to serve to learn. And then once you learn to do that, then all of a sudden now things begin to open up, and people don't just see you as someone who wants to take, they realize that you're a contributor, and that's when the law of reciprocity begins to kick in.
If you're listening to us, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to let that soak in. I mean, you really gotta pull that, because here's an opportunity for you to truly learn, but you got to have that servant heart, not just a mentality. A servant heart is what I'm hearing right there.
You know, it's funny because you just laid down enough wisdom for the rest of someone's life. If they just tried to master what you just shared, they would be an incredible person at the end of that process. And I wanted to highlight a couple things that you said. What you really just described here is a principle that a 19th century philosopher by the name of William James laid out in a quote he shared, which is, the deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated. The deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated. So when you started talking about how you took an interest in somebody else and they brought you under their wing, you fed their craving. You were the source of their satisfying their craving for appreciation, because people, you acknowledged them by wanting to know what they knew in the first place. But you didn't say, hey, give me what you know. You said, let me celebrate with you what you know. I will serve you, and in the process, I will grow too. And so that's an important distinction, or an important concept for people to understand, because like you said, you were successful in your own right, in another subject matter, but successful nevertheless. And so one of the biggest challenges that we have, especially when we've grown up in a career path, is humbling ourselves to be able to receive teaching from, the basics,
So, Glenn, how did you humble yourself to make that transition?
I didn't. I didn't.
You didn't humble?
That was for you all. Let me tell you.
But I'm saying the title of attorney, because, your friends and so forth, so man, you're going to give up
Let me tell you.
attorney and then start this.
I had to humble myself in so many ways, because like I said, as an attorney, I had an ego. I mean, there was that was part of the job description.
You said had?
Well, let me tell you, I have humbled myself over the years. But, and then as a trial attorney where I'm in front, I got a chance to speak in front of people that had to listen. They didn't have a choice but to be there. But here's the point. When I left the practice of law, I really did have to humble myself, because the only other thing I knew how to do that anyone cared about was how to generate business through relationships, through referrals. So I started teaching that. Everything else that I needed to go out and to market that and promote it, and I had to learn. I went back I went to Comp USA and took HTML courses so I could build my first website back then. I had an attorney out in, I think he's in Minnesota. I can't remember whether it's Minnesota or not, but he taught me. So he taught me SEO. He took me under his wing because I helped him with his projects. I did exactly what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to learn SEO, and I knew I wasn't going back to school to learn it. They didn't even teach it in school. So I fed his craving to be appreciated. His name, I won't give his name, but it doesn't really matter. I don't know if he wants anyone to know what he's teaching me, because they're going to be asking, why did you teach me that? So you told me no. Well, I asked in the right way. That was the other.
No, you chose to serve.
That's right.
You chose to serve first.
So there's actually an acronym I'm going to use. I call this the CASH equation in creating your success. CASH. And in the CASH equation, you first have to make a commitment. And the commitment is to whatever it is, to learn something new, to achieve something more, whatever it is. You have to be clear about what your commitment is, because otherwise you're trying to hit a target that you haven't zeroed in on. The second letter is activity. Once you've committed to something, you have to get busy. You have to do the homework. Leo Biscaglia says that to know and not to do is not to know. So you have to actually take action on whatever it is that you have committed to. Everyone has great intentions, but until you put that into play, it doesn't matter how good your intentions were. The third letter, the S, stands for service, and I sometimes substitute sincerity, for that, depending on the context. But service is one of the ways that we are able to activate our cash equation. And the reason service is important is because that's what we're doing here.
I heard this best said, and it just made me think of something before you get to the H, is that service is the rent we pay for our
Muhammad Ali.
They attribute that to Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, they attribute that. Yeah, exactly. And it's absolutely right. And that's what we're doing here. You and everyone in this room and everyone down the hall and everyone next door, they are engaged in service because they are offering free wisdom and information, their talents, their expertise, their skills, their genius at no cost to the community. In the process of doing that, they're getting quality introductions to people that might say, wow, that's the guy I want to coach me, or that's the gal I want to buy her course, or that's the person I want speaking at our event. You see? So we're basically exchanging value. We're delivering value. And in the process of delivering value, we create credibility. If you create credibility consistently enough, you have trust. And trust translates into influence. And people will buy from you when you have influence, whether it's no longer a sales pitch. It's a matter of they feel comfortable that you have what they need to evolve. So service is kind of the linchpin of the whole thing, So you're really making a commitment to take action and being engaged in service. And then the last thing is humility. And humility comes into play because a lot of us, and especially, I knew this as an attorney. I can't tell you how many times I heard attorneys say, you go up, someone comes and hey, I understand you're an attorney. Can I ask you a question or a legal question? And I don't get paid to answer questions for free. And then you find out later on he wouldn't get paid for anything at all because nobody wanted to be bothered with him, because we weren't able to humble ourselves enough to understand that one of the ways that we get introduced to clients is being available unconditionally on the front end. And then when they see that the value that now they're willing to pay you to do something.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've ever seen a client ask me a free legal question and then go hire the joker down the street.
Wow.
If they needed an attorney, they were going to come to me because I gave them value.
Has anyone ever been to Sam's or Costco?
Yeah, of course.
So what happens? There's ladies there saying, well, you want to taste something.
That's right.
You have to give a sample. You have to taste, allow people to taste you in order for them to use you.
That's right.
They call it getting into the palate.
There you go.
To the palate.
That's
Once
it.
you get into the palate, it's proof of concept.
That's right.
That's a good thing. If it tastes good, studies show that it's going to go from the palate to the basket, we call it.
Yeah.
From the palate to the basket.
From the palate to the basket.
And you've taken, and for that customer or that client, you've taken all the risk out of their being willing to make the decision, which is why trust and influence, you've given them, you say, listen, I know that if I share with you what you need to know, that you're going to see enough value in what I've just shared that when you're ready, you'll become my client.
So when we're talking about that is someone's out there listening saying, okay, yeah, you're telling me to give free advice, but free information or free session or free something, but then what am I going to sell them?
Well, the challenge there is not understanding that in everything that you share, you always have the opportunity to go deeper with people on it. Here at Village Connector, we have an entire learning center with virtually every topic you can possibly think of, has articles, has videos, has reflections, all kinds of things. But most of that content is designed to alert people to what they need to go deeper on. And that's why when they connect with our subject matter experts to the expert directory, they've watched a video on leadership, they've read an article on leadership, and they realize that I need to be mentored on leadership. I need to go deeper on this subject. So I'm not saying you should allow yourself to be abused in the relationship with answering legal questions, but it never hurts to use the Costco approach, which is to give them a taste before you give them an invitation to buy.
Yeah, and really the same thing applies to the personal development space. It's not uncommon, for a speaker or coach, whoever it might be, to have a 30, 45-minute, perhaps even an hour segment. And in that time, you're gonna, your intention should be to serve your audience, to create value for them, and oftentimes maybe highlight an area in which they're having some difficulties with. And you will, a lot of times, provide them with some nuggets that is going to be able to help them to address that problem. But in order for them to really go deep, in order for them to get to the next level, there's going to always be a segment of that audience that's going to say, can I get more? And so that's why for a lot of times as a speaker, if you can get into a qualified room, so there are many of us, we get our keynote fees, but sometimes too, if you're even going to have an opportunity, it's not paid opportunity. And I remember, sharing this a little earlier, Howard, where, I got a call about a speaking opportunity, and they didn't have a keynote fee. And I was like, no, thank you. Then my wife called me and said, excuse me, sir, do you know what you just turned down? I was like, no, they said they didn't have a keynote fee. She says, just by the way, that's going to be an event with 30 of the CEOs of nonprofits in our county that all have a budget in excess of $1 million. I think you need to reconsider what you just said.
There you go.
And so right away, of course, I was back on the phone. I'm sorry. Did I say I couldn't make it? I absolutely can make it. You guys don't have to pay me. And as a result of
I'll buy the donuts.
Yeah,
You need to sponsor some food?
Yeah, as a result of being there, that literally turned into tens of thousands of dollars worth of business because it was a qualified room. Right. And all I did was go in there looking to serve, get them to realize the importance of storytelling, especially in that nonprofit space, that they're looking to get clients to cut checks and so forth, and that they got to go away from datas and figures, and people don't cut checks based off of datas and figures. People cut checks primarily off of emotion, and you've got to be able to actually share stories with them. And they were like, my goodness, this is awesome. Can you come and do a storytelling training for our board members and so forth? And it all stemmed from creating the value for first without actually getting compensated, but understanding that I had the right people in the room and that they were going to want more. And to be quite honest with you, that's really how this space works in many ways, that before you can consummate any kind of sale, you need to create value for people first. Before you even consider wanting to get any money from anybody, you should create value for them first, or at least have it created an experience in which they have an opportunity to take a little glimpse at the value that you can create.
That definitely. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
No, that talks about
Yeah.
with the palette and what you were saying with that.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I know that service is the most important. Is the linchpin, and it's the most important piece in what you were talking about there. But that activity piece is extremely important.
Mm-hmm.
What happens, especially after those of you who are out listening to something like today, so you've listened to 48 hours of amazing content and you're jacked up. What happens with
in a
business,
good way, you're excited.
exactly, you're jacked up and excited.
Man,
Right,
not
jacked up.
This big brother over here called me jacked up.
You're jacked up. I'm jacked
I wish
up.
he was here.
Right,
What's that
right.
address again?
Exactly.
What room y'all in?
Right? But I mean, the thing is that you're energized, but what you end up getting is paralysis by analysis.
Yep.
So you think about all the different tastes and all the different things that you have, but the thing that we must do is what Nike does, and that's just do it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We got to move forward. Understand that what happens many times with us in our lives is that we let perfection get in the way of completion. If we waited for things to be perfect, if we waited for the opportunities to be perfect and to do it, then we would never get anything done. So what happens is that when we're looking at the service that we want to place, we think about it. We want it to be perfect. We want it to be the perfect room. We want it to be the perfect space. This space here is amazing. What we're in here is amazing. But we can't wait for the perfect time and the perfect opportunity. I know that it's about taking action and doing so. And it's so in your story, what you did there is you still took action, and we're there with them. Same thing with you. You took action and said, I want to learn. You took action to take the class to be able to do it, to move forward, to do so. So the acting part is extremely important.
And this room didn't always look like this either.
Hey, well, let me build on that there. Yeah. And we have Ken over here, one of the youngest at the time, the youngest.
I was the youngest African American owner of 2 McDonald's franchises in the country.
Okay, so Ken, talk about when that opportunity happened. What made you take action to move forward?
Well, that's a great point. I served. If you heard the story, I wanted to own my own business. I wanted to own my own business, but I didn't know anyone around me who had a business. And so when I met
whoa. So you didn't know any business owners personally?
Brick and mortar restaurants.
You didn't know that?
My uncle had an ice cream shop. When I was growing up, I used to go in there and scoop ice creams with him. But I was growing up. But the one thing that I don't like about it, I'm being respectful though, he didn't have any systems in place. When the ice cream man came, he would reach in his pocket, pull out the wad. He didn't have any systems. So he exposed me to owning your own business because he never worked a business. He would go around and he would see an empty space. He would find the landlord and negotiate. Hey, give me 60 days. Give me 30 days to go in. I'll do my own work in it. And then give me 30 days to build some capital. Then we'll stop paying. They always said yes. So I got bitten by the bug then. But the one thing I noticed that he couldn't sustain it and couldn't grow it. So then when I found out when I went to college, I said, I need to find someone who know how to build, scale a business. So I started serving tables at a restaurant. And that I was serving. I wanted to own my own business. I didn't know anyone. So I then, on my off days, went in and served tables at this man's restaurant.
On your off days?
On my off days. And it really spawned until I became so efficient at it that I worked a job. I was a food broker. They would call me in on Monday, Tuesday nights. Ken, can you cover these shifts? And it was so great. I'm making $200 a night. And we were trying to build a house. And that was a wonderful thing. So I got hooked. I started out doing it to build our first house. So we had a 6-month window. He do it for 6 months to stack the cash. That wound up being almost a year and a half. And I was serving tables and wound up meeting the lady who was the vice president of McDonald's. Unbeknownst to me, she had a St. John suit on. She didn't have a name tag on. I know who she knew who I was. I know who she was, but I was serving her. The Bible says to be truly great, you must first serve others. That's a powerful principle that we really don't really adhere to in business. And so that really helped me with the opportunity. And to be totally frank with you, I had a different motive going in. I wanted to own Ken's hot dog stands. So I wanted to be able to copy and case out someone who had systems. So I said, I'm going to go and find McDonald's, and I'm going to learn their systems, and I'm going to do it for a year, and then I'm going to go open up Ken's hot dog stands. But once again, I became so proficient, I added value that the owner said, the vice president said, we need you on my team. And so it's so interesting. I left, we had just started building a house, and I lost money on the house. We just got in the house like 6 months. And when she said, you got to move from Chicago to Michigan, I'm thinking, Chicago is the world headquarters of McDonald's. But I had to move from Chicago to Michigan to take advantage of the opportunity. So I just saw the opportunity there. Let me pick out something.
So that's action step number one, being willing to step out
and being unknown. I mean, when she came and told me, what I did was, when she said, hey, I never forget when she gave me the franchise agreement, it was a manila envelope that thick.
Oh, my goodness.
And I went home and said, babe, we are going to be McDonald's franchisees. She was reading the book. She didn't even look up. And she said, okay. And I said, I'm going to put it on the table. I said, but the prerequisite, we have to move to Michigan. She was a teacher, had her first child, building a brand new house.
Wow.
She's reading the book. And I said, I won't fill it out until you say yes. So she was reading the book. And 2 days later, she didn't touch it. The third day I come home from work, she started filling it out.
Wow.
And I said, what shifted? She said the book she was reading was T.D. Jakes' books, Maximize the Moment.
Ooh.
There was a chapter, reading is so powerful. And there was a book in there that really sparked her. And it's a chapter in there that says, Dorothy, click your heels and get out of Kansas. And the book said that sometime when God bless you, he has to move you out of your comfort zone.
Suck it now.
And
yes.
And we sat down and filled that application out. Now, I'll be honest with you, we couldn't really fill it out fully because the financial part, all we put on there was NA. But we completed it. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, yeah. But I guess it was so powerful. Something just shifted in my mind because I had to have a paradigm shift because now, when I moved from a brick and mortar to a click and order, in my business, you exchange a product for money, right? You do commercials. You know in my business, you pay before you got the food.
Yep.
Gentlemen, this was huge for me. Think about it. In my business, you come to the counter, you pay me, and we make the food. You get it afterwards, right? In our business. Then when I switched over to this business, they're telling me that you got to give people something first. That is a struggle for me.
Yeah.
Because it was out of my comfort zone, out of my paradigm. So I had to shift. So it's a whole different paradigm shift. Because in my business, you exchange something. I'm giving them a consumable. But in this business, to your point, and I think one thing we have to commit to each other, that if you're going to bring people in to share their expertise, you said the word, you have to qualify the people. Oftentimes, people will bring you in, they're not qualified. They don't qualify the people. In most business, you qualify leads because you have to justify those actions. You got to justify that expense.
Yeah.
But sometimes people will bring you places to fill a room up, and they don't qualify the people that are there. You'll give people value, but then they don't wind up because they can't. Not because they don't want to. Because they've not been qualified. So I think that was a huge point.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, you know, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to the Black CEO Live, and we just have a room full of CEOs. That's what we have here. That's simple. But, you know, as you're listening, these are conversations. These are real conversations, unscripted. You know, I start with a blank sheet of paper, then I leave with a bunch of notes. But and they'll tell you, you know, I listen to the conversation and I asked a question. But, you know, when you talk about that, and I think that was something you said, Ken, and a lot of families, especially African-American families, struggle with is giving up security for a more promising future. Talk about that challenge right in there, and then, gentlemen, you can jump into that as Ken finished, because he talked about that is he utilized something to help his wife, even though he didn't know what it was. The fact that she was reading a book, it helped her to make that shift. Talk about that, Ken.
Well, I think in our community that is an epidemic. It is, we call it the microwave mentality. And what really sparks it is television, because in television in 20 minutes you solve all the problems in the world, right? And so my father calls it a microwave mentality.
Headline news, 30 minutes around the world.
Yeah, you know, and that's not how life is. Life is a journey. It's a process. It's a process. It's steps. And so the one thing in our community, what thing I teach is delayed gratification. You have to be able to see past today. You have to be able to make calculated risks. I think great CEOs are great at taking calculated risks. And that's what I had to be able to sell my wife, was that, okay, and guess how I sold? I said, babe, okay, right now, we just had a child. And we started to have a little conflict because I had a job. She was a school teacher. So, and I had to open up my restaurant. I was working for someone, and she was a school teacher. So if she had to be at school for a meeting early and had to go open up, who's going to take Austin to school? Or who will come home? Who's going to cook dinner? And so we had to have a little tension, not tough tension. And so I sold her on, babe, when we move, we're going to be owners. You can retire and be a full-time mom. So we can delay gratification and get away from the familiar. Then we also have a place where our family can come and visit us. And she bought it. She caught the vision. The Bible says, write the vision, make it plain.
Key thing. Yeah. So really it was the vision. You know, we got to that. You want to cut through that. A clear vision. And I'll share this story once. I put down, you hear about the power of vision board. I remember creating a one-page vision board. And I showed my wife the sheet. And she was like, so we're going to take a vacation to the beach. I said, no. I said, by, 2021, that's where I want us living.
Wow.
And I said,
it's a whole different picture.
Here's a picture of man and woman walking on the beach. I said, this is what I want us to do in the evenings. Right about then, our son should be graduating from college, and and this is where my clients will come when they want to come to a VIP day, so they can really have a shift.
Right.
And it changed. It just changed the whole paradigm. I mean, one of the things I want you to get out of this, if you're listening today, is the power of a vision.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times people struggle with it. And I'm gonna throw this, and I'm gonna throw it over to back out to our group. Is that what is a vision? Well, one of the things I want to tell you, a vision really is a pictorial representation of your purpose grown up.
Wow.
Ooh, say that again, because I know that if I need to hear it again, folks that are listening and watching need to hear that again.
You know, vision. Yeah, it's a pictorial representation. Because I mean, you got to be clear. You know, because you got to see it. Vision talks about seeing. A pictorial representation of your purpose growing up.
Now, I'll tell you, to piggyback off of what Ken was saying about TV shows and those pieces as far as that, when I was in college, I was playing football. And
Tennessee State that was?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I was in the gym and we were working out. And I was like, I wish that like some music could play and this workout would be over with. And what I was thinking about was like in Rocky. So you look at Rocky and Rocky gets beat. They play Gonna Fly now. And 3 minutes later, he's ready to fight Mr. T again, right? But what you don't realize is that that's 6 to 9 months of his life that's there. So what it is just the musical interlude, all right? So we go through this musical interlude in our life, and what we don't realize is that in our lives, that's what we're going through. Maybe we're in the musical interlude. Maybe we're in that piece during the musical interlude during that time. And that's the change that's going on. So when people are falling in love, and it's in every movie now. There's a musical interlude in every movie. It's just the passage of time is what it is. All right. And so when people are falling in love, they play a song, they walk around in the park, and then all of a sudden they're in love, and that's the way it works. And so that's the microwave society and the mindset that we think that immediately is supposed to happen. But if they were playing a movie for your life right now, what music will be playing right now? Would it even be during this time, or would this be just a flash that's going through
so,
as far as
what is the music of your life?
Right, what's the music of your life? Absolutely, because what would be going? What would the soundtrack to be going on with that in your life when you do that? And so that's important.
I always think about that. I always ask my clients that. What would be this? We have two things I have them do. The first thing you have to write your own eulogy. That's very powerful.
No, we're gonna dive into that because that's something I do too. You know, when we talk about that is. And I always share this story here, kid, and it's key. Is the mom was sitting at the front seat, and the husband had died, and you may have heard this one. And so people getting up talking. You know, another person get up and talk about how great it was, talk about this. So finally, the mom reached over to the son. Hey, son, can you go check that casket? Because that's not the man we knew.
Wow, that's profound.
So as you write your funeral statement, your eulogy, what will the people that you care about say about you?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, I wanted to say two things. First of all, for those of you who are watching and those of you who are sitting here, you see me jumping up and down. I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful, but I am serving in a domestic capacity here today. I'm answering people's questions and making sure I'm orchestrating stuff.
No, Glenn is the host, ladies and gentlemen. Glenn is the host. He knows where everything is, and you know what happens when that is. You can pull it out when you know where everything is and how everything works.
And the second thing, I wanted to weigh in on this topic of immediate gratification and show you where this shows up in real life for people, because that was probably the single most important thing that I needed to get over in order for me to evolve to what we are today. And the reason that I want to highlight this is because it's tied not just to discipline, but also to ego, which is where humility comes back into play. You see, you got to remember, I had built a law firm. We were making good money. I was driving nice cars and living, very nicely. And when I had to learn, I had to step into a new arena that I was not experienced with. The income didn't continue at the same level as the effort did. Wow. So number one, I had to get used to the idea that I was going to experience a learning curve. It was almost like going back to college. You're in class learning what you're about to use, except I was in the real world. I still had to cover overhead and bills, family, kids, and all that kind of stuff. So, people look today at what we've built here, and they're, a lot of them are pretty impressed with what we built here. What they don't understand was how the soup was made. I didn't just wake up one day and had, millions of dollars to build studios and internet television networks. I had to make decisions that a lot of people, didn't have to make. I spent less time with my family. I've got two sons who are in the military right now. One of them's in the Air Force, one of them's in the Marines. And I actually had him, my oldest son, Evan, sent me a letter where he was asking, about, you know, what was going on at home and everything. And he was like, he said in his letter to me, he said something to the effect that, look, you know, I don't need for you to just always tell me about what's going on in the business. I want to know what's going on with you, because I feel like I barely know you. You're my dad. You know, and that really hit me in a way that was like, wow. And but here's, you know, this is good. It comes back full circle in a second here. I had to do two things in order to build what my vision was. I had to be open to being humble enough to let go of this need to have stuff to impress people. And I had to be willing to delay my need for success while I learned what I needed to become successful. And so,
repeat those two things.
Yeah, I needed to learn how to humble myself, to not have all the trappings of success constantly to impress people, you know, around me. And then
So
I
you
also
forgot about the Joneses.
Yeah, exactly. I had to stop trying to keep up with the Joneses. And then I also had to delay the immediate gratification of wanting the success, not necessarily to impress people, but just to be accomplished, because I needed to learn some things that were going to result in achieving success. It wasn't like it just drops in your lap, you know. So I drive a 20-year-old Honda Accord EX sedan. Okay, all right. And the reason I mention it that way is because when people see me roll up in that speaking engagement, they're like scratching their head, like, "Wait a minute, what's up with that?" He's you know, he has his Yeah, the reason I have the TV studios is because I drive a 20-year-old Honda Accord EX, and that's
Hey,
not.
hey, speakers and cameras over car notes.
Yeah, well, let me explain that. Let me explain that. It's not that I couldn't afford a better car. It's that these $40,000 worth of cameras in here were more important than me rolling up in a Benz.
And those are revenue engines.
That's right.
That's huge.
I right now am driving my mobile recording studio. If you walk outside and you see the van, the Village Connector Media, that's a Ford E150 that I'm proud to be in the front seat of, because when I roll up in that, I'm making money, not paying money.
That is so.
And there's a lot of people don't understand that. They don't get that. You see, I can run out and buy a car anytime I want, which is why I don't buy it, because there are other things I want first. You know,
Well, it's funny because I just learned this recently that's really sacrificing discipline. Is the fact that you can do it, but not doing it.
And
that was huge.
And the word sacrifice, let's define that real quick. All right, because a lot of people think sacrifice means doing without.
Right, absolutely.
That is not what the meaning of sacrifice. If you go to the root definition of sacrifice, it is to make something sacred. Okay? Make it sacred. Make it important enough that you can put aside all the other distractions to what is now sacred. You see, when you put it in that perspective, you should be looking to make sacrifices, not trying to avoid. It's not a compromise. It's that, hey, I've decided that this thing is more important than any other thing, and I'm willing to focus on it until it materializes.
Make short-term sacrifice for long-term results.
That's exactly
That's what
right.
I had to learn.
That's exactly right. And that is probably the key to anyone's success in anything worth doing. Whether it's in your career, you've got to sacrifice. You've got to make it sacred that you learn how to move up the food chain. You've got to make it sacred to get the education that you need to move up the food chain. Everyone wants the big paying job, but they don't want to pay the dues. You know?
So when you talk about that as an entrepreneur, how do you filter the choices of what to sacrifice for, what to invest in, where to move forward?
That's where mentorship comes into play.
That's what we
You know,
do.
that's why you need to model yourself. That's why you need to talk to and see, it's not just about talking to people who do what you do. People have written books that are about what you are trying to do. Those are mentors. You know, Napoleon Hill was my mentor. I've never met the man.
Never will.
But he was my mentor. Jim Rohn was my mentor. You know, fortunately, George Fraser is my mentor, and I did get a chance to meet him. But the point is that if you are not selective about who you can learn from, you'd be surprised how many different lessons you can pick up by seeing that person or that individual as a mentor.
And I think going back to Ken, and I want to tie some points in, and we're going to talk about the power of mentors, coaches, and in our lives. Ken said his wife made a shift on day 3. but it was a paper. I mean, it was a hardback mentor that was pouring into her. Wow.
That's right. That's exactly what we're talking about. She never met T.D. Jakes.
You know.
But he's touched the lives of so many people by sharing his wisdom in a format that they don't need to meet him to get the message.
So the reason I wanted to point that out is a couple things here. Number one is that if you were sitting out there and you had an idea of creating a book or creating a product and you've been sitting on it, you see the blessings you were missing by pouring into someone. You know, that is something that's real powerful. But talk about, let's circle back on that in the process. Let's be transparent here and say, how have we, what's our process of choosing mentors and coaches for our lives? Because we all have them.
Well, mine started like with Glenn. I got chills for what he said, because we, first generation entrepreneurs, we don't have a blueprint. We're missing a blueprint of television, media is what I learned how to be a CEO and executive. You better live in a big house. You get like George and Wheezy.
Right.
Moving on up.
To that penthouse, what?
In the sky. That's what I did. You leave the hood and
hold on, whoa, no. Ken went from good times over in Chicago.
Right. Do it from the hood to do it good. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so that was the role model. That was the goal. I want to be George Jefferson, going from poverty to my first book was called From Welfare to Faring Well. Took my family, and I'm gonna say this, and it really does us a disservice, because you can't be what you can't see. So once we get the information, get the mentors, and go to the next level, then we leave our community and go to the suburbs. So then people behind us can't see the success clues. They can't copy and steal from us, so they're gonna do it for the drug dealers and that.
Right.
We have to stop that. And so for me, what really was a wake-up call for me was I bought the business, moved my family to Michigan, and I had bought myself a multi-million-dollar job. I was a slave to my business. I would get up at 4:30 in the morning, leave my house, come home at 12 o'clock at night. I would have my family would sleep. I would go in there and pray for my boys, and I would have a plate with aluminum foil on the counter. My wife never complained because I gave him a great lifestyle. But to Glenn's point, my wife would come, she would go out sometime when I came home to get a break. And my middle son, Bradley, he would always cry when she left. And I'm like, what's wrong with this kid?
Right.
And one day we were at dinner. I said, son, what's the problem? Your mom has to get a break. And he said, Dad, I don't know you. And my wife said, and I looked at her, I said, what's wrong with this kid? She said, Ken, we didn't ask for this. I'm like, what do you mean you asked for this? I made all these sacrifices. She said, this is life change. She said, we don't want your presence. We want your presence.
Exactly.
And then one day I went to my store, came home at night, had a letter from Stephen Covey Coaching. I didn't know people who had coaching back then. I thought only coach was Phil Jackson and like that.
Right.
It was a pilot program. He said, you are a perfect candidate because I own a business. I paid $8,000 for an 8-week program.
Right.
There was a guy in Utah, I've never met before in my life, but every Tuesday at 5 o'clock, and when I first started, I would be in the car.
Right.
I'm in the store, still working drive-through.
Wow.
And he said, Ken, you're going to wind up dead, having a heart attack, and then you're going to leave everything to somebody else. And he said, you're going to have balance. That helped me find out that, hey, true success is not continuing to grind every day and focus on the business. True success is being able to balance.
Right.
Business and family, being there and being engaged, showing up, because I'm being present, going to my son's games and not being at halftime, but I would get home, I'm there present, but I'm still watching the video at the store.
Right.
I'm there, I'm on the phone.
Yes. Why y'all not doing this?
Yes. And so my family, I had a process we do called Start, Continue. I do it in my company and my family. As a leader, what should I stop doing? As a leader, what should I start doing? As a leader, what should I continue to do? That process that my family said, we appreciate what we do for the family, but we appreciate when you come home, you don't bring your phone to dinner. You engaged. That's when I became successful, because I got a chance to balance. Go to the PTA meetings. Go to my son's game. Never miss a football game. Road games too. That's what freedom is.
And I think that's something that as entrepreneurs, I challenge you to begin to think about as you develop your plan is don't trade your job for another job.
Wow.
See, right now, if you're thinking about being an entrepreneur and you're working for someone else, you have a job. But if you're not careful, you may own a job.
Yes.
And that's what Ken just described to you. He owned a job. And, it really hit me one time. I had a friend, he's a CFO of a major oil company, one of the top 5. And for some reason, he called me. We're not close friends. He called me. This was back when our kids were younger. And he called me that day, and I said, man, I can't talk right now. I'm, in the middle of baseball. Wow. And this was on a Tuesday or Wednesday. He called the next day. I said, hey, Rick, I got to call you back. Man. But I'm coaching right now. So when I called him back, he said, I never told you this. And by then, he was the vice president. He said, I never said this to you, man. He said, I admire what you did. You left corporate America. Come to find out later, he almost had a divorce because he wasn't around with his family. Wow. He said the freedom that you have to make the choices that you make.
Beautiful. That's awesome.
So I challenge you to back up and think about that as you're going through it. So you want to make sure you develop that plan as an entrepreneur that will give you the freedom to make the choices that you want to make. Now, remember, every choice is going to have a consequence. It may have some financial consequences, but you can't put a price on being at a baseball game, watching your son play, and your dad sitting in the audience with you. And I speak from a personal component. Yes. I gave up a meeting with a potential client, but to me, that was more valuable. But so talk about helping people weigh those choices as they move into entrepreneurs. Because I really want to help some folks that are sitting on the fence. This is what we're about as Black CEO Live, is to help people either be better CEOs or become CEOs.
Well, I think that, before you get out there and you decide that you're going to, for those of you who are looking to make a transition, right, you're working a corporate job or a job and you're considering becoming an entrepreneur, I think you have to, at the very beginning, be very clear on what your values and what your goals and the things that are most important to you. Because what you can find is that you begin to chase something, and the very thing that you're chasing is nothing more than an illusion, right? Because it's funny because for anybody who's ever progressed in business, right, oftentimes we have a preconceived notion of what a certain threshold is going to feel like or be like, right? So there's a lot of people they maybe have never made 6 figures in their life, and they're like 6 figures. Then they get to a point where they make 6 figures. They're like, oh, okay, this wasn't exactly what I thought. Okay, if I could just make multiple 6 figures, right? Then they get to a point maybe they make multiple 6 figures. Then they get to over $1 million. Like, okay, so they find out that each one of those levels doesn't necessarily bring them any additional happiness. As a matter of fact, I know there's been studies done. And people could research what the exact numbers are, but there's thresholds as to where your happiness actually changes. And I remember one of the last times that I saw it, I think the number was like 75,000, right? So as far as the relationship between happiness and the income level, that if you were a person who made 30,000, you got to 40,000, would you probably be a little happier? Yeah, they said from 40 to 50, perhaps, yeah. And then at a point where you reach 75,000 and you continue to go up beyond that, they're like, it doesn't necessarily change your state of happiness, right? And so your happiness is going to be as a result of what's important to you and how you're living your life. There are people who are making millions of dollars that are absolutely miserable, right? And so I believe that all of us, we have to establish up front. We tend to, when we hear words like mentor, we think that we a lot of times think in the capacity of just business, right? But we are not just one-dimensional beings, right? We're partially spiritual beings, and so I know one of the things that my wife and I that we were very intentional about. We started a Bible-based group at our church because we wanted to grow spiritually, but we also understood that we needed someone to pour into us. So we sought out couples that were further down the road than we were, right? Married couples that, had a successful marriage, that they had a God-centered marriage. And in addition to that, if they also happen to be great business people, that was an extra added bonus. But we realized that we needed people from a marital standpoint and from a spiritual standpoint that could be mentors and sort of guide us. And of course, us being coaches and so forth, we're always investing in ourselves from our business standpoint, right? And then, but the other thing is, of course, you could have, everything going on in business, but if your health isn't right, and so you need, sort of people who inspire you in that place, the way that you see them, and sometimes you even try to get a health coach or whatever you might want to call it. But what I'm saying is you need to determine upfront what's important to you. Don't look at somebody else and be looking at their life and automatically believe that if you had their life, you would be happy, because oftentimes you don't have the backstory. And so what you're doing is you're sort of looking at their life and you're looking at their highlight reel, especially in this social media age, and you don't understand the backstory and the things that were required.
Repeat that again.
Right?
You said the highlight reel?
Yeah. So
they don't see the practice.
Yeah.
They don't see the injuries.
Exactly. So they're seeing the highlight
see the game
reels.
highlights
They're
of the
seeing
Super
the
Bowl.
highlight reels. So you're rarely going to have a couple on Facebook that just got in a horrible fight take a picture and says, "Oh, we just had a horrible fight."
Right.
You're rarely going to see the mother who says, "Oh my goodness, my children kept me up all night. My husband and I got in a horrible, discussion and argument over it. And look at us, we feel like it's a wreck." People don't post that. What they post is there's pictures of them smiling and having a great time. And you have so many people that unfortunately they're going through life feeling unsatisfied because they're looking at everybody else's highlight reel. And I tell people, who are sort of in business also to be very careful that you're not, comparing somebody else's front stage to their backstage. And I think one of the best, probably highlights for me to see that, I was speaking at a particular college, and it was interesting because the stage looked so nice. I mean, the lights were lit on the stage. The floor looked so nice. They had the props. They had the setup and so forth. But for me to come out on stage, they took me to the backstage. And so they took me through a back door. And first of all, when they opened the back door, it was so dark. And then it was like all these props and everything that's on the ground. And then the crazy thing is a rat ran by, right? and then you just saw all this clutter and so forth. And wow, the front of the stage looked so nice, but the backstage was a hot mess. And so what we tend to do is we'll look at the very best that people have to showcase. We're looking at their front stage. We're looking at their highlight reel, right? What they're showcasing on their social media pages, but we know our backstage. And so if you go through life long enough looking at your backstage, right? Real life struggles, challenges, and so forth, and then you are comparing your backstage to somebody else's front stage, the best they have to offer. Someone's coming to your house, what do? You straighten up, you clean up, and so forth. Your house doesn't necessarily always look like that, right? And so what happens is if you do that comparison enough, if you don't have enough wisdom and discernment to understand that you've got to stay in your lane and know what's most important to you, that will lead to a life of true dissatisfaction. Where you're always going through life feeling like I'm not enough or I'm not doing enough. And then unfortunately, the years will begin to go by, and then you'll feel as if you missed the mark when all that happened is you were always judging all of the darts that you're shooting against somebody else's, platform, somebody else's scale.
Hopefully this will help someone when I say this here is what Andy has just shared with you, the importance of comparing your current situation to your vision. And that's one of the powers of the vision is because you're looking at where you're going versus where you are. You're really working in the moment, but that vision, if it's there, because then when you look up, because the only time you compare is when you look up.
But what I think is important, the beautiful thing is when it's your vision, it pulls you forward.
Yes.
Right? And so sometimes you can be in a very tough, difficult situation or circumstances, and you have your own vision, and you use that vision to pull you out of your circumstances. Because if you can see it, as you said before, you can ultimately become it. But what happens is the issue becomes when you are in your set of circumstances and you're comparing your life to somebody else's lifestyle, to somebody else's vision, to somebody else's highlight reel, and that creates some true issues because that person isn't you. They're on their own journey. God has a game plan and a route that's for them. And you most likely have a completely different game plan, route, and a destiny. And even though if you're in the same sort of fields, that there might be one route that they take that God has a completely different game plan to get you there. Your route might be shorter, your route might be longer, it might be harder, it might be easier. So the thing is, stop comparing all the time what's going on, because it keeps you dissatisfied, and it also keeps you out of your genius zone and from doing the things that you really need to do.
If you have to compare at all, you should compare yourself to where you were at this time last year.
Right.
And then if you're not happy with that, you need to ask yourself the questions, am I doing the right things to achieve the vision? Because that's the only thing that really matters. You know, we want to compare, like you said, I'm comparing myself to LeBron James when I'm on the basketball court. There's just no comparison. But if I was to work at basketball for a full year, and I compare myself to where I started and where I am at that point, that's a meaningful comparison, because that shows you whether you're making progress. And if you're not making progress, then you need to ask yourself the right questions about, what am I not doing, or what more can I do to make the progress? But comparing yourself to somebody else it's not a meaningful comparison.
And I mean, while you're on the path, what you also need while you're on your path is sustenance while you're on your path. So what you really need while you're on your path are breadcrumbs. And so those are the breadcrumbs that are leading you to the path of where you're going. And so you eat those breadcrumbs as you go. And so while you're eating those breadcrumbs on the path, you celebrate your path.
Amen.
That's what you have to do. That's what a celebration is. You know, we can all go motivational speakery and things like that. And I don't even love the word motivational speaker, honestly. We're thought leaders is what we are.
Absolutely.
And so that's where we are. And so it's not, because people are like, oh, you're a motivational speaker. No, I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm a thought leader. I work with people. But there's these breadcrumbs that we have to put out. So if your goal is $1 million, you got to celebrate making 10,000.
Absolutely.
You don't celebrate making 10,000 by spending 5,000 at the club. Wow. Okay. What you do is you take that and you're happy about where you are, and then you celebrate making 25, and then you celebrate, and so now that re-energizes you, and that gives you sustenance on the path. You don't say I only made 10,000, but Shay and Trevor made $1 million.
Right.
Because now I'm upset about where I am. But you are farther than where you are. So, I mean, you can dunk from just past the free throw line, like LeBron, or, lay it in, or whatever it is that you do. But you happen you can lay it in because
you still got to score.
You still got to score. Absolutely. So that's it.
Hey, guys, I want to switch something here. Well, something George said to both the millenniums as well as the women's group. And, we're here partially because of Shay and Trevor and our relationship, and as we said with Glenn here, that has really invested in this gorgeous facility. And I'd say that again, not to, try to impress or, stroke him or anything, but it is.
Yes.
And it's serving, and I think it's really creating towards your vision, as we talked about yesterday some.
I think you'd be more impressed if you saw the battle scars, and that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Yes. The battle scars that we incurred to get to this moment in time. And that's what makes me most proud, most satisfied with where I am or where we are is I know what it took for us to get here.
So and that ties right into what I wanted to say with George and Shay. It was in the first meeting, and he kind of session, and he said, hey, when George talked about this here, and I'm going to tell you what this here is. When he talked about this here, this is when we saw an elevation in our business. And I'll try to pull it up here so the folks in the room. Online, you're going to have to listen to my auditory.
Notice how the host took notes, though.
And oh man, this is all from yesterday and today. But anyway, he talked about from moving from average to awesome. You may have heard George talk about that. How do you move from average to awesome? And one of the things he highlighted, so if you would, and you put a column, average, good, excellent, and awesome. In today's environment, if you're average, you're going to have a poor life, poor friends, poor circumstance. Everything's just going to be poor. And then if you're good, you're going to have an average life, and then on forward. But when you get to awesome, from average to amazing. So if you want your business to be amazing, not just excellence. You want to strive for excellence, but then you want to be amazing. You want to wow your clients. And so when you get to that point, then now all of a sudden, you no longer have an average life or a poor life. You have an excellent life. So talk about moving your business. You know, when you're talking about the battle scars, that's how it came. Because you went from just that one room that you and I talked about.
That's right.
You know, and you can stuck over here. The battle scars are still being made because I see a bed in your office.
Oh, by the way, I should explain that. That's
It
not
might have been
my
just
bed.
for the weekend.
That's not my bed.
Okay, it's not.
That's a whole nother
story.
Another story. I will tell the story very quickly, just
Okay.
because it shows how we are of service. You may have seen the young lady who's running the room in the
Yes.
TriCaster in the room. Her name is Robin Lyons, and she is a recovering heroin addict who is on methadone maintenance and has been so for 15 years now. She was literally a hot mess when we first met her. But she had something that a lot of us don't have, which was a commitment to fix it. And so she got an opportunity here with us. She's essentially homeless right now.
Wow.
But she has been studying and learning this equipment and has now positioned herself for success. She's staying here because this is the only thing we had available to her, but we're about to move her. She's actually moving in with my family. Which is a transition to her getting her own place here in Laurel, where she can be 10 minutes from the office. And she's developing some skills that are going to be getting her off of public assistance and into an environment where she will now be the mentor to others who are in those same circumstances. And that is as much a part of the Village Connector community story as anything else that we do here. It takes a village. That's exactly
And
right.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's even goes better, moving from average to amazing. You know, moving from being able to help people in even different ways. So as you gentlemen talk about talk about how a business can move from average to amazing.
I always look at we call it three-legged stool. You know, people are the key drivers of the business. The first thing you go into an organization, you look at your people. Do you have the right people in the right place? Oftentimes, we have the right people, and I like to look at the core competencies. As a leader, we have to make sure that we have the people match their skill set matches the place we have them in. Also, we have to look at team dynamics. Oftentimes, when you put people together, they might not just work good together. So the people piece is very important. Then we also have to attract and retain and train the right people. Then the next thing we look at is the product. Look at our product. Constantly looking at how we can innovate, stretch, grow our product, our services. That's key. And then lastly, most importantly to me, is the processes. Looking at our systems. You know, for me, we employ secret shoppers. That's to make sure, you know, you employ someone, you look at the day part in which you're having, say for instance, if I have a new manager and it's an unseasoned manager, then I employ a secret shopper to come and shop on that particular shift. I get the schedule, I'll schedule them to shop, they come in, and then I as a leader can give them the tool, time, and training to help them develop, you know, without beating them up, you know, with those processes. So that helps me. And then lastly, I love books. Every entrepreneur should read Jim Collins' book, From Good to Great. It's a powerful, powerful book of how you can take your company to the next level.
And another thing I wanted to say is really important. Because I believe most of the individuals who are listening in right now, you know, they're probably solopreneurs or smaller entrepreneurs. And I think one of the things that's really essential is you knowing the importance of you sort of raising the bar. You know, one of the distinctions with some of those categories you're creating, you know, going from average to amazing, is for you to just set the lid, as we were talking about, and John C. Maxwell talks about, you raising the bar and understanding the average is not really going to produce the type of results that you want. And so there has to be a commitment to be amazing, right? And then so if you're saying, well, I want to strive to become amazing, then you got to sort of map out what does that look like, right? And then so in order for me to become amazing, what's some of the support that I'm going to need? Because obviously we said that no man or woman is an island in and of themselves, right? And so in order to become amazing people know how to get the right people around them, right? That really help them to look amazing, right? I believe it was Henry Ford that
So it
used
goes
to
back to that
talk
people.
about, Henry Ford that used to talk about, having a button that he could press, right, to be able to contact the right person. So part of being amazing is finding amazing people to surround yourself with, right? Having the right support, right? And then the other thing is when you're striving to be amazing, like we mentioned before, and you got to find that these things are overlaying it. The other thing is systems, right? And you're always having to figure that out. I know for me and myself, for many of us who we're getting out there and we're making things happen, I'll be completely transparent. Sometimes we're so busy as entrepreneurs making things happen that, some of the systems, we don't stop for a second. Like he mentioned earlier, stop. You got to stop for a moment sometimes so you can sort of reflect and see what's going on. And what are some of the duplicatable things that are taking place in my business? What are some of the revenue streams, and where can I create some systems and sort of processes around that? And so one of the things we talked about is the support, the systems, and then the other thing is the last S is really skill, right? And so we got to expand our skill set, because the skills that worked at one point, those skills no longer work today, right? Or if you have a skill and you're saying that you want to go from being average, what it means is that you're going to have to clock a lot of hours. As we think about the book Outliers that talks about, people who are operating at magnificent levels, they've spent 10,000 hours operating that space. So that also means that if you're trying to get to amazing, that you've got to develop that skill set to the place of amazing, right? So it's not just
What was
matter
those
of
three
saying,
S's for someone?
So those three S's is, and of course I'm not the first one to ever share this, right? So those three S's is you need to have the support, right? And so the support is going to be the people that you need around you on your team and so forth, right? There needs to be systems in place, right? And then the last one is you got to expand your skill. Truth be told, if you want to go from any level to the next level, those are those three categories that you got to think about. You got to say, what's the support? Who's the people that can support me to get to the next level? What are the systems that I need to put in place to get to the next level? And what are the skills that I need to expand to get to the next level? Those three categories you have to work on each time when you're trying to get to the next level. And so when we're talking about going from average to amazing, we're basically talking about going from one level to another, right? And so it's just a word until you could try to make some sense of it. And so what we're saying is, all right, I'm trying to get to the next level. And so the next level, right, and actually there's probably a couple of levels between that, but the next level from average, right, to amazing, all right, there's some things I need. I got to get some new people. I need some support. I got to get some new systems in place. You know what? I got to develop my skills as well.
So, both of these brothers shared tremendous frameworks that are there, and those are frameworks that I work from and teach from as well too. But with high performance, it's about a sustained level of high performance, because when I played ball, it was about peak performance, because it was about, let me ramp up all the way to the point of a game, be at a peak performance for that amount of time, and then after the game, you go back down to this point and kind of ramp up. High performance is about a sustained level of performance to stay at a high level, and then you level up to it. So the key piece that comes with those frameworks, which are awesome from both sides, is oxygen. We don't understand how important oxygen is, all right? So many times when we're freaking out in our lives, it's actually just a lack of oxygen is what it is. If you take a moment right now and just sit up and take a deep breath. You notice the difference in that piece right there? What happens is that when we are scattered and all over the place, I got to do this, I got to do that, and your breath is like that, and it takes you there. When you're in your business, it feels like you're in the ocean and you're dropping down below the water, and all you want to do is just get up to get a gasp of air. And what happens is we just need that gasp of air, but then we go right back down.
This is who I want to be my coach.
But I'm just telling you. I mean, it's seriously
Folks,
that.
do you see how that decision is made?
Right, exactly. There you go. That's it. But and that's the thing. And when we're talking about coaching and mentors and those things, many of us are doing a lot of the similar things. And I'm so happy to be here in a place where people are doing similar things. Because guess what? Everybody's not going to like coaching a car. And that's cool, and I'm cool with that because I don't want to work
Y'all
with everybody.
crazy.
Right, exactly. I don't want everybody to work with me. You know, that's
First
it.
of all, with a great name like that, you know.
But I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, the thing is that it's the oxygen that you take from that now while you're because I'm a numbers guy. I'm all about that. If I'm teaching somebody and they're working in network marketing and you know that you got to talk to 10 people to get one person in, and you know you want to put 10 people in, then you got to talk to 100 people. And so if you haven't talked to 100 people, then that's the reason why you don't have 10 people in. Right. Most of the time you're sitting on the couch watching Judge Judy, and that's the reason why you don't have 100 people in. Ultimately. But it's the oxygen that we're looking for from that. How can we breathe into all the life into the systems and be able to do it? So that's really important.
You know, one of the things I want to toss in there, and I love everything because it all builds in on each other. And I call it GPS because you got to, what a GPS does for you. You know, in order to determine first you got to determine where you want to go. Or as I say, where you want to grow. So when you look at each one of these levels, and I'm going to go back and I'll email you guys an infographics. I'm going to create an infographics out of this amazing tool.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I done wrote it down twice, and because every level you're at, your lifestyle is at least a level behind it. Meaning you got to always add more value than you get paid for. You know, I tell employees, if you're not bringing me $30 of value, I can't pay you X amount. Because you got to bring me more than I pay you. I mean, don't care. I tell students that if you go on a job and you're making
do you know
X
where
amount,
that came from? I mean,
no, I don't.
I'm thinking of a book that principle was laid out in The Science of Getting Rich. Wallace Wattles. Wow. Give more in use value than you take in cash value. Yeah. Give more in use value than you take in cash value. And what Dr. Wallace Wattles was saying is that you've got to deliver at a level that the people who you are serving are benefiting literally exponentially from what you offer.
Right, that's
you can't expect to make 30. Like you said, you can't make $30 an hour if the result of that work is going to cost the employer $30.
Right.
They've got to have $130 of production
140.
of result, whatever that is. Now maybe your job is to make sure that these cups have their logo on them or whatever, but they can sell the cups for $10 a piece, and you can do 3 in an hour. But they're only paying you $15 an hour because that's the market rate for what you do. That's why they'll hire you at 15 because they're making 30 for every hour you work. Yes. You see? And you shouldn't be resentful of that because the bottom line is that if you want to make the $30 an hour, then you ought to go open your own company and figure it out the way the CEO of that other company did.
And bringing that down for a business owner, you got to understand that and then factor in all the other things that are soft cost with that hard cost.
Yeah. Well, we were simplifying it there, but you're right.
Right. I'm saying just
there's a lot of risk that goes into the rest
that's
of it.
That's why people choose the job versus being the owner. But as I go back in and talk about that, as we were tying this up for Move to One Level, is you got to be clear on what each level looks like for you. What is average, what is good, what is excellent, what is amazing in your industry. And then you got to come back and say, okay, where the heck am I? You got to look at the man in the mirror. So I'm not doing these things because if you do not judge and track and do an assessment, then you cannot move forward.
Right. That's what we do. We do a process called the review preview every quarter. And McDonald's taught me this. And it was just so profound. I transferred those skills into my daily life.
I mean, they got the best system, one of the best
and that's why
retail systems in the world, man.
I copied and stole everything from them.
Hey, Mr. McDowell, could I see?
Exactly.
Coming to America.
They got the Big Mick.
The Big Mick. And,
we got the Big Mick.
Process it was called the Plan to Win. And so we had to do. We didn't have to, but I copied it. They would They did it from a national to a regional to a local level, and they did a 5-year plan to win. Think about how powerful that is. A 5-year plan to win. And so I challenge each entrepreneur to do that. Look at your business and do a 5-year plan to win.
The problem is that most of us won't wait 5 minutes to win.
That's the problem. It's the delayed gratification. Back to that.
Mhm.
And what happens is 95% of the time, each region nailed it because it was forward thinking. You extrapolate the numbers. Okay, if we're doing this monthly, then, okay, how much quarterly? How much revenue? How much profits? How much sales? And you just extrapolated 5 years out. And what you did was you were able to have a blueprint, and everyone in your company was intentional.
Yes.
So I started this thing what we call review preview. So every quarter, I do a review preview. I look at what we did, the projections,
Plan
the
to win.
goals, and say, okay, what things worked, what things didn't work, what relationships, what strategies didn't work, and then we review the first quarter, and then we preview, okay, what adjustments do we have to make?
Bingo.
That serves me so well.
Yep.
Most people just kind of fly by the seat of their pants. I don't care how
That is
small the numbers
beautiful.
are. I don't care if you're making $100. Okay, review. Okay, if my goal is to make $100 in a month, then okay, I only did 50. Why? Did I make enough calls? Did I quit too soon? Did I wrong people? And people don't do that enough. And it's not. If it's $1 million, it's just more zeros. But the habits, the attitudes, and the processes don't change.
And the thing I love about what you just said, I can break it down to a day. So if my goal is $1 million a year, I can determine if I'm having $1 million day.
That bingo.
Yep. Exactly.
And then that goes back to it. And we want to talk about this is developing successful rituals or habits. What are some steps that you would suggest to help people develop successful habits?
I'll take that one. No, you go ahead, because you're my coach.
I got you.
Hey, you some paper
I'll slide you over a contract there for you. Get that down.
Here's one thing.
Yeah.
I was smart enough to realize that this is being recorded.
Absolutely.
And I will go back and watch the replay over and over and over again.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
if you
Hey,
thought,
he controls content. He gets something, get a whole lot out of it.
if you thought I watched The Godfather a lot.
I think that the ritual that is the best ritual for me is meditating and praying daily for me. I mean, and so it is starting the day on the right step. For me, what we were talking about with that deep breath, which is important, there are, what I look at are what are the 3 words that represent the thing that I would like to be, the best father I can be, the best husband I can be, the best businessman I can be, the best son, the best brother, any of those pieces. And I think about that if 3 people were going to describe me in 3 words, how would they describe me in those 3 words? So it's a lot about what you talk about with the eulogy and a lot about with that. And it was powerful that you said intentional. It made me jump back because intentional is one of my 3 words. Wow. So my 3 words are intentional, vibrant, and loving. Okay? So at the end of the day, each day, I ask myself, was I intentional today? Was I vibrant today? Was I loving today? All right? And you have to be okay with the fact that the answer is not always going to be yes to all 3 of them. And what you do is you don't take those as an anvil and hit those over your head with it. If you're blessed enough to have another day the next day, then you work to be in that the next day. Now, a bigger key that I give to my clients, I'm going to give you guys for free, and then we're giving out to the world for free that we do. Because any of my
Glenn,
clients...
you hear that? You're getting this one
That's
now.
what I'm saying.
Yeah. You're getting this one.
Yeah.
Any of my clients that I have, I know what their 3 words are. And what I'll have them do is put into their phone, because we have these smartphones that we're addicted to, that are stuck to. Mine is dead right now. That's the reason why I have it charging right here. And in your phone, when you have alarms that you can set in your phone. If you have a smartphone, then you can change the words that are on the alarm. Okay? And so I'll set an alarm for myself 3 times a day that are just alarms. So it buzzes in my pocket and I look at it. One of them says intentional. One of them says vibrant. One of them says loving. I want those to stay top of mind. And I want to be loving to the people who I'm talking to. I want to be vibrant and bring energy. And I want to be intentional in what it is that I do. And so intentionality is so important because it means I meant to do it today. And that means that I might mean to not do anything today. Yes. And that's okay to rest and not do anything, because if not, you'll drive yourself crazy. Yes. So yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful. You know,
I'm gonna add something you might do, man. Is I I'm writing it down because I'm gonna offer this to some people. You could go ahead and get a jingle created with your words.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you can do that. And
go to Fiverr or
that's it. You're right.
And get a jingle
exactly.
down for
that is a fantastic idea. So
motivational jingle.
Clarify that.
So here's what happened is so. I didn't write your 3 words down. Repeat them again.
Intentional.
Vibrant.
Loving.
So so a jingle may say, hey, go out on Fiverr and find someone that writes jingles and say, hey, this is a jingle. I mean, a jingle. Hey, I'm here today. I got to make sure that I'm intentional. I'm loving. And I'm a vibrant person because that is the way in which, so he can create that jingle
and,
and that's his alarm.
Wow.
Reminds it.
Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. It sticks to your head. So when you have a jingle, that's it.
No, I'll share my song with you guys later. I had a guy create a song for me. My company is Business Growth Dynamics. So one of the programs I have is Ready, Set, Grow. And he actually created a song called Ready, Set, Grow for me. So you can create those jingles, but that'll be another way in which to cement it because repetition is a way in which you cement.
All right, but Fiverr is a freelance website.
Correct.
5rr.com.
Correct.
Where you can get people who, for about $5, will create something.
Starting at 5. The hook of it is, and here's another business component, especially individuals with great IT expertise. The gentlemen of Fiverr, here's where they make their money, and I'm going to tell you where they make their money. They make their money on transactions. So for every time that someone does something, they make $1.
That's huge.
They've created the system. Then if it's over $40, they make $2. So now you could go to Fiverr, as Glenn said, search jingles, and then look and see what you want. But each person on there, which is a great hook, has to have a gig for $5. Now you may pay more than $5 to get exactly what you want
because of upsells.
Upsells are, that gig may only be a 30-second jingle or a 15-second jingle, but then for
$20 they'll do a 1-minute jingle.
Right.
It's still a great deal,
great price point.
Yep.
Yeah. So that that's just something I thought about as a way to take it even deeper.
That's really good idea. Thank you. Once they create, that's your IP. That's your
you own that.
Yeah,
that's right. It's what's known as a work for hire.
Yeah. I mean, I've used it. Here's another place you could use it. Any speaker out there, you should always record yourself when you speak. So then you just take that recording and have it transcribed. So 30 minutes for about $15.
Yeah. Yep.
Absolutely.
Or less.
We could have a whole radio show just on how to use Fiverr to support your business in some fashion. Outsourcing is what we're talking about.
I agree.
Yeah. They'll do copywriting.
I use it all the time.
Another tremendous resource that I use, since we're going to be sharing resources with the people, is something called Upwork. And
absolutely.
So there used to be Odesk and Elance, and those two have combined, and that's Upwork. And Upwork has some of the most talented people in whatever segment area you can think of. So if you need anything from a ghostwriter to a website developer to a graphic designer to a virtual assistant to people who get down with some really, really technical stuff, you can find them on Upwork. And the beautiful thing is you have the capacity to be able to review them, see what jobs they've done in the past.
Have them bid on it.
And then Upwork, of course, you can, sort of make sure, because the concern if you're working with someone for the first time is, will I receive what I want? And so that's the beautiful thing about using Upwork, that you can actually put out a actual bid proposal for a job, and then you can actually fund the job, but the funds won't be released until the person has actually meet the criteria.
So you pay the service, and the service is actually
escrow.
Right, it's put in escrow at the service on either one of these, actually, on Fiverr too.
Yeah.
The difference is if you're listening saying, well, man, I want to go to $5 route versus Upwork, is that Upwork, you have a chance to develop a relationship.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Fiverr, you have to do everything through Fiverr, so it's more transactional.
Mm-hmm.
See, Upwork, you can actually communicate directly with the person and, hire them for long-term services. So if you got something ongoing, Upwork probably is the better place to go to find it.
But this is a perfect example of how, as a CEO of your business, you get access to the right people to help your business to grow, because something that needs to be done in your business doesn't always need to be done by you.
That's huge.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So, can I address this? Reset the question, just so I'm.
Okay, so the question that we were talking about
back.
rituals and habits.
Right.
Helping, discuss one or two of your rituals and habits, but then also helping entrepreneurs develop rituals that support their goals?
So I wanted to offer a slightly different spin on the current question.
Sure.
Because I think that rituals and habits have to be preceded by a mindset. You know, so for me, and as long as we're talking about mindset, I think that one of the things that people, and especially new to business, that really don't understand what the phrase CEO.
Well, let me reframe
Sure.
this here a little bit, because I want to go with the goal, the mindset of that you're going to set goals, you're going to have a vision already. So you're in that mindset, and one of the challenges when we set goals, especially, you know, you set a goal for a year, but what happens in between? I think it was kind of we were talking about the numbers where you look at planning out 5 years, but not if you don't bring it back down to the weekly level, the daily level, then all of a sudden a year has passed and you've not done anything on that. That's why, you know, Ken said he does the component, what is it, Ken?
Preview.
The plan to win.
The review and the preview every month.
A calibration.
Yeah.
So he's calibrating. It's like a GPS when you get off track. It's telling you got to reroute.
Just make a U-turn.
You know?
So let me phrase
Okay,
let me put it out here this way. Then I think that your ability to develop the right rituals and the right habits is directly tied to how you perceive your role within your company. And this is where I was getting ready to say that I think a lot of times we carry the title of CEO, but we don't understand that CEO isn't a title; it is a responsibility. It is a mindset.
Hold on, whoa. Repeat that again. That one's worth repeating.
Yeah. So we carry, you know, on our business cards and, you know, everywhere else we go, we carry the title of CEO, but we rarely understand what that signifies, what that brings with it. Yes. You know, in the Bible, they say, to whom much is given, much is expected, is required.
That's it.
And the bottom line is that when you carry the title of CEO, there is much required of you if you're going to really, truly fulfill the role of a CEO. And most people need to start by understanding what that means. A CEO is someone who is a visionary. They set the tone. They're the pace car for the business. Everyone looks to them for what they're supposed to be doing now, at least even if it's through channels, that comes down from the top. And so you have to have the mindset, as I see it, of understanding what it really means to call yourself CEO. And you need to prepare yourself for that the same way as you would prepare yourself to run a marathon, the same way you prepare yourself to pursue a career in IT. It requires some learning, and there are books on that. Okay? There are mentors to seek out, and there are practices that you need to engage in. And in my opinion, that precedes the rituals and habits, because we can have rituals and habits, but the bottom line is if those rituals and habits are not the right rituals and habits, you know, I'm thinking about the habit of smoking versus the habit of
What's the
saving.
book? Who Moved My Cheese?
Yeah, exactly.
You put the ladder on the wrong wall and get up and say, "Oh man, I don't see anything."
Exactly.
Oh gosh, you're on the wrong wall.
So in the context,
let's back to that, because
So, yeah.
you know, if we skipped over that, I mean, because that is the most important. We want to get the foundational stuff and make sure that listeners have it. You know, what I try to get out of the conversation is something that they can implement today. So when, you know, we talked about taking action. So bring that down and peel it down a little bit, Glenn.
So before I would seek to develop any type of ritual or habit in my business, I would want to know that that ritual or habit is the right thing for my business. The only way I can know that is to understand my role in connection with my business. For example, if I'm going to get in the habit of hosting a sale, let's just use a sales meeting. We host a weekly sales meeting. I need to know that that's the right thing to be doing in my business. Is my business one where we need a weekly sales meeting, or am I just doing that because everyone else was doing it? So that's just a real basic, simple one. And this is where understanding who you are as a CEO really becomes more important than, or becomes the first step in knowing whether you're doing the right things. And so I would encourage anyone that is preparing themselves for the role, and I should say, you really do have to prepare yourself for the role of CEO. I have very rarely used the title CEO in anything I've done, but here's the thing. I am the CEO of this business, so whether I carry it as a title or not, I am responsible. And I have to say that I don't think I fully embraced and understood that role until last year, when I started working with a business coach that was helping us to raise capital, or is still helping us to raise capital in the business. We're going to be doing a angel series investment round. And in the process of working with this Wall Street broker who is coaching me on how to position the company to be attractive to investors, I started realizing we're not ready for investors. We don't have the right people at the table to impress investors that I would know what the heck to do with the money they're about to invest in my company. You know, we don't have the right vision for what we're going to do with that money, what's going to be achieved with it. You know, it's nice to think, oh, if I had $1.5 million, I'd do this, and this. But, you know, what is that going to lead to? You know, that's where I started to have to look real deep into what are we trying to do here? What is the end game? What is our goal here? Where is their profit? Where is their performance? Where is their benefit for the people we're seeking to serve? Because all that precedes someone taking an interest in investing in your business, and it definitely it precedes having people who are working with you understand their role in your business, and that's why the vision aspect of a CEO's job is so important. You've got to be able to describe what you're doing here in a way that inspires people. I want to be part of that. That's the end game. Someone doesn't take a job because they're getting a paycheck. They take a job because they want to be part of that mission.
People buy into the vision. So whether you're a aspiring business owner, you know, you may own a ministry, run a ministry, or nonprofit, because people give to the vision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think back to that. It was one of the things, though, too, I want to make sure that people understand is, and I challenge everyone to think about it from this standpoint, you should have a vision for your business and a vision for your life. Because your business is not your life, should not be your life.
Yeah.
And if you're not careful, you're going to become a slave to your business.
And let me sort of chime in on this because I've got a flight that's going to be heading out. Because I know that there are people who are watching right now. We're hearing a lot of discussion, about being a CEO and operating in your business. But we understand that there's a lot of people who are watching right now that maybe perhaps you're not a CEO. You're an aspiring CEO. And one of the things we were really discussing was just, having rituals and what are the disciplines it takes. And so one of the things
that may be a better word,
yeah.
so people can understand what are my daily disciplines.
Yeah, the daily disciplines and so forth. So I think one of the things that people have to understand is that, in whatever route to success, one of the things that we have to learn to do is really master the mundane. And the truth be told, a lot of people that maybe you're looking onto, that you're aspiring to build something similar to them, you may look on the outside and think that it's glitzy and glamorous, right? Some people might be thinking, to own a McDonald's franchise, is glitzy and glamorous. But if they were to step into your life at that time, right, Ken, they would see that it was a lot of mastering the mundane, that if they followed you every single day, they would find that you were doing many of the same things every single day and trying to do them efficiently and effectively. And so one of the things that I think that people need to understand, that when we're talking about success and we're trying to make things happen, that you have to understand that there are literally some daily disciplines, and you have to master some things that really are not that sexy or not that cool or not as flashy as what you may think that they are in order to have some success. The other thing is, just a little earlier, he mentioned Jim Rohn, and Jim Rohn has, passed away as one of the thought leaders. But I remember his definition for success. He said that success is a few simple disciplines exercised when every single day. And so it's not some disciplines that you exercise every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, but he said these are things that you exercise every single day. And so that means that oftentimes you have to do what you know, right, as opposed to what you feel, because there are going to be some times that you don't feel like doing. I'm sure when you had your franchise, right, there are some times there are some things that you didn't feel like doing, but you know that they had to be done. And so you got to default to just doing what you know as opposed to what you feel. And I just want to drop some of those nuggets for the people who are tuning in, and I'll leave you with this. We're talking about, how do you sort of master those rituals? How do you do those things that you have to do in order to have success? If you're telling me, Andy, you're saying I got to master the mundane, you're telling me there's few simple disciplines every single day, and what it requires is a true level of commitment. And I want to share something that a mentor told me many years ago, and I never forgot. Because we hear the word commitment thrown around all the time. But he told me, he said, Andy, he said, commitment
is doing what you said you were going to do long after the feeling has left you when you said you were going to do it. And so what happens is, you come off of something like this, being in this Black CEO space, and you're excited and you're saying that there's some things you want to do. You're going to take your business to the next level, or you're going to start your business. You're going to grow your business to the next level. And then what happens is you have to go into action. Like, Jingo was talking about earlier, right? And those actions are going to require some daily disciplines and some activities that you got to do every day. But realize this, that right now, when you say that, you're in on a great conversation, the energy is high, you're feeling good and so forth. But then eventually that feeling will go away. And that's where commitment comes in. We're talking about doing what you said you were going to do long after the feeling has left you when you said you were going to do it. So when you said you all excited, you jacked up, for lack of a better term, we were saying, because you've seen some guys speaking high energy and some ladies speaking high energy, dropping some great nuggets and so forth. And then you get out there and implement, and that feeling has left. And will you have the commitment to continue to carry out those rituals? Will you have the commitment to continue to carry out those tasks and those daily disciplines so that you can make those things happen? And, yes, you will have to figure out what those rituals and those daily tasks is, but I think that that's one of those things that's sort of a preset for you to understand what you're getting yourself into. You got to master the mundane. You're going to have to do some daily disciplines, and you're going to have to have some level of commitment to do it. It's not sexy like you think it is. And so, gentlemen, it has been amazing for me. I have to catch a flight, but I just want to tell the people who are viewing, I appreciate and really, truly love this time we spent together. Once again, this is Andy Enriquez, your storytelling coach. And so hopefully we'll have an opportunity to connect sometime. Hope you've been loving the discussion. I know I'm leaving you in excellent hands because these guys are going to continue to drop some amazing nuggets.
In the words of peace out, my brother.
All right, Andy, take care. And, Andy's rushing to get home to his beautiful wife and his lovely daughter. I know that's where he's headed off to. And
yes.
And he's been missing them because he's been FaceTiming them and calling them and loving on them and virtually. But and that's part of the journey you have as a CEO. Sometimes you got to be away from your family and you got to prioritize when, where, and you want to do that.
It's dead, but I got you.
Let's keep diving in that. As we go through this here I want to open it up to our panelists that are here and ask the question, what are some of the challenges you see some of your clients having? And then we can just kind of expound on that and just kind of kick that around a little bit more.
I was surprised to know it's kind of piggyback off what you said was discipline. Just continuing to do what you know you have to do. Because to me, commitment is the line that you draw between wishing and doing. Wow. I think that's just every day. It's just you know what you have to do, but it's a commitment.
Repeat that again.
Commitment is a line that you draw. It's all personal.
Yeah.
That you draw between wishing and doing. Most people want to be successful, but then you find out that only 1% actually do what they have to do in order to be successful. And I think that's the challenge that most of us have, and I'm guilty of. I don't do what I should do every day. Luckily, I was able and fortunate enough to put together a tremendous amount of years of being focused, disciplined, and committed, and now I could, at points in time where I'll be honest that I ride the wave. But I put the work in early, because I'm like driving down the hill. Right. I'm going to be totally transparent with you. I made short-term sacrifice for long-term results for so long that it's times now that I just coast. And some of my clients can't coast. While we sleeping, you need to be working.
Absolutely.
But then what I do is one of my habits is I for years and years and years, I will wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and I have a process called unplug and plug in. I unplug it from the world and plug into God. Download. I read the word. No Facebook, no family. Sneak downstairs, lay prostrate, pray, Lord, order my steps in your word. Tell me what should I do with this gift of day that you've given me. I have right here, in my book right here, 3 times a day I have scriptures I read. Christ has redeemed me from the curse. I have right here. I brought it with me. Right. So there's a process I have. I want to connect with my source first before I start other people getting into me. I started this process years ago, especially when I was I was a leader of so many people. And when you have 150 people who pulling on you, that was a huge responsibility. So I had to get into a space where I would unplug and plug in.
Right.
And so I've kept that up. But to be totally transparent, there are times where I don't want to get up in the morning.
Absolutely.
So now I've put in the work where I don't have to. You know, but some people, you're so far behind, you need to, I remember when I was first coming up, I loved holidays because it gave me the competitive edge. I would make more sales calls. I would do this thing where I would get up from 4:30 in the morning and I would leave 7 voicemails for people because they wasn't up yet. So when they came in there, they were going to get back with me, and I was setting the pace. I'm just saying.
Hey, hello. And that's a great tip, guys. I mean,
I loved holiday because most people wouldn't work on holidays. I thought, Ken, you don't deserve a holiday yet because you're not there yet. So I don't deserve to have a 4th of July and all that. My family didn't like it, but it served me well. Like, and at weekends, I can't stand the weekend. People wait until Friday. I don't know about you all, but my weeks never end. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It never stops.
Wow.
So why are you taking a day off? You can't afford to take a day off. I had to recondition my mind because the world lied to me. I don't deserve vacation yet. You know, I got one client, you know, it frustrated me because when we first started, he was gung-ho, built a phenomenal business, and then he disengaged and told me, well, Mr. Brown, I learned everything I need. You look on Facebook, he's taking a vacation every quarter, him and his wife. You don't deserve vacation yet, bruh. You don't even own the brick and mortar business. You provide a service. So if you get sick, you don't eat.
Trading dollars for time.
Trading dollars for time.
Right.
Yeah, you might make more because you got more clients, but don't get it twisted. You still behind the curve. So it's a process, and I think I do this process. You know, I try to do 5 things every day to my goal.
Right.
It might be have a meeting, send a voicemail, write some content, but you have to do 5 things a day. It's like compound interest.
Right.
I love compound interest. I just use that principle. And then last thing I like to do is I have to ask myself these 4 things. Did my actions, my thoughts, my associations do 4 things? Did they add to my goals, my dreams, my vision? Did they divide, multiply, and take away? And then anything that divides or take away, then I don't do it the next day. And it's a slow process. Like in football, there's inches. It's a game of inches.
Absolutely.
Success is the same way.
Yeah.
It's inches.
It
and
is.
I believe this. If we change a habit every day, at the end of a year, you have not changed. You have been transformed.
Yes.
You
Yes.
And everybody want to get to the plate and swing for the fences. I figured if I get a base hit 3 times, I'm scoring.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't have to get a grand slam.
That's right.
If I get a base
you're
hit
less
3
likely.
times,
You're less likely to strike out too.
That's right.
and
That's right.
I read a study that say the difference
Now,
in
Glenn,
a 400
hey,
hitter
see.
is 2 bats on ball, two
Right.
base hits.
Right.
Hey, you saw how excited Glenn got because Glenn actually was drafted as a professional baseball. He had a chance to play professional
awesome.
baseball.
No way.
But he chose.
Well, we clarified.
Okay,
It wasn't
this is
drafted.
Had the opportunity.
I was offered a tryout with the Dodgers when I was in my junior year of high school, and I chose not to take it.
Right.
I went on to college instead.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
No, go ahead, Ken. If you.
Yeah, so that is just those small, soft skills. I think so much we look at the big things. To me, it's the small things. I want to digress to something. One thing as a leader, I did such a disservice to my team because, say for instance, we would set a goal. We would set a goal and say, okay, this year we're going to do. I remember when I was trying to go from $1 million to $2 million in sales. So we set small goals and we would celebrate the successes. And then what we would do is we would say, okay, today we did $10,000, $12,000 today. But last year we did $12,000. What happened? And we did $10,000 this year, Mr. Brown.
Right.
And so what we came up with this thing called Beat Yesterday.
Yeah.
That was game changer.
Just
beat yesterday because I was beating my people up based on last year. There's some fundamental things last year was out of our control. Maybe last year, maybe we didn't have construction. Maybe last year we had a big bus on that day that helped spike our sales. But I'm looking at those numbers, hold my folks accountable for that. And so we came up with the philosophy is just simply beat yesterday. And if every day as an entrepreneur, if we wake up and say, okay, just let me beat yesterday, because the only competition we have is ourselves.
That's
And
right.
If I can do one more thing, one more thought, one more action close, one more deal, make one more call than yesterday, I'm advancing the ball. At the end of the day, in every game, and business is a game, but it's a real game, is advancing the ball.
Well, you just raised a great point, which we talked about a little earlier, which is competition is another form of comparison.
Wow.
And so if you're going to compare yourself and compete each day to be better than the day before.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and it's the little incremental growth that takes place. It's just like, you don't wake up today, start a diet, lose 40 pounds tomorrow.
You don't have that pill, Glenn?
No,
Right, that's the
actually, I
problem.
have it.
Yeah.
I saw the infomercial.
That's the problem.
Hey,
But
and
you
then
know
all
what?
the side effects. And
I found out right away. It doesn't work that way.
Right.
You know? But if you dedicated yourself to a nutrition plan that required you to do a little bit each day, by the time you blinked, you would find yourself having lost that 40 pounds.
Yeah.
But you're not going to lose it today.
one of the quotes, how many of you have heard Rome was not built in what?
A day.
But have you heard the rest of the story?
No.
Let's hear it.
It was built daily.
That's right.
Every day the slaves went to work on
That's
Rome.
beautiful.
So whatever your Rome
Wasn't
is,
built in a day, but was built daily.
Daily.
so
Absolutely.
you got to go to work daily. Glenn, what we're talking about is some of the challenges that you see your clients have, and we're just tossing it out there. This is just roll it out there, and we're all going to kick it around.
Well, so I'm going to talk about a specific subset of clients that we have, because I teach a course on entrepreneurship.
Okay.
It's called Entrepreneur Mastermind, where we literally take people from employment to entrepreneurship. And so a lot of the people I'm working with are people that are still full-time employed. Yeah. They're looking at getting into business for themselves. And frankly, they come into that experience with some mindset challenges that hold them back immediately in business. And so the challenge that I have starting out is to shift them into an awareness that they've got a mindset that's not preparing them for entrepreneurship. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Most people who work for somebody else come from an employee mindset.
Yes.
They're used to a paycheck every 2 weeks that's not really tied to their production. And so the first reality check for them is that they're going to get paid based on what they do, not on the space they occupy at the job, at the cubicle, So I have to shift them into being profitable, not just busy. Wow. That's the first thing. They also tend to be resentful of how much bosses make and how much CEOs make. How many times you hear people complain about how much Wall Street brokers and the CEOs of the big Wall Street firms, but they don't understand, just like we talked about earlier, how the soup is made. They don't understand how many hours they're spending thinking about the vision for their company and being responsible for setting the direction. And even though the employees are being productive, there's a reason why, because there are systems in place that maximize their talents. Someone had to put those systems in place and monitor and manage those systems. So when someone makes $1 million a minute, it's because they're providing at least that much in value.
And also they're leveraging those years of experience that they have.
Yeah, exactly. They've learned how to be efficient, just like you should be learning how to be efficient in your business. If your business is leverageable and scalable, then you're going to make over time a lot more money and spend a lot less time doing it. And there's nothing, you shouldn't chastise someone that does that. You should be looking to model someone that does that. So the second thing we have to do is get them out of the mindset of demonizing people that have been successful. Those would be your mentors if you had your head on straight. Yeah. Instead of saying to someone, "Oh, you make $1 million and I only make this," you should be asking, "How do you do that?
Right.
What do I have to do to be able to replicate what you're doing?" So again, so much of what we do in life generally, and especially when we are making a transition from one station in life to another, or from one pursuit to another, is a mindset shift. You can't just go from being an employee to having your own business and carry the same mindset you had as an employee into that new business. I mean, you could have been very diligent as an employee, but the problem is that an employee mindset is not going to serve you when you have other decisions that are now part of that title of CEO.
Absolutely. To piggyback off of what Glenn just said there, and then to circle back around the question as well too. I knew that corporate America wasn't for me, or that a regular job wasn't for me when I was working in a call center, and no matter how many, it was a check center. We were selling. That's how old it was. Selling boxes of checks. I don't even know if they still sell checks over the phone anymore. Showing my age and when I was doing that, as far as that. But no matter how many boxes of checks I sold, I got paid the same as the person who was sitting next to me, who was like putting the customer on hold and hanging up on them and doing the same thing. And so I always believed in the meritocracy, that it was about what I put into it is what I should have been able to get out of it. So I immediately started thinking about things in entrepreneurial ways, because I was working there during college as well too, and doing that. And so like I worked there in the summertime, and I was just like, I got to be able to figure out how to do something different. And the difference in it, when you're thinking about mindset, I tell my clients all the time, the difference is in 3 pounds. There's a 3-pound difference in your life. And 3 pounds is how much your brain weighs. And so if you can control your brain, then you can control what's going on in your life and be able to figure it out. The clients that I work with, many times are where Ken was, where you were in a position. So when you got that advertisement from Covey and what they did with that, it met you right at the right time and right at the right moment.
Yes, it did.
Because it was there. It spoke to you because you were there, because you basically were killing yourself.
I paid him $8,000.
Absolutely.
$8,000. I never met the guy.
Absolutely, but that's the thing, though.
But it was a game changer.
That's what it
But
is.
the pain was so great.
The pain was so great that it was there.
You said, "Give me the pill."
Right. And see, that's what I'm saying. I recognize that because of where I was in corporate America before I left my job in corporate America. I was working 70 or 80 hours a week, and what I was doing was just putting on weight over and over again because I wasn't seeing anybody or anything. I was in a bad marriage at that point in time. I'm married again now. Everything's wonderful. Hi, honey. With that, as far as that, let's
clarify that.
Let's clarify that and do it. And so that's the thing. So there's a difference in two different types of leaderships with the leaders that I work with. There is title leadership, and there is authentic leadership. All right? So a title leader is a leader because they're the boss, because they own the business, or because they're the president, or because they're the shift leader or whatever, and they're a title leader. And you do what they tell you to do, just to the point of whatever it is. You do whatever the duty it is, just enough, because you know about work, that we work just hard enough so that we don't get fired, and they pay us just enough so we don't quit, and everything as far as that and those pieces. So that's it. Then there's authentic leadership. An authentic leader, you do what an authentic leader wants you to do because you care. You realize they care about you and you care about them and what it is. A title leader, if you could drive past them on the street and their car was broke down and you could splash them as you went by and they didn't know who it was, you would, okay? An authentic leader, you would do whatever it is you can do it. So authentic leadership is about digging into and making personal relationships with your people. It's extremely hard to have an authentic relationship with 150 people. As a matter of fact, my theory is that you can only have an authentic relationship with at the most about 50 people. People talk about football. When we talk about football, people think the football coach is the authentic leader of the team. That's not true. Most of the time, the authentic leader is the position coaches, because the position coach only works with 9 to 15 people. They know what's going on with that guy's girlfriend. They know if that person's not going to class. They know what I'm saying. Now, they report those things to the head coach, and so the head coach knows those things from there, but the authentic leadership is there. Many of us are not authentic leaders in our own homes. You talk to your kids, and then your kids turn to another kid after you leave and say, "Is this okay?" or whatever as far as that, because we haven't invested the time into them to even. It's just because I'm daddy. And I never wanted to be that. I never had a dad that was like that. My dad was there for me all the way through. We talked about on Thursday night when we were there, he taught me a word of a day every day. So every day I had to learn a word of the day to do it. And so it helped me in shaping my life. He was also an employedpreneur. Okay, I'm an entrepreneur. I work businesses and set up businesses for people now. And I said I've been gone for corporate America for 9 years. But my dad was an employedpreneur, and so that's what set the seed in my life. But that's because he was authentic with me. And so we have to be authentic with our people and be able to do that in order for them to feel what it is that we're doing, not just because we told them to.
Right. Yes, I think that's a great point. John Maxwell calls it, it's the 5 levels of leadership. I just left for, I got a contract with the Detroit Public Schools, and one of their offices, and they're very $45 million budget, but the leader is at level 1. People do it because they have to. They're afraid of their job. I mean, I had their key frontline leaders last Friday at a meeting, and I mean, it was so interesting that we did the process, and they didn't even know their job description. I mean, they were just there doing it because they had to do it. And most of them, I did a research, and 85% of them, they are playing a waiting game. They already know when their retirement day is.
Wow.
They don't know what they budget out. They don't know.
So
their
they retired.
numbers.
They're retired in place right now. They're
They're
ripped.
just there.
They're
And
already
so
ripped.
we're-
Retired in
we're-
place.
We're talking to the. So I go back and debrief with the head, and I'm explaining to her that you can either demand respect or you can command respect. And I think that great leaders are the ones that they demand respect. My father was like that. I mean, he commanded respect. When he came into the room, you respected him because the way he treated you, the way he made you feel. And the best example I like is Jesus. 2,000 years later, Jesus was God by himself, right? And he could have did what he wanted to do, right? But people follow him because of his influence.
Right.
Every time he went to a situation, he humbled himself.
That's right.
But he never left an environment the same. He didn't go up and say, well, I'm God, I'm Jesus. I'm always fascinated because Jesus never said he was a Christian. He was just Jesus. He was following what his father, he said, I'm about my father's business. All
That's
throughout
right.
it, he was following a mission and he submitted to it.
He was
But
committed to the activity that allowed him to be a servant, and he humbled himself in that role as servant.
And we call it, my email address is Servant Leader 1. It has been that for almost 20 years because as a leader, I serve the people who serve my customers. And I respectfully disagree that I systematically was able to connect with each one of my employees. You know how? Because every Monday, I had a process, a place called a comm day.
Okay.
It was called a communication day.
Mhm.
But each employee, I would go to the store. I had the roster. Each employee, they had a schedule. They had 10 minutes with me. And we didn't talk about P&Ls or drive-through time, TTLs. How was your weekend?
Absolutely.
How's Betty? How's the kids?
Absolutely.
How's those white Red Wings?
Huh.
You know, and
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Meet them on their level. And oftentimes, they are performing at a certain level. Hey, guess what? I know you like the Red Wings. I got you 2 tickets for Betty.
Gotcha.
And I go $50. Buy you some snacks.
Awesome.
And by the way, my buddy owns a limousine company. You ain't got to drive. He going to pick you up.
Awesome.
Nice.
Right.
When they come back to work, guess what? They're not employees. They're partners.
Yes.
I help my clients turn employees into partners.
Now that's empowering them. That's really taking them to that next level. That's really taking them
and
to
it's
the
kind of
next
a
level.
trick because I'm telling you, as a business owner, I don't like employees. Employees come in, they exchange dollars for hours.
That's right.
They're not vested.
That's the mindset I was talking
But
about.
a partner is, it becomes not my business, it's our business. They are ambassadors for you.
That's
so when
right.
when you know you got a vacancy, you don't have to put no sign out. They'll say,
They're
oh,
gonna
Mr.
be
Brown.
bringing- yeah, no
They're
sign.
going to identify somebody.
Yeah.
They're going to train them. They're going to hold them accountable for you. They're going to say, well,
Let's save you those headhunter fees.
And even that
makes sense.
It does.
Going back to
That's
that,
how they
Ken,
see
you know,
that.
if you got a business owner there, one of my mentors, two great practices he does. He has this big whiteboard in their sales room. In the corner of the whiteboard is a goal for every employee, a personal goal, not a company goal.
That's powerful.
And they celebrate that personal goal. Here's what is one goal you want for this year? Because they go through a whole goal setting process, but you're going to make one public.
Wow.
And they'll celebrate it. So that goal may be my wife and I to go to Cancun. Boom. He said, okay,
Let's
hey,
help you do that.
let us help you do that. The team, everybody.
Right.
And so now when that person say, hey, we're going to Cancun, he go out and buy an excursion for him.
Wow.
Or a person buy a car, you know, he'll come walking in with a gas card.
Right.
Yep.
Wow.
You know, things like that. And then the other one.
And then everybody that was participating in making that success story feels victorious.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It was a
And
team
then-
win.
And then they feel like, wait a minute, do you get the buy-in at a cellular level? Because they're like, okay, if he did it for him,
Right.
he'll do it for me.
Absolutely.
And then it's not no division. And most corporates I go into, there's a line. But it's the C-suite and the levels.
Yeah.
What we do is we show people how to flip the script. Take the org chart and flip it. You don't, as the CEO, you're at the bottom. You serve the people who serve your customers. Why is it in most companies?
And talk about needing some humility for that. That's where the
And
mindset
that's
shift
what I
is.
did. But as a leader, I implemented that.
Right.
I took the org chart and I flipped it. When I pull up on a parking lot, don't start to clean the windows and picking up fries off the floor because I'm there. I'm the owner of the business. I'm not there every day. I'm just taking a big check out of the company.
Right.
I want you to have that mindset with my customers.
Right.
With our customers. When they said, the leader said that, It was phenomenal.
It
Then
is.
we talk about when you want to invest people. Say, for instance, when we want to move from 75 cars in the drive-through an hour to 120, I would get the whole team. What are some of the barriers that stopping us from doing that?
Mm-hmm.
What are the time, tools, and training you need? And then as a leader, I would immediately give them to them. Because then guess what? I can hold them accountable. I remove the barriers for them. Then when we get to the floor, we got all the barriers removed. And then once we hit that status, then I would make sure I go around and publicly reward and recognize people as we reach that plateau, because then you don't have them thinking about, well, he making more money. Why am I work harder? Because when when we hit that plateau, okay, we're going to go from 75 cars to 100 cars an hour. When we get 100, I would bite the bullet and make sure I give everybody in the store $20 right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
So then guess what? But I get the benefit of that every day, because once we get to 100,
It's
we
rolling.
ain't going back.
Right.
Woo!
We got to go to 125 now if you want another. Yeah. But now
the floor has been raised.
Yeah.
The floor has been raised. No, the floor has been raised.
And like
So
the
you
law of
standing on something
elasticity.
new.
Like once an object is taken out of its natural state, it ain't going back.
Right. That's right.
We're not going back to 75 because we put the systems in place, the right people aligned, so then you can build. But off the front, I make an investment in them. I share, recognize, reward. But then guess what? I get to reap the benefits of those residuals every day.
Yeah.
But
Until the next level.
What you're describing. Come on in, man.
Come on in. You can
You
jump
don't
in.
just poke your head in and then not sit down in front of a microphone.
Yeah, I was telling you about the guy with the whiteboard. Same way. You know, he literally would put his on his company.
Oh, is that what
he had
you
a certain
said?
number, and then when everybody,
Are you in next door?
when everybody hit that number, when the company hit that number, everybody got a check.
That's
go in the control.
Everybody got a check.
Everybody is sitting there.
Turn the mic if you would right there. You're talking into it. Yeah, everybody would get a check when they hit that goal. Celebrate community.
Celebrate.
I don't care if you were the dispatcher or the admin. You got the same size check. But what happened was he found that his drivers would go help other drivers finish jobs so they can make so the numbers could be where they need to be.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's possible. But it starts at the game, go to the speed of the leader.
Yeah.
And so
Well, it goes back to the law of lit. If the leader's a 7, when the employees become a 6, 6.5, they're going to another company.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's possible. That's what we do. We train. I love that C-suite because that's where the gaps are. It's not the bottom. It's like you say, the egos, the pride, the entitlement. And so it's so interesting. You go into organizations and they're talking about strategies and training. And then I'm like, well, where are the folks who we're training?
Mm-hmm.
They're not at the table. So we have to bring them in because how can we talk about what they need? And they never thought about that. Oh, Mr. Brown, and then you bring them in and, okay, what training do you need to close the gap?
Yep.
And then they're involved. So when they feel like they're involved, then you get better results.
Yep. Absolutely.
You get better results.
And this is all, everything that we just described here is an example of what should be in the
Guys,
ritual.
I'm gonna step out for 1 second. Y'all keep going.
What should be in the ritual and habit of a CEO?
Yes.
This is the kind of stuff that CEOs need to be thinking about, not how much money they're going to make this month. And, the money follows the method.
Yes, it
and the
does.
method is the rituals and the habits that you put in place. And when you have the right rituals and habits in place, you don't have to worry about the money. We get ahead of ourselves by wanting the trappings of success, but we haven't grown into the activities that bring success. And it's just like the people win the lotto. They get a lot of money, but they have no idea where it came from. How did this happen? If you want your business to be more than just a gamble, a lotto drawing, you have to understand what are the activities that are leading to profitability, to production, to employee. Not just customer satisfaction.
Mm-hmm.
You need employee satisfaction. You need to take care of the employees who then take care of the customers.
Absolutely. We talk about when I'm dealing with my clients that have brick and mortar businesses that have actual employees, we talk about what are called core employees. And so a core employee is defined as an employee who's been with you for 2 or more years. Once an employee has been with you for 2 or more years, you pretty much know what to expect from them. They know what to expect from you. Nobody's perfect, but we know what's going to happen. Understand this. It costs 3 times a core employee's salary to replace that core employee with another core employee. That's because we got to put an ad in the paper. We got to run through the thing. You had an excellent operation you were doing with that. You were able to be authentic with more than that 50 amount of people. Most businesses are struggling with that. What we'd like to get our business clients up to is they have a goal of getting up to 80% core employees. Wow. So 80%, because what happens if we've got you're more efficient, you're rolling, being able to do it. If you're at 50%, 40%, 30% core employees, you're constantly turning over and training people. People are constantly not knowing what to do. Powerful. But if we get people in, you have partners, like you said, not employees, and now they're there and they realize that they can grow and be able to do something with it. You offer growth opportunities, and now they can put it together in the right way. Yeah.
You know, one thing I really found that we really talk about a lot, is that as a leader, I found this, I was guilty of this, is that you'll find someone and they're what you call a core employee, a high performer at a level. And then you have a need at another level, right? And then I made a grave mistake. You'll promote that person who's high performer, unit producing, put them in a supervisory position.
Yep.
Follow me with this. Then as a leader, I've created 2 gaps in my company. What the first gap is, I took a high performer at this level. I replaced them with someone who wasn't a core.
Exactly.
Now follow me. Then what I found was really causing some problems is I took a person who was good at a technical task and put them in a leader position.
That they weren't good at.
They were not. They didn't get developed.
A high-performing sales rep doesn't necessarily generate high-performing sales reps by being the supervisor.
No. And we have that problem a lot in companies.
Right.
That we do that, and so what we teach is you have to have succession planning. In my organization, after I learned that was something that I was creating, I quickly made a just position, and then I had a thing was, okay, everyone in the company, because you have to be overqualified in your current position to get promoted to the next level. So what that means was you have to identify and train your replacement.
Yep.
So before you were able to move to that next level, you had to identify someone. And I stood at McDonald's. When you went into that organization, they assigned you with the mentor.
Absolutely.
Automatically. This someone was, and so they gave you the all the intel, the culture. If you had a problem, went into an obstacle, I can call Jeremiah up. Jeremiah going, hey, Ken, you know what? That's not how we operate here. This is what you do, yada, yada, yada. And so you were responsible for me. And then in our meetings, hey, Ken, we have a position coming up in 2 years. How's Jeremiah doing?
Absolutely.
When you going to have Jeremiah ready? And then my promotion was based upon me developing him. And what we do is we are developing leaders at the ground level.
Nice.
I'm gonna tell you, Ken. I come from an educational family, and my mom worked where the students were in groups. She taught math. My mom taught math. She just retired after 46 years. My sister taught math, and so she in the group setting, they had signs all around the room that said 3 before me.
Wow, that's
so they'd ask those 3 people before you go to the teacher.
That's
and what she do is she put a high, a low, and 2 mids together in a group together, knowing that they all could work together, and we rise together as a ship and be able to do it.
That's
Maybe 3 before me.
Yeah.
And
I love that.
And it wasn't because she was lazy. It was because it's 3 before me. Now
you creating leaders.
You're creating leaders.
Let me point something out here. Let me point something out here for some of the folks out here who are listening to this. This is a lot of stuff, okay? And I want you to know that this is not something you have to master on day one of getting your business started. This is what you have to look forward to as you mature into your role as a business owner. But just like anything else, you have to get started. There's a book, we were talking about this earlier, about not waiting till all the planets are perfectly aligned before you decide to get out and do something. It's called Ready, Fire, Aim. And it explains exactly what that process is. You cannot afford to wait until all the planets are perfectly aligned, all lights are green, before you make the decision to get up and do something. You have to get out and try, and if you so-called fail, that's a learning experience. I've created a lot of learning experiences in my lifetime.
Absolutely.
But they weren't failures unless I gave up. You know, my point in saying this is if you're overwhelmed by all this discussion that you're hearing in the room, there's only one thing I want you to pay attention to. Notice how enthusiastic we are about all this stuff, all these battle scars, all these experiences that we've had. It's not none of that diminished our thirst and our appetite for our vision. It propelled us towards our vision. Because when you're brand new and you learn what's necessary at that level and you go to the next level, now you're ready to move forward. It's not something that you do in a regretful way. There's actually we're running out of microphones. Let's see. We gotta figure out where are you going? No, you need to be in front of a microphone. I'm leaving, so you come sit over here because you're gonna take. I'm training you for this next position. Okay.
Succession planning. Succession planning in effect.
But here's my point, though. Here's my point. We can allow ourselves to be overwhelmed by responsibility, or we can be overwhelmed with the possibility. And if you have enough vision for where you want to go, then the responsibility that goes along with it won't be intimidating to you, especially if you don't take the approach that you have to do it all yourself. That's why learning how to use resources, learning how to develop relationships. The whole theme of Black CEO is collaboration.
Absolutely.
You're in business for yourself, not by yourself. If you choose to be in business by yourself, that's going to be a lonely existence.
Wow. Right. That's a great point that you made about being overwhelmed. Ray Kroc said it best. He said, when you're green, he said, when you're ripe, you're rotten, but when you're green, you're growing.
That's right.
That's powerful. Think about a banana.
Yeah.
When you go to the grocery store, I love one a day. And I pick the bananas that are yellow and they got a couple of specks of brown because they're already ripe. But if I leave them on the counter for 2 days, they become rotten.
That's right.
But the green ones still have time to grow.
Yeah.
So in business, you should always still be green because that means you got room to grow. If you stop growing, you got to constantly be committed to lifelong learning. Well, I've been in business since 1999. I got bought since I paid for it. I've made mistakes, but I've never failed because I would fail. I would make a mistake. I would fall, get back up, go 10 yards, fall again, but keep swinging. And then I look up. I'm at one of my favorite movies. Sometimes Lisa Training.
Yeah.
There's a movie called Facing the Giants.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a clip I use when he's doing the bear crawls.
Yeah, doing the bear crawls.
And he tells the guy, and the guy's like, he's a leader.
Yeah.
And the guy's kind of cynical.
Yeah.
And the coach is like, okay, come over here, Brown, and put the blindfold on him. He said, I want you to do bear crawls, and he said, I want you to put him on your back.
Yeah.
And he puts him on his back, and he does it, and he's doing it, but while he's doing it, it's powerful. He's walking them through it as he's walking. He's talking to him. Come on, we need you. They need you. They need you. And the guy, he's shaking and stopping, and then he gets there. Coach, I can't make it. You can. We need you. And then he said, take the blindfold off. And he's at the
finish line.
Instead of going 10 yards, he went the whole
field.
Yeah.
1 yard at a time.
That's right.
This is my guy Jerry Poe. I'm sorry, Jerry Poe's an author who's here as well too. That's just popped in as you see on the screen there. As our host took off for a second as well too. So, what are we talking about? I mean, we've rolled.
Listen, we talked about so many things. If there's anybody that's watching this that didn't get some level of value out of it, you need to rewind it and see what was there to be seen, because these brothers were bringing the heat. Wow. And I'm telling you right now that. This is why mentorship is so important, because you learned probably about 40 to 60 years worth of wisdom in whatever amount of time it took for us to sit here and share it with you through this medium. I'm actually going to step out because I've got somebody that's got wisdom here that's got no microphone.
We got to make that happen, right?
I'm gonna step out, but I want to thank you for sharing. I mean, I learned as much as anybody that was watching here.
I've been taking all kind of notes.
Yeah, you all. Again, I'm watching the replay, so especially the parts where I had to step out and act in my domestic capacity here. But like I said, I'm very proud of the fact that this is the first time that we've got all three studios live streaming and recording simultaneously.
Yes,
that's a new milestone for us.
Awesome.
And I can tell you, we are not going back. We need 3 more studios.
I love to make it happen.
And I'm working on that. I already got the vision for that. So, listen, you all have some fun. Keep sharing some wisdom. I need to talk with you about where you can get that. Where I get that watch.
Oh, it's my own addiction.
That's incredible, man. I used to collect watches
understood.
I'm a watch guy, and it's an addiction.
That
It's
is,
it is.
listen, that's a nice watch. Man. Listen, you all have some fun.
I appreciate it.
Keep on learning.
We got our host coming on
keep
back
on
in
learning
right now.
because when you stop learning, you stop earning.
Yes, that's it. Absolutely. Wow. Thank you, Glenn.
You're up next.
Hey, on that note, we're back at. I'm back. You've been here and they've been here, so hey, keep it flowing. You know, as I jump out, I'll jump back in once I know where we're at. But I see we got Jerry and Bowtie in the room with us.
Glad to be here. You
guys having fun. Yeah, and, let's talk about the whole experience. You know, we're on the backside of the 48 hours.
Yeah.
You know, we're on the backside. That's right. On the downside, the fourth quarter, the almost to the end where the Black CO live learning ends, but hopefully the implementation begins.
Right.
Guys, you know, just we're not wrapping up, but just talk about one or two things people that you serve can use to implement today.
Well, before we do that, Howard, if you don't mind. Now, this is you call the shots around here.
No, I mind.
Oh, you mind? Okay, never mind. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
No, we're gonna have fun. Go ahead, Bowtie. You know that. You know I'm always messing with you.
What I want to do.
See, guys, ladies and gentlemen, where that came from was our mashup with the millennium. I was in here with 6 guys, and we were talking about some of the differences and how a lot of times we don't even hear out people before we discount or discard their ideas.
Right.
So, with that said, Bowtie, hey, what you want to do, man? Come on, it's your show.
No, I was just gonna say I want to for the people that may not know who's on the mic, I want to just let him get a chance to introduce himself, tell about what he does, because each time we have someone new get on the mic, it's good for them to say who they are, so that when he drops those golden nuggets, they don't have to say, "Oh, I wonder where those fell from." They can go find them, they can look him up, they can get his work, they can get continual access to the golden nuggets.
All right, got a couple of books here. I'll let Jerry tell herself, and then we'll go right into that, and you can lead us right in, Jerry.
Right.
You know, because you've been out at the main stage.
Yep, the whole night
for a while. It's first time over here in the conversation room, the back room, the hole where they hide me. They hide Howard in the hole.
It's like Tom stops back here too. I don't know how long I've been here.
Look, you be here your whole life.
There are no clocks on the
I don't know where I am, man. It's like a casino. There's no windows. There's nothing but lights. That's it.
I don't look at the clock. I'm like, what time?
I'm like, what time is this?
Yeah. It's like a boot camp. Right. They didn't tell me that. I got to look at my
All right, Jerry, get us back on target, man.
Glad to be in the room. Glad the brothers let me in the room. My name is Jerry Franklin Poe. I'm from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, about an hour and a half from where we are today. I am the founder of EmpowerYourStudents.com. I'm a student leadership speaker. And we know how a lot of students and young adults today are facing challenges that my generation never had to face. I dealt with bullies, but bullies weren't there 24/7 through cyber bullying and the social media. So what I do is I go into high schools and colleges, and I speak to youth and young adults. I empower them, equip them, and energize them with leadership skills to handle bullying, avoid risky and destructive behavior, and empower them to prepare themselves and ready themselves for the college and career opportunities. I published 2 books about 5 years ago, one called What I Wish I Knew When I Was in College and What I Wish I Knew when I was in high school. So my passion is just helping students and helping young adults eliminate the mistakes that I made. When I was in college, I did too much partying. And
now, where'd you go to college at?
University of Delaware.
Okay.
Blue Hens.
Okay.
Blue Hens.
Up in Newark,
yeah,
Delaware.
Delaware. Right. And just some of the mistakes that I made. If someone would have told me these wise nuggets back then, it would have saved me a lot of heartache, a lot of pain. So I'm just trying to pay it forward.
Wow. Yes.
Now, in terms of your question, one of the main things I got from being here this whole weekend is the power of the network. I mean, it's been stressed over and over again that if we collaborate, it's like that synergy that Stephen Covey talks about in the 7 Habits.
Yeah.
The team, if you add the pieces up together individually, but if you get them all to synergize together, and it's not about who you know, it's about who you know knows you, and how we can all grow together, and from finding strategic partnerships where we don't compete against each other, but we actually can complement each other. And build each other up and create that whole experience. So it's the power of the we. That's been like the main thing that stuck out to my mind the whole entire time that we're here. So those who are watching online, those who are not here, you want to be thinking about and looking for people that you can partner with that fill in the gaps, the problems that you don't solve, that you can both start to solve together to create a greater impact in our communities.
Absolutely.
Wow.
So much, man, you of us like Jay-Z and Kanye West.
Right.
Get together, they both are both talents.
Right.
And we in Jigga's background, right or wrong.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? And so think about that. Those are two great talents, individually, but collectively come together and make a powerful song. Diamonds Are Forever. I love that verse when he says, I'm not a businessman. I am the businessman.
Yeah. Damn, the
businessman.
Right.
Well, that is gangster, isn't it?
But it's hardcore.
That's why I walk, one thing, and I'm going to be totally transparent. I don't believe people got nothing yet. We can't really quantitate yet because the energy here is so great. What really the true test is when you go back to your life, go back to those routines. That's when we really, and I hope they do some kind of survey or follow up or follow through, because that's really when the work begins. And some people, I mean, to be quite honest, I see folks here that I see at all the conferences.
Yeah.
But the one thing that as a coach and a thought leader that I want to look for is that what changed since the last time we saw each other. Because it is great. It's almost like being dope. On dope, right or wrong.
Right.
A person get hooked up with dope because it gives them that dopamine.
Right.
That feeling.
That
so
is.
some people come to these because
Seminar junkies.
they junkies because they network ain't working for them.
Right.
So they know that people here are strategic, long-term thinkers who make an impact, making things happen, creating things. So they come, and so that's what sometimes I walk away saying, I know that I use it. I start by saying a presentation without application is nothing but a conversation, because it's more like when you go back home, you got to really, really apply it. So I think that I won't really, as a coach and a thought leader, I won't see the benefits of it until the next time we get together in the next city, or we run into some people, or they connect. We talk about, I see, and we can quantitatively say, hey, I learned this. I went back and took intentional, massive action, and these are the results.
Absolutely.
Well, I think you say something key right there. Intentional, massive action.
The only way.
Intentional,
It's
massive
a map.
action.
It's a massive action plan.
And the key thing here is a little different.
Get that
here,
map
Kim.
out.
Massive action plan.
Massive action plan.
I'm gonna give you credit the first two times, and then it's mine.
I gotta know what Bowtie name actually is. Since he's
all right, Bowtie.
Since he's stealing my stuff. That's what I'm saying. Jeremiah. Appreciate it. That's what I'm saying. You called the dude Bowtie. That's what I'm saying. That's a shame. Jeremiah.
They be throwing out my government name. They be getting comfortable. Look, Bowtie.
Mama name Jeremiah. I'm gonna call you Jeremiah. That's it. Exactly.
I ain't calling you no Bowtie, boy.
But that's a great way to market your business, though.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's who he is. It's a lifestyle for him. But that's the thing about it. It's a lifestyle for him. You think about it. Because you ask him, and I don't know if he's joking or not, and I got to get pull some video and find out. He said he played basketball in his bow tie.
No, I really do. It's not a game.
It's not a game?
We can get the footage. I promise you. We can get some footage. I promise you.
All right, so that's the first thing. The second thing, can you?
Well, listen. Anybody wearing a bow tie can do anything in this world. I guarantee you. I promise you. I'm telling you.
I ain't going to challenge you, but I'm going to help you make it happen.
All right? Let me throw one thing out that you said about the movement as far as with that. I can say this without speaking out of turn, because I know on the backside of things, that one thing they're doing with Black CEO is that they're going on a Black CEO tour. And so the tour is coming. They're looking for people in towns to be able to host tour spots. And so this is more than just this moment right now. This is actually a movement. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, so if you're listening, I'm glad you brought that up, Ojigga, is that you can actually go right onto the landing page, Black CEO Live, stroll down past the videos. I'm looking at it right now as we talk, and you can host an event. And also you can apply to be a speaker.
Absolutely.
Because as it comes to the local city, that's one of the things that has been talked about and kicked around and will happen. Key thing will happen.
Absolutely.
Is the Black CEO Live. I know also want to engage, the local communities and bring folks. Hey, man, I can't come into Maryland. You've watched it virtually. So the reason I say is that, I want to challenge you, and we're going to talk about this. what is one thing that you got today that you're going to implement tonight? What is one thing you got today? And you can post it inside the Facebook group at Black CEO Live. Just go over to the Facebook group and post that. But I'm going around the round table. What is one of the things that you're going to implement?
Man, implementation is the key. And I got to tell you, I took 3 pages of notes just sitting here right now.
See, this is what happened in the conversation room,
That's what I'm saying.
That's why you got to come in with blank notebooks.
Exactly.
In the conversation room.
I take so many things from masters who are there because, you guys are masters of what it is. But you know what? I'm going to work on my cash is what I'm going to work on. And that is that commitment, activity, service, and humility. Understanding that commitment from that Glenn gave us there, understanding the commitment to moving forward. And I'm talking about immediately. I got some things that I've got my live events coming up that I'm working on.
Tell us about your live
event.
event.
Yeah, I got my live
Come on,
event. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying not to shout it out too much, but yeah, absolutely.
No, hey, this is a place to have plugs.
Exactly.
No shameless plugs.
Shameless
Bow ties coming out at the end of the month. Shameless plug. Shameless plug. Go for it.
And you're going to be hooping in the bow ties, too. So that's what I'm talking about right there.
We have to make this a live event.
Got an athletic line you got going with the athletic bow tie line that you got going. That's it right there.
Bow ties for baskets.
Yeah,
bow ties for baskets.
Absolutely.
Jerry's looking over here like, man, I didn't know what I came into.
Man. You don't know what you came into the rock with, man. For real. That's it. But my product, I Dream, I Achieve, comes out here in about a week and a half that we have coming out as well, too. And then the Breakthrough Accelerator Boot Camp, June the 10th, Memphis, Tennessee, live event. Going to be crazy. About 150 people in the room, and got phenomenal speakers coming in. One from Detroit, Ashley Maynard, and then have a couple other people coming in. It's going to be just a terrific event. You want to run out to my website at ojingacar.com, register there. As far as Ojinga's easy to spell. That's the speed. No, OGINGA car CARR.com. Go to my website. We haven't even started registration for Breakthrough Accelerator Bootcamp. There's an info box. Go into the info box, send me your information, and we're going to start registration for that bootcamp coming up very, very soon. But it's going to be an amazing. We got a VIP portion on June the 9th, so you might want to get there early for that as well too. We're going to have some secret speakers that are going to come in. We got Shay and Trevor involved in the situation. They're going to blow it up digitally. It's going to be an excellent event. So definitely check that out. But I'm working towards that. Toward my focus.
The cash equation. How you put that cash equation into place?
I'm all about
activity, that service.
Cash rules everything around me.
Talk.
That's it. So talk about that cash. Absolutely. Kareem, get the money, dollar bill, y'all. That's right. So that's it. But that cash equation is nice. Absolutely.
Who else want to toss it out there? Something that you picked up from the conference that you're going to implement immediately?
There's 2 things that I got. So, and I don't know if we're doing 1 or 2, but I'm gonna give my 2. So the first is, and I can't remember who said it, but it was beautiful about your contacts, right? So I looked at my phone. I have probably 3,000 contacts, like 3,000 people that I have a phone number and or email for.
Wow.
Right? But then I looked at my call log and I looked at my messages of how many of those people I actually talked to, how many people actually called me, or how many people I called.
Like 10.
It wasn't 3,000.
Yeah.
And so what the speaker was saying is that if you have all of these, and I believe it was, I ain't gonna, I'm gonna let him toot his own horn, but my bad kid, but no. So I realized, and now I started looking at my social media, Facebook. I have like close to 3,000 friends. Right. Instagram, 2,000. But how many of these people do I actually talk to? How many of them do I do business with? How many of them are actually engaged in what it is that I'm doing? Right. Wow. So one of the immediate things that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to send a nice little text, saying, hey, we haven't talked.
I'm going to give you something that's going to help you.
And even give a phone call.
I'm going to give you something that's going to help you. So, number 1, you're going to go to www.thegrowthplanner.com.
Awesome.
It's a planning system that we have.
Okay.
And daily what we teach our clients to do is make first and 10 calls. So you keep making those first downs. Here's what happened. You scored. Right now,
the growth what?
The Growth Planner.
Growth.com.
So you can actually buy that
Is it the?
Well,
growth
you can
planner,
download
or
it.
Is it
The THG.
Okay, cool.
Oh, it's the okay.
Gotcha.
So we're actually creating this. It'll be launching this fall. So
Okay.
it's a planning system we use based on the premises of have your best week ever.
Awesome.
Because if you don't plan your week, someone else will give you a week plan.
Wow.
So that's something you want to do.
That's
so
gangster.
so here's what
Real
here's
gangster.
what you're gonna do, Jeremiah. You're gonna write down every day, the night before. So Sunday night, you're gonna write down, go through your call log, write down the name and the number on paper of who you're gonna call. And when you call them, you're gonna say, "Hey, this is Jeremiah Bowtie, and I have you in my phone. I'm just calling to see how I can serve you. Is there any way I can help you?" And then shut up.
Nice.
And take it from there. Because here's what happens when you say that to somebody. Most people are not prepared. Because somebody asks you, how can I help you? You got to have at least two things or ways they can help you. You should have that immediately. I don't care who you talk to. And then when you ask them that, they'll say, well, no, I don't need any help right now. But Jeremiah, what are you doing? How can I help you?
Right.
They just opened the door.
You poured the first seed.
Yeah, you poured the first seed.
The law of indirect effort.
Mm.
It's Brian Tracy.
I hadn't heard I got to go read that from Brian Tracy. So I had to write that one down. But so you can do that. That's something to do. So now you can go ahead to your second thing. That's a way to maximize. Don't text them because people quick to text. People quick to send the social media inbox. Give them a call and do 10 a day.
Okay, so 10 a day, okay. Yeah. And then the second thing that immediately just stands out is, and matter of fact, Ken Brown actually just said this a second ago. He said, don't talk him to death. And so I thought about that, right? So, and we were just talking about this. We were just talking about how many times you see, especially in Atlanta. I can't speak for other states. I don't know what happens in other states, but I'm in Atlanta. So in Atlanta, they have networking events. They have all these things all the time. And what happens is that as you go to them, you see the same people over and over and over again with the same goals and ambitions, but nothing's happening, right? Wow. So the next thing that I'll be implementing immediately from here is I'm not gonna keep talking about what it is that I'm gonna be doing. So you're just gonna start seeing stuff happening. Good. And
don't talk about it, be about it.
You're gonna be fruity.
Like my boy did it.
Yeah, want to make some fruit.
Don't talk about it,
it's
be
fruit.
about it.
I done threw out about 500 seeds. Now it's time for some trees to start popping up.
That's what happens. Sometimes I think we, and I'm guilty of this, very guilty. We sometimes mistake activity for productivity.
No doubt.
And sometimes we get overexposed.
You're just busy.
We just busy. And so we really have to look at it and say, what's the fruit of my efforts? What's the fruit of my contact? If I'm, I spoke at a group last week about networking, and I told them I don't network anymore because I've created a network, and I just work my net. Right. Think about it. If we left here and we say, okay, I have a skill set, and I think pastors do this real well. They form allegiance, and they all might have different messages. Right. I have a conference, I do, and they sit down and probably have a planning session. Right. Mine is going to be in April. You're going to have one fall, winter, spring, summer, 4 people. Right. So then I'm going to be a speaker at yours.
They preach at each other. You're
going to pay me my fee,
right.
Buy my books. Think about it. If you do that every quarter, you're going to build your list. You're going to generate contacts.
Right.
And that's what I think I'm committing to doing a better job with, because with me, McDonald's taught us you in business for yourself, by yourself. But then we had a co-op. So we had board meetings that I could bounce off of. When I went to my click and order business, it's like being a one-man band. Then people always look at me to be the man, and so I do it by myself instead of just like doing a Jay-Z and Kanye thing. Let's calibrate and do an event together.
So guys, we got about 5 more minutes for the ladies come in here and kick us out.
All right. So. One thing I want to bounce off of what you said with that, with that as far as understanding that, one thing that you knew from McDonald's that's important is that you're not planning for April and March and April right now. All right? That's what many of us are doing. We're like in February, we're like, well, here's what I'm going to do in March. If you're in retail right now is working on Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Booyah.
All right? That's the reason why Easter stuff come out immediately right after Valentine's Day, because they already had it planned out. So you should have your schedule planned out, and here's what we're going to knock out. Because if it's not planned, it's not happening.
You know who does a good job with that? Lisa Nichols and I shared a creative person, and he looked at my organization. And at that point in time, we had everything was aligned, had great systems.
Right.
And he shared with me. He said Lisa Nichols, and she has a machine.
Mm-hmm.
And
Crank it out.
He said they plan out their events every year. They know what copy, all that, and they just execute it.
Absolutely.
I mean, and she has a team of people, the copywriters. Okay, we're going to do this event on this day, yada, yada, yada. So
Here's
they
the messaging, boom, 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 boom,
yes.
boom. Go do your stuff. I got to have
Yes.
the deadline. Here's the deadline.
Part of that planning is also tracking.
Yep.
So when you were talking about activity versus productivity, we'll compare it to schools. You can go to college, but at some point they want to check your activity versus your productivity with a GPA.
Right.
Well, so for our business, you need to look at your RPA,
Wow, that's powerful.
your revenue producing activity.
Wow.
Oh, man.
See, the GPA is going to tell you whether or not you passing, whether or not you failing. Well, your RPA is going to tell you whether or not your business is profitable, whether it's not profitable.
Man, I'm glad I brought you in here, Jerry. I'm glad I said, come on in. Man, no, that's
So you can track your balance between your productivity and your activity by looking at your RPA, your revenue producing activity.
Absolutely.
Because the
You know
profit's
what?
not there.
That is really brilliant, because if you think about that, as an entrepreneur, the most two resources we have is our time and our mind. And for us to go to a networking event, or even, I got to the point now where I love my home.
Right.
I spend so much money on it, and oftentimes you got a job or something or business, you out of it, but now I want to spend much time I can at home.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so think about it. So when people say, let's meet, I got to think now, are we signing a contract or getting a check? You can direct deposit the check. Why we got to meet when we can do virtual?
you can email the contract.
Yeah, but because
I mean, why are we really meeting?
Why are we really meeting? Instead of I have coffee, and then I know I'm a communicator, so an hour meeting will be 3 hours.
Right.
and no revenue. And my wife is always getting on me. She said, Ken, you signed a contract?
So Ken, here's what you
really
do.
help.
You're going to say, hey, baby, I went down Laurel, Maryland, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm about to increase my RPA.
Right,
I'm
exactly.
about to ramp my
Exactly.
RPA up.
Right.
So you can
Ramp
just
my
Get your RPA up.
So what you going to implement, Jerry, as we wrap up here?
Yeah,
What-
absolutely.
One of the things I'm implementing is the sponsorship piece. So being strategic about making tracking how I connect with my customer base and having at least those 4 ways that I'm reaching people, 4 unique strategies I'm actually reaching my contacts. So then I can go to a corporation, a client, and show them the value of my tribe, the value of my network, to be able to partnership and get those strategic sponsorships to take care of the expenses. And then also the profit that Darnielle Jersey talked about. It was instead of total revenue minus total cost equals total profit, it was to take out the profit first, then the expenses.
We talk, that
He was
is
just
huge.
saying that. He
Yeah.
was just saying.
Pay
I didn't hear
yourself first.
Darnell say it, but I did hear it. In the,
Yeah. What it's called?
The
It's
profit-
a pricing strategy.
profit first,
It's
right.
a pricing strategy.
Okay.
Most people, especially speakers, they will have an event,
Right.
and everybody make money but them.
Ah,
So for
that's
instance,
right.
the venue, they have food, they've had speakers in, but then when you look at the numbers and say, okay, you didn't make any money. So and then also you say, well, how do you come up with your cost per ticket? Well, I went to an event, I paid $299, so $299. That's not how you do it. You look at all your expenses, but then if your fee is $25 for a half a day, then you add that in there, and you add up. If it comes to $10,000, you say, okay, I'm going to have 150 people. So 10,000 divided by 150, that's your ticket cost. So then
At a minimum.
At a minimum. So
Right.
so the bottom line, at the end of the day, everyone gets paid. Your profit's
Now-
already built in.
Now, one other thing you want to add into that, too, when you do that is make sure that you determine a planning cost. See, a lot of times you look at an event, you just look at the weekend.
Oh, wow.
So how much of your team resources are you using?
Right, you spending that
And how
money
much
all
external
over
resources
Good.
are you paying for that specific event?
Absolutely.
And most major companies do that. Like, for instance, a plumber, a couple of months ago, called a plumber out. They were like, well, it's $65 just to come out. I'm like, well, question. If he come out and he find a problem, will the $65 be added to the bill?
Right.
No. $65 is green fee just to come out.
Wow.
Being a business
That's
owner,
supposed
I
to start
couldn't
the
get
truck
mad
up.
because
Supposed to start the
they
truck
got
up.
a truck.
It has to be
truck
started
has
up, yeah.
service,
Right.
and a person has to get paid. So instead of saying boo-hoo, I say bravo.
Right.
I'm going to implement that.
Right,
You know?
right.
Come fix my pipes.
Nice.
Anybody else implementing? Hey, well, until the ladies come and kick us out, we still got some time here as we move on as Black CEO. live, and did I hear him come in? Or well, if not, I'm not going to worry about it when the door opens. And it opens. Until then, the thing I love about the conversation room, I've enjoyed this these last 2 days. I mean, I've been stuck in here most of the time. Is that you have a chance to really dialogue, trialogue. He's looking at
every time we hear a noise.
We get kicked out?
And we get kicked out.
Are we getting released?
See, here's the real deal. Here's the real deal. See, Bowtie, you may not understand this, but some of us have experienced eviction notice. That knock on the door was not a friendly knock.
I'm trying to see if my truck's still outside and everything like that. What was that? Yeah, I've been down that road. I've been down that road. Hey, I'm gonna be real.
I remember the first time we got evicted, man. We were at home, and it was so. Man, I was at school. It was my book. We used to get up in the morning. We had a system. System. We get up in the morning. When I went to court, the judge said, "You got 10 days." We were on the clock. So my mom like, we moving down the street to this place. She was walking by faith. So I started telling her, I believed it. I said, we moving. But every day we would get up, we would call the downtown and say, this is Brown, 122 43 South Bishop. Are we on the list? They had an eviction list. So every day we wanted to be able to prepare, so we started getting things going.
Right.
So then after about a week or two, about 2 weeks, they would always say no, so we got comfortable. We calling.
Then they hit you that
Then they
knock.
come to the door. We went to school, and I'm at school sitting down eating my lunch in the cafeteria, and my buddies laughing, talking. Then they'll do the door. The door opened up, and it was Jerome, my next door neighbor.
Oh.
We went to a private school. He went to a public school, so he's always hating that on the low.
Right.
And he walked in the door and came to my table and said, "Ken, you got to come home. Y'all being evicted." It was almost like...
Did he say it quietly or loudly?
No, it was...
he said it loud.
No, he said it loud.
He said it quietly, but it was almost like a megaphone. Ken, you being evicted. Evicted. And I was like, my first comment was, we not being evicted, Jerome, we moving. He said, Ken, you can't be moving because everything out you owe on the streets.
Ooh.
That's something I'll never forget. That's the most humbling thing. And then you get there and there's a notice on the door, it's a lock on the door, and everything we own is in black bags, sheets rolled up because we ain't packed. They went in drawers, took black bags, put stuff out, took sheets out.
They were kind.
I mean, it was
nice enough to have bags for you.
And all we did was my mom said, just go and grab what you can. Wow. And we started grabbing stuff. Yeah. So you better lock that door, man. They can go.
Look, every time a little door move, everybody looking.
I'm gonna tell you that really is important though, because we were talking about earlier about like Facebook Flash and stuff like that. The people only see the good side of business and stuff on Facebook.
No. I think Andy said it best. He framed it best. People only see your highlights.
Absolutely.
They don't see the whole game.
They don't see the whole game.
They just see your highlight. They see the ESPN version.
We do a
top 10.
Michael Jordan
top 10s.
Michael Jordan has a great commercial about that.
With how many shots he missed?
It's like it's a voiceover. He said, "I think I did the game with this."
Yeah, absolutely.
He said because you can Google. He says because you saw the flash, you saw the dunks.
Right.
He said, but you didn't see when I was in the driveway shooting. You didn't see the drills. That's the thing. That's why it's important to tell a story and share your story because people need to know about it. Dr. Dennis Kimbrough talks about when he was going across the country interviewing people for Think and Go Rich. He said that lights got cut off, gas, almost lost his house, everything, but he didn't quit. He didn't quit, and people need to understand that you're gonna have to lose a car, might lose a house, but
you're gonna have to make a sacrifice, and there'll be some inconveniences. Yes. I think whatever that is, and that's the power in the story because your story is not somebody else's story, but you will have a story. Wow. And one of the things I had a chance to ask his wife that. I said, wow, we were at a component. I said, Ms. Kimbrough, your husband talked about, the challenges y'all had when he was finishing the book. And, I mean, how do you reflect on that? It was just us talking. Wow. And she said, when I look back at it, that was some of our best times.
Yes, that's powerful.
Because it really brought us together.
That's powerful.
Wow. I mean, that's what she said as a wife. Wow. That was there supporting him. And I remember asking that question when I met. I met him. That was my second time meeting him.
That's powerful.
And but it was real powerful. So as you think about wherever you are, this is part of your journey, and you got to ask yourself, how is this moment sowing into my purpose?
Wow.
How is it watering my purpose? What I'm doing today, is it watering the reason that God is allowing me to live? Wow. You got to ask yourself that. Yeah. And then because at this moment you're doing whatever you're doing, but now you have a choice to do something different in the next moment. And that next moment starts now. And then you ask yourself the same question, is what I'm doing sowing into my purpose?
You know, Yvonne Van Zandt has a powerful book. Two things. She has a powerful book called The Value of the Valley. And I think people should, it's called The Value in the Valley. And it's a powerful, powerful book I read about 12 years ago, and it talked about and then Damon Johnson got a book called The Power of Broke right now. And it talks about, see, success is a terrible teacher, because when you're broke, you got to be more creative. But when you got money,
you got to be creative.
You got to be creative. And so sometimes, you know, people forget about that. And last thing I'm saying is that really people always talk about Think and Grow Rich. Look at the backstory. That when he wrote that book, he was living in his mother and father's basement. And look at so many people he's inspired. He was having a valley experience, but he had to come out of himself and continue to press forward, write that book. But people thinking, probably thought he was rich. He had a big vision. He was committed, but he had to go through that valley experience. Can you imagine that? That powerful book was written at its lowest times.
Absolutely.
But people read the book and think they like to go right to the back of the book, but they don't understand that the story is this, the struggle, the journey is really what the value is.
I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about a moment ago before we came in the podcast room, that success is not a destination, it's a journey. And so all of the success, people don't realize it, all of the things that happen before you get to that point where people say, oh, mama, I made it.
Right.
That's what makes you successful, right? It's the story. I love, one of the things that I do, and I encourage anybody to do it, is I analyze people who have made great strides in their areas. And I don't look at how much they made or how much fame they have. I look at where they came from and what they did throughout the trajectory of their career. What is their story?
I want to challenge you to frame it a little different. Are they living their purpose? You see, you can make great strides, but if you're not truly living your purpose and serving others, as we talked about, then have you truly made the best strides? And that's one of the things I would challenge you to do. And, you know, I didn't get a chance to say, hey, what I'm going to be held accountable for is what I'm going to implement immediately. You know, as I move forward is really taking those things that have been poured into you. You know, one of the speakers, and I have to go back and look at my notes, he said it, is that, you know, how many things that we have on our table that we have not acted on. I have two books. One is called, and you kind of touched on it, Ken, and it really hit me hard right there, was, you know, the working title is Peak to Peak Living. You know, how do you grow through your valleys? Because from life, we go from peak to peak, and you always got to go through a valley. And I say grow through a valley instead of go through a valley. And so that's one. And the other one is called Real Dad, Real Leaders. And where it's come to as recently as last week is 52 stories to help men be better dads. And that's a compilation of other men writing the stories, and writing stories that make points to share so other men can read. Reason 52 once a week. To see the struggles, the challenges that other men are going through. And raising their kids, being better dads. And when I say dads, it's everything from community dads to stepdads to granddads, all form of dads. So I may be reaching out to y'all to say, hey, do you want to be part of this compilation?
Yeah, that's powerful.
You know, so those are, you know, that's what I'm, you know, going to drive through is taking some of the things that I already have on the table and taking them to finish.
You know, one thing I've been struggling with lately, and in my book I talk about, one of my principles is purpose, but
what's your book?
Since we're saying
you keep saying one of my books.
And one of my books, I want to know.
First book is called A Leap of Faith.
A Leap of Faith.
It's a narrative autobiography of going from welfare to fair and well. It's taking you step by step, the journey, the mindset, the skill set. I wrote the second book because as I went around the country speaking about the book, people would say, "Oh, you're blessed, you're lucky." I got insulted by that because I made sacrifices in that. And so I wrote my second book. It's called Life, Living Freedom Every Day, 6 Principles for Successful Living. And in that book, it's more principle-based. It's the principles it took. And one of the principles, and then the last book is, because I started the Life series, you know, and so the last book is Life, Living in Freedom Every Day, 6 Freedom Principles for Successful Entrepreneurs. And it really chronicles my life as an entrepreneur in McDonald's. But one of my principles is of course vision, passion, but the purpose piece. I'm finding as I travel that purpose thing is so big, and I'm be totally transparent with you. You know, I don't really know that I know about how do you know that a person has to fulfill their purpose. I think it's good to say, and it sounds powerful, but as a thought leader,
Hold up, you said fulfill or fulfilling.
or fulfill. I think that's my point.
I don't think you fulfill your purpose until you're gone.
That's what I'm.
I truly
that's
believe
what
that.
I'm coming to. And I think we got to, as thought leaders, we have to make sure that we change the narrative, because when people hear us speak and see us living.
All right, guys, it's time to get kicked out. But you said we got to change the narrative.
Yeah, when people
put a button
see,
in that.
when people see us like living towards our end, right? They think we fulfilled our purpose. But I believe that your purpose is not fulfilled until it's over.
Right.
That's why you starting out with your eulogy, because then you live a purpose-driven life.
Right.
Booyah. Okay.
And where's the rest of the ladies?
But that's where the story comes in. See, because
go get
the
'em.
story
Come on in.
helps you reveal the purpose.
So we got everything packed up, ready to run out. Y'all kick us
Life
out.
is either going to polish you up or grind you down.
Black bags.
So when you're going through the stuff, your purpose is revealed through the story.
That's good.
See, a lot of folks, they just want the glory, but the glory can't be appreciated until you have the story first.
That's good.
So when you're going through the story and life is beating you down, you got to realize, okay, what my purpose is being revealed by the polishing that I'm getting through this. The polishing. So you're putting that pressure on it over and over and over again.
Creating that diamond.
You got putting that pressure. So some people don't look at what their circumstances and how their circumstances help reveal their purpose. This book, where you can go and get them, as at jerrypobooks.com. None of these books would be here if I didn't fail out of college.
Wow.
No doubt.
So I had to fail out of college first
To birth those books.
in order to birth the books.
That's good.
But I didn't want to fail. I didn't intend to go to school to fail. That wasn't my intention. It just showed up that way. But I had to be able to take
kicked
that.
it too much.
Yeah,
Hey,
I had the wrong goals. I had some other goals.
But I think Jerry makes an excellent point. To his point, I've been talking my whole life, right? Since kindergarten, that's all I ever got in trouble for was talking. But when I started Brothers Tired for Life, my business, I had to become a better speaker, because then people were expecting me, hey, give us some principles, give us some things that we can implement to start our business. So then I wasn't bow tie until I started my bow tie company. If y'all get that. Yeah. Now I was wearing bow ties. Right. I love to talk, but I couldn't eloquently say be bold, optimistic, wise, tangible, impactful, effective. Like I couldn't give off those letters and those what it meant to be bow tie, because I didn't have that. But when I started my business, I had to live those. Yeah. It's not easy to be 18 and come into a room full of people like yourself that have been doing this 20, 30 years and say, hey, I'm the new kid on the block, I've got something to say. You got to be bold to do that. Right? And you got to be optimistic enough to understand that everybody's not going to appreciate what you have to bring to the table, and you got to keep pushing. Right? You have to be wise enough to do the right thing. So it's Jerry hit it dead on the head. You find your purpose when you start developing your story. So I don't even think, I really, truly, honestly don't believe that the whole reason I was put here was just to sell ties, right? That's what I do, right? I do sell bow ties, right? And I sell some very fine ones if you want to get them at brotherstireforlife.com. But my purpose is to go back and get those other kids, right? So like you said, you wouldn't have been able to write those books had you not filled out of college.
Well, and that goes back again to talking about your business and your life don't have the same purpose. See, your business is there to serve your purpose. Creating a business, and I hope you understand this if you're listening, is created to serve your purpose. You know, you take one of the richest men in the world, is Bill Gates. He's living his purpose now.
Yeah. Yep. True.
See, I often say is that, stop creating to-do lists and think about your to-be list. So as Bill Gates, everybody know the story in the garage and the computers, and they had to find Paul Allen, and that was part of his journey. But now he's creating a life where he's giving away money. And he'll die before he give away because he got so much.
His money gonna outlive him.
And I don't remember I don't remember what it's called. I think it might be the Wealth Covenant or something like that. But him and Bill Gates and a lot of other ones, they have a certain amount that they give away every year to people, and it's a requirement. It's a thing that they do, and I think that like you said, it goes into your
I think
actual
my brother's
purpose.
gonna give away 80% of his wealth.
Yeah. By the time he,
But
by the time
we think about the
80%
numbers, though. That's why I think about the numbers.
Right.
That's a noble thing, but when you talk real,
Yeah.
he can live off if he got $6 billion,
Right.
10%.
Right.
He okay. And I forgot to do plug. You can get all my information at www.kenbrowninternational.com. One more time. Ken Brown International. International spelled out.
And and I hadn't been plugging myself a lot throughout this whole process, but
You better be back here trapped, so you should.
Huh?
You
better than me. Every 2 seconds it would have been a little drop.
You don't know whether it's day or night outside or nothing.
Hey, it's about the individuals at the table. When you come to the conversation is about the other. One of the things you got to learn about the conversation room is the conversation is about the others. God gave you one mouth, 2 ears, and it was for a reason.
That's a reason.
That's the ratio.
They give it to you. Hey, you just hit me up. Real simple. Howard at Business Growth Dynamics Consulting. That's Howard at Business Growth Dynamics Consulting. And I'll give you something free too. But just simply text the word "why," WHY to 225-412-7300. Jerry, did you?
It's great, man.
What do you think? Jerry was kind of like, "Oh man, where are you taking me, man?"
You lucky the ladies can, because you would have been here till
to next year.
midnight or something.
You're in the back room in the cut in the corner, deep in the valley.
Thursday, you know what I'm saying?
So hey, as we close out, we're gonna go ahead and clear the room out before the ladies get in. First in the must. But as always, you're tuning into Black CEO Live. It's more than an event; it's a movement. There are going to be things happening. Just stay tuned. If you listen at this recording, you're in the right place simply because God put you here. As always, when I close out, whether my podcast or anytime I'm given an opportunity to speak into someone's life, I don't get a chance to see you on this platform tonight, you can always tune in with us. You can go to our radio show at growyourbusinessradio.com every Wednesday morning, 7 a.m. Central Time on the Survivor Radio Network. You can catch me. Just go to my Facebook page and it'll let you know when we're on. We do a call on Sunday nights called Have Your Best Week Ever, as I was saying earlier. If you don't plan your week, someone else will give you a week plan. And you don't want somebody else's plan because that will turn into a nightmare. But as always, in closing, as I leave the air, even if it's just for a moment, I'd like to challenge you to be the best you possible, because guess what? Everybody else is taken. Take care. God bless. And this is Howard. Go out and be that CEO of your life and your business, and just be the best you possible. Hey, guys, let's get out of here, man. Let's pack them up and get them out of here.
All right.
Good looking out, man.
Yes, sir.
Good looking out. Thank you for the referral.
Yeah, no doubt.
So which one my son should read first? Jerry, he's a senior in high school.
He's in high school now?
He's a senior.
Read the high school one first, then the college.
Then give him the one to college right before he goes.
Get ready.
Yeah. So because he might be able to still implement some of the high school stuff.
Yeah.
And then the college stuff. Yeah.
No, but I'll touch bases with you when we on the strategy of doing that, and I'll show you a way to do it that will.
Yeah, I want to make sure we connect on social media. I want to make sure I keep up with you.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to do that as well too.
Yeah, definitely. That's why I want to get everybody's stuff so I can
sing Holland.
Stay connected and invite you guys out to my radio show and other.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Next time I'm down in Louisiana.
Next time you down to the boot, give me a heads up. I'll make time.
I've been to the boot a few times. Been at a BR.
Ladies, come on in.
Okay. Now, are you
Been
in
a counselor
here?
for 9 years.
You live in there, sir? Okay, cool. What area are you in? I live in Pennsylvania, near Philly.
Oh, okay.
It's hot
Yeah.
in here.
Your book and his
Woo.
book. I just actually published my first
I want to sit next to you.
on the college platform.
Okay.
Howard.
I'm coming on the other side of the room today.
Are you ladies gonna have it yourself
Yeah,
this time?
Howard, is it just us?
Yeah, they wanted to get raw. They figured I may hold back. If you got a man in the room, y'all will
No
hold
men
back.
in here today.
No man.
Get some more people.
You get some more ladies. They want about 5 or 6.
Yeah, we
it
need
just
some
flows a
more
lot better.
people.
You need
Oh,
more
okay, let me
than
go get Lyric and
Yeah,
Charlene. You want to get Lyric and Charlene?
Y'all get at least get some more folks.
Well, wait, we only got but 1, 2, 3. We got 2 more mics available.
It doesn't, you can bounce it.
Oh, okay.
It'll be fine. You could almost talk right around the mic.
Mike says nice. Check 1.
Thanks for the shout out on the cross pollination on stage. I saw you. I heard you, girl. I said, "Oh boy, she good. She good. I don't care what they say. She good."
Ooh, look at that little hit. I don't care what they say.
I had to mess with you.
I know.
Mess with them.
Yeah.
Whoever them is.
I know that's right.
Break these things. Do these things adjust or we just talk? We don't gotta talk into them. Oh, there they go. They go
So
like
we
this, so you
basically
can move the
this-
thing.
this- yeah.
So we got to put on the headphones.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you'd hear yourself better.
Yeah. So basically, we are here.
Oh, you can hear yourself. Wow. Hi. We in the party room. 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 Welcome, 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 welcome.
Can you see me?
Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me?
Oh, there we go.
Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see us? Can you
There you
see
go.
us?
Can you see
Welcome.
us? All right, so we are live here. I guess this is happy hour because what happy's hour between 5 and 7, right?
Listen, it's late somewhere. So
It-
it's
it
5
is
to 7
late.
here, and I know it's way past hours somewhere
5 o'clock
else. So
somewhere.
ladies, it's time.
Yes.
It's just time.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
So does that
Well,
mean
it's already 5 o'clock here.
Let's
get it, ladies.
Listen to 5 o'clock here, but that means I can have me. So who brought
Yes,
the
who
wine?
brought the wine? Anybody got some wine?
I have a bottle of water.
Who brought
Okay,
the
so
wine?
are we calling this, everybody going live on Facebook, we calling this happy hour with the ladies? Is that what this is?
This is Happy Red Couch,
Happy
Happy
Hour
Hour Red Couch Chronicles.
Happy
Okay.
hour.
Red
Red
Couch
Couch. I'm
Chronicles.
loving it.
This is the Happy
Yes.
Hour
Red
Red
Couch
Let me
Chronicles.
That's happy hour with the Red Couch Chronicles.
And we're basically just here to dare say girl talk, woman talk, and we're going to talk about what we seriously need. Well, this is a safe space where we're just going to talk about what it means to just be a woman after hours. How about that? See, because we can do that on the red couch, and everybody has their, as an entrepreneur, we pretty much don't party. I mean, do you party? Anybody?
get
Party?
Party.
Like, what's that?
What is that?
Oh, sorry.
You better be.
Sorry, Jeannie. That's the whole yellow thing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
girl.
Don't
Hey,
be-
girl,
don't be
now, that's
tardy
right.
for
Don't-
the party.
Don't be tardy for
Don't
the party.
be tardy for my party.
So you're basically saying this the only partying we get to do?
Yes.
Or you party in your car.
You
Believe
party
it or
in your
not,
car.
this is about the release of the partying we get as entrepreneurs, because
Yes.
most of the time you moving and shaking, so you don't even have time to really go out and have a let down your hair night, right?
And
Just
you know,
to
that's
let down your
and
hair.
let down your hair, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is the problem, because you think about it, going out, having fun, laughing, having a belly busting laughing,
Yes.
you know, that is just something that's so healing, but it makes us better. So a lot of times we just get so in terms of, I just want to have fun. Like, when was the last time you guys just had a
So
belly
now this
busting
chick
laugh?
she said we was gonna be, I don't know, but she said we was gonna be happy hour talk. But y'all notice she said, when's the last time y'all have? And usually you say, it just feels so orgasmic. But she ain't say that
No,
tonight.
but we gonna get to the orgasm, because that is definitely.
I think it was 2 hours ago seeing your face when I threatened you before you went on.
Yeah.
I think that was my
that was
my long time.
See?
But and that's what it is that because a lot of time we just don't laugh.
Yes.
Because even when you're talking about the feel good, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We don't laugh. We're so busy grinding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we forget to smile.
That you forget to just smile. Even smiling makes you feel like you laughing if you're just willing to smile. How often are we really smiling?
Yeah.
So,
Or
Not
giving,
at
or
all.
letting somebody else smile.
Or make somebody else
Or
smile.
make somebody else
That's good
sometimes that
stuff.
makes you smile, because I know sometimes I look at Charlene, and she'll start to dance out of nowhere.
See, that's my chick.
That's the chick right there.
She smiles and laughs and be
She
bubbly
smile and
all the
dance
time.
all
You
the
be like,
time.
what is this
Sometimes-
chick bubbly about?
Yeah, but sometimes that works, right? You want some of that bubble.
You want some of that bubble. I'm like, can she pass some of the bubble?
That's a
Like, she all
hashtag.
bubbly?
Y'all want some of that bubble?
Yes.
Listen, and that's basically what it is. And you get to decide, because even when we talk about the energy, you know, I'm going to separate the wellologists from the red couch, because y'all talking about you want laugh and energy. Lord knows I'm going to start telling you what you're eating and how you're moving.
Yeah, we
But
ain't doing that.
We
on
ain't
the,
doing that on
during
this
happy
hour.
hour.
So
We eating wings. We
gonna
got
dive
barbecue
in-
wings. We got some
No,
French
no,
fries.
so she out of
we got
order.
mozzarella
No.
sticks.
She
We
out
at
of
the
order.
happy hour.
We got some cucumbers too.
Cute, yeah, and
got
some
cucumbers.
hummus
And we
and some hummus. We got some hummus.
I just need a drink right now. I need a drink.
Yeah, and we got the
Long Island iced tea.
Ooh, y'all ladies done kicked it up a couple of notches.
We are no longer in happy hour, because I don't even think they even serve Long Island iced teas in happy hour.
Yes, they
No.
do. You can order that
have
at
what
any
you
hour.
want.
Oh, you can order that at any hour. What? Listen, y'all are.
Wait a
You
minute.
can order that any hour.
These two got real happy over something. They was like, yeah, you can. She jumped over the table for that one. Yes, yes.
Listen, Miss Little Quiet One over here.
Uh-huh.
Start talking and think about it.
Yeah, but see, that's the one. That's the one you take to the strip club and be on the table.
What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about?
Well, and that's what it is. So when we're talking about just laughing and getting on the couch, and basically that's what it is. So we are on the couch just being real. We just got some real talk. So I want you guys to not think, and I just want you to share. Like, what is it that when you letting your children go, when we're letting our husbands or our men go, when we're just putting our business on vacation, what does that look like for you? Like, what is it that you want? So what if you get to here and we start talking about what is it that you want? What's going to make you smile? Make you do that belly busting laugh? Like, who's that chick? Because that's the chick that's been hiding. You have put her so down. See, because y'all know y'all got 5 chicks up in y'all, right?
Do we?
Oh, you got
Oh, I
5
got them like
chicks.
wigs.
You
Girl,
got
I
them
got
like
Minerva
wigs.
and Sasha. I'm wearing Sophia today.
Listen, and see, now, Regina, you know you can talk about the chicks because they got names. So just like she got her wig.
My wig's got names,
Each
goes
one,
with
right?
personality.
I need to come up with some names.
Listen, girl, you got to give them some names because you got to know who's leading. See, y'all done put y'all happy chick so far under. You know, so I call my happy chick Harriet. She out.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
so Harriet comes out daily that can give you a belly busting laugh on demand.
You come up with Harry. Like, let's talk about.
She said Harriet.
Harriet. How did you come up with your name? Because I want to come up with the name.
Whatever name just pops in.
Whatever pops out.
It might be sexy Sophia.
Like who? So if you're talking about
Iced tea, icing on the cake. Oh no, wait, like strawberry icing.
See what? So see now, Harry. Listen, see that's what I'm talking about.
Pink fetish.
See, my fetish chick is named Lola.
There you go. That's how you do it.
I'm like Amy. I mean Amy.
But wait a minute. Amy.
Y'all, that's Charlene.
Charlene. Who is Amy though? See, you have to decide. Like when you talk about all these feelings, especially when we get to the red couch and trying to figure out, because we generally got our CEO chick in front.
Oh yeah.
She is the dominator. You know, she keeps us rocking and rolling, putting everything to the side. Like no matter what, you generally gotta put her away. Like even as I hear some of the speakers and they with their husband, and you know, you're in the bed at 3 a.m. and your phone ring and you're answering.
Listen, at
Call.
3 a.m. you shouldn't be answering no calls because you should be thinking about some old stuff.
Like
that
what
ain't your
call?
call.
Like that thing that George was talking about. Like what?
That thing.
You got one. That thing.
That thing.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
We got to fill her in on that
We
thing.
got
She
to
wasn't
fill
in
her
there.
in.
She wasn't here. She wasn't here.
Well, when we talk about what George said, what he said, that we should be looking for men with brains.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
not, I can't say the works my mother on here watching live. So.
Just say BD.
And no,
BD.
you should be looking for a man, ladies.
Look,
Dr. George C.
Fraser
Frazier
said,
said earlier.
Okay.
George said.
You need to start looking for a man who, she says, listen, every man has a
penis.
But do they have a brain? Come on
That's
now.
it.
So,
That's
you should be looking for the one with the brains and not the one with only the, because that's
Penis.
supposed to be a added
bonus.
Yeah.
No, I love it. There you go.
Now, if y'all on Facebook Live, y'all are tuning in to the Happy Hour Red Couch Chronicles. And let me show you some of the ladies joining me, because right now all y'all see is me, but I want y'all to see all the other ladies in here with me too.
Hey,
girl.
Who are you?
Hey.
Oh, you want to know who I am?
Yeah.
I'm Elise Darian. I want y'all to all come and see us because we're have a big tribe that's going to join us all the time because we're doing skincare. We're making sure that everybody is able to get 100% natural stuff.
Yes.
All right.
Straight out of the ATL.
Hey guys.
We are here.
Thanks for joining
live
us.
Yes.
in the red.
And here is the Red Couch
Couch
Chronicle Queen herself, chick.
Oh, we are on the red couch. This is
Her
Candace
couch is on
Camille.
fire.
We are on fire. We just bringing the heat, and we're bringing women heat.
Yes.
So this is
Yes.
a straight up
Yes.
woman thing. As an entrepreneur, the things that we don't get to do, that we don't get to let our hair down the way that we really want to. So we're talking about our chicks that guide us.
Yes.
So tune in to figure out what chick is really, really leading you. Like we have 5 representatives.
Yeah.
You know, 5 representatives that's leading us. Who the heck is leading you? And who do you need to integrate? And who do you need to put down?
Yes.
See, because we got some chicks.
Okay. Hello, Charlene Day, your international educator. I'm telling you guys right now, it's Charlene Day and Company. And you know what? I believe that bad company leads to bad morals, right? And so that's just the word of God right there. So today I am circled with good company.
Good company.
Women with brains, okay? Women with beauty. Women with brilliance. I'm telling you, women that have something going on in their life. They're not crabs. They're not trying to take me down because of the ideal I have. We've all decided to collaborate as CEOs. All right.
See, I just gotta say, see, that's that chick. That chick.
You gotta get that. She has to give that one a name.
You know, you gotta get that chick a
What's that
name.
chick?
Because see, that chick spoke out, right? That chick spoke out.
What's that name?
So and that's what you gotta do because she generally is leading. And it's like we are so gun-ho in this business thing. But see, you got to learn how to put her down.
Yes.
You have to stop letting her represent your whole life. Because there is so many aspects of our lives
And we don't
that
turn
we
them
got to
off.
deal with, and we don't turn them off. So when do you turn that CEO chick? And when do you let Lola out?
Yeah,
when do
come
you
on
let
now.
the sexy chick
Because with
out?
your man,
Like,
your man don't want the CEO chick all the time. See, some of
What
us
if you don't
serve it
have
up.
a man?
Well, yeah. See,
Well,
some
when
of
you're
us
meeting
ain't-
him, he don't
some
wanna
of-
see the C. A lot of times
right?
don't wanna
Come on,
see
he
it.
don't want to
That
see
what?
this. He don't want to always.
When you
meet
meet
the
him, might not
CEO.
wanna see
But see, and now we can talk about that too, because a lot of us say we don't have a man, but we want a man. But here's the deal.
I've got friends looking for husbands,
But
though,
listen,
so let me know.
that's right. So, but are they making room?
Are you making room?
Are
Come
you
on
making
now.
room
That's
for this
it.
man? See, because it's just like, I always say I got a 2-seater car, and I say I want a man, but on that seat over there, I got my
Laptop?
computer, I got my
That's
sneakers.
it.
Ain't no room.
Ain't no room.
I'm talking
No.
about if there's no man in your life and you want a man, what are you doing to prepare for this man?
That's right.
Because
That's
we
true.
say we want him,
Yeah.
but we're not making room. See, even in my car, I ain't got no back seat because he ain't got nowhere to go but out.
Oh, wow.
So once in a while, they gonna take a back seat, but then they out. See, because just like our business and stuff is important to us, right?
Yes, yes.
They have to want to be just as important. So when we start putting them in the back seat and putting them in the back burner, and you can't come together and get this thing, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So, but again, you got to know what kind of man you want. See, you got to be specific what you want.
Put him in let me ask you something. Did anybody ever see, a long time ago, it was No More Sheets?
Oh, yeah. Well, Juanita Bynum.
Yeah. And I remember one thing I remembered from that before I got married is that I already put existence who I wanted, but I had to make sure. She talked about the owl. So by the time you came to me, I had everything going on. So I'm going to match what you have. I'm going to show you that I'm dominant. And if that doesn't scare you, I already knew that you were able to pick me up before I fell. A lot of times, especially me, because I come from I come to you 6 foot, house ready, car ready. Look, what you about to do? What could you really do for me? That's how I looked at you.
Wait, you gotta stop right there. When you just make a statement like that, what can you do for me? What do you want?
Exactly. So I knew what I want. I knew what I had. What are we going to put together? What are we going to collaborate? I kind of had my little punch list. And I'm not saying you're going to be exactly what's on that punch list, but we're going to look at your list, and look at my list, and see if there's something going on. That's just how I thought of it.
Wow.
And so a lot of times when he's there, he makes me laugh because he's just like, go ahead, that's your show. You go do that. But when I'm home, dinner's made. I'm there. I'm the wife. Minerva got put to the side. Sophia got put on the styrofoam head. Right?
Come on now.
Maybe at night, the next week, come on. Because I'm going to be that different person for that time.
And that's balance. And see, and that's
everybody don't have that.
And that's what
I know
we
I don't.
want. You got to
Yeah.
figure
That's
out
what
the
we want.
balance because we get so tired. Charlene's talking about, we're out, we're collaborating, we're working, we're networking. And just like on a day like today, when we're out here 12 hours, 14 hours a day, get it in, and you going home, you're like, what?
Yeah, like I'm
Yeah.
tired.
You want a sandwich?
Like what?
You
Ain't
want a
no
meal?
dinner. Ain't no dinner.
You mean you didn't
I'm
make me
tired.
dinner?
You didn't make me
Right,
dinner. So you got to find
right.
one that's willing to make dinner. It might not be a good tasting dinner, but he made it. He tried to feed me.
But the problem is, like you said, most of us are saying that, okay, we're ready for a man or we want a man. But when they show up, are we really ready? Are we really willing to make changes, to switch up some things? Most importantly, to forget our past so we can be in the present with them. And so to really be
Put the
able
bag lady
to
away.
not penalize them for things that someone else did, but then we're still penalizing them up front because you have not dealt with what was in the past. So now when they surface, they got to deal with the past people plus what they're doing in the present.
Right.
And see, so we say we're ready, but again, we got to really get ready and be ready.
And you've made a point that's so on point that about the bag. And we carry these backpacks of every relationship that we ever been in. That we went, and I read, what's her name? You guys know Pam Love Manning, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I've heard of her.
So, you know her book, her title just striking in itself. And one of her books just says, I want my vagina back. Yeah.
And she has a wonderful marriage. She can talk
and
about
she can
that.
and you can talk about it because it talked about the relationships. And one of the chapters in the book, she was like, you just want to go knock on the door, like, give me my shit back, excuse me. Like, that's in Pam Loves Manning book, meaning that they weren't worthy of this. So when we talk about what we bring in our backpack, right, we're putting this on, taking this with us because we haven't dealt with it. We haven't let it go. We haven't recycled what possibly that was good at it of all of our relationships, that we keep bringing this thing to the forefront over and over and over again. And we wonder why we keep making the same choices that we call mistakes, simply because we haven't dealt with the backpack. We're still got this backpack on that we're dealing with us. And when you get somebody new in your life the first time, because you haven't let that go, the first time it sounds like one of these dudes that you carrying, you ready to either jet, get out of here, or deal with it, run. And that's because we don't deal with it. Have any of you guys ever experienced that?
How do you, like, let it go? Because you say forgive and forget, but in reality, you don't.
You don't forget.
You don't forget, and it's always back there. You know, he did this, and so you're watching to see if this one's gonna do the same thing, and you just don't.
Well, when you get guarded, see, when you guard yourself like
walls.
that, you got walls up. So you done already, before you even gone into the next, you done already built the wall. So he got to climb extra high just to get in. So you're coming in with a slate that's not his. So even when you're dealing with somebody else, right, you have to, and I can't even say, because everybody's different in terms of letting go, but for me, I don't give it that much energy. I look back, and of every relationship that I might have been in, you know, instead of looking at what's bad, I look at what's good. And I'm like, going to take my good and I'm going to leave that other crap there. So because we didn't get into these relationships and everything is bad, there was some good stuff that made you stay.
Well, I think that we go in thinking that we put the walls up because we believe that we already go in with the walls up because we don't want to be hurt. Well, what happens if you go in and you don't get hurt? You won't know what it feels like because you already went in with the pre-notion that they're going to hurt me. No, just go in and say, you know what? If I get hurt, I'm going to learn something, right? That's just like in life and in business. If we fail when we do something, the fact of the matter is we learned something. So we can grow from that. So what can you grow from in this relationship if you happen to get hurt again? So it's okay.
And this is what one of the girls said. She said, let that shit go and go and grow. You know, so
and you have
your
to
next level.
Because otherwise you possibly missing out on great love. Because you won't release the old bad love. So you can't even feel the good new love.
And girl, when it's good.
Girl, because when it's good, it's gonna be orgasmic.
Girl, when it's good.
But
When
here's what I
it's
call
good,
it.
girl, that love is gonna be good.
Right, so it's like the detoxing part, and I know Candace can, relate to this. You have to detox, because one of the things I found, going through what I went through in my relationship was holding on. It was causing me to get headaches. It was causing me to get sick.
Stress.
And so I was praying, and I remember God revealing to me, he said, look at this person. And I looked at the young lady, and she had developed, breast cancer and a lot of other deals that were going on with her. I said, what was that for? He began to show me her relationship with other men and just people, and the grudges she would hold against those people. And so he would just flash me and give me different people to look at, and I was like, whoa. He said, you want that to be you? And every one of those people had either cancer, high blood pressure, something dramatic, thyroid problem, whatever. And honey, that scared the living daylights out of me. And that's when I came up with a slogan that said, fear goodbye. Because all that does is it creates fear. Like, why can't I let go? So when I began to release whatever he had done to me, whatever he had said to me, whatever I believe or thought that he was saying to me, I'm telling you, some things begin to happen. And this is why I have good energy, because I can't, you know, yes, there's an attraction.
Yeah, and you are what you attract.
You are.
And that's one of the main things, even when you're talking about it, affects you in all kinds
and
of
Matt,
ways.
there's a formula.
Okay.
And here's a formula that's tell anybody to take with them. When I was in nursing school, the minute they said that we were going to, because I was a nurse, and before that I was a corporate trainer, so don't even ask how that happened.
How did that happen?
They blew up my building September 11th, and I just did not go.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
That's good
But
stuff.
what happened is I remember that she's talked about math, and it's always been a disability in my head that I had. So what she said to me, because I was about to leave class, like, forget this, you brought math back up again. She said, take the formula and look at the formula a different way. See, if you keep doing the formula the same way, you're going to attract the same number, which is wrong. So what happens is I started thinking of that when it comes to a relationship. Even though it doesn't necessarily depend on where the relationship was, meaning if it's abusive or just we didn't get along. If I continually do the same math and I keep getting the wrong answer, I'm doing the wrong thing. But if I looked at the formula, look at what I am doing, and not to say that I'm guilty, but what I am doing,
Not
then
what the
I start,
other person is
not with
doing.
so much the other person, I started to attract the right number. The same thing that we do in business, right? We start to make sure that we attract the same people. You know how many times I've seen Charlene at an event? Or we talked about we're going to be at the same event. You start to have that formula, right? So I think of it that way, because if I think about all the bad numbers I had in that backpack, it's not going to help me. The only thing that helps me is the good numbers that I finally got the right formula.
What you get out of it, you gotta
we have
take
these
what's
lists.
good.
Yes.
And that's what it is. As women, we tend to look wrong, look bad, because a lot of times that's where we're driving. You know, so even when you think about it, it's like, what did he do? What did he do good for you? What was it that was good? You know, and I tell a lot of my clients on this red couch, tell me what's good, because you're thriving back there. You're trying to survive back there on what was bad, what they did to you. And you're giving it that kind of energy, so that's what you are attracting. So you have to do a detoxification of the bad. Let it go and take what's good so you can move. Because if you don't take what's good, there's not going to be any forward movement. You're going to always be there, and just like she said, just carrying this stuff around with you from one person to the next, to the next, to the next. So,
And then you have this list.
Right.
And so as women, we
She got
create
to
this
list.
list.
Tell me what that list is.
Oh my God.
You have the list.
What's the list?
Everybody got these lists of what they expect their perfect man to be. Can y'all stop playing with the list? Like, there is no list. Like, and then you look at a list like we got to. Okay, so in business we be having our to-do list, right? On Sunday you write that to-do list for Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday. Stop treating our relationships like it's a business to-do list, because
should
then
have expectations.
Well, no, but I didn't say don't have expectations. But expectations don't have to be this full-blown list of what you want.
You know, the list that
I
says he's
know.
got to
You
be this
already
height,
know.
this look.
Yeah, because you already know what you want, right? So what's the list for? Because we really already know what we want.
But having expectations.
So you can write it down, because that's your expectations. But
Yeah.
if he doesn't meet. Okay, so sometimes we're missing out on great men
Men.
because we're looking for our list of 5 and they only met 2, so we got rid of them. Well, you had the Buster Brown that didn't meet any, and you kept him on the list for quite some time.
See, that's
get wrong.
See, Buster Brown is what's in the backpack.
Yes, Buster Brown is in the backpack.
Pulling
But you
him
gave
out,
Buster
growth
Brown
success.
years of time.
Right,
But then Mr. Right had only 2 checks and you let him get by.
Yeah.
Because he didn't meet your quote unquote your list, right? Because we always want to have things perfect before we move. So every man is not going to be perfect, but if they bring what you're looking for, why are you dismissing them because they missed 3 of your points on your checklist? Because if you got a checklist in your mind, if I don't make my checklist, I can't move forward. So we're standing still where we are when we could be moving forward with a amazing man.
Right. No, that's
But
true.
he didn't meet all of our checklists, and that even relates back to our business sometimes. You won't launch a product or finish your book because you're waiting for that chapter to be perfect, or that book cover to be fabulous, or that event you want to plan to have the perfect venue. But then there's a woman out there that you need, that God says you need to touch them. But if you're just waiting on everything to be perfect, now they can't get to their space because you still trying to get a perfect venue.
Exactly.
Damn the venue.
Venue.
And show up because God is waiting to use you.
And you
So
know
we
what
gotta
she
stop that.
right. And what she said just made a huge point, because a lot of those mental habits, and that's what they are when we talk about perfection, that's what makes us miserable.
Yes.
So that's another thing that you put in it. And again, we go right back to business, because business is very, very important to us as an entrepreneur. So we need to figure out that harmonizing zone as it relates to our significant others, where they fit across the line, because it's nothing right now that we're not willing to do as it relates to our business.
And
right?
we have to also understand that we're not perfect as well.
Yes.
You know, and
Come on.
we don't want
that's
them
huge.
to have a list and we don't meet that list.
That's right.
So it works both ways.
But the thing about it is that we're always have somebody's best interest at heart, which is true.
Before ours.
Before yours. But when she's talking about the list, sometimes we got to reevaluate the list.
Yes.
When
So
you're
it's okay
talking
to
about
have it,
but
but reevaluate
the
it.
list, because just like the couple that was on stage yesterday, was it today or yesterday? I'm
Yesterday.
confused. Yesterday. No, when she said her husband was a trash man, he was throwing trash, and she was
Oh
getting
yeah,
cash.
and now he was here
Sugar
she
daddy.
was his sugar mom. Well, he was her sugar,
Sugar
daddy.
daddy,
Now
and
she's
now
her sugar mama. Come on
because
now.
he did what was necessary to
build. Yes,
That's right.
Yes, yes.
To build.
And even George said, you got to find someone who's willing to. His wife of 45 years,
years.
she was willing to stand on the sidelines because it wasn't about being all up in front and close and personal. She was just there to support him as he carried out his dream and mission, because she knew his purpose was to get to other people and to be able to bless and serve other people.
But one of the best, but one of the best things he said, to just piggyback on George, was the fact, because we asked him 45 years. You know,
how was
did
that?
How did you get through it?
What did he say?
He
Insomnia.
said insomnia, amnesia. But one of the things he said, even when there will be disagreements, he says, but they dealt with it.
They blessed it, and they dismissed it. And there was no going back. They released it, and there was no going back revisiting it. So we, as women, because that was what we all said at the table, we always want to revisit everything. We want to rehash stuff out. We got to learn to let go of some things. Men do not process things the way we process things. And that's hard for us to deal with as women, because even for myself, listen, because I want you to process emotions like I process emotions, right? Why don't you do that? Why don't you go, honey, you don't want to say I love you today? You don't want to call me today? But that goes back to, I think, and which really is very huge, is until we learn to love ourselves, a man could never love us. And I had to really learn that, because we look for things from men that they cannot give us. Because when you already have those things, you won't be looking for them to get those things. Ooh. And I realized, I had to realize
Regina,
that.
Take a deep breath.
Say it again, girl.
Because wait a minute now. When you make those kind of statements and those kind of nuggets, we just got to inhale it, because we here to inhale and learn, right?
Yes,
and exhale
right.
and teach.
Yes.
So we got to inhale that, because that is so huge. Because we get so needy looking things on the outside when we need to already have it. When you talk about we come whole, I'm not a half. We're supposed to come whole. So when we don't come whole,
we're looking for them to feel that.
Feel a void.
So you feel a void that they can never feel.
Right.
And we're looking for them to, in fact, be what we are missing.
Right.
And for some of that is that love that we maybe didn't get. For some of that is just us needing that attention that we should be able to give ourselves, right? And so for some of us, it's feel that loneliness. But you should already be happy with you, so nobody really has to feel that. Because you should happy being quiet in your own intimate space. But most women that's a hard part for us as women, right? Because you gotta have, you're looking for that, but you gotta first, and that was just huge for me. You gotta love you.
Chicks in you. Y'all already got companionship.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all got 5 chicks. You ain't got to worry.
I gotta figure out that.
But that's you just said it though. Most women haven't unveiled the 5. We've hidden 4 of them, or we might have 2.
I got about 3. I met 3.
We might have made 3
3, but then we hold down. And let's just go ahead and get raw because it's happy hour. So
Okay,
everybody
happy
on here
hour.
should
And we're
be
on the red
beyond.
couch.
Everybody on here
It's
should be
hilarious.
over age. So let's just go ahead,
So
ladies,
listen,
and break it
listen,
down
listen,
for
listen,
real.
Embrace this because we just getting ready to get raw.
Yes,
this
we
is
gonna
just
go
straight
all
up real
in.
talk.
On the red
Girl
couch.
talk. We're on the red
You're
couch.
on the red couch.
Yes, you're on the
So
red
everything
couch.
is coming loose
So
at
when
this
you
point.
can
Go
really
ahead,
get
Regina.
to be you, so most of us, if you're married or if you're not, so we ain't judging nobody on here or any of that. So most of us have that one of us that we know we got, right? We know we met, but we be hiding her. Even when you get to that space where you're supposed to let her out, you
So
don't even let her out.
You mean Lola?
Lola, for me, it's sassy.
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 All right, come
you
on.
You
So
want to
we
let sassy out.
Wait, we got Michelle, we got Lola, we got
Sassy.
Sassy. Come on, who's the chick? Who's the sexy chick?
Sexy. Oh my God. I think Lisa.
Lisa.
No, I take that back. I think Lois is Lois.
Lois. I love sassy. Come
I
on,
got
sassy.
Minerva.
I got Minerva. I got Minerva.
Minerva.
Yes, but most of us, and we can just talk on the instance for the married women or whatever, and for us single women. Listen, all of us say we're single women and we're looking to find love. But again, when love finds you, are you ready? Have you made room? Have you cleared out the baggage? Have you worked on you? And most importantly, have you started loving you as whole? Because if you come empty or even half empty, you're looking for him to fill you up. And then when he falls short, you think he's that bad man that you now need to add to that backpack.
Okay. And you know,
The Buster Brown in the backpack. Nah, when he wasn't the Buster Brown, you was the Buster Brown this time.
Exactly. But when you're talking about the love of you, but one of the things is that we tend to fall in love with a significant other, but we don't fall in love with ourselves.
Yes.
See, you must, let me repeat that. You have to have a love affair with yourself and others. So even with George, in order for him to hit this for 45 years, him and his wife, because men are not excluded from this, that they have to have a love affair with themselves.
Yeah.
See, because like you said, when you come already whole and at 100, there's no ad. You're just you're complimenting now. You know what I mean? When you talk about when you come not so much from a needy space, it's compliment. So we can sit here and talk about Lola and our sex pots all day long, which makes it fun. But why is she out if you're not whole? Yeah. And what is she doing? Because George talked about that too when he talked about that thing and the power that that thing has.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to hear about what he said, you go back and find his video because he talked about the power of the P, and y'all figure that P out. The that's some red couch.
The power
so just
of
the
the
power
P.
of the P, and that we have it, and it's just that simple.
And another thing too, we misuse it.
Yes, that's what he
where
said.
it's going. That's
what he said. We're not using it. Go ahead, talk about that, Edeline.
Come on,
Adeline.
Adeline.
I gave her a new name, y'all.
Come on,
no,
Adeline.
we tend to misuse it. You know, we give it up too soon.
Come on.
Teach now. We hold back when we shouldn't be holding back.
Come on now.
You know how it is, and then we blame them for disappearing.
Or you PTT, the power of the tool. You just get caught up in what he's saying and what he's giving and not looking at what you're receiving.
Right, you
So it
give it
goes
up
to
too
say,
soon.
So you blinded because you don't see nothing
Right.
but what you gave up.
Right.
Right. It felt good.
Or you think because it's so powerful that you're
Yeah.
gonna hold him down
Yeah.
and change him. And keep
you
him.
think you're stuffthebomb.com.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe it's that partnership that you're talking about where you say you don't know you and you're not whole inside. And sometimes that P thing is what is making
That
you
you're
feel
whole. That's the only control you have.
You feel like that's your control. You feel like
That's
that's
your
your power.
control.
Come on now. You feel like that's your power.
Your power is really the brain.
Yes.
But a lot
Because
of
they
people
can
that-
really, in all honesty, they can get that anywhere.
Yes, right? Hello, he said
say
that,
that.
right?
He
George
said
said,
that.
and this is not exempt from the men because men, trust me, don't just go for a woman because every woman has a you know what, but do they have a brain?
Yeah.
And
Same
so that's
thing.
huge
And he-
because men are looking for women who going to fuel them just like we're looking for men who going to fuel us. So the conversation has to go beyond just that.
Once you love yourself, you already see that that's not about power.
Yeah.
You know, and basically, you know, I'm a little raw. as we talked about it, because basically what he was talking about is the booty calls. So even when you talk about it, I've talked to so many men, and that's what they expect.
Booty call?
Booty calls.
They still do those?
Well, they call it something else now. I'm a little older because I'm never old. I'm just a little older. Back then, it's still called booty call.
I didn't know it was changed, but it was still the booty call.
All right, so even when you think about it, they trying to clean it up in terms of we just hanging out.
Yeah. Okay. We're just friends.
We just friends.
Is that the Netflix and chill thing?
Yeah. The Netflix and chill.
I don't even know what that is.
No, she meant the Netflix is movies, and then you just chill people.
Yeah, and basically what it is, so there's not a lot of commitment going on, but there's a lot of expectation when it comes to that.
After 1 a.m., only thing open is 7-Eleven and Legs. So if you're coming in through the door, so if you're giving it up and you hear you coming in after midnight, you already know what it is.
She said 7-Eleven and Legs. Hashtag
7-Eleven. Next.
But let's really switch it out, since we are talking about like relationships too. But let's switch it where most of us in here, I think just one of us is married.
I think she's
yes. Okay, just you. And so most of us are single, and so for us and a lot of women who are probably on our Facebook Lives now watching, or men, and you're an entrepreneur, and it's sometimes hard to find that person who can actually accept that, who can actually embrace that, and who can actually deal with that, right?
Yeah.
I meet guys, I've met guys, guys have met me or whatever, and Lord behold, if they get on my social media, right, and see me in action, then it's this intimidation thing.
Gone, girl.
And I'm saying, damn, like,
really?
I'm a real good woman. I'm a real good woman. You running because I can speak or I can share? Like, you running because of that? But then I have to remind myself, girl, let them run. Because they wasn't the right one. Because they can't handle it. But a lot of men are intimidated by women. And in fact, some women are intimidated by men. But it's hard as women entrepreneurs because we want someone who wants to support us. And just like George said, he talked about that. His wife has always been his equal part. And she has never been insecure about the women with the short skirts or the beautiful women, because he's going to get that, right? And they've been together for 45 years. He said there's women that he told me this off record. The last thing you want to do is find a man who's insecure. Because every time, especially y'all ladies that I sat with at the table, because every time you show up and hit on stage, if you get on stage and men are going to come to you afterwards, not necessarily some of them are coming for your skirt, but some of them are really coming for your brain. So if you with a man who can't embrace that, then now you trying to, that's just a lot. And I think for women entrepreneurs, it's a problem for being able to find someone who can deal with your long work hours, right? Because most of the time we got our phones or laptops in our hands. And just trying to find that balance, or just trying to find that harmony. Like you said earlier,
or even
3 o'clock in the morning, or kids, right?
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning, and you talk about you trying to return. I'm not returning 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, I ain't on no phone working at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm with my husband.
But you gotta try to strike that balance. So, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here in terms of the man and what they're thinking for us power women. You know, how we show up when we get out, and when you're talking about their intimidation and their, what they see, what they feel, or thinking that you're too high for them, or their own insecurities. And I asked the guy one day, because I get more hit on when I'm out running and looking a hot mess. But when I step up out of my little hot rod dressed to the nine.
They ain't trying to because they figure you don't need them, right? You already got a big house. You got a nice car. You got nice everything. They figure, what do you need a man for? And then, and women go out there saying, I don't need a man. Ladies, stop making that a public service announcement, because I'm not in agreement. I need and I want a man.
And then the thing we just say we ain't in agreement with that?
We are not in agreement with saying we don't need a man. We need and want a man.
And then when we do, when I don't say it, but when they do say it, what they don't realize is they're actually weakening the man. And then his whole thing is, well, what can I do for you?
Exactly.
I can't do
if you can already do everything else.
Exactly.
And that's where I was going with that. Men are designed, when you talk about how they're built, our design.
Their egos.
They're not even so much their egos. Like you're talking about how we are built and what we're doing. They are built and designed to take care of us. Yes. If we come at 100, there's nowhere for them to go.
Yes.
So if that's what they're looking at it now, because they're here as providers to take care of us, when we're stepping stepping up
Come on
and
now.
out like that, it's almost like a hit to them.
Yes.
It is.
When you
know,
want
it's-
to
it's,
come,
you
you
know,
want to
to-
arrive saying I can take care of
Care of
myself.
myself.
I don't
You
need
have to-
you.
yeah, I don't need a man because I can take. I can pay my.
I know what I
mortgage.
bring to
I
the
know what I
table.
bring to the table.
You
Girl,
can-
shut
I
up.
can eat by
But
myself.
you can have a
Shut
man
up.
that
Yes.
says, and I tell you something my husband always says, I have to take care of you.
Yes.
And for me, it makes me, I'm like, you have to take care of me. And he always says it because when he thinks of me, he thinks of I love Lucy. Because one of the things I laugh at all the time is when they talk about fear, I don't have the fear factor. So I usually go to somebody and says, look at this. Because I'll jump before I even look. So I'm one of those people who don't have the, I'm not going to get into it. I might get into it before I even did the research, right? And that's just my personality, period. So he picked that up. So that part of me, knowing that that is one of the, not considered weakness, but that was different from him where he was grounded. So he was, I got to take care of you because this woman going to get a ticket. Now she's going to get arrested.
Yeah.
He looks at
So, baby, are you okay? How you doing?
How
What
you doing?
need,
I'm just
honey?
checking. Is everything okay?
But
Because
see,
he
that
sees
is-
that.
But that's
You don't get that
but
all the
we,
time,
but
you
you,
know?
but no, but you know why? Because we take that
What do
from
you
men.
give?
And
What
then
do we
I
take
never
that
took
from
that from
him?
him.
We take that
How
from
many
men.
of you here today, and I'm talking about today because my grandmother taught me that, because whenever men in the room, I expect them to be gentlemen. I'm not opening up a door.
That's right. I don't
I'm
want to have
not
to open
listening
the
to
door.
me.
I will stand
Even
to the
in
side,
here, I will
yes.
stand to the side. See, because, and even as I get in my car, you gonna come on around. See,
And
because,
open the
and
door.
open the door because again, we're not letting them be the gentleman.
Yeah.
And even with them being taught that, we as I'm independent, I'm strong. So you have to be very
Listening
careful.
to them damn Destiny Child.
Yeah.
Y'all better listening to that damn Beyonce telling
I
y'all
bet you-
y'all need a man. She got a man.
Beyonce's
She
not
got
Sasha-
Jay-Z.
yeah, she is not
Y'all better
Sasha
stop
Fierce at
thinking she
home.
playing. She ain't
She's not Sasha Fierce at home.
Please, y'all better stop trying to be.
That's on stage.
Y'all better stop trying to be Beyonce on the sneak tip, because your ass is gonna be sleeping alone being Beyonce while
Okay.
Jay-Z keeping her
Because there was
warm
a reason
at
why her
night.
sister set it off in that elevator, okay?
Yeah.
She was Beyonce at home.
Come on now.
Let's bring it in.
Y'all know we'll get raw up in here. We said it's happy hour, Red Couch Chronicles.
I think somebody done slipped something in the mics because it's getting ready to go down up in here. Let me tell you what's going down. But basically, that's what it is. And again, you have to really, really know, because at the end of the day, even when we talk about we're out loud and I don't want a man, I don't need a man, I'm doing this, I'm bigger than this. But when we go home and we have to take all this stuff off when nobody's around,
right.
and you have to own your own truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you are willing to own your own truth as it is to what you want and why you are alone. That's when it gets really, really real, because we can talk this crap all we want, as it relates to it. But when you go home, let me say, because we're going to go on, as she just says, every human being seeks love. We are looking for someone to validate who we already know ourselves to be. No one should settle just for a man in our lives. And she's absolutely right. We shouldn't settle for anything. Never mind just a man. We should not settle for anything. It's almost as if, but you got to know what you want. You got to know what you want. You got to know who you're looking for. If you don't know what you want and know who you're looking for, yes, you're going to settle for what you find. See, because you have to know and come in the door for what it is that you seek. If you don't have a clear-cut plan, I remember meeting Bob Yates, and he was like, man, I wrote a letter to God letting him know what kind of woman I want, what she looked like, what her hair was going to be like, what color was her eyes, how big was her hips, where she went to school. I mean, he got so detailed in his letter, but when that was just the superficial stuff, but he had a list yay long, and he said he waited. He was just that, and it came to him. And I only say that too. Do you have to make a list this long? Only if your list is that long. But at the end of the day, is that what do you want? And you have to know,
and be willing to say it.
and be willing to say it, and knowing that when it appears, if he's not the one, never mind your list. If he's not the one, then you should feel it. You should.
And then
feel it.
and then I think for
for, like you said, knowing what you want, and then when you meet him, be willing to voice what you want.
Right.
Because some of us know what we want, and then when we meet that person, and they maybe don't, we never even, we expect men to figure out what we're thinking,
want, or what we want. Yeah.
Say what you want. Let him know. Listen, if you needy, say you needy.
Right.
Ooh,
Because then if he can't handle a needy woman, you with the wrong man.
That's right.
Because you can't. Are you changing that you need?
Can you differentiate between your want and your need?
Yeah, and that's the problem. People are not saying
That
what
still
they
comes back
want
to
and what they
yourself.
need, because there's a difference. Because if you need certain things in a relationship, you better be able to say you need those things.
And at what point do your want and your needless join? Because that's what it is. They may have what we need, but it's not what we want. See, and that's where you start to, and that's what Mary is talking about on here, and that's where you start to figure it out. Is it a want or is it a need? In which way are you willing to go, and at what cost? Because, like George was talking about our age range. Listen, at my age, I ain't got no time on that. Just give me what I need and I want. They cross.
Yeah.
Right? So you have
know
to
your
define-
love language.
Know
yourself. Know your love
Know
language,
yourself. But a lot of us don't know that.
Yeah.
So we don't know.
And you
what
have
we
to
want.
know what
And you
makes
have
you
to
happy,
know.
like we started off at the beginning. What makes you happy?
What makes you happy? I'm thinking.
And those
like,
love languages.
Yeah. What about soulmates? I mean, what are you guys feeling on soulmates? Because so many people talk about, this is my soulmate. Like, I knew he or she was the one, and you're married, so you can talk to us about that.
Yeah.
It's your husband.
Somebody said one is a lonely number.
I'll tell you, when I seen him,
Evangelist Cassandra.
I was on the phone
Yes.
at work, and when I first seen him, I said, I saw my husband. But I thought I said it as a joke. And I remember talking to him, and we had so much in common. And I remember thinking, this man wearing a fanny pack. The first thing I thought was,
That's a distraction.
Why? We could work on the fanny pack.
Yeah, like right. See, but that goes to that list. You could have dismissed him just because of the fanny
Yeah,
pack,
you know what I'm
right?
saying? So I looked at that, but it made me laugh.
Right.
It made me laugh. And the one thing I do remember is that, was I going to be shallow Hal? Was I going to come to you with my belly, with my Dunlap belly, looking for this list that just didn't exist, let's say, the way you look? Am I going to come to you? And that was not the thing that was effective, and we were both that way. So when he came to date me one day, he saw me without the wig.
Oh.
I threw every challenge at him. I'm
Come
talking about
on
I threw
now.
everything.
Right.
When he saw me, he was, here he go.
Listen, wait a minute, not without the wig.
Not without the wig.
Natural hair? Was it the natural?
It was the natural hair that just got blowed out and was not yet curled. Okay, so all he did was like, okay. He said, okay, Flo. Remember Flo from Good Times?
Good Times, yeah.
And I bust out laughing, and that's what I knew. He didn't question. He said, okay, Flo. So you Flo today? Like, what happened? What changed?
Right.
He didn't. He was never superficial. I'm not like that.
Right.
So I don't know if it's so much about it being a soulmate. I think it was so much that we got each other.
Right.
You know, the things that we're laughing at.
Yes.
Sometimes it's like, that is so wicked, but I knew that my sense of humor is wicked, so he'll laugh at it. So I don't necessarily think it's a soulmate, like there's this cosmic thing, as much as that he got me, faults and all.
And that's what George was even back again. Being able to, you're not going to always agree. You're not going to always get along. But when you can learn to understand that this person is one way and you're another way, and you sometimes agree to disagree, then that's when like he said, then you create more harmony. And that's where 45 years came from. He said, I wasn't always right and she wasn't always right. So, but we realized what we had to discuss and talk about it and dismiss it and let it go. But the problem is, again, in relationships, and people aren't willing to put in the work.
But you know what, and even you talk about work, one of the key points that you made when you talk about what you threw at him in terms of comfortability. So you took your wig off. You know, you take your bra off and your boobs hit your legs. So it's a matter of things that happen to us when we get 40 years old, especially in going, because all of our bodies change. So even as you're meeting, for us being single right now, you know, we always tease and we talk about, nobody told us what's going to happen to our bodies after 40.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like the things that happen. You don't want to talk about it. Why? Some real talk right there.
Cellulite.
We
Like
on,
skinny
come on,
woman.
cellulite. What?
I'm not getting cellulite. I'm skinny. Where did this come from?
See, that's
Like,
because you
yeah.
don't understand what cellulite is, and we can talk to
Let's talk
wellologists.
about
I
it.
said
she
we're
gonna
not
set
going to
you
talk
straight
about
on
the
that one.
wellologist.
But you have to love
But
yourself.
you got to love
It's
that
the-
fat
yeah, I love-
deposit
you
and
gotta
all.
love
that
I'll be
cellulite and
like-
all.
I used to think in church, so we were in church and we would hear the pantyhose go whoosh, 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 whoosh. I thought that was the most comforting sound. And to this day, till people stopped wearing pantyhose, I was like, whoosh, whoosh. So when I got older, I was like, well, why my legs not doing that? See, it wasn't the fact that she had heavy thighs making the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's the comfort that she made me. It brought me back somewhere,
But
and
see,
that's the beauty of it.
But see, that's that feeling. See, that represented how that made you feel. It made you feel comfortable. It made you feel safe, and that's your representative of that. So even when we talk about cellulite and what it is, and you're talking about the fat deposits, I got news for you. Cellulite is fat is pockets of fat. We all need fat. The reason why we develop cellulite is because not so much we got too much fat or not enough fat. It's going places that it doesn't need to go, and you have to figure out what to do with it. Well, how to redistribute it.
How you redistribute that?
We're gonna talk about that.
Y'all gonna have a
surprise
as long as you got a minute. As long as you got a minute.
You got a minute.
Plank and talk about that. They can plank and talk about that in a minute. Look, so someone said soulmates, because you asked about that. Soulmates are people that share similar values and interests with you.
Same thing, yeah. And that's basically
What she said. What she was saying. So I was just saying that someone else
And if you
posted
love
that same
yourself,
thing.
as we are getting older, we're actually having jokes about ourselves because it is funny to us. You know, your breasts might have been tennis balls, now it's pudding. After 40 years old, it's just doing whatever it want to do.
Or you know what, man?
It's just doing what it
Or
want to do.
you just be happy you got a mouthful.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen,
Whatever
I just
you
be like,
got.
what? I ain't have none in high school, so now I got a mouthful. Come on now.
Every lump, every bump.
I'm
if you
just
have
happy.
kids, if you know, when I look at my kids, sometimes I look and I tease them. Like when I took my daughter was like, and she closed her eyes real tight, like, what's happening? I said, you did this.
But you
I
know
put it on you, and she
it's-
just laughs at me like, no, I did. Yes, it was
it's,
you.
It's life.
It's just loving yourself.
But you right, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. You have to love yourself no matter what. Because if you don't, then
And
that's when low
I mean,
self-esteem
and I'll
comes
say you,
in.
when was the last time, and anybody that's on any of these live feeds, when was the last time you got butterball ass naked and just stood in front of the mirror?
Last night.
Last night.
You did
This
that
was
last night,
last
girl.
night. This morning.
Edeline said last night.
Last night.
had
I
it
know,
all.
this morning. And
I
you
really-
have to love
we
every
was on happy hour.
ounce
We got
of
carried
you.
away.
You know, you have to love every ounce of
And
you,
that person
no
will
matter.
love you
And
for
that-
with who you're with.
who you are,
I put
who
it.
you
I
with.
did one time. I
Yeah.
looked. I said, "What is happening?" He said, "Beauty in motion." Because things was moving. I said, "But I'm keeping still and it's moving." He said, "That's what it is. It's beauty in motion."
Like that's
morning. You
transparent
want
moment.
this
morning.
Like that's transparent moment. If I could reflect back, so if everybody don't know, like I lost about 40 pounds through this chick over here with Candace, and so
I'm telling you.
I remember her saying one time, y'all don't know
got
this.
a
Let me
minute?
tell y'all something. Sometimes she say some stuff. I be like, girl, what? Oh my God. She was like, girl, come on, can you get with it? So literally she says, I said, girl, check. I went home, check. And I was just naked, and I was like, girl, damn, you looking good, right? Because I wasn't able to do that before.
Wow.
And
But
get
I was
somebody
at
to
a
do it with you.
different space in my
Yes.
life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, chick, girl, I was able to take off all my clothes. She said, girl, what did he say?
See there?
So
See
let
there?
me
That's
tell you,
beautiful.
you got to get to a space where when you loving on you,
Oh,
you're not
nobody tell you
afraid
anything.
to allow someone else to love on
on
all
you,
your
your
curves
and your
your
lumps,
your
your
lumps,
lumps,
and
your
your socks,
and
and
your
your
goals.
gums, and your bumps, and your rumps, and your
Because
extra
let me
layers.
just tell you something, because to be perfectly honest with you, they don't care.
Yes, they really don't. It's us who
It's us.
care.
They don't care.
They don't care.
Yes, they don't care. They see so much beautiful, and we see so
Like
much
it's us.
flaws.
They ain't thinking
They're
about
not
it.
even thinking about it.
Let me tell you that thing. They are not thinking about it. It is so much us.
Yeah, it's
You can put on
us.
all the
It
lingerie
really
you want
is.
to. There's only one goal in their mind. You can put on all
Yes.
that pretty lingerie.
Yes,
A lot of times it's-
right?
They're trying to figure out how to, as
Get it
hard as
off.
it was for you to
Get
get
it
they
on,
trying
as
to
hard as get it off.
Yes.
Yeah, that was, you know, and then
So
you got
we're the
somebody
ones
with
tripping. We're
Yeah,
the
we
ones
are.
tripping.
We are.
Yeah.
We're doing way more
Stop
overthinking.
tripping, ladies.
Yes, ladies.
Let it all
Stop tripping,
hang.
ladies, because the
all
men
hang.
are not tripping.
Not
Men
thinking.
want to see it all.
And you have to want to see it all. That's basically what it is.
I saw one time when we decided to do a plank challenge, and I put it on Candace's. And
this is funny.
I don't think I was like, is that my belly on the floor? Because I'm trying to plank, and I think I still see the belly on the floor, and you could hear my husband cheering me on.
Because we were late.
Yeah. Okay. So
we
know
just
what I'm
doing a
saying?
time check.
Yeah,
Okay.
time check, y'all. So we're looking
can't
around.
do the whole night on.
But if you have a goal and your husband is not, or your significant other, one of the things that are important is that they're with your goal. You could hear him on the tape trying to edge me on to get to that minute. I was like, are you sure? Because I'm talking to him as he's planking. He does not care whether I lose the weight or not, but he thought it was important to me. Since I thought it was important enough, you could hear him saying, well, no, that's not your belly on the floor. And then I thought I did a minute. He was like, that was 30 seconds. I just faint. I just fall over. So to tease me, he shows me a dog planking. I say, look, if he can do it, you can do it. So that's what you want. You also want a man that's going to be a cheerleader.
Yes.
Just like you have friends. You want that cheerleader.
Yes,
Doesn't mean that you
lady.
need it for yourself, but sometimes it just feels nice that he sees that your goal is
But
important.
understand it that they need it as well.
Yes, we got to cheer them on.
Because that's
and
the
cheer
thing.
them on.
It's not just about us. They don't need what we need, but when you think about,
But it's okay to give them.
It's okay to
Yes.
give it
Yes.
because they, we want that man that if you. How high you want to go? He say where you want to go, and he asks you how high, and then bend over and let you step on his back because that's basically what we want. So, but when you think about it, are you willing to give that back?
Because then that's when you're going to end up with a man back in your backpack. You have to give back.
Because oftentimes as women, we want men to give to us, that we forget it's just as important of us to give to them
back
too.
to them.
It's just as important as them for you to tell them, babe, you are awesome. I'm so proud of you. You did a great job, right? Because we want to hear all that.
Yep.
But
Thank
we don't
you for
tell
being
men all
there.
that because we think, they don't need to hear that. Yes, they do. So why do you need to get flowers or a gift and you don't need to send them flowers or a gift?
Speaking of flowers,
it's
Valentine's Day
Day.
is a big issue on social media.
What did I miss?
Should men receive
Flowers
gifts
and candy?
Not necessarily flowers and candy, but should they receive gifts on Valentine's
Why
Day?
not? Why should we?
Why?
We want gifts on Valentine's Day. Why shouldn't we send them gifts?
Exactly.
Yeah, they like chocolate.
They like gifts
They
too.
like lingerie.
Well, they like
And they don't just want that thing on Valentine's Day.
It's so exciting on Valentine's
Y'all
Day.
know y'all lying, but come on.
And then wait,
I don't know.
listen, some man posted that you shouldn't be saying that you shouldn't be acting like giving a man some on Valentine's Day is a gift. You're
Right, that's
supposed
what
to
I
give
meant.
your man
It's
some.
supposed to be anytime.
But that's what I'm saying.
But people make it seem like that's
the only
Listen,
time.
it's because
It's the
we've
only
made such a big deal out of this love holiday. So
Yeah.
you're talking about as you wrap up your own expectations in it. I mean, I don't go into like this one day a year, I'm supposed to show you love. Listen, you supposed to gave me flowers yesterday. I'm going to give you some.
I got a box of coupons.
You know?
You did?
For Valentine's Day, he gave me a box of coupons. So on this day, I could get the remote control. On this day,
Oh, we used to do
we
that. That is
exchange the
so good.
coupons.
You
That's
cash
so
in your
cute.
I cash on my
Cash in
coupons.
coupons. That's
Yeah.
cute.
Me and my husband used to do that, and that's what it is,
That's
know.
cute.
So, and it's just fun. So you're talking about some of the things that you can do, throughout the year.
Yes.
I haven't heard that in I don't know
That's
how
crazy.
long,
Yeah,
and it's
coupons.
such an easy thing to do, even in the dating game. Create your coupon
So I think we
book.
got like 10 minutes left,
Yeah.
right? So we're gonna, if we're on Facebook Live and you're on Facebook on any of the Facebook feeds, post any
Anybody have any
questions,
questions?
any conversations, any comments you want us to talk about while we are at Happy Hour.
Happy Hour.
Red
This is
Couch
Girl
Chronicles.
Talk.
This is Girl Talk, and we are all
But you
out
know
raw.
what?
We
Someone-
want to hear from the women and the men. So
And the
men, if you
men.
want our feeds, come
Yes,
on now.
yes.
Great man
Post
on my
your
feed.
comments
Listen,
and your stuff in the feed because we want to know.
The red couch is open to men tonight.
Yes, the red couch is
Yeah.
open.
Yes.
Happy
This
hour.
is happy
This is
hour.
happy hour for the ladies and the men. The only thing missing, we ain't got no happy hour really, but this is happy hour.
Well, I
We
do-
just having a good time.
I have this guy on my feed, and I really, really like him. He's not married to the girl, but they happen to live together. And the young lady owns her own business. I won't give them full detail, and he owns his own business. But he is a real estate investor, and he taught his girl how to go out and own her own. He said, I don't want you to depend on me. Should we break up or anything happens, I want to show you what I'm doing to make money, right? Because our salon, was just doing whatever it was doing, right? But he made a decision that I'm going to teach you how to get what I have, so that if we break up, any other man that comes into your life, you will already have more than what he has, right? And so you don't have to depend on him. And so I thought that was like really, really great.
But
Like,
that's when you
Wow.
get that love.
Yeah.
You know, so
And that's
when-
love in so many ways.
Yeah,
So many
You know what I'm
ways.
saying? So, and even with that, he's saying that we don't know what's going to happen. But if there's an end game, I love you just
That much.
so you can
Yes.
be okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so even with the setup, because he's operating where he is right now, listen, I need you to be okay. Just in case.
Right. and that's and then it may be a situation where not necessarily if they break up, if something happens to him, then she can, be able to take care of herself. And it's important. That's when you know you really have someone good, when they have a blueprint for your future.
That's
right.
Or that their future includes you.
Exactly.
Come on now,
Exactly.
because you should be looking for the man who includes you and who can see you in
In
their
their
future.
future.
Because if not, then they're not even looking long term. So if you're thinking long term and they don't even, when they talk and have conversation and it never includes you in their future things they're talking about, oh, you already know that man doesn't even consider you. Literally, he's not thinking of you beyond that.
Exactly.
How many women?
Because
And then
men
when
don't
you-
take forever.
And then, we all say, oh, I prayed to God, I prayed to God, I prayed to God. It's good to pray, but don't answer your own prayers. Let God answer the prayer for you.
How many women had ever taken, and I want to ask the people who are listening or watching us, said that I'm the one that messed up. If you really took ownership one day and had a good man and let him go away, how many, if you all could just put a one up, I would love to see if any of you ever put a one up. How many times you let the good one get away because you messed up?
You know, and even in these things, before we wrap up, and I'm going to ask each and every one of you, just to give another woman or even another man that's on here your point of view from a man's perspective, just something to walk away with. What can they do when we talk about this relationship with ourselves and a relationship with others? Like, what is it? Just that one thing that they can do that may make things better for them right now.
I would say honesty.
Honesty.
If you're not ready to be serious in the relationship, just be honest about it. You know.
Yeah, don't show up for the job if you really don't want it.
No, if it's the thing you want, just say it's the thing I
That's
want.
right. 100%. Keep it 100.
Yeah.
Transparency. Yes.
Transparency. What about you?
I think it is for you to learn yourself before you could do anything. You know, we talk about the 5 love languages. Know what yours is. So if you're active faith, you're going to understand that that's what resonates with you, because that's going to, and then also take the time out while you're dating to open up your ears. Not so much about hearing, but listen and seeing how he reacts. So a lot of things you could do for ourselves is really just reading a book and starting to understand ourselves better. And then when that person comes by and they say something to you, something will say, you know what, they might want quality time. They might want to just hear words of affirmation. And you might be able to deal with it. Because I'm acts of faith. You throw out the garbage, I think you love me. I'm not even, I'm telling you, I'm like 98%. But my husband is words of affirmation. So I make a point to say, I love you.
So
I
that
make a
is
point to
so-
say, you've done so much for me.
And
Thank you for being there.
And that's so key, knowing your love languages, and especially knowing the one that you with. How do you love them? How do they like to be loved? So that is key. What about you?
And so for me, I guess it's piggybacking off of that is learning. We often love people the way we want to be loved, but in fact, that's not the way they need to be loved.
Right.
So taking time out to really discover the person that you're with, how do they need to be loved, and then making sure they understand how you need to be loved. Because in that, you'll be able to get longevity in your love. Because now everybody understands one another, but you first have to love you.
Yes.
Come on.
Well, I'm just going to say, you better know who you are. Just, you got to know who you are, because you're going to be giving 100% of you anyway. And so for you to, and I'll just say this for me, I'm very judgmental when it comes to men. Like, so I'm that woman with that list, and I'm like, that ain't working. That's gay tendencies. That ain't working out. No. Are you cuckoo? I'm not going to take that either, right? But really, a lot of this has to do with me. It has everything to do with me. Because I can literally tell this person, I don't think this is going to work out. And it's not because of you, not because of whatever I believe about you. I still need to work on me. And so when you find yourself in a situation where you're judging that man that could be the one, or he could not be the one because of those tendencies, but you still need to look inside of you. And if you're at that point, I say just let that go and continue to work on you.
That's it. And, and I probably will just piggyback on all of you because that's exactly, my biggest thing is you.
Yeah.
Because once you know you and you working on you and you are in love with you, you will no longer sabotage yourself. It's across the board, or others, and it's across the board just like we're in our businesses. Because one of the things we say that we all have an absolutely amazing system that's very, very good. So when you know what that amazing system is and you know what that is, you can pollinate it across the board. So all of your pillars in your life, meaning your relationships, everything will now be good. But in order to do that, you have to first start with you. So that's the same thing here. Know your own love language.
Right. Yes.
So even before you can even give love, you have to know where that comes from on the inside of you. And the only way to do that is to do the work. And that's what it is. You have to do the work. Adeline said, you just can't pray about this thing. There is God. Yes, he is. But understand that God has already given us what we need.
Yeah.
Yes.
He is really, truly waiting for you to do the work. And most of the time, it's his work. And it's the work that's on the inside of you that you have to operate. If we start operating from the inside versus the outside, a lot of us wouldn't have to be on the red couch. See, because we're carrying that backpack, not only of bad relationships, we're carrying that backpack of life that we have not dealt with these events that have become disorders. So we are out of order when we move in. So as we going into relationship, we're taking this mess with us.
That's it.
Because we haven't dealt with it. So that's why even these sessions like this is so absolutely needed, because you need to release this stuff. You need to let it go. As you need to let it go and take what's good.
That's right.
Take what's good and move on. See, because even when they said you're jumping in from one place to another, you think about it, when you jump, you land right back in the same spot. But when you take what's good and you leap, now you got some forward movement. So when you talk about jumping, you're jumping out of this, you're jumping into that. But if you look up jump, it's your landing. Even if we get up and jump up and down right now, we're going to land right where we started from.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing, expecting different results.
And so, so you got to leap. So you have to release in order to do that. See, because even if you're leaping from one cliff to the next, you have to be what they say, almost weightless in order to do that and trust yourself. Because you're looking down in the valley.
But that was key, trust yourself.
Trust
Most of us don't even trust ourselves.
Or know ourselves.
We don't even know
Or even know ourselves. You need to know your 5 wigs and when to get rid of it. That's what I took. Know them, name them, and know where to wear them.
Because they're not supposed to always be out.
No.
That's right.
But you know what? But they're there for a reason, because now even when you talk about your wigs or my chicks, it's a matter, they're there for a reason.
That's
they
right.
have come
But
to
knowing when to have them.
But see, that's being in control of you. See, when they're out, you're out of control when you don't know who's in front.
Yeah.
You don't know
who's leading
who's
on that
leading.
day.
Who's leading. That's what I'm saying. Who's in front? You're out of control. But when you gain control of you and knowing and owning your truths and knowing what you want, you will begin to lead, and none of your representative will show up.
That's right. But that's because you'll be in control of your emotions.
This is
But as long as we don't control our own emotions and we just let our emotions run wild, then we don't know who we getting and what chick is showing up or what wig
or
is
show
showing
what we don't
up.
need.
We don't need.
And
Or the one we don't need.
And if you don't know, the people around you daggone sure don't know.
Yeah, that's a whole new business red carpet there.
That's
a whole nother happy hour, Red Couch Chronicle that we can't do today.
Well, we are here at Black CEO
yes.
Live.
Thank
Listen,
you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
And go in the group. So, Regina, tell us a little bit about the group, because they could even go into, if you've listened to us or if you heard us, they can go to Black CEO
Live?
no, not live. Facebook group.
Yeah. Oh, the
Tribe.
Tribe.
Yeah, Black CEO Tribe.
What is it? The
exclusive
private Facebook group.
And let them know
where
that you were
we've
here
been streaming all day. You can catch all the streams in there. You can catch the Black CEO Live. Candace shared on that platform.
And it's
I
3
shared in the
rooms.
stream
It's
platform
3
earlier.
rooms. Podcast.
3 rooms. Go through the rooms. You can even catch me in one of the rooms. You can catch Candace in one of the rooms on the main stage. Go through. There was so many amazing speakers that came through for the Black CEO.
Listen to me.
But right now, you are streaming live where we are having Girls Talk Happy Hour, Red Couch Chronicles. Conversation time, and we have had an amazing time. But we got to end happy hour because we got to go back. Happy hour is over. Thank you guys for tuning in. Bye.
Listen, we are ending up. We're gonna end this right here. Thank
And now
you.
y'all know we still live.
This is a Red Couch Chronicles live, and we are gone. So we will see you guys on the next one. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, we got to go out of the room. Because y'all know everything in here is recorded. Was this your notebook, huh?
Yes. I was trying to give you a prop, girl. That was amazing. There you go.
That's what I do on my Red Couch. That's what I do on the couch.
People were sharing the joke. Somebody shared it. I can't report you, girl. I hope they catch me like that. What red couch? Well, you know, who's the door? The program called Red Couch Chronicles. I am the coach. You literally come to the Red Couch. So Regina has been on the Red Couch in a prior line, and we talked about transformation and changing. When I first, when I
Well, we were told to come in here and just start talking. So I am Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. Everybody just go around the room and introduce yourselves, please.
Jerry Franklin Poe, founder of EmpowerYourStudents.com.
That's one thing. I like that. Me and you're going to talk. And the master over here.
Oh, no. Emmerich Peace. Operating principal, Keller Williams Preferred Properties, the world's greatest real estate brokerage, located right here in Prince George's County, Maryland,
All right.
serving the public.
All right. Now, we are here at the Black CEO 17 conference. First, let's go around and let's have everybody talk about what this conference has meant to you so far.
I'll go first. I mean, the real key in my mind is black empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
Us building up our communities through entrepreneurial endeavors.
Yeah.
And one of the things that George talked about today is the mindset, that slavery mindset, that psychological damage that has been done to us, and how we have a hard time sometimes of collaborating, coming together.
Mm-hmm.
And this weekend, for me, has been a shift in terms of building the proper connections to develop the collaborations that complement my business so we all can grow and build together.
Yeah,
Wow.
I like that.
Yeah,
That's
and that's powerful. I, being a mentee of George, over the past 10
Who
years,
isn't?
over the past 10 years, I've always incorporated that into the way that I do business. You take flack for that a lot of times. People say, Emmerich, you too black. You talk black all the time. I said, what am I supposed to talk? And the reality is that I'm, just like the sign said today, unapologetically black.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
you run into that thing in the general populace where they say, well, you talk black, it means you don't like other people. No.
It does not.
It does not mean that. It just means I love black people more. It's like I liken it to your parents. I love my parents, my mom. However, I love my kids more because I'm ultimately responsible for them. So when you have that
I like that.
conversation,
I like
it's
that.
like, no, I love all people. I just love black people more. And I'm a black man looking for business.
Yes.
So why wouldn't I look for other black people to do business with?
Right.
Yeah, and I heard, this was years ago, I heard a guy say, people want to call me a racist. He said, that's fine. He said, because a chemist studies chemistry. A biologist studies biology. I'm a racist. I study race. I just happen to specialize in the black race.
Right.
So I'm a racial specialist, if you want to call it. But that's what he described. And the thing is, and going back to my question, and I'll answer it myself, is that what I get out of this is actually a combination of what both of you said. It's a sense of pride. It's a sense of responsibility. It's also a sense of collaboration. It kind of debuffs the myths that we can't do stuff together. Look at this. This is a great production. It's going all around the world. And I believe they were saying they had like almost 70,000 people who have seen this.
Right. Wow.
That's incredible. That's incredible. But we can't do anything together? Please. that myth is out the window. We've all gotten something out of it. And I mean, I hope those who are watching the broadcast, no matter what speaker you heard or whoever resonated with you, I hope that you can take that and share that message with people that we can do things together, and not only can, we should be doing things together.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, and because I mean, like I've known Emmerich for a few years now. Emmerich and we're going to do some stuff together very soon. So we put it on the calendar now. So and you and I we're going to do something. We just talked this weekend. We're going to do some things together. Because I mean, you have to come to events like this. I think intentionally. Not to get up here and just speak, say your message, and go home.
Right.
You better come with it to bring something out of it. And I think I know I've gotten something out of it just from the people that I've met here. So I'm just happy to be a part of this event. So I'm looking forward to many more.
Well, and when you start having that conversation about what did I get out of it, I look at it totally different. My conversation is, what did you bring here? Not what you take away. What did you bring here? Because unfortunately, so many times we come with our hand out.
That's true.
Right?
That's
what
true.
if you come with your hand clenched? And I usually don't say come with your hand clenched because that means that you can't receive anything. I'm
true.
saying come with your hand clenched this time because you're holding something in your hand that you want to let go of.
All right now.
And that's a different conversation.
It
so
is.
The real question is, what did you bring with you?
And see, one thing that you talk about is The One Thing. It's a great book. I thank him so much for introducing me to that book and just to the whole concept of it. and you come here with that. And what is that one thing that by doing so can make your life even better or make whatever you need to do
What's the
unnecessary?
one thing I can do such by doing makes everything else either easier or necessary?
Right. And coming here to this event, that one thing is giving. It's just giving. You because by you giving to other people, and it doesn't have to be something physical. It could just be a conversation. Man, you don't know how you can change someone's life just by conversation. It's just
And that's interesting. I was talking to Stephanie in the other room, and people ask and say, "So what do you want to do?" I said, "If I have the ability to change somebody's life by 1 degree, I've done a phenomenal feat." I said, "What, 1 degree? That's not a big change." Well, let me explain this to you. If I change your life by 1 degree today, and you stay on that same course in 10 years, you'll be in a totally different place.
yes.
Take a cruise ship. A cruise ship goes from Maryland to Spain. If that cruise ship is off 1 degree for its entire journey, it'll end up in Africa, which is a totally different journey, a totally different space, a totally different outcome. So 1 degree matters.
Compounded effect.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So once you're talking about vectors. So at 1 degree.
Well, I'm not really that smart. I'm not sure if it's vectors. Okay, I got you. I understand vectors is the difference between 2 points. I got
Yeah.
that part. I never thought about it that way. That's for those.
So when you
extra
change the
smart
angle,
guys.
you change the vector, which
Right.
changes the trajectory of your life.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's
Y'all
what
ready
it's
for
really
this?
all about. And that's what it's all about. Just 1 degree. And you don't have to make a big difference in my life. 1 degree. Let me give you 1 degree.
Wow. So the thing is that this whole thing, and I think we're all saying the same thing, is that we are what we call change merchants. We have to focus on changing by giving. George talks about it all the time, and and I know Trevor talks about it as well. Is that the one who wins is the one who gives the most. And if we focus on giving, and like you said, not what you can get out of it, then everybody wins. And it's an effect that I hope everybody can understand. What we're talking about, because I see a lot of times people, and I see this on social media a lot. Someone who I may be a Facebook friend with, I may not know them,
right?
But we're Facebook friends.
Right.
They'll send me a private message, offer me to buy something. I'm like, how about we know each other first?
Right. and that's huge. That's huge because a lot of people, you have to come with your cup. I always say, come with your cup empty, right? Come with your cup empty. And so you say, well, you're supposed to come with your cup full because come with your cup empty. Just make yourself available to receive something.
Yes.
Just make yourself available to receive something. But however, by the same token, your cup may be empty for what you desire, but it's full of what you want to give.
Ooh, say that one more time.
Your cup is empty for what you desire, but however, it's full for what you want to give.
That sounds like a man need to write a book. What you say?
It's coming from contribution. George talks about it all the time. People come and they say, well, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. Okay, let's change the dialogue. Let's say, how can I help you?
Right.
It's a mentality.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
so since childhood, we've been used to getting served. People giving to us, taking care of us. So we have a baby that comes out the womb. You put it in the high chair.
Yeah.
You have a bib around his neck, and the baby's constantly getting
feed it,
fed.
yes.
So we're programmed to have somebody feed to us. What we gotta do is we gotta take that bib off our neck, put it on our wrist, and start to serve those around us in order to increase the value in their lives.
I love it.
Which is one of the things that Brian Tracy talks about in Psychology of Achievement is the law of indirect return. So if I give to you, then I'm creating openings for others to then give to me. Not come directly from you. It may come from other people, but by serving others, now I'm open up to people to start pouring into me.
And I have something I call it. I call that I give the gift of benevolence. And the gift of benevolence keeps on giving. So when you give to people and people understand that you're giving from a free spirit, they almost have no choice but to give to someone else. It's like if you go to, you ever been to, I've done this before, you go through the toll and you pay somebody's toll
Yes,
for
yes.
it.
I've done it at the grocery store,
And
yes.
they will pay somebody else.
Yes.
It's the gift of benevolence. It just keeps on giving, unless you're just a true taker. If you're a true taker, you it's hard to grasp the concept of giving.
Now let me ask you something. If someone is a true taker, do you feel that they can change that? Or is that something that's just innate?
I believe that if you want to change it, it has to be a life-altering event to cause them
Right.
to alter their true course, because
Okay.
they're used to having a bib.
Right. Yeah.
They want the bib all the time.
Yeah.
Until a life-altering event happens, then they have to want to change.
It's like the Christmas Carol.
Yes.
Charles Dickens.
Christmas Carol.
it's Scrooge. Yeah.
So there has to be some type of emotional shift,
Right.
a breakdown, an upset, something that shifts their course. So for
most
those who don't
people
know,
understand it.
so for those who don't know what the Christmas Carol is, it's the story of Scrooge, and he was we call him a miser. I guess what they call him, a miser, self-centered,
Yeah.
stingy, making the brother work on Christmas,
Yeah.
right? And over that night he went to bed and he was visited by three ghosts. First it was his partner, his old partner that passed away, and told him like, hey, you've been doing the wrong thing. You're going to experience by ghosts of the past, ghosts of the present, and the ghosts of the future. And when he saw the future of him being dead, nobody even remembered who he was. Nobody cared about him. Nobody came to visit him. He was like, I don't want to end up dead alone. No contribution to the world, regardless of all the stuff that he had. He had all this wealth, but at the end of the day, he's gone, and they're just picking over his body.
Yes.
And then he woke up. He saw it was like a change in his mindset, a change in his spirit, and he went out and started being more benevolent, to your word, in order to create, not necessarily for people to start to give back to him, but to create relationships. To build relationships so that he would make a difference, become an influencer in other people's lives, so his life can have more meaning.
Yes. And the thing is that we have to, as you said, make some drastic changes. If you're a taker and you want to become a giver, you're gonna and you have to want to.
Well, really, takers don't want to become givers. The life-altering event
Well,
causes them to understand their errant ways. And it really comes right back to another self-serving item where they want something, and the only way that they're going to ever get what they want is they're going to have to give up something.
Yes, that's true. Sacrifice.
But from a cultural perspective, since this is the Black CEO, right?
Yeah.
From a cultural
that's what
perspective,
we're talking about.
Right? From a cultural perspective, if we go back to our roots, we have a tribal relationship. So we would do what's in the best interest of the tribe rather than the individual.
Right.
It's a lot of us, since we've been here in this new world, we've been indoctrinated into a European philosophy where it's more about me, self-centered. And if you go back to the Dark Ages and the where they had their kingdoms, they built the walls and about accumulating wealth and keeping it to themselves. Versus we didn't have those walls. While we were an open community, we shared amongst ourselves, and it's about the collective, the brotherhood, the family. So built into our DNA is giving and taking care of each other.
Have either of you read the book, The Jewish Phenomenon?
No, I gotta look that up.
Excellent book. One of the it talks about the Jewish community and how they built their community to helping each other, and they work on 8 principles. And when I read the book, I said, I know these principles originated in Africa. That's the first thing I said, but we got away from
the mother of creation.
Exactly. And I said, we've gotten away from these principles. And I noticed, like, one thing it talks about in the book is that, how different groups have, who are I hear people, y'all hear this all the time, where are our black leaders? They said, the Jewish people, there are no Jewish leaders.
Right. You are the leader.
Exactly.
Be the leader that you want the world to see.
Exactly, and that's one of the things it talks about. It talks about a lot of different. It talks about how when Marcus Garvey was leading his Pan-African movement, the Jewish community was behind him 100%. And something stuck out. It said that, and I hope you all are paying attention to this. It said that what happened was that white America said, we know how to disperse that group. They offered them jobs. and I was listening to Donald Trump campaign for president this year, and someone asked him, "What about the African American community?" He said, "I have no problem with them. I have plenty of jobs for them." I was like, "Wow."
And that's deep. That's deep. No, he didn't say I have a business for you to create.
Right.
He said I have a job
Right.
for you.
Exactly.
Which means when you have a job, you find yourself in a subservient role, and you're relegated to a subservient role,
And they can
you're
take
not
it
the
away.
creator.
Right.
You're the consumer.
Right. Exactly. I was like, wow. It's just a cycle that they just keep repeating.
Right.
Throw jobs at them and they get quiet.
Yeah. And that's the thing. History repeats itself, and if you don't pay attention, if you don't know your history, you'll become history.
Hello now. Talk now, Emmerich. Talk. I mean, and that's the truth. I was like, that book, I recommend everybody read it, The Jewish Phenomenon. And it just blew my mind. Is just little things that they do, or did rather, to create what they did. And one of the things that I noticed that we do, and I get flack for it when I say this to black people a lot of times, is that when someone in the Jewish community does something that's heinous, you get kicked out of the community. It's kind of like what the tribal thing used to be.
Right.
What we have done now is we embrace them when someone does something, and what that does, you're only as strong as your weakest link.
Well, but here's the deal, and this has been placated on us for centuries. Everybody understands that we are a forgiving people.
And they prey on that.
Yep. They pray. You can do whatever you want to do, and we forgive you. We embrace you, when really that's not helping you learn
exactly
the true essence of who we are and what we should be doing. And I'm not saying that you're not forgiving. I can love you.
Exactly.
I can love you from afar.
Well, that goes back to it.
So well.
Let's go back to the CEO mentality. Like, even though you may be listening to this on the podcast or the broadcast, you may not have a business currently right now.
That's true.
But you're the CEO of your life.
Absolutely.
And if you're running an organization,
talk now.
You don't want to keep people who aren't producers or aren't living up to the standard in your organization.
And therein lies the issue with us, because we fall in love with individuals to the detriment of the organization, which is that's a totally different conversation, because we have people within the organization who we absolutely love, right? They're ineffective, inefficient, and really the service that they're paying to the organization is actually a disservice. And to that effect, they stay too long. They stay too long. You wear your welcome out.
Some people need to get fired.
Exactly.
Or let go, outsize, downsize, whatever it is. We need to
as George say, bless and release.
Release them.
The motto that I live by is, if you can't change your friends, you need to change your friends. And it's just that simple.
Free them up to experience other career opportunities.
Yes. I love the way you put that. Yeah.
Release them. Yeah. So that's how we have, if we look, whether it be life and business, if you have the CEO mentality, then you're constantly reevaluating people's performance in your life.
Now, the thing in saying that, a lot of us are, we get criticized by our own people for saying that, that's your boy, that's your relative, that's your cousin. You shouldn't do that to them. That's and we feel the guilt, and we say, oh, I won't do it. How do we address with our people getting them to that CEO mentality?
Well, until the pain of being in the place of discomfort becomes greater than the pleasure of where you're trying to go, you're going to stay there. And we do it all the time. We just do. I was talking to someone earlier. I was talking to Brother Darius, and he said, I believe he said the 3 C's. He said, competent, credible, and committed. And I'm not sure if that was exactly the way he said it, but that's the way I interpreted it.
Right.
Competent, credible, and committed. And that's what we have to look for in our lives and the business people who we deal with.
Yeah.
And that trumps the individual person themselves, because if they don't have those 3 qualities, you're going to be wallowing in mediocrity, which is unfortunately what happens to us a lot of times.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I read once was this book. It's an ancient Hebrew text, and it said that my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And it also talked about having a vision, writing a vision on the wall. Right. Some people don't have they don't have a vision for their life. So that if you don't have a vision for your life, then you're more willing to allow the dead weight to stay around. Yeah. Like I can love you as a family member, I can love you as a friend, but that doesn't mean I have to carry you.
Yeah. And it's the same thing when you talk about people who don't have a vision, they don't have a vision for their life. It also opens you up to whatever they put on television, whatever they put in the movies to dictate to you what your vision.
That's why it's called television, because they're telling you the
Yes,
vision
tell
that
you
you
what the
should
vision,
have
right.
for your life. So if you don't have a vision, then you will be told the vision by the television.
I've seen so many people who are living in these fairy tales because that's what it had. That's what they saw on television, and I'm like, but they don't think they need to work for anything because something's going to just happen. Something miraculous is going to come out the sky for them. I'm like, yeah, okay.
And see that whole thing. I talked about this a little earlier in my presentation on the one thing. Success is getting what you want, right? The key part to that is knowing what you want. So you can want success. Success is knowing what you want. The key to key to getting what you want is knowing what you want.
That's true.
And a lot of times we don't even take the time just to figure out what we really want.
Yeah.
We just say we want to be successful, we want this, and then we start judging our insides by other people's outsides, which we're critically famous for that one. We're critically famous, and so what happens is what we see, and we have this saying in 100 Black Men, what they see is what they'll be. And, you see it, you want to be it. We got to twist it because we start living in a have, do, be mentality when we should be in a be, do, have.
Yes.
So, if I be this person,
Yes.
then I will do the things that this person does, and then I can have what they have.
Yes.
We think about it. If I had what they had, then I can do what they do,
right?
And I can be who they are, and it just don't work that way.
Well, as a father of two young girls, I watch a lot of Disney movies.
And congratulations!
And Alice in Wonderland.
Hey, send us a picture of you in the tiaras, man. Your tiaras. Come on, send us a picture.
Your tiaras and
tights out. Yeah, come on, send us a picture, though, man. I know they exist. Okay, I hope we deleted all those. Yeah, Jared, look it up.
So, Alice in Wonderland. The cat was in a tree, and Alice is, asking for directions. Like, well, so where do you want to go? She's like, well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. So then he said, any road would take you there, because a lot of folks don't know where they want to go. They're just going through the motions.
Yes.
So therefore, it's easier to allow people to be in your lives that are destructive, even their family and your friends. But when you do know where you want to go, then you have to make strategic decisions as to what's going to be the best route and the best way to get there, and who's going to go with you, and who's going to help you get there. Because going back to the Bible again, the Bible says, "I'm blessed to be a blessing," which means you got to be blessed first.
Hello.
And if you don't, you love your family, which means I got to release you right now to come back and come get you later.
Right.
So I'm actually doing them a service.
Right.
By not say don't spend time with them, but I put family members on a time limit. So I know how much.
Put them on the clock.
Yeah, I put them on the clock. I know how much time. I know how much time my mom has of positive talk. So I put that on the clock. I put that. All right. So we're getting close. So probably within the next 5 or 2 seconds, it's gonna change. So I know it's time for me to be like, all right,
adopt that.
It's time for me to go. I know when the barbecue and the cookout. I know when the cousin. I know what's gonna happen. I know. So then it's time for me to go home. It's time for me to exit. So I'm not saying I'm not gonna participate.
Right.
I'm gonna just be a ghost and not be there for my family. But I'm also not going to allow myself to be put in those situations that cause me to be, the drama.
You gotta protect yourself.
Yeah, put them on the clock.
I want to get back to something you said earlier about the Alice in Wonderland with the term, any room will take you there.
Any road will take you there.
Basically, what I interpret out of that is you got to take some action. If you just sit there and say, I don't know where I want to go, you're not going to get anywhere.
Right.
Well, I think what's key also is going back when you were saying about the 100 Black Men, and I'm a member. Yeah, you're right. It's the slogan was put there for we need to be example for the young man, but it kind of first you got to figure out who you be, and I know it's incorrect grammar, but who you be.
You use incorrect grammar. I never heard that before.
Yeah, right. You may have never heard me apologize for it, but there's a difference. And I say that is because once you figure out who you are, who you really are, who you're comfortable with being as yourself,
right,
and then really explore, why am I here? Why am I here? Then you can begin to paint that vision.
Right.
And so from that, once you have a clear vision, like I know you have a vision for your real estate agency, then you can start putting plans in place which will allow you to develop goals. And now on those goals, you have roads to take you to those goals.
It's funny you said I was talking to Stephanie again. This is really in this deep dialogue.
Y'all waiting for a while.
She was like, well, what's the roadmap to success? I said, there is no roadmap to success. And she looks at me, she said, what do you mean there's no roadmap to success?
Yeah.
Really, you walk down this road. The road to success and the roadmap for success has minds in it. You have to be willing to walk through the minefield, not follow the road, because there's one thing gonna happen when you walk down to the quote unquote road to success. You're gonna step on a couple of mines.
That's right.
The mines are gonna blow up. It's gonna alter the course of the road. Now you just have to figure out what's your 90-10 gonna be. 90% of what happens in your life is how you respond to it. The other 10% is the fact that it actually happened. So the road that you thought you were gonna take to get to that successful place, the road's gonna change.
Yes.
So what's the roadmap? There is no roadmap to success. The real answer is you have to be willing to walk through the minefield.
But
with the end goal in mind and walking through that.
And I totally agree with that. But the critical part is having something continuous to go toward when that road changes, or when that mind blows up. And it's a great book, by Tony Evans out right now called Detour, and that's exactly what he talks about. Is the detours of life. Sometimes those detours, those minds, are actually putting you in a different position to prepare you for your destiny.
Right.
Because the road that you chose, you'll be going down that road, and it's not preparing you for your destiny.
Right.
And so going back to the vision, or the critical part of the vision is that when it does happen, when we hit bumps or we hit life, as people call it, I can look back at my vision and say, am I on path towards my vision?
Yeah, and see, the thing is, I totally agree with that. I have a friend in California. She was in the educational system for 20, 25 years. And she hit a mine. Because what happened was she thought she was just going to be able to keep working and retire and everything. Yeah. It just, some student said some disparaging things about her. Then the administration jumped on board. She ended up having a lawsuit against the administration, the whole school system, everything. She also had back issues, and that kept her out of work. So it just got really
made
bad.
It easy for them to try.
Right, exactly. So she ended up getting a settlement, but she's no longer in the education system. What she did, she has a PhD in psychology. She started an online counseling business, so she gets money coming from that. She also decided what she's going to do is she started a muffin business. She started making muffins with messages in them. Kind of like fortune cookies, but they have muffins with messages. But what she does is something, this is the thing that a lot of people who have all these great ideas of all these dreams of grandeur, they don't do. They don't put in the work. What she's doing every morning, she gets up at 2:30, goes to the subway station, meets people as they're going to work, and sells her muffins to them. And she makes money every day doing that while she has her online, her phone call. But I told her, I said, you're gonna end up blowing up when you're gonna get these in stores. But right now, you're putting in the work. And I said, she said, I know I have to do that if I want to change my life. I said, and that's the thing that a lot of people won't do. She said, go ahead, Emery.
And that comes back to the whole thing about the mind. There's no roadmap. It's just
right.
It's a minefield, and you have to be able to persevere through the minefield because you're gonna have some failures.
Yes,
but then the truth is, it's not really failures. It's really just feedback.
There you go. I like that. I like
I
that.
feel it's really feedback.
I put another spin on it though, because the minefield can be navigated more effectively if you partner with someone who's already been through the minefield.
Well, there are ways that, right, just like you're doing with your team. You know, I look
Yeah.
at, you know, you look
Yeah.
at his card. He has his team on there, so you're not going to allow your team to make those mistakes.
That's why they look like what they look like, to be honest with you, because they're all under 35. And I told them, I said, you have youth.
There's a method to the
I said,
madness.
you have youth, energy,
and ignorance.
Ignorance, right.
I don't know if you said ignorance, but I mean
that's a good way, ignorance, because it is.
Because you lack knowledge, and you have not made. I don't have to unlearn anything for you.
Exactly, and it's funny you say that, because that is my philosophy, and I got time, wisdom, and I got a little bit more money, so we can mix those with your wisdom. I mean, with your energy, lack of knowledge, ignorance, and then your perseverance. You tell them to make 100 calls, so let's go make 100 calls. You know what they say? Okay. You ask an older person to go make 100 calls. They say, well, last time I made those calls, this didn't happen. We're not talking about last time. We're talking about this
living
time
in the
right
moment.
here.
Living in the moment.
Right.
Today with the script that we've developed for you, that we know that work if you get in front of enough people.
Ignorance on fire versus knowledge on ice.
I love that one.
I love that. It goes back, like I said, it goes back to putting in work. I heard someone say a while ago. They asked a group of people. They said, "Which happened first, the fall of Eden, or man being told to work? Which happened first?"
Let me go back to my
fall of Eden,
my
or
Sunday.
man being told to
Take me back to my Sunday school days. Well, the curse was
man being told to work.
Man had to be told to work was part of the curse.
Man being told to work was first, but that wasn't a curse. Man was told to work the garden before the snake came about. So work was a blessing. Work was not a curse. But we have been running from our blessing our entire lives, as most people. That's why most people are not reaching the level of success they want, because they're running from what God told us to do in the first place. He told us to work in the first place. He didn't say we had to work and toil for the rest of our life. He never said that. Now, that was part of the curse. But the thing is,
the different version of working, right?
Right. He told man to work the garden, because remember, we're supposed to live off of that.
Right.
That's what the thing is.
Right.
When we disobeyed, and all of a sudden, then it became the curse. But most people run from work, and because think about it. Each one of you has a level of success in your business in your own right. I don't have to ask the question. I know you put in work. I know you put in work to get there. And so you didn't run from your blessing, but guess what? Now you receive the benefits because you didn't run from it. Most people out there run from their blessing. And they think that that's the bad thing. I need to get away. I don't want to work this job. I don't want to do this. I don't want to start a business. I don't want to do that because it's too hard. And that's why they never get there.
Well, that comes from the philosophy that big is bad.
Ooh, he going in now.
Now he got me.
He going in now.
So, when you start talking about big is bad, that's a different conversation.
Yes, it is.
That we've been taught. That being big means that there's something wrong with being big. And really, if you really think about it, you can take Bill Gates. Right? Microsoft. Is big really bad?
Yeah.
No, it's about leverage and span of control.
Right.
And so, but we've been taught to think big is bad, and if you know to be that big, it's going to take a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't take a lot of work.
Yeah, that's what we're taught.
The idea is you just bring the right people in your life, which we were talking about earlier, collaboration.
Right.
And now the thing changes, and what we've been taught to say, I want to get 100% of everything. Right. So do you want 100% of $100,000, or do you want 20% of $1 million? Which would you rather have?
I think it's $1 million. Now,
exactly.
And it's funny because you mentioned that we're programmed to think big is bad. Last night, Myron Golden spoke about how people, when we hear we've been programmed to hear, like when we hear the word rich, the adjective we put in front of is filthy rich, stinking rich. It's always a negative connotation around the word
programming.
rich.
You're
Even when you look at movies, the villain is usually
The
someone
rich
who's
guy.
rich. Right. They program.
Well, one of the things though is, because most of the people that are not rich can relate to
the underdog.
Yes, and see themselves in that position. So if I'm selling a movie,
and stay in that position.
You
They
know,
feel comfortable
from
with
that
it.
standpoint. Or if I'm writing a book, I'm doing that. You know, who you selling to the masses if it's that type of book, or
That's
you know.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
The connection part, connecting people where they are, but it is part of the programming. But this goes back to the CEO mentality. In terms of CEOs, successful CEOs know how to build teams.
That's right.
Teams of strategic partnerships, and each player has a role to play.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you don't want
you're
to
right.
you don't want to have a team if you're playing basketball. You don't want to have a team of like 5 centers. Right? I mean, everybody standing.
I don't know. They got them 7-foot guys dribbling the ball.
I mean, we talking about traditional.
But they can't
Now,
all
look,
be in the
look,
paint.
look, look, look. Let's show. Look.
Hey, let's go to football. Let's talk about offensive line and trying to run the ball. That ain't gonna work well. Let's go.
I'm not. Most of us here are beyond. We're not the new age game. We got the classic, the short shorts.
How the game was meant
Yeah,
to
the
be played.
yeah.
You don't want Kareem, Robert Parrish.
Yeah. We're talking about the true center.
The ones that shoot bricks. That gets you outside of 10.
Yeah, Kareem wasn't standing at the 3-point line. And dribbling between
not
his
like
legs.
Townsend and Anthony Davis. You know, those guys.
I'm laughing.
And they just got beat by 30.
These guys all 7 foot tall.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, they 7 foot tall and shooting 3-pointers.
Right.
Who's gonna get in the paint?
Yeah.
I'll go there today, but I'm not staying there.
Hey, we got a rotation. You got to look on the board and see your paint number.
Right.
Your paint. What color is the paint?
There was no skill challenge at the All-Star game for centers.
But in saying that, which one of them 7-footers that does all that won a championship lately?
Chirp.
Right.
At some point.
But a couple teams won it. So
but I'm saying they don't have those guys.
At some point, you're gonna have to have successful role players.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you have that fear of thinking big, that comes back to.
I want to switch that a little bit. The teams that win championships have players that play their role.
Right.
And everyone knows what that
knows
role
their
is.
position, know your position.
And know their
They play their role.
Yes.
Know their
They
strengths.
stay within themselves. So that goes back to.
But here's the other thing. Not only do they know their strengths, they know the other player's strengths. And they know where to defer. And that's one of the
Which
things.
ties into what Howard said about who are you, or be
You got
know
to
who you
understand
be.
it. You know, if you're part of a team, and it got to be clear. But it goes back to if you're bringing someone in, you know, to your agency, you got to be clear on the vision so they know where they're fit in.
Right.
Because if they're not clear on the vision, on your vision, and how it aligns to their personal vision, then that's when you started getting conflict.
You got the Knicks.
Right.
You know, that's when you start getting conflicts. You got the Knicks, a.k.a. the Knicks.
That's not right.
You talk about that is one of my mentors. What he does is he actually has a board, you know, in their training room. He has a cleaning company, so you know the company vision, you know the company goals, but everyone has to, and they do a goal planning every year for all their employees. But everyone has to list at least one goal in writing on the board. And the company celebrates it when they achieve it. So if it's going on vacation this year, if it's you know, like one of the things employee, you know, wanted to go to Cancun, you know, down in Houston. So he actually bought the excursion. They were taking a cruise. So the company bought an excursion for he and his wife. You know, one guy wanted to buy a new car. When he bought the car, the company bought him a gas card. And so that way, every day when they walk in, they're looking at not only the company goals, but their goals.
Right.
And then the company celebrates it publicly when they hit it.
And that's just that's culture.
Yeah.
That's culture.
It is.
And when you're in that team environment.
Tribal culture.
Yeah.
Because your individual goal is tied into the overall goal of the organization.
Yeah.
So they're building it all together, creating a tribal culture. We're all going to move forward. The rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah. I need to get one of your cards because I like that idea because that's culture too.
You know, and that really.
What drove you to do that? You know, if you're listening in online,
genius.
you know, hold it up there so they can see it. It's a trifold card, but it features the pictures of the team members. You know, it shows that we are a high-end agency here. I mean, just all the things that it says. But
classic.
Talk about what drove you to go to that layout.
Well, here's what happens. In a unit, you have to understand you're only as strong as your weakest link. And so when you're operating as a unit, you do your best to level the playing field in that unit, particularly in sales. And it comes back to purpose and priority. What's the purpose of the people being in your space? And what's the priority to accomplish the goal? And it falls back into the iceberg theory. And I'm not sure if you guys are in my session, but they say 8/9 of the iceberg is underneath the water. So the things that you can't measure what's beneath the water. You can't measure priority. You can't measure purpose. The way that priority and purpose manifests itself is through profitability and productivity. So when you have a group of people that you're working with, in this case, my card, the thought is that everybody understands that we're equally important and we're inexplicably tied to the mission, to the goal. And there's not one person that's more important than the other person because everyone has their space.
Right.
And the biggest thing with that is to make sure that the world knows that and everybody feels the value of being on the team.
And see, when I look at this and dissect this team as I look out is everyone has the title of real estate professional.
Yes.
Which is the key thing that you do. And I'm not looking at the details here, but, and what that says is that, and I assume everyone carries the same card.
Absolutely.
So now you're talking about my whole team. So whether or not Ms. Marks is, when she hands it out, her credibility is enhanced because she has a team with her.
Right.
And I have a question because I know your team is larger than this. Well, how do you select the people on the team? Is there a criteria they have to meet?
Well, see, again, we talking buckets. We talking two different conversations. That's the peace team. That's my sales team. That's the sales bucket. From a brokerage perspective, it's not a card I couldn't carry the card.
Right.
Because we have 480 agents.
Okay. So these are the
that's my personal sales team.
Gotcha.
That's the only card I carry. I don't carry a card to say I'm the operating principal. I don't carry a owner's card. I'm the janitor.
I love it.
You only need to know who I am is if we're in that dialogue. It's not important who I am.
Right.
What's important is the work that I'm putting in.
I think it's genius.
And I try my best to remain anonymous in most cases until I have to have that conversation.
Right.
Or you put me in a place where sometimes you have to help people understand a little bit better that you probably should be talking to me a little bit differently. And every time and then, quote unquote, you have to flex sometimes because people will marginalize you and you have to all right, let's change the conversation because you obviously didn't ask somebody who you're talking to. And sometimes you just have to do it. It's not the position that you want to be in. I avoid that position. However, sometimes you just have to.
Yeah, I agree.
You got to roar. You got to roar. The lion got to
I agree. And see, what you just described there as far as
Hey, going back, I'm sorry. I couldn't remember this. He went back to Disney again. I love it, Jared.
Simba actually took it from Kimber. Y'all old enough to remember Kimber.
They are remaking the Lion King. They are remaking it.
But what you just described there is basically a CEO, because you're making this. I don't need to be in the limelight. I want my team to actually do the work and to grow. And I just want to provide a venue where they can grow and a vehicle where they can grow, and that's what you did. Now that's what I just heard from out of that. You are the CEO, and that's what it's about.
I'm the CVO.
The CVO,
Chief Visionary Officer.
Hold on, hey, so did you guys connect?
Bow tie.
Oh yeah.
Bow tie. Okay, so you
bow
go check with him on some bow ties.
He already pulled it out for me. He knows what I want.
Explosion officer.
Yeah. The
cash explosion officer. That's what.
What I see here, though, I see you're also
all right,
creating a culture. Because when I look at these pictures, the team is a reflection of the captain. I see the style of the dress,
the bow ties,
the pocket square.
Yeah,
is a certain level of excellence that has been created within the culture of the organization that you see reflected here. I can just tell by looking at these pictures.
All right, Trevor wants us to wrap up to get in and have a good photo for closing as we get, we're getting ready to wrap up this whole session, guys. Y'all can go over to the main stage if you're listening online. All right. Hey, the group in here. Any last words, though, guys? I always, you invest time in here. Share with online listeners how they can connect with you and how you can best serve them.
You can connect with me at emric@emricpeace.com.
The Peace Team.
There we go. And it doesn't matter the question, the conversation. If I don't have the answer, I'll direct you to the place to get the answer. My brand is real estate. That's it. That's the only brand I have. It's a real estate related brand. If you want to talk some other language, I have a friend that can help you.
There you go.
So please don't call me because you think I have a great network for multi-level marketing. It's not my brand. My brand is real estate. So if you have a real estate question, please give me a call. If you have another question, I have a friend that can help you equally as well.
Awesome. Jerry Franklin Poe again. They can connect with me at jerrypoe.com. Also, you can find my materials, my books, what I wish I knew when I was in high school and college, at jerrypoebooks.com. And how I can serve or benefit the audience that are listening now, which is just a reminder that we're all standing on somebody else's shoulders. One of the things I've been telling my daughters is that where we are in life is based on what my parents did and what my grandparents did. So if I can be an assistance to anyone, just reach out to me on Facebook, Twitter, use my life experience to help benefit you, lead you along the way, give you a little leg up, a little boost. Just reach out to me.
I'm Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. My space is productivity and profitability. And my message to everyone is give, give, and give. And if you want to reach me, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a free session of productivity. So you get to talk to me. We can go over what you're doing, productivity, no charge. All you have to do is text the word productivity. I hope you don't spell that. Productivity to my number. I'm going to give you my personal number, 301-326-9919. 301-326-9919. You get a free session with me, and we can help you to become more productive and more profitable. And my tagline, as I always say, don't just settle for being awesome. Set your goal to all them all.
Hey, this is Howard. I've enjoyed this room. This has been one of the rooms that was idea that was up to have the conversation in the podcast room, and I got to add up the hours, but it's been about
You've been
at least
here for years.
It's about almost 20 hours of work this weekend. I put in a days of work, but no, it's just been great. The conversations I had, the pages of notes that I've taken, the knowledge that I've gained, but now the most important part and I challenge you to do the same. As one of my mentors tell me, he said, the reason most small businesses fail is FTI, and that's failure to implement. So no matter if you invested the time to watch The Black CEO, then definitely invest a little bit more and implement 1 to 2 ideas. Just take one, your top 1 or 2 ideas. Hey, you can connect with me at Business Growth Dynamics Consulting. Just simply bump me an email or connect with me on Facebook at Business Growth Dynamics and Consulting, and I would love to help you be the best you possible, because guess what? Everybody else is taken. Hey, take care. I think this is my last time out, and I will see you when I see you.
All right. Black CEO 17.
Peace out, y'all.
Hashtag Black CEO 17.
Peace out, y'all.
That was fun. I love that card, man.
Yeah, this is a
classic.
No, I'll tell you the conversation we had George in here with all the women.
Oh, I can only imagine.
I wouldn't even.